As Su Luoluo crossed over, she narrowly escaped being choked to death by the sickly yet possessive prince, all while being inexplicably bound to a life-saving system that forced her to secretly fabricate a false identity. In a world dominated by deceitful beauties, she found herself sharing the stage with them. What a farce! How could she possibly lose? The solution to dealing with these duplicitous women was simple: outshine them in their own game. Her father from the minister's residence, whom she had just lambasted, declared, "Luoluo is the true daughter of our house. I acknowledge no one else's identity." Her grandmother, nearly stricken with a stroke from anger, insisted, "You must take good care of Luoluo. Her frail constitution cannot withstand any stress." Even her brother, who was taught the virtues of life, proclaimed, "Su Luoluo is my only sister. I have no other." Only the smiling yet cunning King Jean coldly mocked, "Luoluo truly puts on an exquisite performance. I almost believed it." Volume 1, Chapter 1. Hearing her heart's voice. Beep, beep, beep. The life-saving system has been activated. The target has appeared. Communication is encrypted, and data is being transmitted. Please prepare, host. Please prepare. Su Luoluo was awakened by the commotion. As she opened her eyes, the cold blade of a knife pressed against her jaw, reflecting a blinding light. A shiver ran down her spine, and an alarm blared in her mind. Her instinct warned her that the man before her was exceedingly dangerous. "The princess truly harbors deep feelings for me. She has even learned the skills of seduction from the brothels," he remarked leisurely, lifting her chin with the dagger, his handsome yet noble face curling into a disdainful smile. Then, with a sharp command, he ordered, "Take her away." "Who dares to touch me?" Su Luoluo instinctively shouted, causing everyone present to freeze in place. Even the man on the bed raised his gaze in mild surprise, though his eyes remained as indifferent as one would regard a dying person. Interesting, she knows how to resist. Cold sweat trickled down Su Luoluo's back as she met the gaze of the man before her. His complexion was pale and gaunt, yet his features were remarkably exquisite, with deep-set eyes and a strikingly mixed heritage. His thin lips, red as blood, added an alluring yet sickly charm. But the oppressive aura enveloping him exuded a chilling coldness, akin to a vengeful spirit climbing from the depths of hell to the mortal realm. Wiping the blood from her brow, Su Luoluo quickly processed the information flooding her mind. The frail beauty before her was her fiancé, the Duke Su, once a fearsome warrior on the battlefield, now paralyzed for 5 years following a catastrophic injury. The original owner of her body was the legitimate daughter of the minister's house, but had unexpectedly been summoned to the emperor's harem a fortnight ago, becoming a laughingstock throughout the capital. Everyone knew that the minister's daughter had an engagement with the duke, not to mention the current emperor's notorious lechery and incompetence. To avoid being taken into the palace, the original owner had schemed against the duke at today's banquet, secretly administering an aphrodisiac. When discovered, in a desperate attempt to clear her name, she had overdosed herself, leading to her untimely demise. Upon grasping these pivotal details, Su Luoluo felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, regretting the original owner's disgraceful end. Yet, she could hardly reconcile the frail figure on the bed with the legendary warrior he once was. His gaze bore the chilling, noble detachment of someone accustomed to power. Reminiscent of a gentleman from a literary novel. "Princess, you certainly possess a commanding presence," he remarked with a cold smirk, his eyes glinting like daggers. "I am but a mere cripple, yet you have gone to such lengths to manipulate me. Truly commendable." TSK, handsome, yet tragically a frail wretch. As a renowned international physician, Su Luoluo immediately discerned his affliction. Pei Zhaoshue's expression darkened, veins swelling on the back of his hand. Though he had not uttered a word, he distinctly heard her thoughts. Isn't this prince supposed to be drugged? Why is he unresponsive? Could it be that he is incapable in that regard? Before Su Luoluo could speak, Pei Zhaoshue tightened his grip around her throat, his voice hoarse with fury. "Do you dare curse me? Seeking death, damn." Su Luoluo gasped, unable to suppress her expletives. Does this man suffer from paranoia? Upon hearing her thoughts again, Pei Zhao's face grew increasingly grim. With a sudden force, the metallic taste surged in her throat. Su Luoluo raised her hand to strike his arm. With merely a fraction of her strength, she rendered his arm numb and weak. Pei Zayok's eyes were alight with tumultuous waves, and his gaze turned icily piercing. You know martial arts? Su Luoluo's heart sank. Oh no! In her desperate bid for survival, she forgot that the original owner was of a timid disposition. Your Highness must be mistaken. How could I know martial arts? Su Luoluo feigned fragility, pitifully covering the bruises on her neck. Perhaps I clumsily brushed against you earlier. The man's frail silhouette was elongated by the flickering yellow candlelight, his gaze towards Su Luoluo growing ever colder and deeper. What sorcery did this woman employ to allow him to hear her innermost thoughts, displaying such duplicity? Clearly, she was not an ordinary individual. Noticing the Duke's expression shift peculiarly, Su Luoluo couldn't help but steal a few glances. Though his temperament is harsh, he is indeed quite handsome. Yet, given his grave condition, he likely won't last 3 more months. Won't last 3 months. Pei Zhaoxue suddenly raised his gaze, his darkened eyes locking onto Su Luoluo's with an intensity that was almost suffocating. Su Luoluo, I warn you to refrain from any trickery. The Emperor's interest in you is your fortune, and I shall ensure you receive this blessing. Pei Zhaoxue's voice was chilling, his gaze fixed on her face, scrutinizing every nuance of her emotions. Su Luoluo's heart raced. It was rumored that the current emperor of the North Zhao was infatuated with beauty, so much so that even peasant women could be summoned to the harem, and he would shamelessly flaunt his liaisons in public. The original owner had risked everything to drug the Duke to avoid entering the palace. So this despicable man would rather let his wife go. Could it be he has a fetish for cuckoldry? Cuckoldry? Upon hearing her thoughts yet again, Pei Zhaoxue's veins throbbed visibly, and a wave of nausea surged in his throat. Crimson droplets stained the pristine handkerchief, even his pale lips tinged with red. His eyes blazed crimson, brows furrowed in agony and rage as he barked, Aren't you leaving yet? Leaving? I couldn't wish for anything more. I'll take my leave immediately. Su Luoluo hurriedly stood, casting a scrutinizing glance at him. Veins protruding on his forehead, lips tinged with a bluish hue. These are clear signs of poisoning. As she turned to depart, a cold, mechanical voice rang in her ears. Beep, beep, beep. The target is in critical condition. Immediate assistance is required. This was the life-saving system that had transmitted data upon her awakening. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Luoluo projected her thoughts. I refuse. Are you kidding? Am I insane? To save a pervert? Upon hearing himself referred to as a pervert, Pei Zhaoxue's murderous intent intensified. Still not leaving? You wish to die? I can easily grant that. The incessant mechanical voice echoed in Su Luoluo's ears. Target's condition has deteriorated to 94.7%. Immediate intervention is required. Immediate intervention is required. Should no rescue be attempted within 10 seconds, the life-saving system will impose a termination penalty. Thus, the mission ends. Termination, Su Luoluo exclaimed in shock. What nonsense is this? To not save a life means death? Moreover, what means does she possess to effect a rescue? Yet, the life-saving system offered her no time for contemplation or rebuttal. Its cold voice persistently continued. 10, 9, 8, Volume 1, Chapter 2. Hurry and die. Die relentlessly. Su Luoluo was so furious she was on the verge of cursing. Without a moment's hesitation, she pressed her fingers against his wrist. Pei Zayok's eyes were filled with fierce hostility, his thin lips uttering 2 icy words, Get away. Even the guards stationed outside the door could no longer resist sneaking a glance. No one had anticipated that the princess of Anping would dare approach the prince. It is known that since the prince was poisoned and rendered unable to walk, he had not allowed anyone to come near him. During episodes of his affliction, even the finest physicians were powerless. If you wish to live, do not move. I have a way to treat you. Su Luoluo declared gravely, as if she had not heard him. I understand medicine. I can save you. Her voice rang with authority, her gaze resolute and fearless. You understand medicine? You can save me? Pei Zayok's face, pale as parchment, twisted into a cold smirk filled with derision. Su Luoluo, even the greatest physicians might not be able to cure me. How could a mere woman possibly save me? Ha, what a joke. Zhao Qing, upon receiving orders, quickly stepped forward. If you do not wish for the prince to come to harm, step aside. Su Luoluo's brows furrowed as she decisively drew his dagger. My apologies, Your Highness. Using the candlelight, she sterilized the dagger, disregarding Pei Zayok's murderous glare, and cut her wrist to draw blood. You dare! Had it not been for the potent poison wreaking havoc within Pei Zayok's body, he swore he would have taken her life. This poison must have been inflicted 5 winters ago, initially manifesting as bodily aches and fatigue, accompanied by a loss of appetite, Su Luoluo stated with utmost seriousness, her eyes locked on Pei Zhaoxue. Ordinary individuals would succumb to poisoning within 3 years, yet your highness, being astute, has managed to confine the poison to your lower body, sustaining it for a full 5 years. She spoke slowly, her expression betraying no insincerity. Pei Zayok's blood, oozing from his wrist, appeared dark rather than the vibrant red of a healthy individual, flowing sluggishly, yet it drained much of the color from his gaze. Observing this, Su Luoluo, with her extensive experience, applied pressure to several acupoints. If I had my needle kit, I could attempt to resolve this poison. But do I truly wish to save him? Su Luoluo pondered, tears welling in her heart. I do not want to save a pervert, especially one who wishes to offer his wife to another for degradation. Yet the incessant beeping of the life-saving system in her ears nearly drove her to curse aloud. To hell with saving him. It would be better to let this dog of a man die. Her unfiltered thoughts resonated within Pei Zhaoxue's ears. Pei Zayok's narrowed eyes glimmered with a faint red, his furrowed brows swirling with suppressed rage, his handsome, yet pale visage unable to conceal his astonishment. He re-evaluated Su Luoluo. What met his gaze was a visage of ethereal beauty, with bright eyes and pearly teeth, long, thick eyelashes framing her spirited almond-shaped eyes, her skin delicate and fair. Smoother than a peeled egg, the timid and meek demeanor of the past had vanished, replaced by a calm and composed presence. Pei Zayok's brows furrowed even tighter. Is this truly Su Luoluo? Moreover, Su Luoluo's diagnosis excited Zhao Qing. He could not help but exclaim, remarkable. Truly remarkable. The prince's symptoms align perfectly with what the princess has described. Pei Zhaoxue lay on the bed, his gaze deep and inscrutable, revealing no hint of emotion. Princess, can you truly heal the prince? Zhao Qing inquired, stepping forward. The urgency in his voice left Su Luoluo feeling overwhelmed. Well, it's not that I cannot save him. Just as Su Luoluo grappled with the tools, the mechanical voice suddenly chimed in her ear. Commencing treatment for the target individual. Basic supplies have been delivered. Please continue your efforts to unlock more items. Su Luoluo paused, only to discover that her empty hands were now clenching a fabric bundle. Seizing the moment while the two were distracted, she slipped it into her sleeve, excitement coursing through her as she gently squeezed it. Indeed, this is my needle kit. However, her furtive actions did not escape Pei Zhaoxue. He coldly commanded the others. The princess of Anping remains, all others leave. No one is permitted to enter without my command. Within 10 breaths, only Pei Zhaoxue and Su Luoluo remained in the room. The dimly lit chamber held only a few flickering candles, their warm yellow light casting a rugged and suave outline upon the man's profile. Pei Zhaoxue, drenched in cold sweat due to the poison's flare-up, had his nightclothes entirely soaked, revealing his robust physique despite years of confinement to a sickbed. He was tall and well-formed. He fixed a stormy gaze upon Su Luoluo. How come I have never heard of your medical skills? I've acquired many skills, but I do not see the need to report every single one to you. Pei Zhaoxue's gaze became as sharp as a blade, narrowing dangerously as he coldly scoffed. Is that so? Merely having glanced at some medical texts gives you the audacity to treat me? Su Luoluo countered smoothly. A physician's heart is rooted in compassion given the prince's urgent condition. There is no time for trivialities. If I had the choice, who would wish to save you, you dog of a man? Veins throbbed visibly on Pei Zhaoxue's forehead. Very well, so he is a dog man, is he? If she is so keen on playing this role, he shall accompany her through to the end. A smile graced his lips, yet the aura emanating from him was chilling, instilling fear in those nearby, his cold gaze cloaked in a heavy air of menace, pressing towards Su Luoluo. His frigid stare resembled a venomous serpent lurking in the grass, sending a chill down Su Luoluo's spine. After a lengthy pause, he slowly tucked away the bloodied handkerchief. Let us hope you have not uttered a single falsehood to me. With just those words, a heavy warning hung in the air. Su Luoluo smiled apologetically, her face a picture of innocence. I dare not. What I dare not do is be a coward. Die, hurry and die. Relentlessly die. Pei Zhaoxue. Shut your mouth. Leave. Pei Zhaoxue suppressed his rising fury, issuing a cold command. To his surprise, Su Luoluo's eyes lit up at his words. How fortuitous! She had been waiting for this very phrase. However, Su Luoluo failed to notice that as she turned to leave, a shadow flickered behind her. Pei Zhaoxue's gaze turned icy as he fixed his eyes on her unhesitant retreating figure, his expression darkening further. The daughter of a noble family, yet proficient in pharmacology? Did he truly appear so feeble as to be easily deceived? Summon someone. Pei Zhaoxue finished cleaning his dagger and put it away. Inform the emperor that I am taking the princess of Anping. As soon as the words left his lips, a shadowy figure emerged and knelt. Yes. Volume 1. Chapter 3. I truly want to draw a needle and stab her vital point as she passed the lotus pond. Su Luoluo recalled the medicine hidden at her waist. This item cannot be left behind. She must thoroughly destroy the evidence to eliminate any suspicion. Casually scattering the powdered medicine into the lotus pond, Su Luoluo was suddenly confronted from behind by a sharp voice. Su Luoluo, what are you sneaking around doing? Is there something shameful that you must come here to dispose of? Upon hearing the voice, Su Luoluo immediately recognized the identity of the speaker. She had just extricated herself from the grasp of the king of Su, only to find herself entangled with this young lady from the general's residence. The other party rushed up to her, impatience evident. Stop. First, clarify what you have thrown into the lotus pond. Oh, I see. You are poisoning the lotus pond. A wave of amusement washed over Su Luoluo as she regarded her accuser, responding leisurely. Poisoning the lotus pond? Pray tell, who have I poisoned? Li Yirong was momentarily taken aback by her question, stammering, You. You were clearly destroying evidence. Then, with renewed certainty, she asserted, Yes, you are indeed destroying evidence. Then, who do you claim I have poisoned? Su Luoluo spread her hands. If you can find the person I allegedly harmed, I will confess. If not, kindly step aside. Li Yirong, flustered by her eloquent rebuttal, flushed crimson, rendered speechless for a considerable time. She stubbornly blocked Su Luoluo's path. Regardless, you cannot leave. On what grounds do you prevent me from leaving? Su Luoluo's gaze sharpened as she pressed. If you are so certain that what I just discarded was poison, then why not drink from the lotus pond now and see if you perish from it? If you die, it proves you were right, and I shall accept this charge. If you do not die, you must kneel and bow 3 times to me. With a smile that was more bemused than friendly, Su Luoluo challenged. Do you dare, or do you not? Li Yirong stammered, You have already destroyed the evidence. The pond is so vast that even if there were poison, it is of no use. Su Luoluo feigned innocence. Oh, so you mean to say you have no evidence to claim I poison anyone? Then I may take my leave. This remark sent Li Yirong into a fury. What are you still standing there for? Hurry and stop her. Li Yirong shouted angrily at the maid beside her. I must find out what she threw in today. The maid, trembling with trepidation, could only muster the courage to intervene. The moment her hand rested on Su Luoluo's shoulder, she let out a startled cry, and both tumbled into the lotus pond. What are you doing? The emperor's voice rang out from behind, sending the previously self-satisfied Li Yirong into a panic as she knelt in fear. The 2 who fell into the pond were quickly retrieved by the palace attendants. Su Luoluo crouched on the ground, coughing, her once beautiful visage now marred by the muddy water from the pond. Li Yirong, trembling, knelt and pleaded, Your Majesty, I merely witnessed Su Luoluo sneaking about, throwing something into the lotus pond, and wanted to interrogate her about it. Who knew? Who knew? Her falling into the water has nothing to do with me. It was all an act. The entire capital was aware of the emperor's capricious temperament and his propensity for cruelty towards palace attendants. Even though Su Luoluo was ostensibly his sister-in-law, he could summon her to the palace for service, and one could never be sure whether he would vent his wrath upon her for the incident. But who is Su Luoluo? An absolute performer. She lamented, Your Majesty, I merely fed some bait to the beautiful koi, but Miss Li pressed me relentlessly and spoke harshly. I did not wish to quarrel, yet she commanded her maid to push me into the water. Though the lotus pond is shallow, it is still deep enough to drown someone who cannot swim, especially in the dead of winter. How could I, a woman, jump into the water to wrong her? Upon hearing the name Su Luoluo, The emperor's initially weary eyes brightened, and he looked on with keen interest at the two, though his enthusiasm waned at their disheveled appearances. With a dismissive wave of his hand, the emperor said, "Enough, it is merely a trivial scuffle between young ladies." Liirong's eyes widened in shock at this remark, tears streaming down her cheeks like pearls from a broken string, and she stuttered, unable to respond. Luoluo, kneeling beside her, was equally taken aback by the emperor's frivolous demeanor. The fall of noble women into the water was brushed aside with such nonchalance. The emperor, observing the two cowering before him, suddenly laughed. "I am not a ferocious beast, why do you fear me? Lift your faces, so I may see them." Luoluo felt a jolt of alarm but had no choice but to comply. Fortunately, her makeup had long since mingled with the mud, obscuring her features. The emperor scrutinized her for a moment, seemingly dissatisfied, and turned to Liirong. "Raise your face." Liirong, perhaps overwhelmed by fear to the point of losing her composure, suddenly seized Luoluo and dragged her forward. "Your Majesty, my appearance is plain and cannot compare with Princess Onthing, for I fear tarnishing your esteemed gaze." Being pulled about, Luoluo thought, at that moment, she had a million curses ready for Liirong. If only the system allowed her to heal and save lives, she would gladly draw a needle and poke her where it hurt. "I wish to see you, not her." The emperor's tone turned impatient as he began to pace, suddenly stepping closer to the two and grasping Luoluo's chin. "Go, wash your face clean. I wish to examine both of you closely today." At this, even Liirong trembled, and Luoluo felt an involuntary shiver run through her. Although the king of Su was somewhat rough around the edges, his temperament was not as mercurial as this tyrant's. Recalling the rumors of the emperor's debauchery from the original owner's memories, she tightened her grip on the needle pouch hidden in her sleeve. If he dared to ruin her reputation, she would ensure this tyrant paid dearly. At that moment, the sound of wheels rolling from behind the rockery in the imperial garden broke the tension. A slender figure sat in a wheelchair, dressed in a dark blue robe, with a black fox cloak draped over it, the pale fingers resting on the armrest accentuating their elegance. Pei Zhaoxue slowly inclined her head, her voice cold and clear. "I pay my respects to my royal brother." Upon hearing this voice, Luoluo felt as though she could explode, wishing to dive straight into the lotus pond. The emperor, however, perked up at Pei Zhaoxue's voice with a smile. He pointed at the two on the ground. "The king of Su has arrived just in time. Come and judge who among them is more beautiful." Upon her arrival, Luoluo narrowly escaped being choked to death by a possessive and obsessive prince, inadvertently binding herself to a life-saving system that compelled her to secretly create a disguise. In a world dominated by cunning individuals, she found herself sharing the stage with a rival. How could she possibly lose? The solution to dealing with such schemers was simple: outwit them with even greater cunning. Her father, the lord of the household, pointed an accusatory finger at her and declared, "Luoluo is my true daughter, I recognize no other." Her grandmother, almost struck down by fury, insisted, "You must all take care of Luoluo, her delicate health cannot withstand distress." Even her brother, who had been schooled in propriety, proclaimed, "Luoluo is my only sister, I have no other siblings." Only the smiling yet treacherous Prince Jean sneered coldly. "Luoluo certainly knows how to put on a performance." "I nearly believed you." Chapter 1. Hearing her heart's voice. Beep, beep, beep. The life-saving system has been activated. Target individual detected communication has been encrypted, and data is being transmitted. Please prepare yourself. Luoluo was jolted awake, her eyes flying open to find the sharp edge of a dagger pressed against her jaw, reflecting a blinding light. A shiver coursed through her, and alarm bells rang in her mind. This man was dangerous. The princess is indeed deeply infatuated with this prince, even resorting to the skills of the brothels to seduce me, he remarked nonchalantly, lifting her chin with the knife, his handsome yet aristocratic face curling into a mocking smile before he barked, "Take her away." "Who dares to touch me?" Luoluo instinctively shouted, her voice echoing in the room, leaving everyone momentarily paralyzed. Even the man on the bed raised his gaze in mild surprise, though his eyes were as indifferent as one would reserve for a dying person. Interesting, she knew how to resist. Cold sweat trickled down Luoluo's back as she met the gaze of the man before her. His pallid and emaciated features were strikingly beautiful, with deep-set, captivating eyes that bore the marks of mixed heritage. His thin, Red lips added an alluring yet morbid quality to his appearance. Despite his frail form, an oppressive aura enveloped him, exuding a chilling presence reminiscent of a vengeful spirit risen from the underworld. As she wiped the blood from her temple, Luoluo quickly processed the information flooding her mind. The ailing beauty before her was her fiancé, the King Su, once a fearsome deity of the battlefield, now rendered paralyzed in the royal palace for 5 long years. The original owner of this body was the legitimate daughter of a noble family, suddenly summoned to the emperor's harem just half a month prior, becoming the laughingstock of the entire capital. Everyone knew the noble daughter had a betrothal with the King Su, and it was no secret that the emperor was lecherous and incompetent. In a desperate bid to avoid entering the palace, the original owner had conspired to drug the king during a court banquet, only to find herself discovered and ultimately overdosing on her own concoction, leading to her untimely demise. Upon grasping these critical details, Luoluo felt a wave of embarrassment for the original owner's disgraceful end. Yet, she could not reconcile the frail figure on the bed with the once mighty warlord. His demeanor exuded the aloof nobility characteristic of those in power, reminiscent of a refined gentleman from a classic tale. The princess truly wields great authority, Pei Zhaoxue scoffed, his eyes glinting like blades. I am but a mere invalid, yet you go to such lengths to conspire against me. Your efforts are commendable. As an internationally renowned healer, Luoluo instantly diagnosed his condition. Pei Zhaoxue's expression darkened, veins bulging on his hand. Though he had not spoken, he could hear her thoughts. Is this prince not under the influence of a drug? Why is he unresponsive? Could it be? Is he incapable in that regard? Before Luoluo could voice her thoughts, Pei Zhaoxue seized her throat, his voice gravelly with rage. Do you dare curse me? You seek death. How dare you? Luoluo gasped, unable to suppress her expletive. Does this man suffer from paranoia? Upon hearing her thoughts again, Pei Zhaoxue's expression grew increasingly sinister. With a forceful grip, blood rushed to her throat. Luoluo retaliated with a strike aimed at his arm, using only a fraction of her strength, yet it rendered Pei Zhaoxue's arm weak and numb. His eyes widened in disbelief. You can fight. A jolt of panic surged through Luoluo. Oh no! In my haste to survive, I forgot that the original owner was timid and weak. My lord must be mistaken. How could I possibly know how to fight? She feigned innocence, looking pitiful as she concealed the bruises on her neck. Perhaps I accidentally startled you earlier. The frail figure of the man was elongated by the flickering candlelight, his gaze growing more frigid and profound as he regarded Luoluo. What sorcery had this woman employed to allow him to hear her innermost thoughts? She was far from ordinary. Noticing the sudden shift in the king's demeanor, Luoluo couldn't help but take a closer look. Though his temperament is harsh, he is undeniably handsome. Yet, given his dire condition, he may not last 3 more months. 3 months? Pei Zhaoxue's eyes snapped up, locking onto Luoluo with a chilling intensity. Luoluo, I warn you not to play tricks. The emperor's interest in you is your fortune, and I shall facilitate it. His voice was cold, his gaze fixed on her face, scrutinizing every flicker of emotion. Luoluo's heart raced. It was rumored that the current emperor of the northern Zhao was obsessed with beauty, so much so that even commoners could find themselves in the harem, publicly indulging in debauchery. The original owner's reckless attempt to drug the king was a desperate measure to avoid the palace's clutches. Could it be that this man is willing to share his wife? Does he have a penchant for cuckoldry? Cuckoldry? Upon hearing her thoughts once more, Pei Zhaoxue's veins throbbed, and a metallic taste filled his mouth. Crimson droplets blossomed on the pristine handkerchief, staining even his lips with a sinister red hue. His eyes turned a furious crimson, brows furrowing in torment. He growled, "Still not leaving? Leave? I couldn't wish for anything more." "I'll leave at once." Luoluo hastily rose, casting a quick glance at him. Veins bulging on his forehead, lips turning an ominous shade. Clearly, these are symptoms of poisoning. Just as she turned to depart, a cold, mechanical voice echoed in her ear. Beep, beep, beep. The target individual is experiencing a critical condition. Immediate intervention is required. This was the life-saving system that had transmitted information to her upon awakening. Without a second thought, Luoluo sent a mental refusal. I refuse. Am I crazy? Why would I save a lunatic? Upon hearing himself labeled as a lunatic, Pei Zhaoxue's murderous intent intensified. Still not leaving? I can easily arrange your demise. The incessant mechanical voice echoed relentlessly in her ears. The target's condition has deteriorated to 94.7. Immediate intervention is necessary. Immediate intervention is necessary. If no rescue is performed within 10 seconds, the life-saving system will execute a termination penalty. Thus, the mission ends. Termination? Luoluo exclaimed in astonishment. What kind of absurdity is this? To not save someone means death? Moreover, what means does she possess to save anyone? Yet, the life-saving system offered her no time for consideration or rebuttal. Its cold, unyielding voice continued to resonate. 1098. Volume 1, Chapter 2. Hurry, and let me die. Die relentlessly. Luoluo was so enraged, she nearly uttered profanities. Without further ado, she placed her fingers upon his wrist. Pei Zhaoxue's gaze was exceedingly fierce, his thin lips uttering two icy words. Get away. Even the guards stationed outside the door could not resist stealing a glance. No one anticipated that the Princess Onping would dare approach the prince. It is well known that since the prince had been poisoned and rendered unable to walk, he had never allowed anyone near him. During his episodes, even the most skilled physicians were rendered helpless. If you wish to live, do not move. I have a way to treat you. Luoluo spoke with a grave tone. I understand medicine. I can save you. Her voice was resolute and powerful, her gaze unwavering and determined. You understand medicine. You can save me? Pei Zhaoxue's strikingly handsome, yet sickly face turned pale as a ghost, his derisive voice laced with scorn. Luoluo, even the most skilled physicians may not be able to cure. Me, how can a mere woman like you save me? Ha, what a joke. Zhao Qing, having received the order, hastily moved forward. If you do not wish for the prince to come to harm, step back. Luoluo furrowed her brows, decisively drawing his dagger. Your Highness, forgive my rudeness. She used the candlelight to heat the dagger for sterilization, disregarding Pei Zhaoxue's murderous glare, and made an incision on her wrist to draw blood. You're audacious. Had it not been for the potent toxin wreaking havoc within Pei Zhaoxue's body, he vowed he would have taken her life. This poison must have been inflicted 5 winters ago initially. Symptoms would include bodily aches and numbness, as well as loss of appetite and fatigue. Luoluo maintained a serious demeanor as she examined Pei Zhaoxue, stating each word with precision. Ordinary individuals succumb to poisoning within 3 years, yet you, your Highness, are astute, having forced the toxins downwards and endured for 5 years. She spoke deliberately, her expression devoid of deceit. The blood flowing from Pei Zhaoxue's wrist was dark, unlike the vibrant red of a healthy person, moving sluggishly, yet it drained the color from his eyes. Observing this, Luoluo, with her extensive experience, applied pressure to several acupoints. If only I had my needle pouch, the poison could be attempted to be resolved. But do I truly want to save him? As these thoughts raced through her mind, her heart wept. I do not wish to save a pervert, especially one who desires to offer his wife to others to be defiled. Yet the incessant beeping of the life-saving system rang in her ears, nearly driving her to curse. What the hell? Better to let this dog of a man die. Her unfiltered thoughts reached Pei Zhaoxue's ears. Pei Zhaoxue's narrowed eyes glimmered with a hint of red, his furrowed brows swirling with suppressed anger, his face pale, yet unable to conceal his shock. He scrutinized Luoluo anew. Before him was a visage that seemed sculpted from art, with bright eyes and pearly teeth, long, thick lashes framing enchanting apricot-shaped eyes, her skin delicate and fair, smoother than a peeled egg. The once timid and weak demeanor had vanished, replaced by composure and confidence. Pei Zhaoxue's brows knitted tighter. Could this truly be Luoluo? Moreover, her diagnostic conclusions astonished Zhao Qing. He could not help but exclaim, remarkable. Truly remarkable. The prince's symptoms are identical to what the princess described. Pei Zhaoxue, lying upon the bed, had deep-set eyes that betrayed no emotion. Princess, can you indeed cure the prince? Zhao Qing inquired, stepping forward. The urgency in his voice made Luoluo's head spin. Well, it's not that I can't save him. Just as Luoluo grappled with the tools at hand, the mechanical voice suddenly blared. Beside her, commence treatment for the target. Basic supplies have been delivered. Please continue your efforts to unlock more items. Luoluo was momentarily taken aback, only to find her empty hands suddenly clutching a fabric pouch. Seizing the opportunity while both men were distracted, she stealthily tucked it into her sleeve, feeling an exhilarating thrill at the realization. Indeed, this is my needle pouch. However, her furtive actions did not escape Pei Zhaoshue's notice. He coldly commanded the others present. Princess Anping remains, everyone else, exit. No one is permitted to enter without my command. In less than 10 breaths, only Pei Zhaoshue and she remained in the room. The chamber was illuminated by a few flickering candle flames, their warm yellow light casting a rugged yet graceful outline on the man's profile. Pei Zhaoshue, drenched in cold sweat due to the toxin's effects, had soaked his nightclothes, revealing a strong physique though he had long been bedridden. He stood tall and slender. His expression was dark as he gazed at Luoluo. How is it that I have never heard of your medical skills? I possess many skills, and I certainly do not need to report every single one to you. Pei Zhaoshue's gaze turned sharp as a knife, his narrowed eyes curving dangerously. Coldly mocking, is that so? Just because you've read a few medical texts, you think you can treat me? Luoluo responded fluently. A healer's heart is compassionate. Your Highness's condition is urgent, and I cannot afford to hesitate. If I had a choice, who would want to save such a dog of a man? Pei Zhaoshue's forehead pulsed angrily. Very well, calling him a dog of a man, is it? Since she wishes to play this role, he shall indulge her. Though his lips curled into a smile, the aura surrounding him instilled fear. His cold gaze was laden with palpable menace directed at Luoluo. His frigid stare resembled a viper lurking in the grass, sending chills down her spine. After a prolonged silence, he slowly folded the bloodied cloth. I hope you speak no falsehoods to me. Merely a single phrase, yet it was thick with ominous warning. Luoluo forced a smile, projecting innocence. I wouldn't dare. The one who should dare is your grandfather. Hurry and let me die, relentlessly die. Pei Zhaoshue. Shut your mouth.
Get out.
Pei Zhaoshue suppressed his rising fury, issuing a cold command. To his surprise, upon hearing this, Luoluo's eyes lit up. How fortuitous! This was precisely the phrase she had been waiting for. However, Luoluo remained oblivious as she turned to leave, a shadow flitting past behind her. Pei Zhaoshue's gaze turned icy, fixating on her resolute departure, his expression darkening further. The daughter of a noble family is adept in pharmacology? Did he truly appear so feeble that he could be deceived? Bring me someone. Pei Zhaoshue wiped the blood from his dagger and sheathed it. Inform the emperor that Princess Anping is mine. As soon as the words left his lips, a shadowy figure emerged, kneeling. Yes. Volume 1. Chapter 3. I truly want to draw a needle and stab her vital point. As she passed by the lotus pond, she recalled the medicine hidden at her waist. This item cannot remain. She must obliterate any evidence to free herself from suspicion. With a casual flick, she scattered the powdered medicine into the lotus pond, but suddenly, a sharp voice pierced through the air behind her. Luoluo, what are you sneaking around doing? Are you discarding something shameful here? Upon hearing the voice, Luoluo immediately recognized the identity of the speaker. Just as she had escaped the clutches of the King of Su, she found herself entangled once more by this young lady from the general's residence. The other party rushed towards her impatiently. Stop. First, clarify what you have thrown into the lotus pond. Oh, I see. You are poisoning the pond. Luoluo couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of the accusation. She gazed at her accuser and replied leisurely, Poison the lotus pond? May I inquire whom I have poisoned? Heiress was momentarily taken aback by her question, stammering, You were clearly destroying evidence. Then, with certainty, she insisted, Yes, you are indeed destroying evidence. Then tell me, who have I poisoned? Luoluo spread her hands wide. If you can identify the person I supposedly harmed, I shall confess. If not, I would appreciate it if you would step aside. Heiress's face flushed crimson from Luoluo's eloquent rebuttal, leaving her speechless for quite some time. She stubbornly blocked Luoluo's path, declaring, You cannot leave. By what right do you stop me? Luoluo fixed her piercing gaze upon her. If you are so certain that I just discarded poison, then why not drink from the lotus pond right now, and see if you suffer any ill effects? If you were to be poisoned, it would confirm your suspicion, and I would accept that blame. However, if you are unharmed, you must kneel and bow to me 3 times. A smirk danced on Luoluo's lips as she challenged. Do you dare? Li Yiren was momentarily at a loss for words. You have already destroyed the evidence. The pond is so large that even if it were poisoned, it would be ineffective. Luoluo feigned innocence, saying, Oh, so you mean to say you have no proof that I poisoned anyone? Then I am free to leave. This remark sent Li Yiren into a fit of rage. What are you still doing standing there? Hurry and stop her. Li Yiren shouted furiously at the maid beside her. I must uncover what she threw away today. The maid, trembling with fear, could only muster the courage to intervene. As her hand barely touched Luoluo's shoulder, she suddenly cried out, losing her balance and tumbling into the lotus pond. What are you doing? The emperor's voice rang out from behind, startling the previously triumphant Li Yiren into a terrified kneel. The two who had fallen into the pond were soon fished out by the palace attendants. Luoluo, in a disheveled state, coughed as she lay on the ground, her once radiant beauty now marred by mud from the pond's depths. Li Yiren trembled as she knelt. Your Majesty, I merely witnessed Luoluo sneakingly throw something into the lotus pond and wanted to question her. Who knew? Who knew? The incident of her falling into the water has nothing to do with me. It was all an act on her part. The entire capital was well aware of the emperor's capricious nature, often indulging in the humiliation and execution of palace attendants. Even though Luoluo was nominally his sister-in-law, he could very well summon her to serve in the palace, not caring how the incident of the fall might reflect upon her. But who is Luoluo? A true master of theatrics, she lamented. Your Majesty, I merely fed some bait to the beautiful koi, yet Miss Li pressed on relentlessly and spoke hurtfully. I did not wish to quarrel with her, but she commanded her maid to push me into the water. Though the lotus pond is shallow, it is still deep enough to drown someone who cannot swim. Moreover, it is the dead of winter. How can a woman like me jump into the water to frame her? Upon hearing the name Luoluo, the emperor's originally weary and haggard eyes brightened. He looked on with keen interest at the two, though his enthusiasm waned at their disheveled appearances. With a dismissive wave of his hand, he declared, Enough, it is merely a playful scuffle between young ladies. This remark nearly had Li Yiren's eyes bulging in shock, tears streaming down her face like a broken dam as she stammered, unable to respond. Meanwhile, Luoluo was left speechless by the emperor's lecherous demeanor. A noble woman falling into the water was brushed aside with such indifference. The emperor, observing the two cowering before him, suddenly chuckled. I am not a man-eating beast. What are you afraid of? Lift your faces, so I may see them. Luoluo felt a jolt of surprise but had no choice but to comply. Fortunately, the mud had obscured her features, rendering her appearance unrecognizable. The emperor scrutinized her for a while, seemingly dissatisfied, before turning his attention to Li Yiren. Lift your face. Li Yiren, perhaps overwhelmed with fear, suddenly grasped Luoluo and pulled her closer. Your Majesty, I am plain and cannot compare to Princess Onping. I fear I would tarnish Your Majesty's noble eyes, pulled this way, and that Luoluo thought. At this moment, she had 1,000 curses to hurl at Li Yiren. If the system for healing and saving lives permitted, she would gladly take out a needle and prick her fatal pressure point. I wish to see you, not her. The emperor's tone grew impatient, and he began to pace irritably. Suddenly, he approached the two and grasped Luoluo's chin, commanding, Go. Wash your faces clean. I wish to examine you both closely today. This made even Luoluo tremble involuntarily, not just Li Yiren. Though the king of Su had his flaws and a volatile temperament, he was nothing compared to the tyrant standing before her. Recalling the notorious tales of this emperor's debauchery, she tightened her grip on the needle pouch in her sleeve. If he dared to ruin her reputation, she would be sure to drag this tyrant down with her. At that moment, a sound of a wheelchair rolling emerged from behind the rockery in the imperial garden. A slender figure sat in the wheelchair, draped in a dark fox cloak over a blue robe. The delicate fingers resting on the armrest only accentuated their slenderness. Pei Zhaoxue gradually inclined her body, her voice cool and detached. Your humble servant greets the emperor. Upon hearing this voice, Luoluo felt as if she might explode, wishing she could dive straight into the lotus pond. However, the emperor perked up at the sound of Pei Zhaoxue's voice. With a beaming smile, he pointed at the two on the ground. The king of Su arrives just in time. Let us see which of these two is the more beautiful. Volume 1, Chapter 4. Once he had discerned the truth, he would undoubtedly eliminate her. The moonlight, thin and cold, cast fragmented reflections upon the surface of the lotus pond, elongating the figures of those present. The emperor, having indulged excessively, appeared utterly drained, as if all vigor had been siphoned from him. Yet, traces of his youthful handsomeness were still evident. He was tall and well-built, unlike the emaciated Prince Su. However, as a physician, Luoluo was acutely aware that despite the prince's frail appearance and short lifespan, his aura was far more stable than that of this tyrant. She mused internally. Who would have thought this scoundrel has such a robust constitution? Pei Zhaoxue, seated in his wheelchair, cast her a glance, momentarily unsure whether to accept the compliment. I am but a humble brother, lacking in discernment. It is for his majesty to judge, he remarked. Such words lack substance. I summoned you to make a choice.
And you have done so.
It was evident that he was displeased with the response, yet simultaneously satisfied. He turned to Luoluo's side, suddenly pinching her face and turning it towards Pei Zhaoxue, asking with a smile, Prince Su, what do you think of my fiancé? Luoluo could sense the emperor's hand was soiled, yet he seemed indifferent, as he rubbed his fingers across her face, causing her stomach to churn uncomfortably. Unexpectedly, Pei Zhaoxue did not even glance at her, merely coughed discreetly into his handkerchief. Droplets of blood, resembling crushed red plum blossoms, fell onto the handkerchief, prompting the emperor's smile to widen as he urged, What do you think, Prince Su? Luoluo's heart raced with trepidation.
No.
Please, no. This scoundrel wouldn't take the opportunity to stab me, would he? Pei Zhaoxue's handsome face bore a sickly pallor, yet the corners of his lips curled into a faint smile. Were it not for the necessity of uncovering Luoluo's secrets, he would assuredly have silenced her. He responded lightly, She is indeed beautiful, yet she pales in comparison to the esteemed concubine. This statement left the emperor feeling somewhat bored, yet he was nonetheless pleased. He released Luoluo's face with a grin, realizing that Prince Su understood his sentiments. The biting winter wind cut through the night like a knife, as the emperor had initially ventured out to sober up. Now, having shed much of the intoxication, he gestured to the eunuch behind him, indicating Li Yiren. The eunuch understood immediately, instructing the palace attendants to escort her to the warm chamber. Yet the emperor seemed reluctant to part with Luoluo, casting a careful glance at the shivering young girl on the ground. Her garments were soaked from the pond water, accentuating her curves. Her rounded hips and slender waist sculpted a figure both graceful and ample. The emperor felt a stirring of desire. Before he could speak, Pei Zhaoxue interjected, Since your majesty is fond of beauty, I shall take my leave with the Princess Anping. Otherwise, the matter of her falling into the water would be difficult for me to discuss with the chancellor. I hope your majesty will not hold it against me. Luoluo looked up in surprise. The emperor frowned, for he had already laid claim to Luoluo. He merely awaited the prince's nod of consent. But as emperor, why should he require anyone's approval to indulge himself? Prince Su had always understood him. Anything he desired would be willingly surrendered. This was part of what endeared the prince to him. Luoluo gazed at him with wide, watery eyes, her skin pale from the cold. Pei Zhaoxue smirked inwardly. She truly could feign innocence. Noticing her immobility, he prodded. Will you not come over? The emperor's displeasure was evident, but to his astonishment, as Luoluo rose, her skirt revealed several conspicuous bloodstains. In a panic, she clenched her sleeves, lamenting, This servant has shamed herself. I have sullied the eyes of His Majesty and Prince Su. At this point, the emperor's comprehension was clear. He angrily flung aside his dragon robe, consumed by a tumult of rage with no outlet, and stormed toward the warm chamber. Luoluo exhaled in relief, yet the intense pain radiating from her lower body made movement nearly impossible. Suddenly, a cotton cloak was draped over her shoulders, shielding her from the biting wind. Instinctively, she looked up to meet Pei Zhaoxue's indifferent gaze. The moonlight illuminated the frost-covered ground, casting shadows of the trees upon them, rendering Pei Zhaoxue's expression somewhat inscrutable. Do you understand a certain saying, princess? Pei Zhaoxue's voice carried an icy undertone. Those who presume themselves clever are akin to courting death. He swept his gaze pointedly over Luoluo's concealed hands. Luoluo stiffened momentarily, yet continued to avert her gaze. Present my regards to Princess Anping. The eunuch's high-pitched voice rang out from outside the carriage. A maid stepped forward to lift the curtain, revealing the eunuch, who stood grinning beside the carriage with a food box in hand. I have come on the orders of the prince to deliver ginger soup to Princess Anping. The eunuch stated respectfully. The prince also wishes to convey his concern for your health, as he has matters to discuss with you in due time. While the initial words appeared innocuous, the latter sentiment sent a chill down Luoluo's spine. This scoundrel, Prince Su, is deliberately sending ginger soup to intimidate me. I appreciate the prince's thoughtfulness, Luoluo replied, her smile more akin to a grimace. The maid beside her lifted the food box, revealing a steaming bowl of ginger soup, freshly brewed. Others might perceive it as a mark of the prince's favor, but Luoluo recognized it as a veiled warning. Opening the box, She noted that the ginger soup emitted a less than pleasant aroma. However, as a practitioner of traditional medicine, she understood the importance of maintaining a woman's health. To avoid the onset of coldness in her body, she pinched her nose and drank it down in one go. After consuming the ginger soup, a warmth spread through her body, though the taste was decidedly unpleasant. Meanwhile, at Prince Su's residence, Pei Zhaoxue responded with a brief, before inquiring, what did she say? Did she drink it? Thank you for your concern, he continued, having read through the correspondence in his hands. He placed the letter in the candle flame until it was entirely consumed, a task he was able to articulate without difficulty. With her mouth filled with the unpalatable flavor of ginger, Su Luoluo grimaced and smacked her lips. The carriage wheels produced a dull thud as they rolled over the cobblestones, the bells on the carriage jingling as they hung from the eaves. Beside her, the maid, Chunhua, wiped away the traces of tears from her eyes. Su Luoluo turned to her, her brow furrowing. Why are you crying? This maid had served the original owner and was sensible enough to avoid wailing. Instead, she sobbed quietly. Miss, you must not heed the second Miss' words any longer. She clearly seeks to push you into the fire pit. Her intentions are far from benevolent. She means to harm you. Volume 1, Chapter 5. Luoluo confronts others, proving to be quite formidable. Please elaborate, Su Luoluo requested, still grappling with the information. Momentarily unable to recall who the second Miss was, leaving her somewhat confused. What? Chunhua halted her tears, her eyes reddened as she looked up. Miss, please do not jest. Su Luoluo frowned, impatience creeping into her tone. If I ask you to speak, then speak. Why the hesitation? The pain in her leg made her gasp. Were it not for that scoundrel emperor refusing to relent, she would not have resorted to cutting her thigh with a small stone. Had she not done so, how could she have forged the evidence of the moon letter? Miss, Chunhua cautiously observed Su Luoluo, noticing her unusual demeanor. This was not the typical behavior of her mistress. Perhaps she had lost her senses.
Su Luoluo's brow knitted tightly.
What is it? Why are your words faltering? Not at all. Chunhua quickly shook her head. It's just, Chunhua dared not inquire further and, as if pouring beans from a bamboo tube, she recounted everything. The Su family comprised 3 households. In the grand residence of the Su family, the esteemed Prime Minister Su is the offspring of the venerable Lady Su. He holds several concubines, yet he has never favored one over the others, instead bestowing equal affection to maintain harmony within the household. However, the primary branch of the Su family boasts only a handful of daughters. There are but 2. One is she, and the other is the second young lady, Su Xiaozhu. As mentioned by Chunhua, the latter, originally the daughter of a concubine, has recently stirred a scandal, claiming a shocking switch of identities. Years ago, the midwife declared that Su Luoluo was the daughter of the concubine, while Su Xiaozhu was the true legitimate daughter of the Su family. Initially, this was merely a whisper shared with Lady Su, leaving many to wonder where the truth lay. The story soon spread like wildfire, and the entire Su household became aware of the turmoil. Although Lady Su temporarily suppressed the matter, citing a lack of evidence, the rumors continued to circulate with fervor. At the center of it all stood Su Luoluo. Leaning against the carriage wall, she closed her eyes to recuperate. Miss, the second young lady does not wish you well. She clearly aims to bring about your demise. Chunhua lamented, wiping tears from her eyes. The Duke of Su never wished to marry you, and with this uproar, it is a wonder you are not already dead. You are betrothed to him, but he may not send you to the emperor. This is a scheme to eliminate you, allowing her to assume the role of the legitimate daughter of the Su family. Chunhua's words were drenched in sorrow, her genuine concern for the original owner of the body evident. Regrettably, the original owner, a foolish unfortunate, had already taken the bait and was ensnared in the trap.
Luoluo sighed.
Alas, the unfortunate had vanished, leaving her to take on this burden. Truly, she was caught between a wolf and a tiger. Before she could ponder further, the carriage came to a halt. The driver called out, Miss, we have arrived at the Su residence. Chunhua exited first, and Su Luoluo lifted the carriage curtain to peer outside. The name Su residence was prominently displayed above, yet no one awaited at the entrance apart from the guards. The peculiar situation likely related to Chunhua's earlier remarks. Su Luoluo exhaled slowly. Regardless, she must adopt this identity and navigate her life. Glancing at Chunhua's hand, she gently placed her own atop it, allowing herself to be assisted down from the carriage, each step a reminder of the sharp pain from her wound. Though the injury was minor and the bleeding had stopped, every step felt like a torment, almost unbearable. Following Chunhua into the house, Su Luoluo gradually steadied her pace. If she continued to appear unsteady, rumors would surely spread before she even entered the Su residence. Miss, are you all right? Chunhua whispered. Su Luoluo lightly shook her head, assuring her that she was fine. Upon reaching the entrance of the residence, a middle-aged man with a hearty appearance approached. Concern was palpable in his simple words. Yes, I understand. Su Luoluo gave a hasty glance before nodding at him. At that moment, she realized her vision seemed altered. It resembled something out of a science fiction film. where she could discern the identities and names of those she glanced at, though they vanished upon a second look. This was quite novel, aiding her in better comprehending the sprawling estate. With this thought, Su Luoluo meandered down the corridor, while Chunhua chattered incessantly. Miss, please remember what I told you. The second young lady does not have your best interests at heart. Su Luoluo nodded repeatedly, eager for Chunhua to cease her warnings. In the distance, she spotted the brightly lit hall. Though she had not yet arrived, the sounds of laughter and merriment drifted from within, creating an atmosphere of harmony. Yet, as soon as Su Luoluo entered, the revelry came to an abrupt halt. The guests within the hall appeared, as if someone had pressed the pause button, their gazes locking onto her, each expression varied. Oh, I wondered who it was. It's the eldest young lady. One voice sneered. Eldest young lady. If you hadn't arrived, we would have thought you were unwell. Others chimed in, their tones dripping with sarcasm. Some people, clearly ill-suited for this life, still wish to maintain such airs. TSK, one wonders what will happen when they can no longer claim this position. The speaker's voice was sharp and cutting. Following the sound, Su Luoluo recognized the speaker. Adorned in a brocade gown, with high cheekbones and slanted eyes, she bore the countenance of a woman devoid of warmth. Coupled with the system's reminder of her identity, Su Luoluo realized that this was her aunt from the second branch, Zhou Xiuyu. I wondered who was speaking. It turns out to be you, aunt. Su Luoluo observed the empty seat next to Lady Su and, without hesitation, sat beside her mother. Aunt, your words are rather harsh. Were it not for my knowledge, I might have thought you hailed from a lesser family. The second branch's matriarch, Zhou, was not from a humble background, yet her family status in the capital was not esteemed by those of higher repute. Zhou's face flushed red at the remark. Before she could retaliate, Su Luoluo added, by the way, we must not spread rumors lightly. You must know that there exists a level of hell specifically for gossipers. Zhou, incensed, trembled as she pointed a finger at Su Luoluo. You, have you no sense of propriety? Disrespecting your elders. I merely offer a kind reminder. Do not let your temper flare too high, Su Luoluo replied, casting a cool gaze over her aunt's flustered countenance, a faint smile gracing her lips. Oh. And one more thing I almost forgot to mention. Your complexion appears rather poor. It seems you are prone to anger, which could lead to health issues. Should you continue in this manner, TSK. Su Luoluo spoke the truth. Her aunt's face was flushed and dotted with blemishes, indicating an excess of internal heat requiring careful nurturing. However, her words struck Zhou like a curse. Sister-in-law, you must discipline her. Enough, Luoluo, cease your antics, interrupted Lady Su. Her well-maintained appearance belied by a hint of weariness, clearly burdened by the recent turmoil surrounding the true identity of her daughters. Su Luoluo held no intention of opposing her mother. Instead, she acquiesced. Aunt, I merely sought to remind you, nothing more. Zhou's daughter, Su Qunwan, ranked third among the Su daughters, could not contain herself upon witnessing her mother being ridiculed. Su Luoluo, what are you so proud of? The emperor has already taken notice of you. It is only a matter of time before you are sent to the palace. Having lost your virtue, do you think you can still wed the Duke of Su? You will only become a laughingstock to the world. The moment her words escaped, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. The expressions of the Su family members altered, particularly that of the venerable Lady Su. It was no secret that the emperor was lecherous and foolish. Yet no family desired their daughter to become the emperor's plaything. To be favored by him equated to becoming a discarded pawn. With countless beauties in the imperial harem, entry would not bestow wealth and glory upon the family, but rather invite disgrace and scandal. Furthermore, Su Luoluo had long been betrothed to the Prince of Su, and should that matter come to light, it would undoubtedly render the Su family a laughingstock. The matriarch of the Su family slammed her palm on the table, the clatter of dishes echoing sharply. Impudence! Who gave you the audacity to speak of His Majesty? Kneel before me. Despite her advanced age, the authority of the matriarch remained unchallenged within the Su household. At her command, the previously arrogant Su Qunan found her legs trembling, and she knelt in fear. You lack decorum. The matriarch cast a frigid glance at Zhou and Su Qunan, deeming them unworthy of respect. Her disdain for the second branch intensified, further fueling her aversion. Zhou, contemplating a plea for leniency, found herself at a loss for words. Su Luoluo chuckled derisively. They deserved it. To speak without regard for the occasion, oblivious to the consequences of their words. Had the matriarch not imposed a punishment today, Su Qunan's words might have reached the emperor's ears, leading to the annihilation of the Su family by dawn. You will spend the night kneeling at the ancestral hall.
Suyunam Bulpet.
A night on her knees would surely cost her life. Grandmother, she whined, but the matriarch's face remained stern. Am I to be disregarded? Zhou's heart ached for her daughter. Unable to restrain herself, she interjected, Mother, Qunan spoke no falsehood. This is common knowledge. The matriarch's anger flared. If you advocate for her, you shall kneel alongside her. Unless I command otherwise, do not rise until you comprehend the gravity of your actions. Zhou's eyes widened in disbelief. Hurry. Faced with the matriarch's ire, Zhou dared not resist. Reluctantly, she and Su Qianan were escorted to the ancestral hall, leaving the dining table momentarily vacant. The matriarch picked up her chopsticks and resumed eating, prompting the others to follow suit. Each person harbored their own thoughts, yet only Su Luoluo reveled in the moment, delighted that those who had spoken against her were being punished. She felt as if she were on the verge of celebrating with gongs and drums. The second branch, with its mother and daughter, truly lacked wisdom. However, it appeared that no one from the third branch had made an appearance. Su Luoluo contemplated this as she set down her chopsticks. The guests remained seated, engaging in hushed conversation. Grandmother, second aunt, and Qianan merely speak their minds. They harbor no malice. The soft murmurs floated like gentle clouds. Turning her gaze, Su Luoluo noticed a striking beauty, impeccably dressed in a flowing aquamarine gown with billowing sleeves, adorned with a delicately swaying emerald hairpin, exuding an air of elegance. Yet it was the name Su Xiaozhu that truly captured her attention. Is this the fabled second young lady? I understand, the matriarch sighed. But their audacity to speak freely is not a good omen. If such words fall into the ears of the wrong people, it could spell disaster for our family.
Zhou Xiaofu spoke gently,
suggesting that the matriarch's intent to impose a light reprimand was for the benefit of her aunt and Qianan. The granddaughter merely hoped to cushion their punishment or shorten its duration. For grandmother, your kindness is well known, and you surely cannot bear to see them suffer. With her words, she skillfully covered all bases. Su Luoluo narrowed her eyes. Su Xiaozhu seemed quite adept at navigating these waters. She provided the matriarch with a graceful exit while securing a valid excuse for herself. One could not deny that she possessed a certain skill. The matriarch hesitated, and Su Xiaozhu tugged at her sleeve, gently swaying it as she purred. Grandmother, what do you think? Though the matriarch was stern, who could resist the charm of a beloved grandchild? Her expression softened slightly as she murmured in acknowledgement. Thank you, grandmother. Su Xiaozhu rose with a smile. The matriarch shook her head lightly. Child, you seldom ask for anything for yourself. You only think of others. Having your love is enough for me, Su Xiaozhu replied sweetly, having successfully elicited sympathy. Su Luoluo quietly sipped her tea, rinsing her mouth. The scar on her thigh throbbed painfully. Just as she pondered her next move, Su Xiaozhu subtly shifted the conversation to her. Sister, you just returned from the palace, and your complexion appears rather poor. I couldn't help but notice, she said, casting a sidelong glance at those nearby before lowering her voice. Surely you haven't done what our younger sister mentioned? The insinuation was vague yet pointed, clearly attempting to direct attention towards her. Su Luoluo's expression darkened. What nonsense are you spouting? I merely encountered His Highness the Prince and exchanged a few words. She gently set the porcelain teacup on the table. Moreover, what did you say to me that I could possibly forget? Since grandmother and mother are present, why not repeat it for clarity? Su Luoluo smiled at her. Su Xiaozhu, intending to ruin her reputation, clearly underestimated Su Luoluo's resolve to deny her that opportunity. Absurd, sister. Our sisterly whispers should remain private. Besides, I was merely jesting, Su Xiaozhu replied earnestly. You know I truly wish for your well-being. How could one wish well while proposing such vile ideas? Su Luoluo nearly scoffed aloud. Oh, if I had known better, I might have believed you, and merely acted on it. Her smile did not reach her eyes. Next time, you must be more cautious with your words. Such jesting cannot be thrown about carelessly. If I were to act, wouldn't you lose a sister? Or perhaps, were you hoping to have one less sister? The light-hearted banter sent chills down Su Xiaozhu's spine. She quickly shook her head, her hairpin clattering. No. How could I bear to lose you, sister? Su Xiaozhu feigned a look of distress. If you find it displeasing, I won't tell you again. I promise not to speak foolishly. Please don't be angry. Was this not a cunning reversal, turning her own minor grievance into a source of ire? One had to admit, her audacity was impressive. The matriarch furrowed her brow, interrupting their exchange. You are all sisters in this household. There is no need for such convoluted dialogue. If your sister offers you advice, heed it if you wish, and disregard it if you do not. Why all the fuss? The biased reprimand caused Su Luoluo to frown. Could it be that the rumors of a switched child had shaken the matriarch's resolve? Otherwise, how could she possibly defend a concubine over a legitimate daughter? Luoluo may have been misled and nearly acted unwisely, the matriarch continued with a slow, measured tone. Su Luoluo turned her gaze at the sound. The beautiful woman exuded warmth and concern as she smiled at Su Luoluo, beckoning her closer. Come here, my dear. Let me see if you are all right. The matriarch's gentle inquiry elevated Su Luoluo's regard for her. It was said that had it not been for the matriarch's restraint, the rumor had long been rampant, and it was uncertain whether the identity had already changed. Su Luoluo understood that in order to establish herself in the residence, she needed to win the favor of Madame Su. It was of no concern. She moved in front of Madame Su, allowing her to scrutinize her. With her head bowed, she subtly displayed a sense of shyness. Madame Su gently patted her shoulder, saying that if anything happened in the future, she should remember to tell her mother. Regardless, she was still her daughter, and she would protect her. The warm words conveyed a sense of comfort. Having traversed to an unfamiliar place, it was the first time she felt the warmth of another. Luoluo's stiff back relaxed slightly. Mother, I understand. Has Prince Su not bullied you? Madame Su asked with a smile. No, Luoluo shook her head. What could he possibly do? Pei Zhaoxue is rather weak, and I doubt he could even manage that. How could someone who has been drugged show no reaction at all? Madame Su's eyes widened, her gaze falling on her daughter, who had remained silent. Her daughter was looking at her obediently. Prince Su is incapable? Seeing the stunned expression on Madame Su's face, Luoluo called out in confusion. Mother? What is wrong? Could it be that father secretly took the hidden money from the study to go drink, which is why you are in a bad mood? Was she not aware of her husband's temperament? With a poor reputation in court, who would invite him out for meals every day? Anger surged within her. But she could not express it in front of the old lady and the children. Mother, grandmother, I just want to rest. After saying this, Luoluo was about to let Chunhua support her as she walked out. Just then, a figure rushed towards her, nearly causing her to stumble. It was the butler of the Su residence, who hurriedly nodded at Luoluo and clasped his hands. Madam, Prince Su has sent someone. What? Madame Su and the old lady exclaimed in unison. The arrival was none other than Zhao Qing, Prince Su's personal guard. This made everyone present even more anxious. After all, Zhao Qing was Prince Su's trusted attendant. Today, he had come to the Prime Minister's residence. Coupled with the previous rumors, Madame Su's face was filled with concern. But as she passed by Luoluo, she still held her hand and gently patted it, reassuring her not to worry, for she was there. After saying this, Madame Su assisted the old lady as they headed to the front hall. This left Luoluo feeling somewhat bewildered. Prince Su? What kind of trick was he up to now? Surely he wouldn't want to reveal that she had been drugged? Did he not care for his reputation? Just as she was pondering, Su Xiaozhu appeared beside her, casting her a meaningful glance. Sister, do not worry. Perhaps Prince Su has taken a liking to you. The evident schadenfreude was unmistakable. Luoluo narrowed her eyes slightly, a smile gracing her lips. Oh, dear sister, fret not. As we sisters are meant to share in our fortunes together. After all, it was you who suggested this splendid idea.
Luoluo smiled.
I shall inform the prince that my sister is as beautiful as a flower, and he will surely favor you greatly. The unmistakable malice was apparent. Su Xiaozhu's expression changed instantly. Sister, that won't be necessary. Besides, I am only looking out for your best interests. Oh, Luoluo linked her arm with Su Xiaozhu's, feigning deep sisterly affection. But sister, I am also looking out for your well-being. After all, you must know that as long as we sisters remain united, we can achieve great things. Su Xiaozhu attempted to withdraw her hand but found it impossible to do so. When Luoluo finally released her grip, she stumbled backward, barely managing to maintain her balance. Sister, you must know that some words should not be spoken lightly, as you may have to bear the consequences. She said this lightly, with a faint smile on her face, before turning to leave. Su Xiaozhu stood there, contemplating her retreating figure for a long time. This person was not the same as before. The former Luoluo would never have dared to speak to her this way. At this moment, she seemed to have a strong will, unlike before when she would have been trembling and pleading for a solution. Su Xiaozhu's expression revealed her confusion. In the front hall, Zhao Qing, dressed in a crimson and black robe, surveyed the few individuals before him, his brow furrowed. Where is your eldest daughter? Madame Su bit her lip, gripping her handkerchief tightly as she slowly approached. Zhao guard, may I inquire about the matter concerning my youngest daughter? Her heart raced with anxiety. Zhao Qing did not answer but gruffly responded, when she arrives, you will understand. This demeanor further solidified the Su family's concern that Luoluo had offended Prince Su. At that moment, Luoluo stepped forward confidently. Is there something from the prince that you need to deliver to me? This display startled everyone present. Who among the Su family did not know that Luoluo was soft-spoken and somewhat timid? Such behavior was entirely out of character for her. While she might have acted out of anger at the dining table before, her current demeanor left everyone puzzled. Zhao Qing pulled a silk pouch from his sleeve and handed it to Luoluo. Luoluo. What peculiar item is this? Given Prince Su's disagreeable nature, Luoluo instinctively felt that this would not be anything good. Just as she was about to refuse, the old lady unexpectedly intervened, expressing her surprise that Prince Su had thought of Luoluo and insisted that she receive it. She hoped that Zhao Qing might speak kindly on their behalf in front of the prince. The old lady took the pouch from the butler and thrust it into Zhao Qing's hands. Zhao Qing, already accustomed to such exchanges, accepted the pouch and tucked it into his sleeve. The prince also asked me to convey 2 messages to Miss Su. First, he said for you to take care of yourself, as he will come to see you in a couple of days. Second, he mentioned that you made him very happy tonight.
Luoluo.
The Su family members? None understood what he meant by made him happy. However, Zhao Qing did not intend to explain further and turned to leave without any hesitation. Observing the puzzled expressions of the others, Su Luoluo hastily turned and walked out. Her pace was so swift that Chunhua struggled to keep up.
Miss.
Chunhua called out. It's fine. I wish to be alone for a while. Chunhua, filled with anxiety, urged. Miss, if you are in trouble, please tell me. Do not keep it to yourself. Taking a few deep breaths, Su Luoluo retrieved the pouch. The familiar pouch made her hands tremble. She cautiously opened it, revealing the powder inside. Closing her eyes, she quickly sealed it again. Why had he sent this item? Hadn't she already lost it? Su Luoluo pinched the bridge of her nose. If this powder was in his possession, what had she lost in that pouch? Did the original owner carry 2 pouches? She felt an ominous sense of dread as she gazed at the toxic substance. Su Luoluo meticulously searched the pouch, confirming there was nothing else inside, before finally breathing a sigh of relief. She rose and walked to the door, opening it to toss the brocade pouch to Chunhua. You take care of the powder inside. Chunhua stared at the pouch, contemplating. Wasn't this sent by the prince? Why did the young lady want to handle it? Puzzled, Chunhua scratched her head. Miss, how should I deal with this? Perhaps burn it in the small kitchen? Though she did not fully understand, she diligently followed Su Luoluo's instructions. However, just as she took the pouch out, preparing to cast it into the flames, a voice interrupted her from behind. Meanwhile, Mrs. Su, preoccupied with thoughts of her hidden savings, hurried into the study. Sure enough, she found her husband's stash concealed beneath the chair cushion. On the other side, Mrs. Su, rushing towards the study, discovered the hidden money as well. Upon closer inspection, she recognized the pouch on the table. It was unmistakably the one she had hidden. Suddenly, her heart raced, and cold sweat began to bead on her palms. This is bad. I must flee. How could my savings, hidden for years, be uncovered so suddenly? Truly, this is outrageous. The following day, during breakfast, the atmosphere was somewhat harmonious. Mrs. Su's beautiful face was clouded, while Mr. Su rubbed his sore arm, casting furtive glances. Su Luoluo took a bite of her crystal shrimp dumpling, surveying the faces around her with curiosity. Why is everyone so silent at the table? She wondered. Why do my parents look as if they've lost thousands of tails? Suddenly, Mr. Su was startled by a voice. He looked up, realizing it wasn't his daughter speaking. Had he imagined it? Was it possible that he had taken his secret stash to drink last night, only to be caught by his wife? The voice resurfaced and Mr. Su's grip on his chopsticks trembled, his eyes widening in disbelief. This time he was certain he had not misheard. It was indeed his daughter's voice. No wonder his secret had been exposed. It was her doing. Just as he was about to put down his chopsticks to chastise her, Mrs. Su let out a cold huff. Mr. Su stiffened, immediately cowed. He quickly placed a soup dumpling in her bowl, saying, My dear, this is your favorite. Mrs. Su didn't even glance at the dumpling. Su Luoluo shook her head, thinking, it seems father will be sleeping in the study for the next few days. Mr. Su, fearing his daughter might utter something further, felt he could no longer remain seated. I must attend to official matters, he declared, rising hastily, his movements swift as if pursued by a wild beast. Shukyanan, appearing carefree, sipped his millet porridge. Su Luoluo's gaze fell upon him. He was the original owner's younger brother, often careless, and ultimately met his end in the embrace of a woman. So, Su Qianhan is behaving today because he has injured his back and hasn't gone to the Fu Chun Tower, she mused.
Fu Chun Tower?
Mrs. Su's expression darkened. Who in the capital was unaware that it was a place for men's indulgence? She was well aware of her son's reckless ways. What else could he be doing there? The poor lad was forced by Miss Fu Xiang to do 50 push-ups, exhausting himself to the point of collapse, and she had to help him up. TSK. Why pretend to be strong when one is not? The people at Fu Chun Tower laughed at him, saying he faltered after only 20. His stamina is too weak. And he must be embarrassed to show his face there again. Su Qianhan's expression darkened. Who claimed he was incapable? I had a hearty meal yesterday, and the night before was quite vigorous. Otherwise, I could have gone a day and night without issue. My back hurts, yes, but it's not due to weakness. He silently shouted, feeling unjustly accused. Mrs. Su, originally fuming over her son's escapade to Fu Chun Tower, now looked at him with a complex gaze. Was her youngest son truly so frail? She quickly summoned the steward, instructing the kitchen to prepare nourishing soups with deer antler and bull's penis for him. No, don't. Su Qianhan protested, alarmed. If they prepared such a dish, wouldn't everyone in the household know he was weak? Mother, I don't need it. Mrs. Su gave him a knowing look, one that conveyed her understanding without words. Su Qianhan was momentarily at a loss for words. Indeed, I could use some nourishment, he begrudgingly admitted.
Luoluo.
Su Qianhan felt a surge of frustration.
Huh.
Su Luoluo looked up, her eyes filled with confusion. Why did you call me? Just as he was about to speak, his mother kicked him.
Ouch.
Su Qianhan clutched his shin, feeling utterly aggrieved. His mother's expression suggested that if he opened his mouth, she would silence him. Though he was often carefree, he was not foolish. He could sense that his mother seemed to hear his sister's thoughts as well. He gritted his teeth, swallowing his grievances, and stormed off, frustrated. Watching him leave, Su Luoluo blinked innocently. Mother, what is wrong with my brother? Mrs. Su smiled. Perhaps he is just having a fit. Looking at her daughter, so pure and uncalculating. She felt reassured that no matter how chaotic things became in the household, Luoluo would always be her daughter. In the palace after morning court, Chancellor Su stood on the platform, hands clasped, head bowed. Your Highness, the sixth prince. Indeed, Pei Zhaoxue replied, casting a cool glance at him. If Chancellor Su does not mind, I would like to accompany you. I intend to pay a visit to your daughter. Chancellor Su stiffened. This is bad. Is he here to call off the engagement? It seemed Su Luoluo's entry into the palace was a foregone conclusion. The Chancellor did not wish for his daughter to marry into the royal family. Sensing his thoughts, Pei Zhaoxue gently said, Chancellor Su, I do not intend to call off the engagement.
Chancellor supposed.
I find your daughter particularly intriguing. He could not quite grasp Pei Zhaoxue's intentions, so he could only awkwardly nod in agreement. Yes, Your Highness, you are right. The sixth prince was known for his inscrutable nature, and even Chancellor Su found him difficult to read. Maintaining a straight posture, he sat silently, uncertain of what to say. Upon arriving at the Su residence, he hurriedly dismounted the carriage and helped Pei Zhaoxue down. They entered the estate together. Only in the main hall did Chancellor Su finally breathe a sigh of relief. Your Highness, please wait a moment. I will summon my daughter. Very well, Pei Zhaoxue replied, taking a sip of tea. He nodded slightly as he lowered his gaze. The living room fell silent again, while on the other side, Su Luoluo, lounging on the concubine couch, heard that the sixth prince had arrived and was calling for her. She shook her head in resistance. I want to go. Who wants to see that pervert? Especially one with a fetish for cuckoldry. Besides, he currently holds leverage over me. She was even more reluctant to go, and despite Su Luoluo's unwillingness, she was pushed into the front hall. As she gazed at the swaying beaded curtain, the thought of the person she would have to face upon entering filled her with anguish. Hurry, Chunhua. I won't go. You tell father that I'm unwell. Yes. Say that I'm on my period. I cannot entertain guests. I cannot get up. I'm exceedingly uncomfortable. Chunhua looked exasperated. Miss, if you do not go, when the Prime Minister gets angry, no one will be able to help you. Su Luoluo pouted. Moreover, you just need to walk up front. It will be fine. Although Su Luoluo did not voice her thoughts, she was internally lamenting. That person is a pervert. A pervert with a cuckold fetish. Is this some sort of threat?
Oh.
Why is my fate so miserable? Chunhua continued to push her, leaving Su Luoluo to silently scream in frustration. Each of her mutterings fell precisely into the ears of Pei Zhaoxue, who was currently admiring paintings with Prime Minister Su. Noticing that Su Luoluo had not yet arrived, the Prime Minister speculated that perhaps the young girl required more time to prepare. He then decided to have someone fetch the ancient paintings he had recently acquired at great expense from his study. Fortunately, Pei Zhaoxue also had an affinity for antiques, which provided them with a topic of conversation. However, Su Luoluo's earlier remarks caused Pei Zhaoxue's eyes to narrow slightly. The next moment, with a tearing sound, a small rip appeared in one of the ancient paintings in his hand. Although the tear was minor, it felt like a dagger piercing the heart of the Prime Minister. If it were anyone else, he might have been driven to violence, but faced with Pei Zhaoxue's grim expression, the Prime Minister could only suppress his anger. Is His Highness dissatisfied with this painting? The Prime Minister asked with a bitter smile. Pei Zhaoxue retracted his hand, claiming he was simply too engrossed in admiration and accidentally damaged it. The Prime Minister thought no one would believe that it could not have been torn without force. Yet, with no other option, he nodded in agreement. Just as he contemplated whether to flee with other ancient paintings, Su Luoluo was pushed into the hall. Your Highness, Father. Su Luoluo greeted them with a slight bow. The Prime Minister nodded, his expression stern. His Highness specifically came to see you. Take him to your courtyard. It will be a good opportunity for you both to get to know each other. Su Luoluo thought, what? This man is being sent to my room right after arriving? Am I some sort of refuse picked up from a trash bin? Pei Zhaoxue glanced at Su Luoluo. Father, this is not appropriate. Men and women should not be too familiar. The Prime Minister nearly retorted, if the prince does not leave, your precious paintings might not be safe. What's wrong with it? You are already betrothed. In time, you may well marry into the estate of the Prince of Su. This is a perfect opportunity to cultivate feelings with His Highness. Su Luoluo gritted her teeth in frustration, yet she could only force a smile. Then, His Highness and I shall go. Pei Zhaoxue instructed Zhao Qing to assist him in wheeling his chair beside Su Luoluo, and they exited the hall. Your smile looks worse than your tears, Pei Zhaoxue mocked. Su Luoluo rolled her eyes, thinking he had not seen. Yes, you are absolutely correct, Your Highness. She walked ahead, disregarding the people behind her. Chunhua, frightened, repeatedly apologized. Your Highness, my young lady is quite free-spirited and may have forgotten to consider your presence. Pei Zhaoxue's gaze fell upon Su Luoluo's casual demeanor, and his expression darkened. If not for the need for her assistance, he would have wanted to strangle her to see just how arrogant she could be. When Chunhua led Pei Zhaoxue to the courtyard, Su Luoluo was seated at a table, carelessly popping grapes into her mouth. Her posture was anything but ladylike. Chunhua was sweating profusely. Since that moment, Su Luoluo had transformed from timid to boldly carefree, leaving Chunhua uncertain whether it was a good or bad change. Your Highness, my young lady is just being herself, Chunhua awkwardly explained. Pei Zhaoxue was wheeled to Su Luoluo's side. She pushed a grape towards him. Your Highness, would you like a grape? Pei Zhaoxue glanced at it. No need. I don't care if you eat it. Su Luoluo thought. What is wrong with this man? He claimed not to eat. The long, slender fingers of the man peeled the grape and placed it in his mouth. As he bit into it, the juice burst forth, filling his mouth with a delicate grape fragrance. Although he usually disliked grapes, he could not bear to see her happy. Watching her surprised expression after swallowing the grape brought him joy. Since it was given by Miss Su, he thought he would give it a try. Su Luoluo was seething with anger. Your Highness, what is your purpose here? You need not dance around the subject. Pei Zhaoxue raised his eyelids and glanced at her. What? Can I visit my fiancé's courtyard? We have pig knuckles for lunch. If you send everyone away, you can eat in peace. He had seen women who enjoyed fruits and vegetables, even petals, but this was the first time he encountered one who relished pig knuckles. This truly was a rarity in the world. I will reluctantly partake of your fare, Pei Zhaoxue remarked. Is that not inappropriate? Besides, my meals are simple, far inferior to the delicacies at your estate. Su Luoluo thought, is this insufferable man trying to steal my pig knuckles? No, I cannot allow him to stay. Pei Zhaoxue replied nonchalantly, I enjoy simple fare. You do not wish to drive me away, do you? I would rather discuss the marriage with Prime Minister Su. Su Luoluo's expression shifted from wanting to expel him to feigning cheerfulness. Your Highness, you jest. Her smile appeared somewhat sinister. Pei Zhaoxue, seated comfortably, casually scanned the surroundings. Is that so? I was not joking. Su Luoluo thought, just you wait. One day, I will settle the score with you. Pei Zhaoxue maintained a calm demeanor, suggesting, let us not wait for another day. Miss Su, please have someone bring forth the delicacies, so I may sample what you enjoy. She had no intention of engaging in such discussions, yet Pei Zhaoxue had pressed her with the matter of marriage. She felt powerless, as if she were the fish on the chopping block. Chunhua hesitated, glancing at Su Luoluo. Go on, prepare an extra serving. Since His Highness wishes to dine together, let it be so. The last few words truly incited a sense of rage, enough to make one want to bite down hard on the opposing party. Chunhua slightly bowed and retreated. Pei Zhaoxue lowered his gaze, gently stroking the ring in his hand. Su Luoluo, feeling disinclined to engage in any form of verbal sparring, wished for the other person to simply depart after indulging in a meal, were it not for the thought of using this engagement to save her own life. She would have preferred to see him leave immediately. Pei Zhaoxue's eyes swept over her face, sensing that she might be contemplating something nefarious. However, this time, it seemed he could not hear her inner thoughts. Pei Zhaoxue furrowed his brow slightly, deep in contemplation. The small kitchen was bustling with preparations for lunch, and soon a delectable spread was laid out on the table. The table was laden with sumptuous dishes, including a large pig's knuckle, steamed fish, boiled fish slices, and a generous plate of braised pork. The vibrant colors were exceptionally enticing. Pei Zhaoxue shot a sideways glance, pursed his lips in silence. Yet it was evident that his expression concealed displeasure. Observing his discontent, Su Luoluo felt a surge of delight, almost wishing to devour 3 large bowls of food. She eagerly assisted him with the dishes, first serving a piece of pig's knuckle, then a helping of braised pork. My lord, these are all incredibly delicious, Su Luoluo exclaimed, her eyes gleaming like crescent moons. The sauce from the braised pork and pig's knuckle drizzled over the rice is truly the most delightful. Before Pei Zhaoxue could respond, she took a spoonful and placed it in his bowl. The enticing aroma of the food was tainted by a faint, peculiar odor.
Luoluo paused,
her brow furrowing in hesitation, before scooping another spoonful. Her action froze midair, her expression shifting to one of considerable distress. Pei Zhaoxue gazed at the greasy sheen on the food before him, feeling a wave of nausea wash over him. Nonetheless, observing her conflicted demeanor seemed to pique his interest even more. Unexpectedly, you have quite the appetite, Pei Zhaoxue remarked. Su Luoluo laughed lightly. Yes, indeed. Pei Zhaoxue gripped the spoon tightly, mixing the rice. At that moment, Su Luoluo found the food utterly unappetizing. Why had someone tampered with her meal? Was it the same substance used previously to induce her? Was someone deliberately trying to harm her? If Pei Zhaoxue consumed it in his own room, would she not be doomed? Should I remind him or not? If I don't, my innocence will be lost. Besides, what if this man is incapable? He might just drop dead on the bed. Pei Zhaoxue's grip on the spoon tightened, veins bulging on the back of his hand. Su Luoluo, oblivious to his turmoil, remained conflicted about whether to inform him of her suspicions. Pei Zhaoxue's expression remained unchanged, but before he could bring the spoon to his mouth, Su Luoluo knocked it from his hand. The spoon slipped from his grasp, landing before him and splattering grease onto his clothes. Pei Zhaoxue's forehead twitched, as if he were on the verge of fury. The food has been tampered with, Su Luoluo exclaimed hurriedly. She felt that if she did not voice her concerns quickly, he might strike her in the next moment. Pei Zhaoxue halted, casting a suspicious glance at the woman before him. Su Luoluo raised her hand to explain. I assure you, it has been drugged. I only just discovered it. Someone. Quickly investigate who had the audacity to drug my food.
Luoluo que mandit sternly.
Chunhua, standing outside, faltered, then hurried toward the kitchen. Su Luoluo, feeling guilty, noticed the stains on his clothing. Ahem, I truly apologize. It was an accident. Do you believe me? Pei Zhaoxue's gaze bore into her like frost. Su Luoluo straightened her posture. If not, I could fetch a garment from my father for you to change into? This is disastrous. That attire is clearly expensive. This perverse man surely harbors some inappropriate demands. For some reason, Su Luoluo felt that Pei Zhaoxue's gaze held an even sharper edge than before. She touched her nose, thinking, this man is truly strange. Wasn't he an accident? Why is he so angry? Upon hearing of the incident, Lady Su hurriedly arrived. I pay my respects to His Highness, the Duke of Su, she said respectfully. Pei Zhaoxue acknowledged her with a nod, his demeanor indifferent. As Lady Su stood, she anxiously gripped Su Luoluo's sleeve, inspecting her closely. Are you unharmed? Su Luoluo shook her head. Mother, I am fine. How could anyone have the audacity to drug your food? Investigate thoroughly. In an instant, the entire Su residence was plunged into a state of anxiety. In the small attic, Su Xiaozhu plucked the strings of a qin, the melody sweet to the ears. A nearby maidservant appeared anxious. Miss, the eldest daughter wouldn't he be trying to frame you, would she? With His Highness present, if she attempts to tarnish your reputation, it could spell trouble. Do not worry, Su Xiaozhu replied with an air of elegance, though her words were sharp and bitter. Su Luoluo lacks the cunning for such schemes. With a cold chuckle, Su Xiaozhu continued, the entire Su family has long since regarded her as a pawn. No one would come to her aid. Yet the current eldest daughter did not seem devoid of intellect. Su Xiaozhu scoffed, an isolated incident proves nothing. The more enemies she makes within the estate, the easier it will be for me to push her down. After a thorough investigation, the outcome surprised everyone. When Su Luoluo laid eyes on the familiar pouch, she instinctively glanced at Pei Zhaoxue. Seated in his wheelchair, Pei Zhaoxue offered her not even a fleeting glance. Lady Su had seen this before but was uncertain, she stated. Are you certain it was merely the powder from this pouch that was added? Lady Su questioned, her expression stern yet puzzled. The maidservants in the kitchen nodded vigorously, explaining that the pepper had run out, and the contents of the pouch appeared to be what they had added. I did not do it intentionally. Please spare me. My lady. One maid fell to her knees, her head hitting the ground with a resounding thud. Lady Su furrowed her brow. If this is not handled with care, it will become difficult to manage in the future. But isn't this pouch the one His Highness sent on that day? Su Luoluo clung to Lady Su's arm. Mother. Since it was simply a mistake, let us not dwell on it. It is my fault for thinking the medicine was to be taken later. Thus leaving it in the kitchen, I never intended for it to be misunderstood. After all, today's commotion was merely about the food being drugged. As for the specific substance used, no one knew. Thus, it could all be swept under the rug without further incident. Lady Su's expression remained serious as she pondered, then finally spoke, please be more cautious in the future. As someone serving the young miss, you should know what can and cannot be included in her meals and inquire accordingly, rather than carelessly adding things to her food. After offering a few more words of advice, she finally took her leave. Su Luoluo accompanied Lady Su to the door. As Lady Su cast a glance toward Pei Zhaoxue's direction, she placed her hand gently on Su Luoluo's back, giving it a tender pat. My child, I do not know how to assist you, but if you can secure His Highness's favor, hold on tightly and never let go. Mother, I understand, Su Luoluo nodded. Hiss. If it weren't for the desire to survive, who would want to serve this peculiar prince?
Luoluo le menti d'inguerli.
Wishing to pile dozens of hats atop Pei Zhaoxue's head. Pei Zhaoxue tightened her grip on the chopsticks. Madame Su let out a silent sigh, patting Pei Zhaoxue's hand before turning to leave. Su Luoluo exhaled slowly, donning a smile as she entered the room. This incident truly reflects our Su residence's lack of attentiveness, and we hope His Highness the Prince of Su can show understanding. Pei Zhaoxue coldly remarked, what if I do not forgive you? Damn, that insufferable man. Su Luoluo's smile faltered instantly. Surely, His Highness, with his gallant and majestic demeanor, would understand. Pei Zhaoxue raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing Su Luoluo.
Oh?
Chunhua, have someone prepare a fresh meal and bring it here.
Yes.
Just as Su Luoluo reached to conceal the pouch, Pei Zhaoxue's hand swiftly covered it. Pei Zhaoxue waved the pouch before her, slightly lifting her chin. Should I inquire about your purpose in infiltrating the palace? The questioning tone sent a chill down Su Luoluo's spine. I merely wish to see His Highness, having heard tales of his valor and might, to behold his true visage. The ingratiating smile was indeed ill-timed. Su Luoluo had intended to employ all her flattery skills honed over the years, but her chin was firmly grasped, forcing her to meet Pei Zhaoxue's gaze directly. Your Highness, Su Luoluo struggled to speak, barely managing to utter a few words.
What?
You entered the palace to bring this medicine? Pei Zhaoxue deliberately elongated his words, adding, but there is also the emperor within the palace. I suppose Miss Su wished to catch a glimpse of him. It is not entirely implausible that you brought medicine to perhaps ascend the dragoness bed. The soft words hissed like a venomous serpent. What nonsense! Who fancies that emperor? Su Luoluo internally scoffed, yet forced a few tears to spill, feigning fragility. Your Highness, you do me a grave injustice. My feelings for you are as clear as day. How could you possibly accuse me of such insincerity? Pei Zhaoxue's expression remained unchanged, though he relaxed his grip slightly. Were it not for the inner thoughts of Su Luoluo, Pei Zhaoxue might have believed her act of weakness. However, he pondered whether he could obtain the antidote and answers before he choked the life out of her. Your Highness, Su Luoluo feigned a delicate tone. Pei Zhaoxue's gaze darkened. It seems the young lady is particularly fond of me, is it? This man is insufferably narcissistic. Indeed, I have harbored a secret admiration for you, Your Highness. Su Luoluo replied, tears glistening in her eyes, full of sincerity. Pei Zhaoxue's lips curled in an almost imperceptible smile, yet pain gripped his chest, causing his brow a furrow and beads of sweat to trickle down his forehead. Target exhibiting symptoms again. Please summon Dr. Su for treatment. Su Luoluo thought. Why does this insufferable man keep falling ill? How troublesome. Pei Zhaoxue stifled a cough. Su Luoluo furrowed her brow, understanding that if she were to treat him, she would need to address the lower half first, followed by the source of his ailment. But as her gaze drifted downward, doesn't he think he is a pervert?
Does he?
Pei Zhaoxue raised an eyebrow at her. At that moment, an anxious voice from outside interrupted. Second Miss. The eldest Miss is entertaining His Highness the Prince of Su. You cannot enter. Su Luoluo frowned as the voice drew near. Second Miss? Is Su Xiaozhu so ignorant of decorum? She turned to see the man coughing violently, as if on the verge of death. Hiss, if anyone sees the scene, he might just kill me. Su Xiaozhu must be here to witness my embarrassment. How could she barge in? Su Luoluo swiftly seized his wrist, applying pressure until the skin turned red and slightly raised. Pei Zhaoxue felt the tension in his chest ease, the cough subsiding. Just then, the door burst open. Sister, I have come to tell you something. Before Su Luoluo could react, she felt a hand on her waist and the next moment, she stumbled forward, landing in Pei Zhaoxue's embrace. The rich scent of sandalwood enveloped her. What is happening? Su Xiaozhu froze at the door, her startled scream echoing. Su Luoluo had no time to process, as she was swiftly repositioned. How could the daughter of the Prime Minister be so ignorant of propriety? The icy voice dripped with authority, causing Su Xiaozhu to lower her head and repeatedly apologize.
I am sorry.
I didn't mean to. Please forgive me, Your Highness. Pei Zhaoxue coldly responded. It seems the one needing to apologize is mistaken. To intrude upon your elder sister's chamber uninvited. What fine upbringing indeed. Perhaps I should discuss with the Prime Minister how his daughters are being raised. Su Luoluo clutched Pei Zhaoxue's garment tightly. For some inexplicable reason, she felt a sense of satisfaction. Hiss, that little green tea, unable to face punishment herself, yet this insufferable man proves to be somewhat useful. Pei Zhaoxue, Su Xiaozhu, trembling in fear, fell to her knees. Sister, I was wrong. I truly know my mistake. Please, plead for leniency on my behalf. In truth, Su Xiaozhu merely sought to see Su Luoluo humiliated as well. Rumor spoke of the prince's volatile temper, suggesting he would not heed Su Luoluo. If she were to embarrass herself, at least Su Luoluo would share in her misfortune, making it worthwhile. With this thought, Su Xiaozhu squeezed out a few more tears. Sister, please help me. I know I was wrong. It's not that we sisters lack affection. I didn't think it through. Knowing the prince is here, I wouldn't dare intrude. She framed her intrusion as a testament to sisterly love. Tisk, truly a little green tea.
Ugh. Sulolo regainet her komposure.
Gently pushing Pei Zhaoxue away. Perhaps it was the suffocating embrace that caused her cheeks to flush slightly. Rubbing her rosy ears, Su Luoluo made an effort to appear gentle. Sister, what are you saying? His Highness's presence is indeed an honor for our Su family. This statement caught Su Xiaozhu off guard. She had not claimed it was not an honor. What did this woman mean? Of course, Su Xiaozhu quickly agreed, following Su Luoluo's lead. How could it be possible that the people in our household are unaware? Could it be that others are intentionally deceiving my sister? Or perhaps the maidservants attending her are simply inept? Su Luoluo stepped forward, affectionately aiding Su Xiaozhu to her feet. Her hand rested gently on the back of her sister's hand, caressing it softly. Sister, I harbor no ulterior motives. I merely wish to suggest that if you truly cherish our sisterly bond, it would be far more delightful to serve His Highness the Prince of Su together. In such company, I would not find the experience so dull. Her words flowed eloquently, yet internally, Su Luoluo struggled to contain her laughter. I urged you to cherish our sisterhood, and now look at the bond we share. With your disposition, you would never consider marrying this frail boy. I am curious to see how you'll justify your decision. One misstep, and that frail boy might retaliate with a punch.
Peng Zhaoxue.
Labeled as the frail boy, fell silent, his hands tightly clenched within his sleeves. Chapter 13. Can you truly guess my thoughts? Zhao Qing, who was attending, looked at Peng Zhaoxue in confusion. For some reason, he sensed that his lord's aura had turned icy, as if he might strangle the person before him at any moment. Had Miss Su truly said anything so grievous? Su Xiaozhu's delicate face paled instantly. How could she ever consider marrying Peng Zhaoxue? Her ambition was to marry the crown prince as a legitimate daughter of the prime minister's residence. The Prince of Su was already a mere shell of a man. Moreover, his temperament was unpredictable. Marrying him would be akin to inviting torment. Realizing this, Su Xiaozhu hastily explained, This is unnecessary. Before she could elaborate further, Su Luoluo swiftly interrupted, Is it that you disdain His Highness the Prince of Su? This statement caused Su Xiaozhu to swallow her intended explanation, her smile transforming into one of profound discomfort.
No.
How could I ever disdain His Highness? He is a paragon of youth and talent, a dragon among men, and I am unworthy of him. Su Xiaozhu's words flowed effortlessly, as if she had rehearsed them. Besides, as sisters, how could I possibly covet my sister's romantic prospects? I merely wish to visit you today, with no other intentions. If I have inadvertently disturbed your time with His Highness, I shall take my leave. Initially, Su Xiaozhu intended to confront Su Luoluo about the drugging incident, deliberately pushing her into a perilous situation. Yet at that moment, she understood that if she lingered any longer, she would inevitably find herself in the depths of despair. Sister, why not stay and converse with me and His Highness? Su Luoluo insisted warmly, but Su Xiaozhu fled as if pursued by a great danger.
Su Luoluo's smile gradually faded.
This little vixen dares to compete with me. Were it not for her, I would not have had to procure medicine to enter the palace and find myself embroiled in this predicament. Her gaze instinctively shifted to Peng Zhaoxue, where she encountered his dark, profound eyes. Those eyes seemed like a vortex, intent on ensnaring her, making escape from their depths nearly impossible. Though Su Luoluo could not decipher Peng Zhaoxue's thoughts, his unmistakably disdainful expression spoke volumes. What do you find so distasteful about me? Peng Zhaoxue raised an eyebrow.
What?
Can you truly guess my thoughts?
Furious, Su Luoluo clenched her teeth.
Your Highness, you might as well have disdain written across your face.
Oh.
If given the chance, I might just inscribe 3 words upon yours. Intrigued, Su Luoluo inquired, which 3 words? Unwanted. Upon hearing this, Su Luoluo regretted her curiosity. She had merely invited unnecessary insult. This insufferable man, watch me as I seek my revenge. You must understand, if you fail to cure me, should anything befall me, you shall accompany me in death. Though his tone was casual, it carried an unsettling weight. Su Luoluo took a step back. Your Highness, we are partners. We cannot resort to underhanded tactics. I believe you are the one who harbors such intentions. Su Luoluo forced a smile. Your Highness, surely you jest. How could I be that sort of person? Peng Zhaoxue cast a cold glance her way. You had best not be. Furthermore, Peng Zhaoxue continued, since you bear the title of my fiancé, I expect you to understand one thing. I do not tolerate my own or my possessions being mistreated. Su Luoluo thought. You are the dog. Your entire family is a pack of dogs. Peng Zhaoxue remained expressionless, pretending not to hear, and cast a cold glance at her. Su Luoluo felt a chill run down her spine, her spirit dampened, and dared not mutter another word. To ensure Su Luoluo's examination, Peng Zhaoxue deliberately stayed for the afternoon, with Zhao Qing ensuring no one entered or exited. It was only when dusk fell that Su Luoluo escorted Peng Zhaoxue to the door. Throughout their journey, many cast glances, some filled with envy, others with malicious glee. Peng Zhaoxue remarked softly, It seems your standing in the household is less than favorable.
Ha!
It seems we are both in the same boat, Su Luoluo replied with a cold laugh. At least these people fear me, but they hardly appear to fear you. Peng Zhaoxue surveyed the crowd, and those who had been whispering immediately fell silent, casting their eyes downward as they hastily resumed their tasks. Do you understand? Peng Zhaoxue gripped Su Luoluo's chin, forcing her to bow her head in compliance. What did you say? Su Luoluo furrowed her brow. Peng Zhaoxue's gaze bore into her. What I mean is, you must fulfill your duties. Otherwise, I shall not protect a useless person. Cut it out. If not for the unfortunate emperor, do you think I would pay you any mind? Who wants to be the princess of Su? How shameless. Her narrow eyes narrowed into slits. Su Luoluo hastily broke free from his grasp, pushing him towards the exit with great speed. She wished to rid herself of him entirely. The wheelchair seemed to glide, as if it were flying. The Prime Minister's expression was particularly grim. Although the scandal involving Li Yiren had not been leaked, anyone willing to inquire could easily uncover the truth. Aware that the incident stemmed from a conflict with Su Luoluo, the Prime Minister sighed repeatedly. How could he blame his daughter? It was not Li Yiren who instigated trouble, but the emperor who had taken an interest and insisted upon her service. His Highness, the Prince of Su. Upon raising his head, he saw Peng Zhaoxue and quickly composed himself, bowing in greeting. Peng Zhaoxue's gaze swept over him, and he beckoned Su Luoluo. Luoluo, come here. Su Luoluo was momentarily taken aback. When did they become so close? Why was he calling her Luoluo? Goosebumps erupted all over her body. Yet, upon noticing the coldness in Peng Zhaoxue's eyes, she quickly smiled. What is it? Peng Zhaoxue grasped her hand, their fingers entwined. Prime Minister, I am exceptionally pleased with this princess. The Prime Minister was momentarily stunned, unsure of how to respond, feeling utterly bewildered. Who does not know that the reason the Prince of Su distinguished himself among so many princes largely rests upon his intelligence? He possesses the keen ability to discern the Emperor's true desires, never engaging in competition with him. Volume 1, Chapter 14, I am quite protective. My own dog cannot be bullied. How could he possibly be unaware that the Emperor has also taken a liking to Su Luoluo? Could it be mere gossip? The Prime Minister Su found himself somewhat perplexed. Your Highness, you are already betrothed to my daughter. Is this not a fortuitous development? The Prime Minister felt a surge of joy within, relieved that his daughter would not have to enter the palace as a concubine. After all, it is well known that the Emperor's harem is filled with countless beautiful women, all of whom he has taken into his palace. Pei Zhaoxue remarked lightly, yet I have observed that the princess seems to lack favor at home. How could even a concubine dare to bully her? This was clearly an attempt to defend Su Luoluo. Not only Prime Minister Su, but Su Luoluo herself was taken aback and astonished. She could hardly fathom that he would voice such sentiments. She had believed that this man intended to let her fend for herself. Su Luoluo turned to face him. Prime Minister Su wiped the sweat from his forehead. Your Highness, you jest. These two sisters have always shared a good relationship, hence there are no strict rules governing them. It is not bullying. Oh. Pei Zhaoxue elongated his tone. I was under the impression that, even in the household of the esteemed Prime Minister, a concubine could receive such favor, overshadowing the legitimate daughter? This was both a threat and a warning. It is crucial to remember that in this dynasty, the distinction between legitimate and illegitimate offspring is held in high regard. Should Prime Minister Su truly allow this, if Pei Zhaoxue were to embellish the tale, his position would surely be in jeopardy. Prime Minister Su hastily clarified, that is impossible. I can certainly distinguish between the legitimate and illegitimate. Very well. Pei Zhaoxue gently patted Su Luoluo's hand and removed a jade pendant from his waist, offering it to her. I do not have much to give you. This pendant has accompanied me for many years, and I bestow it upon you. I hope you will not disappoint me. You should know better than I what is appropriate, and what is not. This declaration sounded tender to the ears of Prime Minister Su. Yet Su Luoluo discerned the underlying threat. This man was clearly intimidating her. If she failed to meet his expectations, she would undoubtedly face dire consequences. The thought made Su Luoluo swallow hard. I understand. Your Highness may rest assured. Pei Zhaoxue said no more and had Zhao Qing assist him in leaving the Prime Minister's residence. Once he departed, Prime Minister Su gradually exhaled. He gazed at his daughter with a complex expression. She was distinctly his daughter, yet somehow she felt different from usual. He could even hear her inner thoughts, which astonished him greatly. Prime Minister Su gently inquired, You are on good terms with His Highness, are you not? His Highness is exceptionally affable and easy to get along with. Moreover, he finds the meals I prepare to his liking. Prime Minister Su's lips twitched. Affable? The prince had once been a valiant warrior on the battlefield. Although he was now disabled, the aura of danger surrounding him was unmistakable. How could that be associated with the notion of being affable? Feigning innocence, Su Luoluo asked, Father, what is the matter? Prime Minister Su quickly shook his head. Nothing. Nothing at all.
Luoluo curtsied slightly.
Prime Minister Su observed her retreating figure, which had transformed from the timid and submissive girl she once was to someone remarkably poised, devoid of any trace of her former self. Miss, it is my fault. Please punish me. Su Luoluo was momentarily taken aback. Sitting upon her seat, she gazed at Chunhua,
who sighed softly.
Do you know what you did wrong? Su Luoluo could not help but ask. Chunhua bowed her head heavily to the ground. I failed to carry out the tasks you entrusted to me. Where? Chunhua had taken the embroidered bag to the kitchen, intending to burn it. However, she was stopped by a matron who requested her presence. Chunhua thought that since the item was to be destroyed, it must be something shameful. After hurriedly agreeing, she stuffed it into a cabinet and left. Little did she know that the cook had run out of flour and assumed it was something usable, leading to this mix-up. I know I was wrong, miss. Please do not be angry. Chunhua looked on anxiously. Su Luoluo glanced at her. It is fine. You may leave for now. I wish to be alone. Chunhua nodded and was about to exit when Su Luoluo called her back. For some reason, this man always made her feel as though danger lurked around every corner. When he looked at her, those dark, piercing eyes appeared calm. Yet Su Luoluo could sense the imminent threat. Chunhua looked at Su Luoluo in confusion. Su Luoluo pondered and inquired, what is the background of His Highness? How was his mother? What was their relationship with the Emperor? How do others in the court perceive him? Upon hearing this, Chunhua's expression was filled with puzzlement. Su Luoluo, fearing that Chunhua might overthink, quickly added, I am familiar with some of it, but something occurred in the palace that day, and my memories are a bit muddled, so I cannot recall clearly. Chunhua's face turned anxious. Miss, are you alright? I am fine. However, if you do not clarify things for me, then there may be trouble. Chunhua nodded repeatedly. Yes, I understand. I will inform you right away.
Luoluo furore her brov.
It seems that she had been poisoned at this moment, but she was uncertain who had administered it. His Highness has always been favored by His Majesty. One could say he is the most cherished minister and prince in the court. Yet the day she witnessed in the harem seemed to suggest otherwise.
Indeed.
Serving the emperor is akin to being with a tiger. Su Luoluo raised her hand to massage her temples. Oh, this matter is truly vexing. How did I get entangled in such troubles? Miss, are you unwell? Chunhua observed Su Luoluo's demeanor, full of concern, and immediately fetched a sachet. This sachet has the effect of clearing the mind and enhancing clarity. Please try it. If it does not help, I will fetch a doctor. The fragrance wafted into her nose, and Su Luoluo frowned, suddenly grasping Chunhua's wrist. Where did this sachet come from? Volume 1, Chapter 15. Am I about to die? Su Luoluo gritted her teeth and immediately commanded, although I am fine now, I need you to pretend that I am unwell.
Ah!
Chunhua looked utterly bewildered and perplexed. Oh no! The young lady is in trouble. Madam, please fetch a doctor to see the young lady. Chunhua, in a flurry, dashed into the courtyard where Madame Su was. Madame Su was seated with Su Xiaozhu, appearing to engage in light-hearted conversation. Upon hearing the hurried footsteps, Madame Su frowned. What is the matter? Why such a commotion? Madam, the young lady is in trouble. Chunhua's face was streaked with tears, her eyes bloodshot. What happened? Chunhua quickly replied, I do not know. The young lady has felt unwell since early this morning, and after sending His Highness off, she has been lying in bed, crying out. The servant girl lamented, I am at a loss, which is why I have come to implore you for assistance, my lady. Lady Su rose and beckoned her fellow maids to accompany her to the courtyard where Su Luoluo resided. Su Xiaozhu barely had time to interject before Lady Su left her behind, her back disappearing into the distance, surrounded by a throng of attendants. Watching them depart, Su Xiaozhu clenched her hands into tight fists at her sides. In Su Luoluo's courtyard, Lady Su sat by the bedside, her face etched with concern as she took Su Luoluo's hand in hers, scrutinizing her closely. My dear, what ails you? If you are unwell, you must tell your mother. Whoa, mother. Su Luoluo burrowed into Lady Su's embrace, softening her voice in a playful manner. Lady Su gently comforted her. My dear, are you afraid you might perish? Su Luoluo asked with a pitiful whimper. Lady Su shook her head helplessly, tapping her daughter's nose playfully. You silly girl, what nonsense are you thinking? It hurts, mother. I am in pain. Be good. Lady Su turned and called out. Why are you not hastening to fetch the doctor? Tell him to come quickly. A flurry of activity ensued outside. When Su Xiaozhu arrived, she witnessed this bustling scene, standing at the doorway, her gaze falling upon the tender bond between mother and daughter, which was painfully glaring to her. After all, she was the rightful young lady of the Su family. Why should this interloper usurp her position?
Luoluo, feeling disgruntled.
Had yet to approach when the maids attending Lady Su hurriedly brought the family doctor. Before the doctor could pay his respects, Lady Su yielded her place. Doctor. There is no need for formalities. Please, examine my Luoluo and see what troubles her. Yes, the doctor replied, sitting down and lightly placing his hand on her wrist, his eyes narrowing slightly, while his other hand stroked his graying beard. As he took her pulse, the doctor's demeanor shifted to one of deep concern, his brows furrowing tightly together. Miss, please extend your other hand so I may take your pulse again. Su Luoluo complied, but the doctor's expression grew even more grave, reflecting his indecision. Lady Su, having spent considerable time in the rear courtyard, could discern the gravity of the doctor's expression. Doctor, if there is something amiss, please speak plainly. Your daughter has been poisoned. Although the quantity is minimal and not immediately fatal, it is gradually undermining her health. The doctor sighed heavily. Had it not been for the greasy meal she consumed today causing her discomfort, the signs of poisoning might have gone unnoticed. Poisoned. Lady Su's slender brows knitted together in alarm. Are you certain? Absolutely. Any doctor in the capital would arrive at the same conclusion upon examining her pulse. Lady Su's complexion paled. The fact that someone had been poisoned within her domain was an utter affront to her authority. We must investigate where this poison originated. The doctor hastily nodded, of course. Su Luoluo tugged at Lady Su's sleeve, her eyes brimming with tears. Mother, am I going to die? Lady Su's heart ached at her daughter's words. She quickly moved closer, enveloping her in a warm embrace. No, my dear, you shall be fine. The doctor is skilled. He will cure you. Do not be afraid, for I am here. Mother, Su Luoluo whimpered softly, clutching Lady Su's garment, her demeanor fragile and pitiable. Doctor, please examine her and prescribe something that might alleviate her suffering. Yes, the doctor replied, and after writing a prescription, he began to search the room, ultimately settling on a small pouch. This is the source of the poison. He placed the pouch on the table, noting that while the toxin was not abundant, its cumulative effects could be lethal over time. At the doorway, Su Xiaozhu felt a tightening in her grip on her handkerchief. At this moment, Su Luoluo took small sips of her medicine. Upon hearing that the poison had been identified, she struggled to rise, with the help of Chunhua. Upon seeing the pouch, Su Luoluo's face registered shock. She quickly covered her mouth, shaking her head vigorously.
No, this cannot be.
Doctor, could you have made a mistake? Her delicate features drained of color in disbelief. The doctor, stroking his beard, insisted, "It is impossible. The poison resides within the pouch." Lady Su followed Su Luoluo's gaze to see Su Xiaozhu standing awkwardly at the entrance, her brows knitted tightly. Lady Su was momentarily at a loss for words. Su Luoluo discreetly pinched Chunhua beneath the covers, causing her to kneel on the ground, bursting into tears. "Miss, is this not the pouch the second miss gave you? You cherish this pouch, and yet it contains poison. Should we not examine all the other gifts the second miss has given you?" Chunhua's voice was loud enough that those around could hear her distress. Lady Su's expression darkened. "Chunhua, do not speak carelessly." Su Luoluo, covering her mouth to cough lightly, appeared frail and pitiful. "My sister also gifted me a jade stone, a handkerchief, and jewelry. If she truly wished to harm me, why would she poison only the pouch?" Chunhua hastily brought the items to the table. Su Xiaozhu's eyes widened, and she strode into the room. "You servant girl have great audacity. Who permitted you to meddle with the belongings of the mistress? If my sister is too lenient with you, then I shall take it upon myself to discipline you." She raised her hand, ready to strike Chunhua, but her wrist was seized by Chen Mama, who stood beside Lady Su. "I am still here. Xiaozhu, when have you lost your decorum?" Lady Su's voice was low but firm. Su Xiaozhu, startled, knelt on the ground. "Mother, I did not mean it that way." Lady Su glanced at the table. "The matter is not yet resolved. Why are you kneeling? Mama, help her up."
Yes.
Su Xiaozhu was assisted to her feet, though it was more of a watchful guard than aid. Lady Su gestured toward the items on the table. "Doctor, please examine these as well." The doctor cautiously glanced at Su Xiaozhu before stepping forward to inspect the items, pausing intermittently. "These have all been tampered with," he stated with utmost caution. "What items? Speak plainly." Lady Su demanded, her irritation palpable. The doctor, sensing the gravity of his words, elucidated, "This pouch contains ingredients meant to invigorate the mind. Yet it also holds saffron. Prolonged use could render one unable to conceive." The room fell silent, the faces of all present transforming in shock. The ability to bear children was paramount for women. This was a dire threat indeed. In that moment, the glances directed at Su Xiaozhu shifted. Lady Su's expression was inscrutable. Su Luoluo coughed lightly to draw attention to herself, gazing at Su Xiaozhu with affectionate eyes. "No, I cannot believe it. My sister would never harm me," she insisted, her voice trembling. "She has been so kind to me, even devising plans to help me avoid misfortune. How could she possibly poison me? Doctor, might you reconsider your diagnosis? There is no mistake. I have practiced medicine for many years and can discern truth from falsehood. Perhaps you should seek out others to investigate this matter thoroughly," the doctor suggested, wishing to distance himself from the unfolding drama. Madame Su waved her hand. "All right, everyone else may leave." The others quickly exited the room, leaving only Madame Su, Granny Chen, Su Luoluo, Su Xiezhu, and Chunhua. Su Xiezhu suppressed her unease, her expression sorrowful. "Mother, I would never harm my sister. You know I wish to coexist harmoniously with her. This truly belongs to my sister, but I did not tamper with it."
Madame Su furovet herbrais.
Remaining silent for a moment before turning to Chunhua, who hesitated and stammered, unable to provide a clear answer. "Must I compel you to speak?" Madame Su said, displeased.
No.
"I just don't know how to articulate it." Chunhua replied. "Speak plainly. Do you intend to conceal anything?" Chunhua bowed her head, repeatedly insisting she dared not. Su Luoluo coughed softly. "Chunhua, please tell the truth. I believe Mother will understand that you are looking out for me."
Madame Su furonet. Speak.
Chunhua then recounted how Su Xiezhu had urged Su Luoluo to use poison. Madame Su's expression changed dramatically. It was an unexpected revelation. While it could be framed as a sisterly suggestion, it was, in essence, a path to death. Everyone knew the temper of Prince. Su was volatile. Had it not been for Su Luoluo's fortunate fate, she might have already been dead. At this thought, Madame Su felt her heart racing. She looked incredulously at Su Xiezhu. "Is what Chunhua said true?" Su Xiezhu lowered her head. "Mother, I realize my mistake. I only wanted to help my sister escape the Emperor's grasp." Before she could finish, a sharp slap resounded across her face. Stunned, she gazed at Madame Su, shocked that she had been struck. "Mother."
Su uazu krid, klechin herchek.
"Do you not know what to say and what not to say?" Madame Su glared at her coldly, realizing her folly. Su Xiezhu attempted to approach and cling to Madame Su's sleeve to beg for forgiveness, but the latter immediately pulled away, refusing to be touched. "Mother, I was too anxious and spoke out of turn. Please forgive me. I truly care for my sister." Su Xiezhu sobbed softly. "Sister, you must understand that I mean well." If Su Luoluo agreed, the matter could be downplayed, but if she did not, and Su Xiezhu persisted, it would indeed contradict itself. Su Xiezhu felt a thrill of delight at the thought. However, to her surprise, Su Luoluo leaned against Madame Su, appearing bewildered. "Mother, isn't my sister trying to help me?" Su Luoluo murmured. "I thought she was being kind. Was I mistaken?" The unexpected question stirred a sense of pity in Madame Su. She recognized Su Luoluo's timid nature and lack of assertiveness. Had it not been for the instigation from others, she would never have engaged in such perilous acts. At this point, Su Luoluo still believed Su Xiezhu was helping her. Torn between sympathy and anger, Madame Su glared fiercely at Su Xiezhu. "Someone, take the second miss away and let her calm down." Su Xiezhu's eyes widened, her face pale. "Mother, I understand my mistake." Madame Su shook off her hand, ignoring her. Su Xiezhu, being astute, realized her position was precarious and decided it would be wiser to seek comfort from the old madam. With that thought, she followed the nanny out. Only Madame Su and Su Luoluo remained in the room. Madame Su gently patted Su Luoluo's hand. "You foolish girl, do not take others' words at face value. Think for yourself. Consider this a stroke of luck. Otherwise, Prince Su would have long since taken your life. How could he possibly still be here to see you?" Su Luoluo pouted. "Mother, I believe it is your prayers and offerings that have helped me. If I truly have escaped calamity, it is undoubtedly due to your support." She leaned into Madame Su's embrace, a fleeting glimmer of understanding crossing her eyes. Fortunately, this time, her intuition was correct. Madame Su still held maternal affection for Su Luoluo. Otherwise, it would have been her behind bars now. The news of Su Xiezhu being confined spread throughout the entire Su residence overnight. Rumors abounded, each more outrageous than the last. Yet, in Su Luoluo's courtyard, tranquility reigned. Miss, please get up." It's still early. Let me sleep a little longer." Su Luoluo murmured, pulling the covers tighter around her as she dozed off again. Chen Hua fretted. "The old madam has come to summon you. You need to pay your respects. If you delay any longer, the old madam might become displeased." Su Luoluo waved her hand sleepily. "I'm not going. Tell them I'm unwell." Chapter 17. What is there to be proud of for a false legitimate daughter? "You cannot," Chen Hua exclaimed urgently. "Last time, the second miss braved a snowstorm despite being ill. If you don't go, you will surely be talked about," she added. Originally wanting to sleep a bit more, Su Luoluo suddenly felt wide awake. She rose from her bed, still emanating an aura of discontent from her insufficient sleep. "Miss, please hurry. Otherwise, I might be punished." Su Luoluo sighed. She was urged by Chen Hua to get dressed and, still half asleep, sat in front of the mirror, allowing Chen Hua to fuss over her. Throughout their journey, Chen Hua incessantly chattered about various protocols, causing Su Luoluo to feel as though her ears would develop calluses. Passing through the grand archways and along the corridor, she caught sight of the residence ahead. The trees were lush, and a faint floral scent wafted through the air. Even before reaching the door, she could hear laughter and conversation emanating from within. "Ah, you little girl, you always enjoy these antics. If it were any other girl, she would have gone off to play by now." The old madam's voice was laced with affection. As Su Luoluo approached the entrance, she immediately spotted Su Xiezhu, who had been confined the previous day, clinging to the old madam's arm and acting coyly. "Grandmother, you always enjoy teasing me. I'm merely seeking longevity for you. You little girl, you must have enjoyed plenty of sweets lately." The family seemed to share a joyful moment. Just as the incense was barely burned, Su Xiezhu was likely to be released. Su Luoluo stepped over the threshold, bowing slightly. Granddaughter pays her respects to grandmother. The formalities were performed flawlessly, albeit with a hint of awkwardness. As her voice rang out, the previously lively room fell into an immediate hush. "You still remember to come?" the old madam said, displeased. "If you do not wish to accompany me, then there is no need for such effort." Su Luoluo couldn't help but roll her eyes inwardly. Had it not been for Chuanhua's insistence, she would not have come. "I, of course, wish to accompany grandmother, but I was unwell yesterday, which is why I arrived late. I hope grandmother will forgive me." As she spoke, Su Luoluo deliberately covered her mouth and coughed softly. This certainly made it seem as if she were indeed unwell. Coupled with the news of the physician's visit to her courtyard the previous day, it would surely give the impression that she had sought an excuse to avoid seeing the old madam. If this continued, soon everyone would claim to be unwell, and the visits could be entirely avoided. The sarcasm woven into her words was strikingly apparent. It seemed that trouble had come knocking for her precious granddaughter. The grandmother chuckled, inquiring whether her granddaughter had arrived.
"Ha."
The old lady Su sneered, dismissively waving her hand, instructing her to find a seat. After uttering these words, she turned her attention back to Su Xiezhu, resuming their light-hearted conversation. Su Luoluo chose a position that was neither too distant nor too close, lowering her gaze and remaining silent. However, it was evident that her thoughts were misplaced. The old lady Su did not wish to see her, yet someone insisted on drawing her into the spotlight. "Grandmother, you are unaware that His Highness the Prince of Su specifically visited my sister's courtyard yesterday and conversed with her for quite some time before departing. Su Xiaozhu nonchalantly redirected the conversation towards Su Luoluo. How could they have such intimate interactions before even being wed? The old lady Su's face turned stern, expressing her disdain for the lack of propriety. Su Luoluo mused. Why does this concern me? If it weren't for the untimeliness of the moment, I might have rolled my eyes at the absurdity. After some contemplation, she smiled and addressed her interlocutor. Grandmother speaks truly. If His Highness the Prince were to visit again, I shall firmly close the gates of the courtyard. Should he inquire, I will certainly engage him in earnest discussion about your earnest teachings. Her words, though devoid of any apparent issues, were discomforting to hear. The expression on the old lady Su's face shifted repeatedly. Yet, she found no grounds to retort and could only glare at Su Luoluo with spite. Indeed, grandmother is correct, Su Luoluo replied, her head bowed, feigning compliance. The old lady Su, perceiving this demeanor, felt as though she were striking cotton, rendered powerless. Sister, grandmother only wishes the best for you. Yes. Su Luoluo's eyes sparkled with sincerity as she lifted her gaze. Thus, I believe all that grandmother says is true. I do not perceive her intentions as anything but good. Su Xiaozhu was momentarily at a loss for words, abruptly silenced by Su Luoluo's retort. The corners of Su Luoluo's mouth curled subtly in amusement. Ha! Still wishing to contend with me, unaware of your own standing. Old lady, but this young lady is already betrothed to His Highness the Prince. If there is a betrothal, then occasional meetings can only be seen as fostering affection. The sudden interjection from Zhou stirred Su Xiaozhu's brows into a frown. She did not believe Zhou had any genuine intentions to advocate on her behalf. Mother, what are you saying?
Som om deg kuvan interjekter. Munching on seeds.
His Highness the Prince's fiancée is the legitimate eldest daughter of our Chancellor's household. Some people seem to be living in a delusion about their status. Who knows? If her true identity were to be exposed, His Highness might reconsider the engagement. If that were the case, what claim would she have as a fiancée? Su Luoluo took a delicate sip of tea, a smile gracing her features. Zhou covered her mouth, feigning surprise. Oh, that's right. Had you not mentioned it, I might have almost forgotten. It is indeed a status still in question. Zhou chuckled. Perhaps she pretends not to know her own worth. Zhou and Su Qiuan exchanged barbs, while the old lady Su listened with a furrowed brow, silently clenching her prayer beads. Zhou, noticing the old lady's discontent, spoke with increasing candor. Everything that should be said and that should not be said flowed from her lips like beans tumbling from a bamboo tube. Originally, Su Luoluo had a temper that was difficult to manage, and now she could scarcely tolerate any further provocation. Aunt, have you and my sister finished your little chat? Su Luoluo interjected, cutting through their dialogue. Oh, dear, I almost forgot. Our eldest lady is still present. How careless of me to touch upon such a sensitive topic. Mother, why must you speak so candidly before her? Su Luoluo displayed no hint of displeasure, looking toward the two. Whether I am the legitimate daughter or not, my mother knows far better than you, Aunt. Am I to have emerged from your womb instead? Furthermore, regardless of status, I am still my father's child. Yun Xiao paused deliberately. After all, Anne is not the biological child of grandmother, merely a secondary son. It seems you wish to impart your experiences to me on how to behave as a secondary daughter in the future? Volume 1, Chapter 18, A Fatal Blow, The Undistinguished Secondary Daughter. Zhou's expression shifted dramatically. Coming from a humble background was one thing, but being a secondary son was a devastating blow for her. She had never anticipated being addressed so bluntly. Zhou nearly fainted from indignation. You, Su Luoluo smiled at her. Oh dear. I truly should not have spoken so in front of my aunt. It was my oversight. I should have shared this truth with others instead. Zhou trembled, extending a quivering finger towards Su Luoluo. Is that how your mother taught you? Zhou retorted, displeased. Enough. The old lady Shen, seated high above, lifted her eyelids and cast a dispassionate glance at Zhou, her eyes filled with disappointment. I had previously stated that matter should not be mentioned again. How could you so easily forget? Upon sensing the old lady Su's displeasure, Zhou hastily bowed. Mother, I understand my mistake. Enough. Must you all raise such a ruckus so early in the morning, denying me a moment of peace? Zhou quickly knelt alongside Su Qiuan. Mother, I certainly did not mean it. The old lady Su's face was stern, filled with displeasure. With a wave of her hand, she declared, Enough. I am weary. You may all leave for now. Zhou had no choice but to swallow her grievances silently as they exited the door. As they left, Su Qiuan shot a resentful glare at Su Luoluo. It's all your fault for speaking out. I shall see how you boast when your true identity is discovered. The mother and daughter departed together. Su Luoluo shook her head, recognizing their simplicity. Though they often targeted her, it was merely verbal sparring. Such individuals were the easiest to manage. Chunhua closely accompanied Su Luoluo as they traversed the garden. She admired the picturesque scenery of the lake within the residence, taking the opportunity to enjoy the sight of the koi fish today. The lake was adorned with lotus leaves, the flowers rising majestically above, and dragonflies perched atop. As a gentle breeze caressed their faces, the lotus swayed, and ripples danced across the water's surface. Miss, the second miss has arrived, Chunhua whispered. Su Luoluo looked up to see Su Xiaozhu approaching her slowly. Sister, do you dislike me? As Su Xiaozhu lowered her gaze, tears trickled from the corners of her eyes. Landing upon her hand, she presented a pitiful sight, evoking sympathy from all who beheld her. Are you jesting, sister? Though we may not share a bond as strong as iron, there is no reason for dislike. Then why did you frame me that day? Su Xiaozhu's eyes welled with tears, her gaze reddening. When I sent you that sachet, I did not include any poison, yet you wrongfully accused me. Is this not a sign of your dislike?
Do not jest, sister.
I thought you could not bear to see me well, which is why you would resort to such actions. No, I did not poison it. This is not my first time sending gifts to you. If I had any intention of poisoning you, I would have done so long ago. Oh, by the way, Su Luoluo said with a smile, shifting her gaze to the maid standing beside Su Xiaozhu. If I recall correctly, it was on that day that Tao Hong came to your side. If someone has indeed been poisoned, then Tao Hong would be the prime suspect. Su Xiaozhu's expression froze instantly. She never expected her opponent to retaliate so cunningly. A sister, you know Tao Hong's character. She wouldn't dare harm a chicken, let alone poison anyone. Perhaps this is a deliberate slander by others, aimed at straining our sisterly bond. Su Xiaozhu spoke softly, leaning closer to Su Luoluo, resting a hand on her shoulder and giving it a gentle pat. Sister, you are aware that I have always treated you well. How could I ever poison you? Surely, someone is plotting against me, trying to sabotage our relationship. Su Luoluo deliberately continued, who do you think is most likely behind this? Since our relationship is strained, the second branch would benefit the most. They might be waiting for us to fall out, at which point they could reap the rewards. Her words nearly convinced Su Luoluo herself. Su Luoluo nodded, I see. I shall inquire with Aunt to see if she truly harbors such malicious thoughts. As a member of the Su family, how could she be so vicious? Upon seeing Su Luoluo's angry demeanor as she turned to leave, Su Xiaozhu was momentarily taken aback. In her memory, Su Luoluo was soft and timid, never daring to act so boldly. Typically, she would only complain a bit in front of her. Wait, you shouldn't go directly to her like that. If you do, won't it just embarrass you? Su Xiaozhu said with a hint of reproach. Su Luoluo replied earnestly, Sister, you just said it was Aunt's doing, so I must clarify things with her. I cannot allow her to bully me without reason. You will be scolded by grandmother. Then it will depend on you, sister. You have the best relationship with grandmother, don't you? Su Xiaozhu found it difficult to read Su Luoluo's intentions. The events of the previous day had instilled a sense of unease in Su Xiaozhu regarding Su Luoluo. She had come to probe her sister, to see if she was indeed different from the person she had always known. Yet now, Su Xiaozhu found her sister rather inscrutable. This person was no longer the soft and easily deceived one from before, and for some reason, Su Xiaozhu felt that Su Luoluo's demeanor seemed feigned, akin to an actor on stage. Sister, are you deceiving me? Su Luoluo's expression shifted, stepping back 2 paces with a faint smile. It was one thing to play along with her sister's act, but the charade had grown tiresome. You were the one who poisoned me. And you sent Tao Hong to deliver it. You simply didn't expect me to uncover the truth. Su Xiaozhu was taken aback, never anticipating such a turn of events. Just as she was about to explain herself, Su Luoluo raised her hand to stop her from speaking. Sister, I mean no harm. I merely wish for you to understand one thing. I am the legitimate daughter. Those baseless rumors should be disregarded. The position of the legitimate daughter belongs to me.
Not you.
Her casual words caused Su Xiaozhu's expression to change dramatically. While I have not yet lost my temper, you should cease your actions while you still can. I cannot be bothered to engage in this trivial back and forth with you. It is exceedingly dull. As the two took a few steps, Su Xiaozhu hurriedly approached to block their path. Chunhua stood protectively in front of them, arms outstretched. Second miss, what do you mean by this? Su Xiaozhu's beautiful eyes locked onto her adversary. Tao Hong, please take Chunhua aside. I would like to have a proper conversation with my dear sister. Tao Hong, tall and robust, moved aside, effectively separating Chunhua from Su Xiaozhu. Chunhua's heart filled with concern.
Miss,
she called out.
Observing Su Yao's advancing demeanor, Su Luoluo felt an unprecedented calm.
It's fine. You can wait there. I am quite curious to hear what my sister intends to say. Sister, you truly hurt me. I have always treated you so well. Why do you not trust me? Moreover, Su Xiaozhu leaned closer to Su Luoluo, lowering her voice. Sister, do you not know who the legitimate daughter truly is? Surely you do not believe that a wild chicken can masquerade as a phoenix for years and actually become one. Su Luoluo stepped back. I never claimed to be a phoenix. It seems your ambition is rather grand. What was initially meant as a metaphor shifted to a different connotation in Su Luoluo's words, causing Su Xiaozhu's expression to change. Sister, you know exactly what I mean. Su Xiaozhu narrowed her eyes. If you continue to provoke me, I shall report to grandmother. At that point, do not weep when you lose your position. If it weren't for my unwillingness to marry that useless prince, how could you still be seated here so comfortably? Huh. Su Xiaozhu scoffed. I have long collected ample evidence against you, my dear sister. Indeed. She did not wish to marry the prince. Su Xiaozhu played her cards skillfully. If things went as she desired, after the original owner married, she would ascend to the position of the legitimate daughter. By then, the prime minister and his wife would feel guilty and would surely seek a good match for her. Would that not ensure a lifetime of comfort and perhaps even high status? As for the original owner marrying the prince, she would have long been discarded by the Su family. Su Luoluo felt a pang of sympathy for the original owner, while Su Luoluo was lost in thought. A glint of malice flickered in Su Xiaozhu's eyes. She stealthily approached Su Luoluo from behind. Before them lay a tranquil lake. Chunhua noticed the scene and called out, Miss, be careful. The push from behind sent Su Luoluo stumbling forward. Su Xiaozhu's face contorted with rage. Her usual gentleness had vanished. Su Luoluo swiftly turned, grasping Su Xiaozhu's wrist. You little wretch. Infuriated, Su Xiaozhu raised her hand to strike, but her wrist was firmly held, rendering her immobile. Second sister. What on earth are you doing? A youthful voice interjected. Su Luoluo turned to see a young man standing beside her. He wore a blue brocade robe, with embroidered bamboo on the hem, indicating a skilled hand in the craft. Looking closer, she saw his face was like a jade crown, adorned with a red headband and a green jade ornament. Su Xian, do not meddle in our affairs. Su Xiaozhu spat through clenched teeth. This is our matter, not yours. Second sister, I just saw father approaching, accompanied by several ministers. As soon as these words left his lips, Su Xiaozhu immediately broke free from his grasp and retreated a few steps. Today you are fortunate. She shot a venomous glare at Su Luoluo. Just wait. I will see who else will come to your aid next time. Taohong, let us go. Su Xiaozhu turned and left with Taohong. Sister, get up. Su Luoluo saw a hand reaching out to her. She took hold of it and stood with assistance. Nodding slightly to him, she said, Thank you, you must be Xian. Does sister still remember me? Su Xian asked, a look of surprise crossing his face, revealing a small canine tooth when he smiled. Yes, I have some recollection. Su Luoluo rose to brush off the dust from her attire and adjusted her clothing. Thank you for your assistance this time, she remarked. Sister. There is no need for such formality. Ultimately, it is still second sister who has gone too far. Your temperament has always been gentle. Had it not been for her excessive bullying, you would not have retaliated. Su Luoluo found herself momentarily speechless and offered a faint smile to the person before her. She indeed had some recollection of this individual, the only son of the Su family's main branch. Although not the legitimate heir, he was particularly likely to inherit the family estate in the future. His mother was a childhood companion of the Prime Minister Su, yet due to their modest background, she was merely referred to as a concubine. According to the original owner's memories, that concubine and Su Xian rarely emerged from seclusion, indifferent to worldly affairs. It was unexpected that Su Xian had grown so much now. Su Xian shook her head. Perhaps next time, I have matters to attend to today. Sister, please take care. Second sister may still trouble you. Su Luoluo nodded. I understand. You may go about your business. Then I shall take my leave, said Su Xian. After seeing her off, Chunhua hurriedly approached to inquire, Miss, are you all right? I am fine, Su Luoluo replied, cautiously asking, I do not have much impression of this brother of mine. Chunhua, do you recall anything? Chunhua's expression stiffened at her question. After a moment's hesitation, she stammered, Miss, the young master is also concerned for your well-being. This statement left Su Luoluo perplexed. What do you mean? Chunhua whispered, previously, I reminded you because the young master instructed me to do so.
Y sí, Su Luoluo responded.
Besides this matter, when else have I met him? Chunhua furrowed her brows in contemplation. After a while, she finally said, When you were young, you once helped concubine Ru. Have you forgotten? Su Luoluo truly had little recollection of it. Please explain, she urged. Indeed. Shortly after concubine Ru entered the household, she fell gravely ill. However, the prime minister was away, and both the old madam and madam went to the temple to pray. Others did not pay much attention to the concubine, and there was no one capable of taking charge, while the second branch was even less willing to intervene.
Su Luoluo fornet, in hertots.
She did have some vague memory of this incident, though the original owner did not recall it well. For her, it may have been a simple act. But for Su Xian, it was a matter of life and death.
Yes.
Su Luoluo headed towards the courtyard with Chunhua. As soon as she stepped inside, hurried shouts echoed from behind her. Miss! Miss! The voice panted breathlessly. The master requests your presence. His Royal Highness and other princes have arrived. They wish to meet you. Su Luoluo's brow furrowed slightly. Hadn't she just seen Pei Zhaoxue yesterday? Why was he here again today, along with other princes? This was indeed troublesome. Pei Zhaoxue, mentioned by Su Luoluo, rubbed his itchy nose. Sitting beside him, Prince Yen, Pei Yenxuan, teased, perhaps it is because Miss Su has been speaking of you, causing your nose to itch. At the thought of Su Luoluo, Pei Zhaoxue's expression darkened. The idea that she might be speaking about him was likely a reprimand. Yet you, who usually understands the emperor's thoughts best, Why are you behaving differently this time? Pei Yanxuan joked. I am more curious about what kind of enchanting person Miss Su is that captivates you so. Pei Zhaoshua's face remained cold as he answered, enchanting? She is hardly worthy of that term. I simply seek peace. Following the maid, Su Luoluo traversed the corridor, winding through it until she finally spotted a bamboo house by the lakeside. All princes and the prime minister are in the study. Miss, you may proceed on your own. Understood. Upon reaching the door of the bamboo house, she paused, hearing voices within.
Ah?
The Prince of Su has learned to use the term peace. You must know that the position of Prince Consort is highly sought after. Indeed, the position of Prince Consort should be chosen with care. However, Prime Minister Su is well educated, so I assume his legitimate daughter must be quite remarkable. Mediocre at best. At the sound of that familiar voice, Su Luoluo instinctively rolled her eyes. It was unmistakably Pei Zhaoshua's voice. What a pompous man. Mediocre at best? She is clearly a beauty that could rival the most renowned. Although he was indeed handsome, he was merely decent. The voice of Pei Zhaoshua, hearing her silent thoughts, raised his brows slightly. This woman lacks any self-awareness. Pei Yanxuan, sitting nearby, observed the exchange and quipped, What thoughts are you having? Nothing of importance, Pei Zhaoshua replied coolly. Su Luoluo knocked on the door. Please enter. Upon hearing the invitation, she slowly pushed the door open and walked into the room, offering a slight bow to the gathered company. Greetings, your highnesses. She kept her head lowered, refraining from making direct eye contact, for in ancient times, even as the Prime Minister's daughter, she could not compare to these noble figures. She lacked the audacity to gaze directly at them. You are indeed the daughter of Prime Minister Su, a deep, pleasant voice noted. Lift your head, there is no need for such restraint. Pei Yuan spoke gently. Since you are to be the future consort of the Prince of Su, we share some kinship. Yes, Su Luoluo replied, raising her head. With a light touch of makeup, she appeared graceful without being overly adorned, exuding a unique charm. Pei Yanxuan, resting his chin on his hand, remarked, Indeed, a beauty. I had heard that the Prime Minister's wife was stunning, and it seems the daughter is no less so. No wonder you are willing to marry. If I were in your position, I would wish for it too. Is there anyone in your family who rivals your beauty? If so, you must introduce them to me. The only sister I have is a half-sister, though her looks and talents do not fall short of mine. I also have a cousin, who is quite remarkable. Pei Zhaoshua's expression darkened as he lightly tapped the table to signal a reminder. Pei Yanxuan shrugged and fell silent, refraining from further teasing. Indeed. Su Luoluo maintained a respectful demeanor while her mind raced with thoughts. Why do these three seem like spoiled youths? What could they possibly want by calling me here? Where is my father? Did he not summon me? Maintaining such airs is truly exhausting. Were it not for my lower status, I would surely sit with legs crossed, demanding their obedience. What a tiring affair. Pei Zhaoshua cast a glance her way, discreetly pouring a cup of tea and placing it before Su Luoluo, pretending not to notice her as he continued conversing with the others. The Prime Minister is known for his procrastination. You are well aware of that. Pei Yanxuan spoke without reservations. Indeed, such is the demeanor of royalty, showing little regard for the Prime Minister. My father must feel quite embarrassed. Just as that thought crossed her mind, Prime Minister Su rushed in, clutching a document. Here's the plan for this year's hunting expedition. Due to last year's natural disasters, the autumn hunt was cancelled. According to tradition, it must be compensated in spring. Next month, there are several auspicious days, your highnesses. Only after finishing his words did Prime Minister Su notice Su Luoluo quietly seated beside Pei Zhaoshua, sipping tea. Luoluo, why are you just sitting there? Get up quickly. The prince commanded her to sit down. Pei Zhaoshua spoke, causing Prime Minister Su to instantaneously fall silent. Before Yun Xiaoyao could rise, Pei Zhaoshua's hand gently pressed down on hers, compelling her to remain seated. How has this man suddenly transformed into a domineering CEO? Pei Zhaoshua gazed at him in confusion. What on earth is a domineering CEO, your highness? Su Luoluo bowed respectfully and obediently sat in silence. Pei Yuan took the memorial from the Prime Minister's hands and meticulously perused it. Among the three present, he alone exhibited the utmost seriousness. Well then, since that is the case, let us plan for the spring hunting. Please, Prime Minister, have the Bureau of Astronomy select auspicious dates, which we shall present to the Emperor at the appropriate time. Pei Yuan handed the memorial to Prime Minister Su, who, upon receiving it, did not appear to relax. He hesitated, remaining silent, yet his brows knitted in concern. This matter rests with His Majesty. He shall decide. Prime Minister, it is best not to meddle too much. Pei Yuan advised softly, knowing that no matter how much Su suspected, he could not voice it. Thank you for the reminder, Prince Jean. I have been overly concerned. Prime Minister Su lowered his head in acceptance. It is not your fault, Pei Yuan sighed softly, for they all understood the unspoken truth of the situation. Since we have addressed official matters, shall we delve into personal matters? Prime Minister Su was also aware that his daughter had an engagement with Prince Su, which would inevitably lead to the early fulfillment of that engagement.
Prime Minister Su stood in shock.
He had not anticipated such a swift shift in conversation topics, leaving him somewhat bewildered. This is Chapter 21 of Volume 1. Have you forgotten that I am a prince?
Today,
I have come to inquire about your thoughts on the marriage. Prime Minister Su licked his parched lips, knowing this matter would naturally align with Prince Su's preferences. As for Prince Su, I feel no affection towards Miss Su, Pei Zhaoxue stated calmly and flatly. Upon hearing this, the others, aside from Pei Zhaoxue and Su Luoluo, were taken aback. No one expected Pei Zhaoxue to utter such a statement. Su Luoluo felt a surge of joy. It seems this man has come to his senses. Perhaps without the engagement, I can find an opportunity to escape. Pei Zhaoxue glanced at Su Luoluo. Had she not been able to hear the thoughts in her mind, she would not have detected any hint of abnormality on her face. Su Luoluo thought, why does this man sound so out of breath? Regardless, I shall marry her. However, I have a small request, and I hope the Prime Minister will consent. Prime Minister Su furrowed his brow, somewhat perplexed. Please clarify, Your Highness. I would like the Prime Minister to grant me some time, which would also allow me to cultivate feelings with Miss Su. Prime Minister Su appeared somewhat confused. Pei Zhaoxue inquired, what, Prime Minister? Do you not understand the prince's intentions? How does he wish to cultivate feelings with Luoluo? The prince wishes to occasionally invite her to the estate for discussions, which would also facilitate conversations about mutual interests and preferences. What do you think, Prime Minister? He nodded earnestly, stating that if the prince desires this, then, as her father, he naturally must agree. Thank you, Prime Minister. The Prime Minister chuckled, albeit with a hint of awkwardness. I shall congratulate Prime Minister Su in advance. You jest, Prince Yen. Prime Minister Su's expression revealed no trace of joy. Pei Yuan's eyes sparkled with satisfaction. A significant matter had been settled without ever consulting the opinion of the young woman involved. Observing the jovial exchanges among the group, Su Luoluo deeply felt the plight of women in feudal times. Fortunately, I am the daughter of the Prime Minister. Had I been anyone else, the situation would have been dire. However, I can also strike a deal with Pei Zhaoxue. It seems my luck is quite favorable. At least this man is wealthy, handsome, and comes from a prestigious family. If I manage to heal him, I might even escape with a fortune.
Su Luoluo nodded in satisfaction.
Meanwhile, Pei Zhaoxue narrowed her eyes slightly, having absorbed all that transpired. After everything concluded, Su Luoluo was tasked with escorting Pei Zhaoxue out. Pei Yuan and Pei Yanxuan found an excuse to leave with Prime Minister Su. Su Luoluo stood behind Pei Zhaoxue, assisting by pushing the wheelchair. When will you assist me in healing? Pei Zhaoxue inquired coldly. In a couple of days, I need to visit the marketplace to procure some items. What do you need? Pei Zhaoxue frowned. Whatever you require, my royal residence can procure for you. Su Luoluo shook her head. I need to select them personally. That day, she opened her medical bag, finding most items in place, but still lacking certain essentials. Thus, she needed to visit the marketplace herself. She hoped to find a suitable surgical knife in this bustling capital. Although Pei Zhaoxue did not understand, she still offered a reminder. I can wait. But you must show me the results when the time comes. Should there be no results, you are well aware of what I shall do. I understand, Su Luoluo replied. After escorting Pei Zhaoxue to the door, Zhao Qing took over, pushing her away. Su Luoluo watched them depart, clicking her tongue in disapproval and shaking her head. Regardless, I have secured a decent partner in this endeavor. Wake up. Wake up. Su Luoluo was jolted awake by someone shaking her. Upon waking, she was greeted by the faintly yellow light and an unpleasant countenance. Initially disoriented, she quickly widened her eyes, nearly letting out a scream, but her mouth was swiftly covered, leaving her stammering, unable to produce sound. You are finally awake, Miss Su. I had no intention of silencing you, but should you scream, I would have no choice but to eliminate you, you understand? Su Luoluo nodded quickly, indicating her understanding. Very well, as long as you comprehend. The other party smiled and released her grip. Seeing it was Pei Yanxuan, whom she had encountered earlier, Su Luoluo immediately wrapped herself tightly in her bedding. This man had been laughing and joking with Pei Zhaoxue in the afternoon. Now, he had entered her chamber at night. One must know that intruding into a lady's chamber at night is improper. If others were to learn of this, her reputation would be ruined. Trembling with fear. W, what are you here for? Could it be that this person was an enemy of Pei Zhaoxue, intent on humiliating her for his own amusement? Have you forgotten who I am? The somewhat low voice rendered Su Luoluo momentarily speechless. Forgotten? Forgotten what? Could it be that the original owner had some unresolved feelings towards him? She had no recollection whatsoever. Your Highness, you jest. How could I forget you?
Ha.
Pei Yanxuan's cold laugh dispelled the teasing expression from his face, replaced by a hint of chill. You indeed have forgotten me. Su Luoluo's mind was engulfed in confusion. Wasn't the original owner supposed to be reserved and shy? This seemed quite different. You saved my life once. At that time, I was merely an uncherished prince. Su Luoluo found it difficult to discern whether the words spoken by the other party were sincere or merely jesting. Is there something you wish to discuss, Your Highness? She inquired. I have come to inform you that should you be unwilling to marry the Su king, I shall seek the Empress Dowager's assistance, he replied. Pei Yenshuan caressed the protective wristband on his arm. I am aware that the Su king, now rendered incapable, is somewhat of a burden to you. You need not worry. I shall take care of everything. What?
Luoluo interjected hastily.
Pei Yenshuan turned in confusion. What is it? Do you still intend to marry him? Luoluo shook her head. No. But he is the only one capable of ensuring my safety. I can do that, as well. Pei Yenshuan asserted. In the first volume, Chapter 22, I can take you away. The young lady of the general's residence was forcibly taken to the imperial bed. She, and I share a vendetta. She will undoubtedly seek to recommend herself to the emperor. If that is the case, do you truly believe you can protect me? Pei Yenshuan fell silent. His lips pressed tightly together. The emperor desires a princess, and that must be returned willingly. Pei Zhaoxue holds military power. Thus she need not concern herself with such matters and possesses the strength to resist. I can take you away from the capital, he offered. Luoluo's heart raced with excitement. If she could leave the capital, she could escape this wretched place and no longer have to please others. Just as she was about to ask a question, she suddenly heard Chuanhua's voice outside. Miss is particularly concerned about the madam. I was asked to inquire about your health. She is considering visiting the temple outside the city to pray for you. Luoluo's thoughts revolted at the absurdity. She turned to the man beside her and pointed towards the bed. Perhaps you should hide there for the time being. The esteemed Prince of Yen had never endured such indignities and was unwilling. Luoluo thought this plan suitable. Pei Yenshuan smiled wryly, casting a glance at her. She seemed quite pleased with the suggestion, yet he clearly did not share her sentiment. Luoluo touched her nose and gazed at the beams above. Otherwise, you should find a place to conceal yourself. If my mother sees you, I won't be able to explain where you should go. Moreover, if you cannot find a place, I may have to shout misconduct. She lowered her voice, delicately clearing her throat. You dare? Before Luoluo could complete her sentence, Pei Yenshuan's hand swiftly covered her mouth, preventing any sound from escaping. Well, her intentions are commendable, he mused. The footsteps and voice of Madame Su had already reached the door. Luoluo exchanged a knowing glance with Pei Yenshuan. In the next moment, the man vanished in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, the door was pushed open from outside. Madame Su approached her, gently patting her arm. My dear, you should take care of your mother. If it weren't for Chunhua, how would I know your thoughts? Luoluo glanced sideways at Chunhua, who nodded slightly. Their unspoken communication conveyed everything. Mother, I am your daughter. Of course I care about you, Luoluo said, linking her arm with Madame Su's and giving it a gentle shake. However, I understand that you are often busy, so I did not wish to disturb you. Madame Su playfully tapped her on the nose. You little rascal. Now you know to be concerned for your mother. Luoluo nestled closer to her mother. Mother, I have always cared deeply for you, have you not noticed? Just as the two shared this tender moment, Madame Su's gaze fell upon the 2 teacups before them, still containing unfinished tea. Madame Su's expression shifted instantly. Is there someone in your room? Although her words were soft, they carried an edge of scrutiny. What are you saying, mother? How could there be anyone in my room?
Luoluo replied, her deme anorun change.
Luo, I am your mother, not a stranger. If you have something to say, you must tell me. I would never harm you, Madame Su declared sternly. Luoluo shook her head. Mother, if you truly believe there is someone in my room, feel free to search. These 2 cups of tea were merely my way of passing the time. Since the rumors had begun circulating in the household, she had lost her companions for play. Luoluo lowered her gaze, concealing her eyes. I simply thought pouring 2 cups of tea would make it feel as though someone was keeping me company. Though her words did not explicitly express her loneliness, they resonated with sorrow. Madame Su recalled this well, understanding the nature of the rumors that had spread throughout the household. Looking at her daughter, whom she had raised, her heart ached with compassion. You, Madame Su exclaimed, pulling her into an embrace and tenderly stroking her back. Do not worry. These are but rumors, and you know that. Since they are merely rumors, we need not pay them any mind. Time will heal all. Mother, I understand, Luoluo replied, presenting herself as exceptionally obedient. I shall heed your words. Indeed, this image of a dutiful daughter brought comfort and joy to Madame Su. You, she said with a smile, playfully poking Luoluo's forehead. Just then, a cool night breeze swept through the room, carrying with it a faint floral scent. Cough, cough, cough. Madame Su covered her mouth as she began to cough. Zhang Mama, who was attending to Madame Su, immediately changed her expression. Quickly, close the window. We cannot let this cold wind enter. The madam cannot withstand it. Chunhua hurriedly directed others to shut the windows. Once the windows were closed, Madame Su's coughing gradually ceased, though her cheeks remained flushed. Mother, are you all right? Luoluo asked softly. If she wasn't mistaken, it seemed that Madame Su might be suffering from a respiratory ailment. Beep, beep, beep. A new task objective has been identified. Please attend to Madame Su promptly.
Luoluo's thoughts raced.
The task objective was Madame Su. Before she could seriously contemplate this, The shrill voice in her mind caused her head to throb, and she involuntarily gasped. Beep, beep, beep. Please diagnose the task objective as soon as possible. Is the system malfunctioning? How could she possibly diagnose someone? She could not recklessly claim knowledge of medicine. After all, this was the original character's mother. How could she not know the character's temperament? This was truly a dilemma.
Countdown.
Why was this happening again? Su Luoluo's mind raced. Noticing Su Luoluo's discomfort, Madame Su grasped her hand with concern. Are you all right? Su Luoluo shook her head. Mother, I recently read a few medical texts. May I examine your pulse? I am worried about your health. Though I know I am not that skilled, I still wish to help you. Her gentle tone was difficult to refuse. Seeing her daughter so devoted, Madame Su felt a wave of gratitude. Very well, I shall comply. Zhang Mama chimed in, indeed. The madam has always cherished the eldest young lady. You talk too much. Madame Su teased. Madame Su extended her hand, and Su Luoluo took her pulse, noting the fine, slippery pulse. She furrowed her brow and hesitated for a moment. Mother, when you have an episode, aside from coughing, do you occasionally experience shortness of breath, particularly at night? Do you feel cold and have a persistent runny nose? Madame Su turned to Zhang Mama with a smile. Look at that, she truly possesses some skill. Her pulse diagnosis is impeccable. The symptoms she describes are indeed accurate. I do experience those very issues. How is it that you presume to know my ailment? Volume 1. Chapter 23. The temple is small, ill-fitting for such a grand Buddha. Lady Su covered her mouth and coughed. The physician has stated that mother is merely allergic to the willow fluff in the wind, hence the persistent coughing. Do not worry. If it were merely an allergy to the willow fluff, it would be of no consequence. However, Lady Su's current symptoms indicate a far graver condition. She is likely suffering from asthma, specifically the cold variant. All right, mother shall no longer jest with you. I came today to check on you, and knowing you are well brings me relief. Your good days are still ahead. Su Luoluo instinctively grasped Lady Su's wrist, her bright eyes fixed intently on her, unwavering. Lady Su felt a shiver at the intensity of her gaze. Looking down and glancing around, she smiled and said, What is it that you gaze upon me so? I am quite embarrassed. Mother, Chunhua, you all may leave first. I have matters to discuss with mother. Without hesitation, Chunhua led the others out. The maidservants attending Lady Su exchanged a glance with her before bowing and retreating. Inside the room, only Su Luoluo and Lady Su remained. What are you planning to stir up now? Lady Su asked, smiling. Yet, Su Luoluo's expression bore no trace of a smile. She scrutinized Lady Su earnestly. Are you aware that you have asthma? The brevity of her words caused the previously gentle and smiling Lady Su to instantly change her demeanor. Where did you hear this? Who told you? Lady Su's tone turned sharp, her presence imposing, suffocating Su Luoluo. She raised her hand to gently shield herself. Please remain calm. I did not hear it from anyone. I discerned it through pulse diagnosis. Are you jesting? Lady Su hesitated, eyeing her closely, then spoke. You diagnose pulses? I have not heard any of your maidservants mention this. Su Luoluo's heart sank. She had forgotten this detail. After all, Lady Su was her mother. And she certainly knew this well. This was unlike Pei Zhaoxue, who could fabricate tales at will. Su Luoluo cast her eyes downward, evoking sympathy. You know, I have always been rather taciturn. I'm not as eloquent as my sister, and I often spend my time perusing medical texts to alleviate my boredom. Her words were both subtle and plaintive. Lady Su's heart swelled with compassion. She gently stroked Su Luoluo's hair. Good child, it is my fault. Do not be upset. As long as I am here, they shall not dare to bully you. Lady Su spoke softly, regardless of whether you are my child by blood. I shall treat you as my own. Do not worry. She embraced Su Luoluo, tenderly patting her back. Good child, my dear. Perhaps it was the original owner's grievances. When Lady Su treated her with such tenderness, especially when enveloped in her embrace, Su Luoluo felt her eyes welling up, tears cascading down like golden droplets, soaking Lady Su's garments. Mother, enough now, do not cry. Lady Su cupped Su Luoluo's face, gently wiping away her tears. Su Luoluo looked up, her eyes red and filled with a heart-wrenching sorrow. Lady Su continued to tenderly wipe her tears. Mother, I wish to treat your illness. Su Luoluo tugged at Lady Su's sleeve, speaking softly. Lady Su was taken aback. Although the other could articulate her ailment, it might have been relayed by someone else. She did not want to entrust her life to another's hands. If you do not wish to, it is all right. Su Luoluo lowered her head. May I make a sachet for you? It can help you. Seeing Su Luoluo's earnest expression, Lady Su could not bear to refuse. She gently stroked her hair. Very well, you may make one for me, and I shall certainly carry it every day. Only then did a hint of a smile grace Su Luoluo's face. She took Lady Su's hand and slowly sat down, softly explaining, Mother, please be cautious of the flying fluff in the future. Do not let it cause your asthma to flare up again. All right, Mother understands. Su Luoluo continued to offer numerous reminders, and Lady Su's gaze towards her grew increasingly tender. As night fell, Su Luoluo reluctantly released her hold, bidding her farewell. Fortunately, she had successfully garnered much goodwill from Lady Su. She planned to use the sachet to assist in her recovery, and once it took effect, she would seek opportunities to help Lady Su in the future. After all, there was no time constraint on this task, and she was not in a rush. On the other hand, there was Pei Zhaoxue, whom she must keep an eye on. The toxins had all converged in her feet. Although this could halt their spread, if the toxins accumulated for too long, she might find herself unable to stand. Given Pei Zhaoxue's unscrupulous nature, it was likely that she would turn against Su Luoluo over this matter, which would be quite unfavorable for her. While Su Luoluo pondered this, she suddenly found herself startled by a man who appeared before her. She instinctively clutched her chest and took a couple of steps back. Her eyes widened in shock as she fixed her gaze on the man. Pei Yanxuan's smile held a hint of wickedness. Miss Su seems to be enjoying a delightful conversation with your mother. This mother-daughter bond is quite clear to me. Each word dripped with barely restrained animosity. Su Luoluo touched her nose, awkwardly lifting her head. Have you forgotten that I am still perched on the beam? Pei Yanxuan spat out the words with palpable irritation. Apologies.
I truly forget, Su Luoluo replied awkwardly.
Her mind was consumed with system tasks and accumulating goodwill, necessary for establishing herself in the Su residence, leaving no room for the unexpected appearance of this prince. However, observing his demeanor, Su Luoluo understood well. She could not afford to reveal the whole truth. I am merely finding it difficult to manage at home. If I do not cling to my mother, survival becomes a challenge. I hope your highness does not take offense. I take great offense. Pei Yanxuan retorted. Su Luoluo raised her hands in a gesture of resignation. Then it seems you must bear your own grievances. I am powerless to change it. Seeing his demeanor, Pei Yanxuan reached out and pinched Su Luoluo's cheek roughly, leaving an imprint before he finally released her, satisfied. Heh. Next time, I shall not be so forgiving, Pei Yanxuan declared. Su Luoluo stepped back, clutching her face. I am to be your future imperial sister-in-law. Pei Yanxuan cast a sidelong glance. Whether you become my future sister-in-law is still debatable. After all, Pei Zhaoxue has been poisoned for years. Her condition is dire. Whether she can survive until your wedding is uncertain. Do you truly believe my ailing royal brother can satisfy you? His almost harassing words caused Su Luoluo's affection for Pei Yanxuan to plummet. She raised her hand, expressionless, and pushed him away. This courtyard is too small to accommodate your grand presence. It would be best for you to tread carefully. Volume 1, Chapter 24. What ailment afflicts this prince? TSK. You shall have your share of troubles. Pei Yanxuan shook his head. Do not come seeking my apology when the time comes. With that, he vanished in the blink of an eye. Once he disappeared, Su Luoluo slowly exhaled, her body relaxing as she collapsed onto her soft bed, staring at the ceiling with closed eyes, contemplating the peculiarities of royal life. How curious it is that not only does the emperor desire her, but an inexplicably emerging prince does as well. Am I truly so irresistible? No, this must be part of a conspiracy. Perhaps the original owner harbors some secret unknown to others. Thoughts surged uncontrollably within Su Luoluo's mind. Perched on the rooftop, Pei Zhaoxue listened intently to every word. He lifted a roof tile and peered down. This woman is not entirely foolish. He had been contemplating whether to terminate their partnership if she proved to be too naive, easily bullied even within this confined courtyard. Suddenly, Su Luoluo sprang up, sitting before her vanity, twisting her head before the mirror, and indulging in self-admiration. Pei Zhaoxue was left speechless. This woman hardly deserved his praise. She was merely a foolish girl. Your Highness, should we investigate the fact that Prince Yen is also lurking on the rooftop? Zhao Qing inquired. Pei Zhaoxue shot him a sidelong glance. No need. Pei Yanxuan is not without strength. They had not been particularly discreet. And he would have known of their presence long ago. Since he is aware and chooses to act, as Su Luoluo suggested, there must be a reason behind it. To sow discord? It appears Pei Yanxuan is not as simple as he seems. The waters of the capital grow ever murkier. Let her come to the mansion tomorrow to treat my ailment. With that, Pei Zhaoxue vanished. Zhao Qing followed closely behind. The Prime Minister's residence returned to its tranquil state once more. The following morning, before dawn had fully arrived, Su Luoluo was gently shaken awake by Chenhua. Caught in a half-dream, she opened her eyes to see the world outside still dimly lit and promptly returned to sleep. Miss, please do not sleep any longer. You must get up. Chenhua exerted all her strength to rouse Su Luoluo. She shook her shoulders. The old lady has sent someone to summon you. Today you must pay your respects. If you are late, there will be gossip. What do you mean by paying respects? Su Luoluo, still muddled, gazed at Chenhua. Didn't I just go to pay my respects? Why must I do so again? Chenhua explained helplessly. You are required to pay respects daily. Just like the other young ladies in the household. What do you mean by paying respects? Su Luoluo frowned, feeling utterly vexed. Why disturb her so early in the morning for such trivialities? Is the old lady trying to vex her? Knowing that she could not rest, she begrudgingly waved her hand. Chenhua supported her as she reluctantly sat up, closing her eyes in protest, while allowing Chenhua to fuss over her appearance. After some time, Luoluo finally lifted her eyelids to glance at her reflection in the copper mirror. She looked much the same, though more refined. Let us go. Luoluo allowed Chunhua to assist her, moving dreamily toward the old lady's courtyard. Considering the old lady's bias, it seemed she was being summoned to defend her precious granddaughter once again. It appeared prudent to increase the old lady's favor before taking action against her. Before Luoluo could ponder further, a familiar figure approached. Miss Su, Zhao Qing greeted, clasping his hands. Zhao guard, Luoluo responded with a faint smile. What brings you here? His Highness has sent me to invite Miss Su to the palace for a discussion, Zhao Qing replied. Luoluo feigned hesitation, glancing at the matron standing before the old lady's door. Would that be appropriate? After all, I have yet to pay my respects to the old lady. Upon seeing the prince's personal guard arrive, the matron hurriedly retreated inside. Soon after, the old lady emerged, supported by Su Xiaozhu, and was visibly startled upon seeing Zhao Qing. Zhao guard, the old lady acknowledged. What is the matter? Zhao Qing did not hesitate, reiterating his message. The old lady's brows furrowed tightly as she regarded Luoluo, her expression revealing her displeasure. Yet, unable to express her anger in front of others, she conceded. Since it is the prince seeking Luoluo, she may go. After all, matters concerning the prince cannot be neglected. Thank you, old lady, Luoluo responded, showering the old lady with praises. As long as she was not required to serve the old lady, she could utter as many flattering words as necessary. Enough. Off you go. The old lady, adhering to the principle of out of sight, out of mind, refused to even look at Luoluo, instead turning to Zhao Qing. My girl has been spoiled at home. If she displeases the prince in any way, he is welcome to punish her.
Luoluo's lips twitched.
To suggest that an outsider punish her granddaughter was quite a notion. If the old lady were not standing before her, she might have rolled her eyes. Old lady. You jest. Our prince praises Miss Su for her extraordinary intelligence, the old lady replied with a forced smile. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Luoluo followed Zhao Qing out of the manor, her spirits lifted as she climbed into the carriage. Thank you for this, she exclaimed before disappearing inside. Zhao Qing, taken aback by her gratitude, shook his head slightly. This Su girl is indeed unlike the others. The distance between the prince's residence and the prime minister's mansion was not great, and soon they arrived. Luoluo disembarked without assistance, glancing up before confidently striding inside. Zhao Qing hurriedly reached out to stop her. Miss, you cannot enter through the main gate. Please follow me through the side entrance. Luoluo paused, glancing at the door he indicated with a raised brow. The side entrance was not insignificant, but it was a path typically used by servants. What sort of establishment requires guests to use the servant's entrance? This is clearly an insult. Is the prince's mansion so lowly that guests must enter through the servant's door? Luoluo replied coolly. One must observe propriety. It is not necessary for me to remind you of this. Is this what your prince taught you? Or is this merely your own cleverness? Luoluo's expression darkened. If you think so little of me, perhaps the prince no longer requires my presence. With that, she turned to leave, her sleeves swishing dramatically. Zhao Qing was taken aback. He had not anticipated such a fiery temperament. Previously, in the palace, she had appeared so compliant before the emperor. Thus, he had devised this ill-conceived plan. If Luoluo truly left, no one would be able to assist the prince with his ailment. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Zhao Qing quickly stepped in front of Luoluo, clasping his hands together and bowing his head. I was in the wrong. Please do not be angry, Miss Su. I shall escort you through the main entrance. Luoluo huffed, turning to lead the way, while Zhao Qing wiped the cold sweat from his brow. The young lady Su does not appear to be as easily bullied as she seems. Luoluo, who outwardly exudes firmness, secretly feels a wave of relief. She holds onto the notion that Pei Zhaoxue wishes to expedite the treatment for the poison in his leg. He may exert his authority over her, but he would certainly not allow her the opportunity to leave. Following Zhao Qing, she enters the residence of the Prince of Su. The prince, favored by the current emperor, has a residence adorned with thoughtful decorations. As Luoluo observes her surroundings, she notices the absence of maids, and the few young servants are scarcely visible. Miss Su, please wait in the parlor for a moment. Zhao Qing says I will fetch the prince. Very well. Once Zhao Qing departs, Luoluo discreetly surveys the environment while pretending to sip her tea. The parlor is sparsely furnished compared to other courtyards in the capital, with only a single vase and a painting, the latter prominently displaying the characters for Blue Sky and White Sunday. If not for the exquisite ebony furniture, she might suspect that Zhao Qing had intentionally placed her in an awkward position. No one comes to attend to her in the parlor, save for one servant who brings a cup of tea. As she holds the warm cup, the faint fragrance of tea wafts up to her. It is neither exceptional nor poor. Has Zhao Qing been gone for half an hour? Is he leaving me to stew here, trying to assert his authority? She muses. It's a hassle to come here for consultation, and the prince has so many trivial demands. If I weren't relying on him for my survival, I would have long since walked away. Some people, when unwell, refuse to behave, insisting on causing trouble, while Luoluo silently vents her frustrations. In the adjoining room separated by only a wall, Pei Zhaoxue sits tightly gripping his fists in a wheelchair. How dare this woman think so freely? If not for her remaining usefulness to him, she would have long been covered by a shroud, reduced to bones and dust in the palace. Zhao Qing stands beside him, puzzled. Although his handsome face reveals no emotion, Zhao Qing knows that Pei Zhaoxue must be angry. What is the prince angry about? To the study, Pei Zhaoxue states calmly, beckoning her to follow.
Yes.
He pushes his wheelchair away. Luoluo hears a faint sound and instinctively turns her head, but all she sees is a wall. Soon, Zhao Qing reappears in front of her. Miss Su, the prince requests your presence in the study, he informs her. This troublesome man and his endless demands. Luoluo suppresses an eye roll but manages a response. All right, let us go. After a considerable distance, she finally spots a secluded house hidden behind a bamboo grove, encircled by lush greenery and the gentle scent of bamboo. Upon entering, she immediately sees the man seated at the desk. Greetings, Your Highness, she bows respectfully. Pei Zhaoxue's voice is calm. Please have a seat. Thank you, Your Highness. Luoluo glances around and settles into a nearby rattan chair. She intends to inquire about when he plans to receive treatment, but upon noticing him focused on sketching something on the desk, she refrains from speaking. Wait, he's supposed to be getting treated? Why is he drawing? How long could this take? It's rather dull. Is he deliberately trying to wear down my patience? Waiting for me to become impatient before he punishes me for my disrespect? With her head bowed, she fidgets with her fingers. Meanwhile, Pei Zhaoxue, holding a wolf hairbrush, wears a dark expression. His eyes narrow into a sharp line. How can this woman be so noisy? Finally, unable to endure any longer, he shouts, "Be quiet." The sharp reprimand causes Luoluo to stiffen, an overwhelming sense of crisis washing over her. Who's being noisy? Am I hearing ghosts? Zhao Qing looks at Pei Zhaoxue in confusion. With ink-covered brush, Pei Zhaoxue drops a single dot onto the white rice paper. Squinting, he adds to it vigorously before discarding the brush. Are you alright, Your Highness? Luoluo musters her courage to speak. If you're feeling unwell, please let me know. Prolonged poisoning could lead to hallucinations. Pei Zhaoxue's face remains stoic as he gestures for her to come closer. You come here. His command brooks no argument. Hesitantly, she rises and approaches him. Didn't you say you could treat me? I can. Then show me how I can recover, Pei Zhaoxue replies lightly. If you fail to treat me properly, I might have to reconsider whether your head deserves to remain on your shoulders. What do you think? This statement sends a chill down Luoluo's spine. How brazen of this tyrant. Does he truly wish for my head? I must be careful not to overdo it with the needles. As she contemplates this, she hears him say, if I find that any of your needles are unnecessary, I will return the favor tenfold. His cold words strike her like a winter chill. How does this tyrant know what I'm thinking? The first volume, Chapter 26, The Uncontrollable Tingle. It seems I have lost a chance to retaliate for no reason. Come here quickly. Pei Zhaoxue glances at her. Do you expect me to have someone will you over?
Coming.
Fearing he might utter another remark, Luoluo quickens her pace. However, distracted, she nearly trips over something on the floor, barely catching herself with her hands before her face meets the ground. No need for such theatrics, Pei Zhaoxue remarks. How shameless. Luoluo feigns calm as she stands and brushes herself off, eager to treat the prince's ailment so that he might stand at their wedding. Pei Zhaoxue replies coolly. I never said I would marry you. I'm truly grateful for your decision not to marry me. Pei Zhaoxue suppresses his displeasure. Enough chatter, let us proceed. Yes, yes. Luoluo responds absently as she reaches to check his pulse. It remains steady, similar to before, but his complexion indicates that the poison has seeped in further. If left unchecked, he may not have many days left. However, with only a medical kit at her disposal, she cannot eradicate the poison completely. The most suitable treatment would involve fast-acting Western medicine, and should surgery be necessary, she would require anesthesia to assist him. In the confines of her mind, Luoluo conversed with the system, inquiring about the provision of anti-inflammatory medication and a sterile surgical room. Furrowing her brow, she pondered the nature of the task at hand and the corresponding reward. It was revealed that if she could complete 50% of the treatment for Pei Zhaoxue, the anti-inflammatory medication would be unlocked. Yet, she found herself uncertain about what constituted 50% of the treatment. Engaging in silent communication with the system, her furrowed brow reflected her deep concern, a sight that only heightened Zhao Qing's anxiety. He longed to speak but remained mute, sensing the gravity of the situation. Pei Zhaoxue frowned, attempting to decipher the thoughts of the woman before him. To his dismay, her mind seemed blank, offering no insights. Was there a complication? Just as he contemplated this, Luoluo withdrew from her mental dialogue with the system. It appears this will not be an easy task. I cannot ascertain when we might reach that 50% threshold. If we proceed with the surgery prematurely, it could lead to dire consequences, she remarked. still in a contemplative posture, one hand poised to take the pulse. This seemed amiss. It felt as though she had been reflecting on something, yet the essence of her thoughts eluded him. However, Pei Zhaoshui refrained from voicing his concerns and chose to wait patiently. Rest assured, my lord. Your ailment can indeed be treated. I previously mentioned that the toxins have not yet deeply penetrated your system, and I can assist you with acupuncture to expel the poison. If you trust me, please remove your boots so I may perform the procedure on your feet. Very well, Pei Zhaoshui replied softly. Zhao Qing assisted in removing the boots while Luoluo sterilized the silver needles over the flame. This wretched system could at least provide some antiseptic, she muttered under her breath. Pei Zhaoshui hesitated, momentarily pausing in his action of removing his boots as he glanced at Luoluo, who remained oblivious to his unease, lost in her own thoughts. Zhao Qing, misinterpreting Pei Zhaoshui's gaze as dissatisfaction towards Luoluo, interjected, urging her to be more decisive. The sudden shout startled Luoluo, causing her fingers to accidentally brush against the flame, eliciting a sharp intake of breath. Silence. Do not speak unnecessarily, Pei Zhaoshui commanded coldly, compelling Zhao Qing to comply and quiet down. That stubborn man has some merit, Luoluo thought. Hurry. Do not dawdle, Pei Zhaoshui urged. Indeed, I have been overly praised, Luoluo thought, casting a fierce glare at Pei Zhaoshui. He lowered his gaze, questioning her intentions, but she quickly replied, it's nothing. Seating herself, she placed his foot upon her knee, skillfully locating the acupoints to insert the needle. The soles of his feet, though not large, bore signs of careful maintenance, with some calluses but otherwise appearing normal. As she worked, the sensation of the needles combined with her ministration sent waves of tingling and peculiar sensations coursing through his feet, a feeling he seldom experienced. As if something was gradually slipping from his control. You martial artists should be well aware of the numerous acupoints on the soles of your feet, Luoluo remarked. Pei Zhaoshui remained silent, brow furrowed. Occasional massage of these acupoints would benefit you. If you wish, I can ask Zhao Qing to assist you with foot massages in the future. Unnecessary, he replied tersely. Luoluo dismissed his response. If you don't need it, so be it, she said. But from now on, let this task be entrusted to you. Luoluo halted her needlework, looking up at him in surprise. No. I mean, of course not, she replied with a forced smile, her teeth clenched, wishing she could take a bite out of him. Observing her ire only brought Pei Zhaoshui a sense of relief, easing his discomfort. Treat him well, and if you succeed, I shall ensure your safety, he assured her. Thank you, my lord, she replied, inserting the needle deeper and grinding it slowly into the acupoint. The sensation shifted from a tingling to a sharp pain, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Bring the basin over. Luoluo called to Zhao Qing. Yes, my lady, he responded, bringing the pre-warmed basin to Pei Zhaoshui's feet. After extracting the needles, she submerged his feet into the basin, which was warmed by a small fire beneath. As the blood flowed from the punctured sites, the fragrant medicinal solution seeped in. The second needle was likewise removed and placed in the basin. Pei Zhaoshui's complexion flushed. Finally, Luoluo stood, her back aching from the prolonged position she had maintained. The once dark basin had turned murky, the air thick with a metallic scent of blood. Zhao Qing and Pei Zhaoshui, seasoned from battles, recognized the scent immediately. This is merely the release of toxic blood. Rest assured, it will not be excessive. A normal blood replacement is beneficial to your health, she explained, rubbing her sore neck. Pei Zhaoshui merely cast a glance, remaining silent. Luoluo had intended to leave, but found herself compelled to remain seated, awaiting the completion of the treatment. The air was infused with the scent of herbs. My lord, do you have any books I might peruse? She ventured. What would you like to read? He asked, opening his eyes to regard her. Flustered under his gaze, she fiddled with her nose. Oh, anything would suffice. Pei Zhaoshui gestured toward a nearby wall lined with books. Help yourself, he instructed. All right, she exclaimed happily, rising to fetch a book. Zhao Qing stood by, somewhat skeptical. He had heard that the young lady from the Su family did not invest much effort into scholarly pursuits. Perhaps she was now eager to impress her lord. As she approached the wall filled with volumes ranging from historical texts to military strategy and medicinal treatises, she teased, My lord, have you truly read all these? Or are they merely for show? Pei Zhaoshui chose to ignore her jibe. Zhao Qing could not help but retort, Our prince is unparalleled, omniscient. How could he possibly have not seen it? Luoluo paid little mind to this, and instead bent down to select medical books. Among them were several volumes she had previously perused, though she was uncertain if the editions were the same. With a curious disposition, she pulled out a book, only to discover it was filled with annotations. To her surprise, the man had indeed studied it diligently. She had initially thought Zhao Qing was merely a fervent admirer of Pei Zhaoshui. I had not anticipated he had read so extensively. The numerous books must have taken considerable time to digest, and the meticulous notes suggested that Zhao Qing's praise was not mere flattery. A barely perceptible smile crept onto Pei Zhaoshui's lips, but it was so fleeting that Zhao Qing failed to notice. Luoluo selected 2 books carefully. Sitting down with them in hand, deeply engrossed in her reading. She was particularly captivated while studying medical texts, so much so that she lost track of time. Had it not been for Zhao Qing's constant watch over the incense stick, she might have missed the hour. Miss Su, is the time sufficient? Zhao Qing could not restrain his inquiry.
Oh.
Su Luoluo lifted her gaze from the book, glancing at the incense. She quickly smacked her forehead, realizing it was indeed time to proceed. You can help the prince lift his legs now. She closed the book and set it aside. Zhao Qing, please clean the princess' feet, and bring me the medicinal paste I instructed you to prepare, along with some white gauze. Page Zhaoxue frowned. By the time Su Luoluo had applied the paste to his soles and securely wrapped them in gauze, now swollen threefold, his patience was wearing thin. Do you expect this prince to attend court tomorrow with these legs? His calm words concealed a deep-seated frustration. Without lifting her head, Su Luoluo nodded in agreement. Indeed, this remedy is effective. The prince must eliminate the toxins without delay. If he prefers not to venture out, he may feign illness. Su Luoluo asserted earnestly, however. The bandages must remain. They are crucial for your recovery. Observing her seriousness, Pei Zhaoxue was momentarily taken aback. He had never seen her in such earnestness. And for some reason, it stirred an unfamiliar feeling within him. How long will it take? Approximately 7 days. Though it would be best to keep them wrapped for half a month. Yet, I suspect the prince may not agree. You're quite clever. As Su Luoluo packed her medical supplies, she shrugged. What can I say? The prince prioritizes appearance over health. I have kept the recipe for the paste. You may have Zhao Qing apply it daily, and I will return for follow-up in 7 days. You may borrow the books. Pei Zhaoxue intentionally paused before adding. But you must come daily to change my dressings. Su Luoluo thought to herself, help. I truly do not wish to confront him every day. What if he becomes displeased and takes it out on me? She silently lamented, though Pei Zhaoxue could not decipher the meaning of her distress, but grasped its essence. He cast her a sidelong glance. After all, you mentioned that daily foot massages are beneficial for health. Is it not your duty as a physician to expedite the healing of your patients? His casual remarks left her speechless, rendering her a pitiable mute, unable to respond. Only gazing at him in silence. This man is so handsome, yet so malevolent. Fine, I understand, she reluctantly acquiesced. After agreeing to the arrangement, Su Luoluo awaited the completion of Pei Zhaoxue's treatment before finally departing. As she sat in the carriage, her body sore and fatigued, she realized the extent of her commitment. This insufferable man certainly brings trouble. The carriage belonged to the Su family, furnished with a soft cushion and a faint fragrance. Though the Su residence was not far from the Su King's manor, the distance was not negligible. Fortunately, while the Su family did not regard her highly, the carriage was quite comfortable. She leaned back against the soft pillow, closing her eyes to rest. Outside, Chunhua observed Su Luoluo's weary countenance with great concern, offering to massage her shoulders and back, wishing she could take her place in attending to the patient. Miss, are you alright? Chunhua inquired, worry etched across her face. If you are too fatigued, you should rest. I shall call you once we arrive. I am fine, Su Luoluo replied, her voice laced with exhaustion. Before she could rest for long, an unexpected jolt nearly sent her sprawling forward, colliding with the carriage wall. What is happening? Su Luoluo grasped the edge of the window. As the curtain fluttered, she glimpsed the throngs of people passing by. This speed is abnormal. Suddenly, a chorus of gasps erupted outside. Chunhua, having never witnessed such chaos, was rendered speechless. Clutching the curtain by the carriage door, she stammered, Miss outside. Stay inside, Su Luoluo urged as she pushed Chunhua back. The interior was lined with soft bedding, ensuring they would not be easily harmed. Su Luoluo steadied herself and made her way to the door, parting the curtain to see the horses galloping wildly without a driver. The coachman had vanished, and without someone to guide them, the horses showed no inclination to halt. If left unchecked, the carriage would pose a danger not only to Su Luoluo but to the many pedestrians in the bustling market. Without a moment to lose, she retrieved a long needle from her medical kit, reaching out tentatively for the reins. With great effort, she leapt onto the horse's back, gripping the reins tightly with her legs clamped around its girth. Yet the horse continued its reckless charge, almost throwing her off balance. The reins dug into her hands, leaving red marks as she bit her lip, determined not to let go. As the carriage barreled towards a child on the roadside, the surrounding gasps faded into silence. Clutching the silver needle tightly, she acted without hesitation, plunging it into the horse. The horse neighed and bucked, but Su Luoluo refused to relinquish her grip, allowing the animal to jolt her about. She strained to control its speed, but suddenly, the horse collapsed, its legs giving way as it fell to the ground. Su Luoluo narrowly avoided being thrown off, managing to hold onto the reins, but as the horse hit the ground, she followed suit, landing heavily and scraping her cheek.
Ow!
She gasped, grateful that the carriage had not overturned. Miss, are you alright? Chunhua trembled, her voice quivering as if her lips were engaged in a battle of their own. She felt as if she had just been pulled from the water, drenched and disoriented. I'm fine, Su Luoluo managed to say as she stood up, only to stumble slightly from the pain in her ankle, twisted from the fall. She inhaled sharply, placing a hand on Chuanhua's shoulder.
But what about you?
Are you alright? I was so caught up in the moment that I didn't have the chance to check on you. Chuanhua shook her head, studying Su Luoluo from head to toe. The dust and disarray of her hair revealed the extent of her ordeal, with bruises marring her wrists and temples. Miss, this time it's my fault. I promise to protect you better next time. Alright then, I'll be looking forward to your protection in the future. A crowd had gathered, their murmurs filled with concern. Miss, you should really have that injury checked. Yes, falling from a horse like that must have hurt. Their heartfelt words warmed Su Luoluo's heart. She shook her head in response, insisting, it's not painful, I'm fine. How could falling from a horse not hurt? The crowd chimed in. Just then, the sound of hooves echoed nearby, and the onlookers parted to make way. Su Luoluo looked up to see a magnificent black steed come to a halt before her, its rider, Pei Yanxuan, wearing a radiant smile that seemed to mock her. Ah, if it isn't the royal sister-in-law. What brings you here? Su Luoluo frowned, reluctant to engage with this man who is known for his cunning. No need, she replied, refraining from extending her hand, knowing that doing so would invite gossip throughout the capital. Oh, since it's the royal sister-in-law's request, I shall comply. Please speak. Su Luoluo gestured towards a nearby carriage. Could you help me understand why this horse was startled and where my coachman is? Pei Yanxuan narrowed his eyes. Are you certain you want me to investigate? Since the Prince of Yen is here, wouldn't it be a shame not to take advantage of this opportunity? Her words silenced him momentarily. Pei Yanxuan, who had initially intended to tease her, found himself begrudgingly impressed by her assertiveness. He had anticipated an easy target, but she had transformed into a feisty little wildcat, leaving him feeling vulnerable. I told you to watch the excitement. Huh. Let's see how you handle this. Nearby, Zhao Qing observed the scene, perplexed by the sudden change in Pei Yanxuan's demeanor, which had shifted from irritation at his presence to a hint of amusement. Pei Zhaoxue, sitting in a wheelchair, gazed out from the tea-house window, contemplating the unfolding drama. Su Luoluo was no fool. She understood the intricacies at play. This incident felt orchestrated, perhaps to sow discord between the Su family and the house of the Prince of Su. However, even if Su Luoluo married into the royal family, her father, the cunning Prime Minister Su, would never allow his precious daughter to be compromised. Who, then, was behind this? Regardless of the culprit, this matter was a hot potato that no one wanted to touch. In the tea-house, Pei Yanxuan pondered how to rid himself of this troublesome situation. While Su Luoluo continued, people often say that the Prince of Yen is particularly zealous against evil. There was a time you even aspired to enter the Dali Temple. Although your noble status prevented that, now you have the perfect opportunity to indulge that ambition. With her words hanging in the air, Pei Yanxuan found himself cornered. He had to acknowledge her suggestion or risk the judgment of onlookers. Gritting his teeth, he reluctantly nodded. Fine, I shall take on this matter. And what of your royal sister-in-law? Before Su Luoluo could find an excuse, Zhao Qing approached them. Upon seeing Zhao Qing, Pei Yanxuan realized he had been outmaneuvered. Well, I trust you will protect our future royal sister-in-law well. Of course, Zhao Qing replied. Su Luoluo breathed a sigh of relief, grateful to have escaped the clutches of this troublesome man. How much more challenging he is than Pei Zhaoxue, she mused. Yet, this incident with the horse seems far from ordinary. Zhao Qing gestured towards a nearby carriage, its black exterior emanating a faint scent of bamboo. The interior was sparsely furnished, with only a small tea table laden with fine tea leaves.
Miss.
This appears to be the carriage that the Prince of Su often travels in.
Oh?
Su Luoluo raised an eyebrow. Is this indeed his preferred carriage? Yes, Chuanhua confirmed.
Her curiosity piqued.
Su Luoluo placed a hand on Chuanhua's arm, subtly signaling her to be cautious. You should know better than to speak so freely. I've advised you before. Chuanhua nodded, her eyes sparkling with understanding. The carriage rolled smoothly, and after a short while, it came to a halt. Su Luoluo lifted the curtain to peek outside, recognizing they were just steps away from the Su residence. Is this man truly so petty as to count steps? Miss Su? Zhao Qing called out, raising his voice slightly. Chuanhua was about to request assistance to the door, but Su Luoluo gently pressed her hand down, shaking her head. Frowning, Chuanhua insisted, trust me. Su Luoluo then lifted the curtain and stepped down from the carriage, producing a gold leaf from her sleeve to hand to Zhao Qing. Without hesitation, he accepted the token and tucked it away, responding, Thank you, Miss Su. Please take care. With Chuanhua's support, Su Luoluo walked towards the Su residence. Chuanhua, puzzled, asked Miss, why did you give him that gold leaf? It's worth quite a lot. He escorted us, so it's only right we offer some form of gratitude, Su Luoluo replied, her expression unchanging. Indeed. As she continued towards the courtyard, she thought to herself that once they reached the Su residence, no one would dare act against them. However, just a few steps later, she encountered Su Xian, who was heading to the front hall. Elder sister, Su Xian greeted her respectfully. Just finished school? Su Luoluo noticed the books in her hands. Su Xian nodded, yes, just got out of class. Elder sister, you. As the two siblings contemplated going their separate ways, the matron who regularly attended to the venerable lady Su approached with an air of nonchalance. Miss, the old lady has summoned you to the front hall for dinner, she announced. The insinuating tone of her words caused Su Luoluo to instinctively furrow her brow. What is it? Is the eldest miss already feeling unwell on her first day at the Duke of Su's residence? This unexpected hostility left Su Luoluo in a state of confusion, for while the matron had never been overtly respectful, she had not displayed such animosity before. What do you wish to convey? Su Luoluo retorted, her brows knitting together. Is it your intention to suggest that my grandmother has sent you to vex me? She is well aware of my condition, yet insists I attend to her? If that is the case, I shall have a word with my grandmother. With a cold laugh, she added, lead the way, matron. The matron shot Su Luoluo a glance. Had this been any other young lady, the matron might have felt apprehensive. However, given Su Luoluo's gentle disposition and lack of favor at home, she felt emboldened. Maintaining her haughty demeanor, she replied, very well, miss. Just follow closely behind me and do not stray. I would not want you to seek me out for trouble later. Stray in my own home?
Luoluo replied coolly. Pray, do not jest.
Whether it be jest or truth, you are more aware than I, the matron retorted. Su Luoluo fell silent and followed her, traversing the winding corridors until they arrived at the dining hall. Before she could even step inside, the sounds of laughter and merriment reached her ears. You child. You always know how to amuse your grandmother, Lady Su said, dabbing the corners of her eyes with a handkerchief, her face alight with joy.
Ah.
It is only because of your kind nature, grandmother, that I strive to bring you happiness, Su Xiaozhu replied, seated beside Lady Su.
Oh.
When will I finally be able to marry you off?
Lady Su lamented.
I would not have it any other way. I wish to remain by your side for years to come. Besides, my sister has yet to be married herself. Su Xiaozhu smiled, adding, such discussions should wait until after my sister's union. The moment those words left her lips, the smile that adorned Lady Su's face vanished. What do you speak of? Lady Su said, her displeasure evident. To mention her is to ruin my spirits. Su Xiaozhu's expression turned awkward as she glanced at her grandmother. Grandmother, you are not truly angry with your granddaughter, are you? Lady Su flicked her forehead lightly. You impudent child. Why would I be angry with you? This matter has little to do with you. That is a relief, Su Xiaozhu breathed, a smile returning to her face. However, Su Luoluo, who had been standing at the doorway, overheard every word. Her expression had already been devoid of warmth, but now it grew even more severe. Matron, if you do not announce my arrival, I shall enter on my own, she declared. I shall go at once, the matron replied. The once lively atmosphere fell into silence. Do not fret, sister, Su Xiaozhu reassured. You are merely cultivating a relationship with the Duke. Grandmother, do not be upset. To visit the Duke's residence daily without being wed is a disgrace to the Su family. Lady Su admonished. Su Madam felt a surge of displeasure at these words. She contemplated a retort but hesitated upon observing Lady Su's expression. After all, the elder held authority, while she was but a junior. It was not fitting for her to clash with someone of greater standing. Su the Chancellor furrowed his brow, deep in thought. Su Luoluo stepped forward, pushing past the matron with a smile as she entered the hall. Grandmother, may you be blessed with peace and longevity. Lady Su responded nonchalantly, her eyes narrowing in scrutiny. Where have you been wandering? Do you still remember the meaning of propriety and dignity? Grandmother, you jest. The carriage startled me, and I inadvertently fell, sustaining a minor injury. I assure you it is of no consequence, and does not tarnish the Su family's honor. I address you as grandmother out of respect, Su Luoluo shot back, casting a glance at Su Xiaozhu seated beside Lady Su. If your heart is so inclined elsewhere, then there is little more I need to say. She had hoped to gain favor, yet the current attitude displayed by the others left her feeling irked. This blatant favoritism was too obvious. Su Luoluo believed that despite the original owner's meekness, she had never acted against the interests of the Su family and had always prioritized their needs. The singular misstep she had made was succumbing to Su Xiaozhu's suggestion to poison Pei Zhaoxue. It was perplexing that such a person could invoke such disdain from Lady Su. Lady Su scoffed coldly. You possess quite the audacity, do you not? Have you already begun to think of yourself as the Duchess before even stepping foot into the Duke's residence? Mother, temper your anger. Su the Chancellor interjected hastily.
Turning to Su Luoluo.
You ought to apologize to your grandmother. Apologize? Su Luoluo was seething with indignation. She had been wronged by Pei Zhaoxue and had to feign humility. On the way, she had been ambushed and even encountered Pei Yanxuan, forcing her to continue her charade. It was unreasonable to expect her to remain entirely composed. Why should I apologize? I have done nothing wrong. The truth is, it is your grandmother who wishes to avoid me. You. Lady Su's hand trembled in fury. Grandmother, please do not be angry, Su Xiaozhu soothed, patting Lady Su's back. Lady Su's anger subsided slightly, yet her gaze remained filled with exasperation as she looked at Su Luoluo. You intended to harm me from the start. Now you wish to drive me to my grave. Indeed, it seems you were born to be my bane. Su Luoluo stood frozen, struck by the accusation. Poison? The original owner was capable of poisoning someone, and that someone was her own grandmother? It was simply a baseless accusation. What do you wish to say? Lady Su spat through clenched teeth. I have no intention of upsetting you, nor do I believe I have done anything to provoke your anger. It was you who sent the matron to summon me, and it is also you who now refuses to see me. What matron? Lady Su inquired, narrowing her eyes. Su Luoluo hesitated momentarily. Did you not instruct the matron to intercept me? I have not summoned any matron, Lady Su replied. Su Luoluo was momentarily taken aback. Chun matron.
Come in.
Lady Su called out, raising her voice. Is what the eldest miss says true? Did I ask you to call her here? The matron who had previously led the way entered, lowering her head. I did not, my lady. I went to the front hall to check on the arrival of the supplements when I encountered the eldest miss along the way. Seeing her injured, I advised her to rest, but she insisted on coming to see you first. Each word was delivered with clarity and precision. Su Luoluo was left astonished. She had never anticipated being the target of such an overt scheme. If she had heard this, then surely Chunhua had as well. In the eyes of others, Chunhua was her ally and would undoubtedly support her, rendering her claims less credible. What more do you wish to say? Lady Su asked, her voice laden with displeasure. Su Luoluo remained silent for a moment, her hands clasped before her. Her granddaughter had nothing to say. The truth resides within the hearts of people. This matter was inherently unrelated to her granddaughter. With many affairs to attend to today, her words carried a hint of irritation, and she hoped her grandmother would not take offense.
Ha!
A few words, and you wish to dismiss this old woman? Remarked the old Lady Su.
Luoluo post.
Realizing this issue was likely not so simple, the elder would probably not let go of the matter easily. Su Luoluo contemplated how she might extricate herself from this predicament. Before she could devise a plan, a servant's voice echoed from the front. Lord, Zhao Qing the guard has something to report. Su Chongxiang furrowed his brow. Please.
Let him in.
Yes. Zhao Qing, who had previously escorted Su Luoluo to the door, strode into the room, his hands raised in respect. My lord, I wonder what command the Prince of Su has for you. With an expressionless face, Zhao Qing replied. His Highness the Prince has sent me to serve as a witness for the young lady. This statement left even Su Luoluo perplexed. What does His Highness mean? Zhao Qing explained, due to the young lady's carriage being startled, there was nearly an incident along the way. Fortunately, she handled the situation with remarkable composure, preventing anyone from being harmed, as the people in the streets witnessed clearly. Chapter 31. Injured His Highness, concerned for the young lady's safety, ordered his subordinate to ensure her safe escort to the manor. As I was discreetly escorting her, I happened to overhear the conversation between the old maid and the young lady. The old maid indeed mentioned that the old lady Su requested the young lady to come to the front hall to meet guests. But the young lady felt disheveled and unfit, wishing to politely decline. However, the old maid pressed her under the pretense of the old lady as authority, forcing the young lady to comply. As these words fell, the entire front hall fell into a profound silence. Many who had gathered to witness the spectacle now restrained their curiosity. So that is the case. This must surely be the scheming of a wicked servant. Su Chongxiang's expression shifted dramatically. He turned to those beside him, saying, Go, seize that old crone, and let her face the family law.
Yes.
The old maid was taken aback. She wanted to speak, her gaze darting towards Su Xiaozhu and the old lady Su. Hurry, take her away, and cover her mouth. Do not let her utter another word, commanded the old lady Su. The old maid's words were never spoken, as she was dragged away with her mouth covered. Zhao Qing, maintaining his stoic demeanor, stated, The young lady is now engaged to the Prince of Su, which makes her half a member of the royal household. I have conveyed the message.
I will take my leave now.
Su Chongxiang smiled as he saw him out. Yes, yes. Su Luoluo lowered her gaze to hide the emotions in her eyes. Unexpectedly, this ailing individual is somewhat reliable. Had it not been for him, I might have lost a piece of myself today. On the roof, Pei Zhaoxue, eavesdropping, thought. I wish to see what these people can do now that they are under the watchful eye of a sickly person. This woman was truly infuriating. He cast a glance at Lady Su beside him. Why are you still so injured? Lady Su's heart ached. Su Luoluo obediently approached her. It's nothing. The horse was startled for some reason, and I had to lie across it to control it. In the end, after using a silver needle to subdue it, the horse stopped, but I fell. You. Lady Su's heart raced with fear, especially seeing the bruises covering Su Luoluo's body, which only intensified her concern. You haven't even applied medicine yet? Come to my room later. I have plenty of good ointments that can heal your wounds. You need not worry. They will surely leave no scars.
All right, Luoluo replied sweetly.
Lady Su's heart ached more the longer she looked. Mother, I'm fine, Su Luoluo reassured her. Please do not worry. Lady Su could not help but shed a few tears. The old lady Su shot a sidelong glance, huffing, Enough, let's eat. Yes. Let us eat, Lady Su urged, making space for Su Luoluo to sit by her side. You must eat more. You need to nourish your body. Lady Su's gaze was almost glued to Su Luoluo. The plate in front of her was piled high with food. Su Luoluo nodded and replied, okay, I understand. Mother, you should eat more too. Your lungs are not well. You should consume more black fungus and white fungus. They are beneficial for you. Lady Su smiled warmly. All right. I understand. A picture of maternal affection. Yet this scene was particularly irksome in Su Xiaoju's eyes. Her hands, hidden beneath the table, clenched into fists. Clearly, she was the true daughter of Lady Su. Why should this woman take everything from her? Su Xiaoju bit her lip in displeasure. Mother, she called, this is for you. I remember you love fish the most. Only then did Lady Su's attention shift slightly towards her. Xiaoju, how thoughtful, she nodded. You should eat more too. Although Lady Su also served Su Xiaoju some food, it felt more like a courteous gesture towards a guest, distant and formal, lacking the intimacy she had shown Su Luoluo. Su Xiaoju felt a surge of anger. Her hands balled tightly under the table. Unfair. Why does my mother treat me this way while being so kind to that impostor? It is not fair. Mother, I want to eat this. Su Xiaoju feigned delicateness, pointing to something not far away. Su Luoluo glanced sideways. What? Can't you use chopsticks? So close, and you don't know how to pick it up? If it weren't for Su Xiaoju's interference today, she would have written her name backward.
You. How can you speak like that?
Old Lady Su interjected, displeased. We are all family. How can you speak to your sister like that? This address made the familial distance between them quite clear. Su Xiaoan, who had remained silent, quietly remarked earlier. When the second sister spoke ill of the eldest sister, grandmother seemed not to find anything wrong with it. This statement left the old lady Su momentarily stunned. She turned and glared at Su Xiaoan. Elders speak. Younger ones should hold their tongues. Enough, let us eat, Su Chongxiang declared, his brows furrowed. A final decree. At the table, everyone fell silent, yet each person understood the underlying tension. After the meal, Su Xiaoju clung to the old lady Su's leg, sweetly asking to spend more time with her. She glanced sideways to see Su Luoluo standing close to Lady Su, their demeanor intimate, which made Su Xiaoju's fists clench even tighter. What is it? The old lady Su asked softly. Su Xiaoju paused, slightly taken aback. Nothing. I love my grandmother the most. If my grandmother doesn't mind, I would like to learn more from you. There is so much I can gain from you. Come here, the old lady Su replied.
Yes.
Su Xiaoju had no choice but to follow, disregarding Lady Su as she left with the old lady Su. Su Luoluo linked her arm with Lady Su. Mother, you are acting like a mischievous monkey. You were never this way before. Now you dare to argue at the dining table? The doctor should come to check on you, Lady Su said. Su Luoluo feigned a pout.
No.
I want you to check on me. Please, mother. At her playful request, Lady Su's heart melted, and she nodded in agreement, oblivious to what Su Luoluo had said. She surveyed the sparse number of servants around her, her brow furrowing involuntarily. It was deep into the night, and other courtyards typically had at least 10 attendants. Yet Su Luoluo's was notably quiet with only 3 or 4 servants in sight. Volume 1, Chapter 32. How did this sickly person arrive? This hardly resembled the demeanor of a lady from a prime minister's household. The matron's heart ached. Tomorrow, I shall send someone to bring you a few maids. You may choose those whom you find suitable to accompany you as your attendants, she said. Very well, Su Luoluo replied without hesitation. Truth be told, she genuinely needed to cultivate her trusted aides. It was unreasonable to rely solely on Chunhua and Jinjue. Moreover, Chunhua was rather simple-minded, making it inconvenient for her to handle many matters independently. After all, it was evident that Su Xiaoju had no intention of sparing her any time soon. I have instructed the nurse to fetch some medicine. Your mother will administer it shortly. I need to see if you have sustained any injuries, she continued. Although Su Luoluo was somewhat reserved, she complied and removed her clothing. The matron's hand trembled slightly as she struggled to steady the ointment. Why do you have so many bruises? The matron's fingers quivered as she reached out, hesitant to touch. Su Luoluo's back was delicate, marred by numerous dark bruises that were alarming to behold. The matron's lips quivered as she inhaled deeply. Mother, I am fine, Su Luoluo reassured her. Please do not worry. It is only a few injuries from falling off a horse. I should summon a doctor to prescribe some medicine. These bruises, if left unattended, may become troublesome later. The matron insisted. Su Luoluo interjected, No need. I have a jar of ointment on my vanity. It will suffice. She had not anticipated that the ointment she had intended for future use would be needed so soon. Trust me, that ointment is perfectly fine. Very well. The matron, reassured by the herbal scent of the ointment, asked no further questions and gently began to apply it to Su Luoluo's bruises. She carefully took a portion of the salve, applying it delicately in circular motions until it melted into the skin. Although the matron was gentle, the pain caused Su Luoluo to involuntarily gasp. Is it very painful? The matron asked, her hand shaking. No, not at all. Su Luoluo smiled at her. Teasingly, I was merely checking to see if you still cared about me. It doesn't hurt. The matron, amused yet resigned, replied, You little monkey, where did you learn such words? Always trying to make your mother laugh. Isn't it to please you, dear mother?
Luoluo winked playfully.
Beep, beep, beep. Host, a friendly reminder. Your task target is observing you. Task target? Oh, is it not the matron herself? Su Luoluo thought it normal that someone would watch her. However, the Prince of Su Wang, hidden in the rafters, witnessed it all. Your Highness, Zhao Qing, having stealthily approached from outside the Prime Minister's residence, sidestepped the hidden guards to arrive beside Pei Zhaoxue. He was about to report, only to see Pei Zhaoxue's face darkened as he gently placed the black tiles back in place.
Speak.
The displeasure was palpable. Your subordinate has completed the task and has come to report to you, my lord. Go assist Pei Yanxuan and investigate this matter promptly. Discover who is behind this. Pei Zhaoxue commanded. Zhao Qing was taken aback. He understood well that while his lord appeared to have a good relationship with the Yan Wang, they were secretly at odds. It was improbable that he would offer assistance. Does my lord require me to remind you again? Pei Zhaoxue said coldly. Zhao Qing hastily shook his head. Pei Zhaoxue's cold gaze locked onto him. This matter must be resolved quickly. I shall not tolerate my possessions being bullied. Zhao Qing nodded vigorously. Understood. After the matron finished applying the ointment, she covered Su Luoluo with a thin blanket. You must refrain from visiting the Su Wang residence for the next few days. Your injuries will not heal overnight, and given that the prince is known to be fearsome, if you were to upset him, it would not bode well. At that thought, the matron could not help but frown. In any case, you should heed your mother's advice. I shall have your father speak with the Su Wang to clarify matters. Excellent. I need not meet that sickly prince for a few days. Su Luoluo's heart swelled with joy, though she feigned concern. But, might that not be inappropriate? After all, His Highness is a prince. My father may be reluctant to offend him on my behalf. This was her strategy of retreating to advance. Do not worry. Your mother will communicate clearly with your father, the matron assured, gently patting Su Luoluo's hand. Rest well, and take care of yourself. Once you are feeling better, I will send some new maids for you to consider. Very well. I appreciate your help, mother. The matron sighed. What help? I am your mother, not a stranger. Su Luoluo affectionately pressed against her mother's hand. I understand, mother. Now you should rest. I shall see you later. Let me escort you out. Just lie down, and take care of yourself. Seeing her mother reluctant to allow her to rise, Su Luoluo sent Chunhua to escort the matron out of the courtyard. Initially, she felt no pain, but now the discomfort from her back gradually spread, making her gasp involuntarily. I did not expect falling from a horse could hurt so much. Yet at least I need not serve that sickly prince tomorrow. I can finally rest and think of how to cure him, while also addressing my mother's ailments. Currently, only the matron treats me well. This asthma is indeed difficult to cure, but I should be able to alleviate it. It seems I need to find an opportunity to create a sachet for the matron. Su Luoluo pondered her future plans. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew through the window. She was contemplating the force of the wind when she caught sight of a shadow by the tea table. Upon closer inspection, it was Pei Zhaoxue. Goodness! Why has this sickly prince come? Is it too late to call for help? She thought. Isn't this man intruding upon my private quarters? Alas, this is a disaster. Surely, he does not expect me to serve him tonight? Pei Zhaoxue's fists clenched tightly. Had he not been a prince with commendable restraint, his fists would have struck Su Luoluo in an instant. He rarely encountered a young lady so chatty. Oh, but that is not entirely accurate. After all, he cannot hear what others are thinking, but he can certainly discern from their expressions. Volume 1, Chapter 33. What is a system? Your Highness, your visit at such a late hour is unexpected. I am unwell and cannot rise to receive you. May I inquire what brings you here? Su Luoluo asked. Pei Zhaoxue cast a fleeting glance. Guess why I have come to seek you. Su Luoluo gulped. Guess? What nonsense. How can a mere servant presume to speculate on the thoughts of a prince? I am foolish and beg for your forgiveness. Humph. Pei Zhaoxue scoffed, falling silent thereafter. Within the confines of the room, an eerie silence enveloped Su Luoluo, her mind racing tumultuously. Why is this man so troublesome? Can't he just say what he needs to say? Why must I guess? I can't figure it out. Oh no. If I can't deduce this, will he consider taking my life? Thoughts surged through her mind like wild horses, and as she shook her head to dispel them, she suddenly found Pei Zhaoxue at her bedside. He leaned slightly forward, his face hovering just a short distance away. The once rapidly spinning gears of her brain came to a halt. She stared blankly at his handsome visage, a barrage of exclamations flooding her mind. How can this man be so strikingly handsome? Bah, beauty does not fill the belly. Su Luoluo, stay composed. This man is a threat. Pei Zhaoxue raised an eyebrow, a hint of mockery evident in his gaze. What? Cannot this king come to check on his consort? He inquired. She could, of course, but at such a late hour. Would this not be inappropriate? I heard you fell from your horse, and were startled.
Hence I came to see you.
The displeasure that had lingered in Pei Zhaoxue's heart dissipated at Su Luoluo's candid thoughts. He placed a vial of medicine from his sleeve beside her, a remedy from the palace, known for its efficacy in treating bruises. You may have a maid assist you with its application. Luoluo. Is he delivering medicine to himself at this late hour? Surely this isn't poison? Could he genuinely be so kind? Pei Zhaoxue's earlier good mood swiftly turned to displeasure as he overheard Su Luoluo's inner musings. His narrow eyes narrowed into slits, visibly displeased. Ha, he said coldly, if you are afraid, do not use it. Su Luoluo. This king merely wishes for your swift recovery so that you may attend to me sooner, Pei Zhaoxue stated nonchalantly. Whether you use this medicine is your decision. I grant you 3 days leave. Should I not see you within 3 days, prepare to present your head to me.
Su Luoluo instinctively touched her neck.
An inexplicable sensation that her head might vanish at any moment enveloping her. Wait a moment. How does he know what I just said to Madame Su?
Thus,
the target of the system's task is not Madame Su, but Pei Zhaoxue. Su Luoluo's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at him. Pei Zhaoxue maintained an impassive facade, yet inwardly, he too felt a stir of astonishment. System? What was that? How could it discern his existence? How had it conveyed this to Su Luoluo? A torrent of bewildering thoughts surged within her, and had she not managed to retain her composure, she might have shouted in frustration. No, calm down, remain calm. After all, he is my benefactor, capable of protecting my existence. I must not lose my temper. I must stay composed.
Thank you, my lord.
I knew you must be a good person, Su Luoluo replied with a smile. I shall make good use of this medicine, and will not forget to take it thrice daily. Your great kindness shall be etched in my heart. Such pretentiousness seemed to cling to her. Had it been anyone else, Pei Zhaoxue would have likely extinguished them without a second thought. He cast a glance at her, aware that she still held some utility. Thus, he could tolerate her for a while longer. Indeed, Su Luoluo lowered her gaze, feigning a submissive demeanor. Yet this display of obedience only served to irk Pei Zhaoxue. He felt as though she resembled a scorpion lying in wait, ready to strike at any moment. Of course, had Su Luoluo heard this, she would have rolled her eyes skyward in exasperation. This man was simply too meddlesome. Whether she was docile or defiant, it seemed there was no pleasing him. Truly, a minor inconvenience turned into a mountain of troubles. Once Pei Zhaoxue vanished from sight, a wave of relief washed over Su Luoluo. She sank onto the edge of the bed, her palms clammy with sweat. Thank goodness, that insufferable prince has finally left. Had he lingered any longer, I might have considered taking a knife to him. I suppose I should use this medicine, despite his wickedness. He currently has a vested interest in me, so the medicine should be decent. Even at a distance, Pei Zhaoxue could still hear her inner thoughts, his eyes narrowing slightly. Zhao Qing, standing beside him, sensed a fleeting aura of menace emanating from his master, nearly causing him to stumble. Observing Pei Zhaoxue's demeanor, Zhao Qing hesitantly inquired, My lord, are you unwell? I am fine, Pei Zhaoxue replied, gripping the armrest of his chair tightly, his eyes narrowing into slits as contemplative emotions flickered within. I have a question for you. This statement rendered Zhao Qing immediately apprehensive. He quickly replied, My lord, do speak freely. Are you familiar with the concept of a system? Pei Zhaoxue posed the question that had been swirling in his mind. Zhao Qing was momentarily taken aback. System? Yes. Pei Zhaoxue's expression grew serious. Zhao Qing shook his head. I beg your pardon, my lord. I am but a simple servant and have not heard of this term. Pei Zhaoxue furrowed his brow, remaining silent. My lord, perhaps I could inquire with others on your behalf? Zhao Qing suggested, to which Pei Zhaoxue replied with a nod. Very well. What exactly is this system? And how does it perceive my existence? Is it a form of profound martial arts? Or could it be true that the legendary martial masters of yore could transmit their voices across great distances? Could it be that Su Luoluo truly has a martial arts master behind her, allowing her to discover my presence? This matter plagued Pei Zhaoxue for some time, leaving him perplexed. Yet, he was reluctant to pose further questions to Su Luoluo. Inside the room, once Su Luoluo was certain he would not return, she finally allowed herself to collapse onto the bed. Chapter 34. Under duress, the pain in her back made her gasp involuntarily. She had no recollection of when she had gradually drifted into slumber. When she finally awoke, the sun was already high in the sky. Chunhua entered with a tray of tea. Miss, you have finally awakened. Su Luoluo attempted to rise, but the moment she moved, a sharp pain shot through her back, as if her body had been viciously dismantled. She could scarcely move. Miss, if you are in pain, it would be best to remain lying down. Chunhua hurriedly set down the tray and came to support her. Su Luoluo gasped as she slowly sat up, aided by Chunhua's strength. The pain was far worse than yesterday. It felt as if she had been thoroughly beaten the night before. Miss, it is merely that the bruises from yesterday have yet to surface. After a night's rest, your body has come to fully realize the extent of the injuries, hence the pain is now severe. Is that so? Su Luoluo shook her head in disbelief. Chunhua chuckled softly. Drink this cup of medicine. Madam specifically instructed me to prepare it for you, claiming it will alleviate your pain. Inhaling the scent of the medicine, which bore the fragrance of a pain-relieving concoction, Luoluo surmised it must be a form of anesthetic. This was indeed the analgesic of this era. She drank a little, and only then did the pain in her body ease somewhat. By the way, the old lady sent someone this morning to inquire about your well-being, Chunhua said. Luoluo looked surprised. She sent someone to care for me? This is truly unexpected. If it weren't for Chunhua's presence, she would have asked whether the old lady was truly concerned about her well-being. The old lady said for you to rest well, and that you need not visit her for greetings these days. As your grandmother, she naturally understands your situation and hopes you recover soon. Hearing these words, Luoluo's lips twitched. Indeed, she should not have harbored any expectations regarding the old lady. She wondered if the old lady had sent medicine, or if there was something specific she wanted to say. It was surprising to realize that it felt akin to a pardon for her past transgressions. The thought made Luoluo's lips twitch again, nearly forcing a cold laugh from her lips. Miss, are you alright? Chunhua asked with concern. Luoluo waved her hand dismissively. You haven't injured your mouth, have you? If so, I fear that the Duke of Su might reconsider his marriage plans. This thought further alarmed Chunhua. Luoluo found it both amusing and exasperating. She had merely twitched her lips, yet Chunhua perceived it in an entirely different light. She pinched the bridge of her nose. No, don't overthink it. I was merely taken aback by the old lady. I shall not rise from bed today unless someone comes to see me. Otherwise, I will not entertain guests. Before Luoluo could continue, a voice called out from the entrance. As a younger sister, I simply wish to see my elder sister. Do you intend to stop me? Chunhua had pushed too hard, nearly sending her tumbling from the bed, causing her to draw in a sharp breath. Miss, I apologize. I did not mean to. Chunhua quickly retracted her hand. Luoluo waved it off. It's fine, just be more careful next time. If others were to see, they might think you are a clumsy maid. Please, assist me in getting up, she added. Chunhua helped her rise, and Luoluo slipped on her shoes, allowing herself to be supported as she walked forward. Thus, Luoluo made her way to the study, where the two were waiting. Upon entering the study, a faint fragrance enveloped her. The two were dressed differently today, adorned in purple robes with intricately arranged hairpins and high crowns, giving them an air of nobility. I pay my respects to His Highness, the Duke of Su, and His Highness, the Duke of Yen, Luoluo said, trembling slightly as she bowed to the two. Pei Zhaoxue cast a cursory glance at her, seemingly taking in every detail, especially her unsteady legs. All right, rise, Pei Yanxuan teased. What, is the emperor concerned for his empress? Pei Zhaoxue remained silent. Luoluo was uncertain, wondering, what are they bantering about?
Should I stand or not?
My feet hurt. Can someone please give me a clear answer? Rise, Pei Zhaoxue commanded with a curt tone. Empress, please get up. If you don't, the emperor may hold me accountable. Pei Yanxuan jested. Luoluo nodded slightly. Thank you, your highness. Chunhua hurried to assist, preventing her from falling. Please sit, Pei Zhaoxue gestured toward a nearby chair. Yes. Luoluo replied, though she was still unaccustomed to sitting for long periods, especially after her recent fall. Nonetheless, she had no choice but to comply. After all, she could not claim that her discomfort warranted lying down completely. Pei Zhaoxue closed her eyes momentarily. If the Duke of Yen has any inquiries, please ask directly.
Do not waste time.
Of course, Pei Yanxuan replied, retrieving a handkerchief from his pocket and placing it on the table. He then waved the contents before Luoluo. It was a circular object, seemingly made of jade, translucent and beautiful, yet it contained oddly shaped items within. She furrowed her brow. What is this? I didn't wear any jewelry that day. It cannot possibly belong to me, can it? It appears rather lovely, but I wonder if it holds any value. Could it be something that fell from the previous owner's belongings? If I claim it, does it then become mine? Luoluo felt her avaricious nature bubbling to the surface. Before she could voice her thoughts, Pei Zhaoxue lifted her eyelids and glanced at her. Speak the truth. If you utter a falsehood, I cannot save you. That gaze was neither harsh nor gentle, yet it sent a chill down Luoluo's spine. For some reason, she felt as though it was a warning. A reminder to refrain from greed. No, I do not recognize it, Luoluo answered earnestly, shaking her head. Oh. Pei Yanxuan nodded, then produced several more items, each more peculiar than the last, exuding an unsettling aura as if something sinister was at play. Luoluo couldn't help but frown. What are you trying to convey? I have never seen any of these items. No matter, Pei Yanxuan replied, these items were retrieved from your carriage. Luoluo blinked. Retrieved from my carriage? So they are indeed mine? These are not good items. The investigation reveals that the carriage only recently came into your possession. They may have belonged to the previous owner. Pei Yanxuan smiled gently. There is no need for you to worry, Empress. I am merely conducting a routine inquiry. Not good items? Luoluo thought. Then I have narrowly escaped a calamity. Instinctively, she glanced at Pei Zhaoxue, feeling that the earlier glance was a deliberate warning.
Luoluo nodded.
So this carriage was acquired only after I was confirmed as the identity of the original owner? Does that mean I should thank Pei Zhaoxue? Pei Zhaoxue remarked coolly. Since it has nothing to do with her, you should check the marketplace for further details. Yes, indeed. Pei Yanxuan chuckled. The emperor truly protects his empress. He won't even let me ask a few more questions. You speak too much. Pei Zhaoxue shot him a pointed look. Have you cleared up the matters from the past few days? Do not forget, if you fail to investigate thoroughly, your head may not remain on your shoulders. Understood. I shall leave at once to make way for you and the empress. Pei Yanxuan teased as he exited. Once Pei Zhaoxue and the others had departed, she exchanged a glance with Zhao Qing. Zhao Qing, please check if the Duke of Yen requires further assistance. I shall converse with Miss Su. Understood. After Zhao Qing withdrew, Su Luoluo motioned for Chunhua to step outside as well, leaving only herself and Pei Zhaoxue in the study. Pei Zhaoxue scrutinized Su Luoluo and remarked, You appear to be in decent shape, at least possessing some strength. When will you be able to assist me in changing my dressings? Zhao Qing is clumsy and inept, and I am not accustomed to his ministrations. Furthermore, I have safeguarded you. It is only right that I receive some interest in return. How foolish of me to harbor any thoughts about that insufferable man. He is truly unworthy of my affection. He does not genuinely love me. Pei Zhaoxue's fists clenched with frustration. How could a simple request for interest be so difficult? Many within the court depend on my protection. This woman is utterly ungrateful. Did the prince not say I had 3 days? This is only the second day. I shall certainly go to the Su Wangfu to massage the prince the day after tomorrow.
Luoluo declared.
Pei Zhaoxue raised an eyebrow. You would do well to remember your words. Do not expect me to come looking for you later. Yes. That insufferable man is full of trouble and difficult to please. Pei Zhaoxue halted abruptly, causing Su Luoluo's heart to skip a beat. What was happening? Confused. She glanced at Pei Zhaoxue. He turned his gaze towards her and added, If it were not for me, you would have met your demise long ago. You should know precisely what to say and what to refrain from uttering. You ought to be well aware of our relationship. The threatening tone rendered Su Luoluo unable to swallow. Why is he suddenly threatening me? Surely, he hasn't uncovered something? Though suspicion loomed in her heart, her gaze turned more cautious as she looked up at him. Pei Zhaoxue's cold eyes bore into her, causing beads of sweat to form on her brow. Goodness. This man is more terrifying than the king of hell. Just one glance feels like it could steal my soul. What is it? Pei Zhaoxue asked darkly, deliberately teasing her. Have you committed some wrongdoing to be so fearful of my gaze? Su Luoluo shook her head vigorously, nearly resembling a bobblehead.
No.
Your Highness is jesting. We are but grasshoppers in the same boat. What could I possibly have done wrong? One hopes that is indeed the case. Pei Zhaoxue replied coolly. Should I discover that you harbor any inappropriate thoughts, I might just have to extract your heart to see what lies within. The chilling implication of his words sent a wave of cold sweat cascading down Su Luoluo's back. He must be merely trying to frighten me. She swallowed hard, nodding her head rapidly. Yes, I understand. Seeing her compliant demeanor, Pei Zhaoxue felt a sense of satisfaction. Hurry. This man is just trying to intimidate me. Before Su Luoluo could fully express her inner turmoil, Pei Zhaoxue narrowed his eyes slightly. It appears you have not learned your lesson. If I do not take a firmer hand, you may end up saying something you ought not to, bringing trouble upon yourself. With that thought, Pei Zhaoxue turned his wheelchair around to face her. Su Luoluo, who had been bowing her head to escort him out, nearly collided with him. She managed to stop just in time, her hand pressing against her forehead to avoid a mishap. Your Highness, she stepped back 2 paces. Pei Zhaoxue said nonchalantly. I recalled something and felt it necessary to remind you. Please, Your Highness, go on, Su Luoluo responded, her head bowed. Regarding the matter of the Tongtian sect, it is imperative that you claim to have never seen anything related to it, understood? Though Su Luoluo was baffled. She recalled the earlier conversation and could deduce his intent. Could he possibly care for me? No, he surely does not wish for me to bring him trouble. Hence the warning. I must not overthink this. There is no way this insufferable man is so benevolent. Her internal musings nearly left Pei Zhaoxue fuming. How could her misunderstanding of his good intentions be so infuriating? If he had to offer another warning, he would certainly refrain from doing so kindly in the future. I have provided all the counsel I can. It is now up to you to be vigilant, Pei Zhaoxue added pointedly. Do not expect me to assist you should you find yourself in a predicament. Indeed.
Su Luoluo inadvertently voiced her thoughts.
Pei Zhaoxue shot her a sidelong glance. You see? You are indeed moved by my concern. Who would dare act against me? Pei Zhaoxue. It seems I can no longer take her at face value. I must attend to my affairs. You should return to yours. Observing Su Luoluo's demeanor, for reasons unknown, Pei Zhaoxue felt a flicker of annoyance. Lift my wheelchair, he commanded. Yes, came her subdued response as she continued to keep her head bowed. Once he had departed, Su Luoluo exhaled slowly, relieved that no serious troubles had arisen. Volume 1, Chapter 35. She appeared to be a fool, however. What did his final statement truly signify? Was it a suggestion for her to regain her strength before seeking him out? Or did he mean for her to recuperate over the next few days? Luoluo found it difficult to decipher. Nevertheless, she did not dwell on it. Meanwhile, Zhao Qing pushed Pei Zhaoshui outside. Your Highness, do you believe the evidence gathered by the Yan Wang is genuine? Indeed, Pei Zhaoshui responded dismissively. Though he is ambitious, he is not foolish enough to lie about such matters. Zhao Qing continued, do you not suspect it might be related to Miss Su? After all, it was discovered in her carriage. Coupled with the street assassination, it certainly seems as though Luoluo is involved. Pei Zhaoshui shot him a sidelong glance. Do you honestly think she possesses the intellect to orchestrate such a scheme? Zhao Qing contemplated, hesitating to express his thoughts, and opted to nod in agreement. Yes. Your Highness is correct. Upon arriving at the front hall, they found Pei Yansun waiting with a group of suspects. Brother, had you arrived any later, I would have already taken them away, he said, shielding his eyes from the sunlight with one hand and smiling at Pei Zhaoshui. Are these the suspects? Pei Zhaoshui inquired, surveying them. They were dressed in the garb of common laborers, likely servants from the minister's residence. Indeed, Pei Yansun replied. I am familiar with them. It is prudent to question them thoroughly. I have informed the minister, so rest assured, these individuals are not being apprehended without cause. Very well, Pei Zhaoshui said. This matter is minor. I trust you will handle it adeptly. As they prepared to depart, Pei Yansun could only smile wryly. Indeed. You are correct, brother. Once Pei Zhaoshui and Pei Yansun had left, the minister's residence felt significantly emptier. In the study, Prime Minister Su sat with a furrowed brow. The steward, filled with concern, inquired whether this might pertain to the Su residence. My lord, is there something you wish to convey? The Prime Minister, unlike his usual flustered self when away from home, was instead poised, deftly wielding his brush as he applied ink to rice paper. What more is there to say? The steward shook his head, comforted by the Prime Minister's certainty. Then I shall proceed as you instructed. Very well, the Prime Minister nodded slightly. You may go. Wait a moment, he called out. The Prime Minister tossed the freshly written calligraphy to the steward, the ink still wet. As it landed, the ink spread slightly, giving the piece an unrestrained flair. Deliver this to the young lady. If she inquires, let her discern its meaning for herself. Understood. The steward reverently grasped the edges of the calligraphy and made his way to Luoluo's chamber. In the meantime, Chunhua animatedly recounted the recent events from the front hall to Luoluo, who was enjoying grapes and listening with amusement. Miss, a voice called from the courtyard, prompting Luoluo to turn and see the steward standing at the door, holding a scroll of paper. What brings you here today, steward? Please come in, Luoluo beckoned. With a slight bow, the steward replied, Miss, I have brought you something from the Prime Minister. He wishes for you to comprehend its essence. How curious. What could my father be sending me? Luoluo mused. Is he merely attempting to sell me off for a favorable outcome for the Su residents? Surely this calligraphy is not a suggestion for surrender? The thought made her want to discard the scroll immediately. Yet, considering the steward's demeanor and her own status, she subtly signaled to Chunhua. Chunhua, please retrieve that for me. I must see what it entails. Yes. Chunhua approached and held the scroll before Luoluo. Unroll it. Certainly. Chunhua complied and unfurled the scroll. The strokes of the calligraphy caught Luoluo's eye, raising her eyebrows in intrigue. This is indeed quite obscure, she remarked. Scrutinizing it further, it appeared to convey a single word, endure. So, her seemingly cultured father wished for her to continue bearing her grievances? The potential realization made Luoluo's lips twitch in exasperation. Very well, I understand, she waved her hand dismissively. The steward took his leave. Chunhua, holding the scroll, looked perplexed. Miss this. It matters not, Luoluo replied nonchalantly. We shall frame this calligraphy and hang it on the wall, so I may ponder what actions to take in the future. Chunhua glanced at the chaotic ink smudges. It appears to lack any collectible value. Go on. Luoluo gestured, dismissing her concerns. Regardless of its appearance, this piece was crucial for mending her relationship with her father. After all, if she simply discarded it, she might find herself in trouble with Su Xiaozhu. Understood. Though still confused, Chunhua complied. Luoluo, having lost her appetite, stood up and brushed off her clothes. I shall rest in my room. If there are no visitors, do not disturb me. Yes. Alone in her chamber, Luoluo reclined, holding a medical book she had borrowed from Pei Zhaoshui, though not a single word registered in her mind. What was the Prime Minister truly implying? Chapter 36. Another episode did he wish for her to endure due to the gravity of the situation? Both possibilities seemed implausible. Luoluo frowned, unwilling to believe that a man of such stature could be foolish. Perhaps he was simply feigning ignorance. Endure. What exactly was she meant to endure? Luoluo was baffled. Before she could arrive at an answer, a sudden chime captured her attention. Host. A friendly reminder, you may now proceed to the residence of Madame Su to undertake the task objectives. Luoluo exclaimed in surprise. Madame Su is about to fall ill? What do you mean suddenly ill? Previously, When she visited Madame Su's courtyard, it had been barren and lifeless. Other courtyards were adorned with flowers and greenery, while Madame Su's garden had only a few trees, lacking vitality. Yet, Su Luoluo understood that if the garden lacked life, it likely indicated a far more serious issue concerning Madame Su's health. A countdown, 15 minutes. The cold, unyielding words echoed in her mind. Without a moment's hesitation, she leapt from her bed, disregarding the astonished gazes around her. I must go to my mother. Chanhua rushed to support her. Miss, the lady should be resting now. If you miss her, you may visit later. Madame Su's health was fragile, requiring ample rest. Chanhua was merely looking out for Su Luoluo, concerned that the young lady might lose the care of her mother, which would lead to sorrow in the future. No, I must go now, Su Luoluo insisted firmly. Help me. Chanhua, you stay outside. Understood. Unable to argue against Su Luoluo's determination, Chanhua began to ponder what she might say to help navigate the situation. Meanwhile, Su Luoluo was preoccupied with thoughts of remedies for asthma in ancient times. She had previously gifted a scented sachet, which perhaps Madame Su had disregarded and not kept on her person. Upon arriving at Madame Su's courtyard, chaos reigned. Mama Zhang, who usually attended to Madame Su, was directing the staff in a flurry of activity. Upon seeing Su Luoluo, Mama Zhang urged her to leave. Miss, you should return later. The lady is currently suffering from an old ailment. Su Luoluo stood on her tiptoes to peer inside. What is wrong with my mother? Is she all right? Mama Zhang sighed and shook her head. It's nothing serious, just an old affliction acting up. Do not worry.
Luoluo frowned.
Is it her old ailment again?
Mama Zhang,
who had spent much time by Madame Su's side, understood the implications behind Su Luoluo's words. Miss, I possess some medical knowledge, and as your mother's daughter, I would never harm her. Would you allow me to take a look?
Mama Zhang hesitated.
Su Luoluo tugged at her sleeve, pleading.
Mama Zhang,
I know you care for me the most. Please let me see her. I cannot rest until I know my mother's condition. Alas. Madame Zhang has served by Madame Su's side for many years, naturally developing a deep affection for Su Luoluo. Were it not for Madame Zhang consistently speaking highly of Su Luoluo to Madame Su, perhaps Su Luoluo's position would have been supplanted by Su Xiaozhu long ago. Having long regarded Su Luoluo as her own daughter, Madame Zhang could not tolerate her capriciousness. She gently tapped Su Luoluo's nose and said, You go on in. Remember to keep quiet.
All right.
Thank you, Madame Zhang. I knew you would treat me the best. Su Luoluo's playful tone elicited a hint of exasperation from Madame Zhang, yet she still smiled as she ushered her into the room. Although the window was slightly ajar, the strong scent of medicine enveloped the air as the door opened, almost overwhelming the senses. From a distance, Su Luoluo spotted Madame Su lying on the bed, with the doctor, a well-known elder physician residing in the household, seated beside her. Madam, your health seems to be deteriorating year by year. You should wear more clothing and be mindful of your diet. The elder doctor shook his head, his graying beard swaying with each word. You appear to be improving, yet today, your condition has worsened significantly. Madame Su's complexion was pale, likely due to an inadvertent draft. It's my fault. I ask you to prescribe some medicine. Alas. Madam, if you do not take care of yourself, it will lead to complications in the future, he cautioned. I understand, Madame Su replied. The elder physician seemed to want to say more but hesitated, ultimately saying nothing. He wrote a prescription and handed it to his assistant, who happened to be standing just behind Su Luoluo. She took the prescription and glanced at it. The contents were straightforward and clear. The prescribed medicine was primarily for dispelling cold, a remedy that could alleviate her condition effectively. Su Luoluo passed the prescription to the nearby apprentice, who took it to fetch the medicine. Miss, the elder doctor said, rising and respectfully bowing to Su Luoluo. She raised her hand in a dismissive gesture. It's all right. Please attend to my mother first. Very well. The elder doctor offered a few more words of advice before gathering his belongings and leaving. Su Luoluo accompanied him to the door and could not help but inquire. Do you think there are any specific concerns regarding my mother's health? She must avoid cold drafts and should be cautious of pollen, as she is somewhat allergic to it, which may exacerbate her condition. These are things the madam is aware of, he replied. Su Luoluo carefully noted everything down. Thank you for taking care of my mother. One who eats the king's rations must bear the king's worries, the elder doctor said. There is no need for thanks. It is my duty. He indicated that she could go inside. All right. Su Luoluo stood at the door, watching the elder doctor walk away. This left the room somewhat dim. She settled by the bedside, taking her mother's hand gently. Mother, please rest well. The medicine will arrive soon, and you'll feel better.
Madame Su looked at Su Luoluo.
A faint smile gracing her lips. What brings you here? I missed you, so I came to see you, Su Luoluo responded, her words bringing joy to her mother's heart. You little rascal, you've come to deliberately make me happy, Madame Su teased. If it brings you joy, then I shall remain by your side for longer. Madame Su playfully poked Su Luoluo's forehead with her finger. Yes, you. Mother, please rest well. I'll be right here beside you. Very well. Madame Su smiled at her. As they awaited the arrival of the medicine, Su Luoluo assisted her mother in taking it. Perhaps due to the effects of the medication, Madame Su gradually drifted into slumber. Su Luoluo helped tuck her in, and then sat in the room, perusing a book. The medicinal scent began to dissipate, replaced by a hint of sweetness. Sweetness? In the first volume, chapter 37. Do not believe or spread rumors. Su Luoluo had expected a fragrance of rouge or powder, yet this delicate aroma seemed out of place. She instinctively looked up and scanned the surroundings, only to discover a secret hidden in the half of the wardrobe facing the bed. Rising, she approached, and upon seeing a vase by the window filled with brightly blooming flowers emitting a particularly strong fragrance, her expression darkened. Madame Su could not tolerate floral scents, let alone such potent ones laden with pollen. If those particles were to circulate within the room, her mother's condition might worsen. Thinking this, Su Luoluo felt her forehead throb. She swiftly uprooted the flowers from the vase and exited. Madame Zhang was guarding the door and looked worried as the door opened. What happened? Su Luoluo clutched the flowers tightly.
Who brought these?
My mother is already unwell. We must avoid pollen. Why are these in the room? Madame Zhang hesitated. Su Luoluo, however, promptly discarded the flowers into a nearby waste pile. Madame Zhang wanted to speak but hesitated before remaining silent. Su Luoluo dusted off her hands. In the future, do not send these flowers to my mother's room. If you must send something, choose those without pollen like mint, which has a refreshing scent. Alternatively, I could extract some fragrance to keep her company. However, this scene did not go unnoticed by a nearby servant. Waiting for the right moment, he dashed out of the courtyard. Second miss. Second miss. The servant rushed to Su Xiaozhu, breathless. The eldest miss threw away the flowers you sent to madam. What? Su Xiaozhu sprang to her feet from her chair. What do you mean by that? Without another word, she lifted her skirt and headed toward Madame Su's courtyard. Just as Su Luoluo settled down, having barely glanced at her medical book, she heard faint commotion from outside. Second miss, Madame is resting. It would be better to come back later, Madame Zhang advised softly. Su Xiaozhu showed no intention of concealing her voice. I want to see mother. You miss her. Madame Zhang. You never took care of me. You cannot be biased. Madame Zhang was caught in a dilemma. Su Luoluo intended to open the door and admonish Su Xiaozhu to quiet down, but Madame Su had already been roused from her slumber. Rubbing her aching forehead, she spoke. Luoluo, let your sister in.
All right.
Su Luoluo opened the door and stepped outside, closing it behind her. Seeing Su Luoluo emerge, Su Xiaozhu felt emboldened. Madame Zhang, is this what you mean by not disturbing my mother? Why is it acceptable for her to disturb, but not for me? This is rather biased, don't you think? Madame Zhang struggled to find words. Enough. Su Luoluo said coldly. What do you want? Mother just saw the doctor and is now resting. Why do you insist on waking her? Don't you dare put labels on me. Su Xiaozhu retorted. Why did you throw away the flowers I gave mother? I specially picked those from outside the city. There are no flowers in her courtyard. This is my heartfelt gesture.
Su Luoluo's brows knitted tightly.
Madame Zhang tugged at Su Luoluo's sleeve. Miss, this was also second Miss' good intention. Perhaps you should refrain from further comments. She was unwilling to allow Su Luoluo to disclose Madame Su's illness. After all, only a handful of people within the household were privy to this matter. Su Luoluo was not foolish and naturally understood the implications. Their mother was unwell and could not bear to hear such news. Su Luoluo remarked that although this was her sister's heartfelt intention, it was also for their mother's sake. Surely, one would not wish for their mother to feel discomfort.
Would they?
The rhetorical question effectively silenced Su Xiaozhu.
You.
Enough. Stop arguing. Madame Su's voice resonated from within the room. You both come in, cough, cough, cough. Reluctantly, Su Luoluo and Mama Zhang ushered Su Xiaozhu into the room. As soon as she entered, Su Xiaozhu rushed to her mother's bedside, collapsing in tears. Mother, I did not mean to cause you harm. Boo-hoo, I realize my mistake. It's all right. Mother understands. You meant well, Madame Su said, trembling as she caressed Su Xiaozhu's hair. Su Xiaozhu lay beside the bed, weeping softly, yet her tone was laced with grievance. Su Luoluo observed from the side. It's fine. You sister only wishes the best for me. She did not intend to discard your flowers, said Madame Su.
Su Yazhu pouted.
I understand. Looking up, she asked mother. Is there anything I cannot hear? I am your daughter too.
Madame Shu hesitated.
No, it's just that this concerns your sister's lifelong happiness. It's inappropriate for you to comment.
Madame Shu gently advised.
Oh, Su Xiaozhu pouted again. Su Luoluo interjected. If my sister enjoys picking flowers, she might as well gather some for me. I do have an affinity for flowers, and given our mother's condition, perhaps you should refrain from bringing them. Sister, I understand. Please do not be angry with me. I did not mean to offend you, Su Xiaozhu implored, tugging at Su Luoluo's sleeve. Onlookers might have thought the sisterly bond was splendid, yet only they knew the awkwardness between them. Su Luoluo gently pulled her sleeve free. All right, I forgive you. Su Xiaozhu paused, then smiled. That's good. Since you like flowers, I shall bring you beautiful ones when the time comes.
Yes.
Oh, I must be off now. A smile adorned Su Xiaozhu's face, though reluctance lingered beneath. The door was closed once more. Mother, what would you like to say? Su Luoluo inquired. Madame Su gazed at her with profound warmth. You, my dear, will soon be wed, she sighed softly. You must have heard the rumors circulating within the household? Su Luoluo nodded earnestly. Yes, I have heard them all. Sigh. Madame Su held Su Luoluo's hand. In truth, I understand. Regardless of what others say, you are my daughter. I hear the Duke of Su seems to be quite fond of you? Fond of me? What rumors are these? The Duke might as well have me executed. Fond? It is merely mutual benefit, hardly anything to speak of. One ought not to believe or spread rumors. Volume 1. Chapter 38. This wretched system shall be dismantled eventually. Indeed, Su Luoluo internally scoffed, yet she nodded in agreement. Madame Su's eyes sparkled with a smile. I once met the Duke of Su. At that time, he was still a general, looking quite imposing atop his steed. You must understand, he was regarded as the most eligible bachelor in the capital. Alas, now he is a cripple. What hope is there for a cripple to be considered an eligible bachelor? Rather, he resembles a venomous serpent. Furthermore, that man is evidently difficult to engage with. Surely, people are beguiled by his appearance. On the roof, Zhao Qing wondered if he ought to consult the physician. Lately, the prince seemed to exhibit signs of being possessed. His expression oscillated between darkness and light, more changeable than a child's countenance in June. Your Highness? Zhao Qing hesitantly called out. Pei Zhaoxue shot him a cold glance. What is it? The phrase "are you unwell?" lodged in Zhao Qing's throat, and he quickly shook his head. No, nothing is amiss. Be quiet, Pei Zhaoxue commanded. Indeed, he is quite remarkable. I have heard many speak of the Duke of Su, the general, imposing and swift, witnessing the blossoms of Chang'an. Yes, Madame Su nodded. Alas, now he is a cripple. But do not underestimate him. Even with a limp, he remains a valuable aid to the emperor. Presently, he holds a position of great power, surpassing even your father. Su Luoluo nodded dutifully, yet her mind drifted back to the night she first arrived in this world. Surpassing even my father? It seems this is not an easy position to maintain. Perhaps he is merely a subordinate in a lesser role. Pei Zhaoxue's subordinate inadvertently exerted too much force, snapping a tile with a sharp crack. Su Luoluo instinctively looked up. Perhaps a bird had landed on the roof. Inadvertently stepping on the tiles, Madame Su suggested. Su Luoluo nodded. Mother, I am listening. She appeared obedient and gentle, yet her thoughts were racing. Could it be that Pei Zhaoxue has returned? I must inquire with the system. A cold glint flashed in Pei Zhaoxue's dark eyes. The system? How had she inquired about it? She could no longer afford to ponder further, and lifted a tile to look below. She saw Su Luoluo seated there, appearing no different than usual. Meanwhile, Su Luoluo was mentally asking system, is the primary mission goal nearby? Unable to disclose. Su Luoluo thought, this wretched system shall be dismantled one day. Pei Zhaoxue furrowed her brow. The other showed no signs of change. How had she managed to contact the system? Furthermore, could the system truly be dismantled? Was there some peculiar device involved? You, in the future, shall marry the Duke of Su and raise children. Be sure to take good care of yourself. The Duke will be your greatest support. As long as he is around, no one shall dare to bully you. You may rest assured.
Madame Schwernistly advised.
Su Luoluo nodded in agreement. Mother, I understand. Please do not worry. I shall take good care of the Duke. After all, he is my husband, is he not? Upon hearing Su Luoluo's words, Madame Su felt a deep sense of comfort. At last, you seem to have grown up a bit. As for the rumors circulating in the household, you need not concern yourself. After all, you are my daughter. When you marry, it will be as the legitimate daughter of the Prime Minister's household, and none can take that from you. This matter, I assure you. Su Luoluo had not anticipated that Madame Su wished to discuss this. To accept this meant solidifying her status, ensuring that no one could usurp it. This served as a reassuring anchor for her. I must take good care of Mother. Su Luoluo tapped her forehead and retrieved a pouch from her sleeve. Mother, please carry this with you. If you ever find it hard to breathe, just take it out and hold it to your nose to inhale deeply.
Luoluo remarked.
This is made by my daughter. Every little bit helps. Although unsure of the item's usefulness, Madame Su cherished the sentiment behind it. Holding the fragrant sachet, she felt a wave of comfort wash over her. Very well. Mother understands. You can place it under your pillow at night. It will aid in your rest.
Luoluo gently suggested.
I recognize that Xia Zhu sent you flowers with good intentions, but you mustn't take your health lightly. Today, we have a doctor present. What if, on a future occasion, the doctor is absent? What then will you do? Su Luoluo's persistent reminders echoed like a worried elder. Madame Su looked at her daughter with a smile. All right, I understand. Mother, please do not merely say you understand without truly grasping the matter. It only serves to worry me unnecessarily, Su Luoluo replied. Observing the transformation of her usually timid daughter into a confident young woman brought a glimmer of comfort to Madame Su's eyes. Yes, it is my fault. I shall amend my ways. Their exchange continued until Madame Su finally drifted into slumber, allowing Su Luoluo to quietly exit the room. As she gently closed the door, Jean Mama noticed Su Luoluo's stealthy demeanor and couldn't help but smile. Miss, she called softly, causing Su Luoluo to startle. What is it? Su Luoluo inquired quietly. Nothing. Seeing the bond between you and the madam puts me at ease, Zhang Mama responded. Su Luoluo took Zhang Mama's arm. You have watched me grow. You know I speak little, and often struggle to say sweet words to cheer mother. Please take good care of her. Zhang Mama nodded, of course. Your mother is usually gentle, and Xia Zhu may not fully comprehend her intentions. The courtyard is devoid of flowers. I find it hard to believe that Xia Zhu is oblivious to the reasons behind this. After all, she is no fool. Her actions are quite deliberate. However, many in the household hold Xia Zhu in high regard, so Su Luoluo chose her words carefully. Please heed my advice and remain vigilant. Do not allow Xia Zhu to take advantage of any situation. You understand better than anyone that rumors have their origins. Where there is smoke, there is fire. And in the end, it is often someone's interests at stake. Unfortunately, I lack evidence at present, so I cannot discuss this with mother. I merely hope you can keep an eye on things. I understand, Zhang Mama replied earnestly. Rest assured, I will remember your words. The incident with the flowers was unintentional and will not happen again. Su Luoluo grasped Zhang Mama's hand tightly. I appreciate your assistance this time. Zhang Mama shook her head, and after giving a few more instructions, Su Luoluo left the courtyard. Little did she know, fate had other plans. In chapter 39, You Imposter. Su Luoluo certainly did not anticipate encountering Xia Zhu, who had been absent for a while, as she exited the courtyard. It seemed more accurate to say that Xia Zhu had been waiting for her in the garden. Approaching with a smile, Xia Zhu greeted. Oh, sister. I've been waiting for you, for quite some time. At last, you have emerged from Mother S side. You truly have no shame. Seizing another's mother as if she were your own. Xia Zhu sneered, her words sharp and direct, as if they were daggers aimed at Su Luoluo. Surprisingly, Su Luoluo remained unperturbed, responding with a calm smile. And then? Her nonchalant demeanor only fueled Xia Zhu's irritation. That is my mother. You, the imposter. Your mother is confined. If you had any sense, you would know not to disturb her. Xia Zhu glared at Su Luoluo, who appeared unfazed. Taking a step back, Su Luoluo smirked. Is that so? Mother has stated that I am also her child, and she advised me not to concern myself with idle gossip. Are you suggesting I disregard Mother S words? I shall have to inquire whether that is indeed your intent. With that, Su Luoluo turned to enter the courtyard, prompting Xia Zhu to grab her arm. What are you doing? Are you going to tell on me? I merely echoed your words. Are you afraid? Xia Zhu retorted defiantly, trying to mask her own anxiety. Who, me? I am not afraid of you.
Luoluo replied, feigning brevado.
I fear only that you will fabricate stories that mislead mother.
Oh.
Is that so? Xia Zhu leaned closer to Su Luoluo, her voice deliberately audible. Tell me, if your mother truly cared for you, would she allow you to marry a cripple? One with a foul temper, no less? You might not survive your wedding night. Su Luoluo's eyes widened in shock. Sensing her reaction, Xia Zhu reveled in her triumph. Oh, by the way, guess who informed the emperor about you? How else would he have known? Su Luoluo was taken aback, realizing that Xia Zhu's insinuations were not without merit. The implications of her words suggested a direct link between Xia Zhu and the emperor's knowledge of her. But how much of this was truly connected to Xia Zhu? Su Luoluo opened her mouth to speak, but words failed her. Xia Zhu smirked. You don't genuinely believe you can compete with me, do you? Both father and grandmother favor me. What do you have to counter that? Your dubious claim to being the legitimate daughter? Had she been the original owner of this body, she might have been unable to respond, consumed by anger. But she was not the original.
Ha!
Who cares? If it weren't for my desire to glean more information from you, I would have dismissed you long ago. The esteemed Prime Minister and the venerable matriarch are merely looking out for the Yun family. As long as I can create greater benefits for them than Xia Zhu does, I will be the favored one. Foolish. Oh, it matters not. I shall be the future Princess of Su. Su Luoluo's abrupt declaration left both Pei Zhaoxue and Xia Zhu momentarily stunned. Pei Zhaoxue raised an eyebrow in intrigue, while Xia Zhu scoffed. You think the current crippled prince could ever be worthy? Regardless, I am the princess. If you marry, you will only be a step lower than me, Su Luoluo asserted. Xia Zhu seethed with rage.
What?
Am I not merely speaking the truth? Oh, and I must thank you, dear sister. If it weren't for your ill-conceived idea, how would I have crossed paths with the prince in the palace and experienced love at first sight? It is he who has chosen to protect me. I owe you much gratitude.
What?
Xia Zhu's teeth clenched in fury. No, it cannot be. The Prince of Su does not indulge in female company. How could he possibly take an interest in someone of your caliber? Oh, I cannot say. Perhaps I am simply to his taste. Su Luoluo added a potent dose of sarcasm, remarking that her sister had yet to discuss marriage. It is worth noting that most of the eligible young men in the capital are already betrothed. Is it possible that my sister intends to marry as a concubine?
No.
That cannot be. This matter concerns her future marriage. Su Xiazhu could not afford to continue arguing with Su Luoluo. Concealed in the shadows, Zhao Qing whispered, My lord. Does this Miss Su dare to speak so boldly? It is of no concern, Pei Zhaoxue replied lightly. I have given my consent. This young lady appears to possess a certain charm. How amusing it is that she speaks so freely, in stark contrast to her usual demeanor before me. Zhao Qing observed their master, who seemed to be in a rather cheerful mood, and found it difficult to comprehend his thoughts. It appeared that the prince had become increasingly capricious after encountering Miss Su. Miss. Chunhua rushed in, almost collapsing at the bedside. Noticing Chunhua's anxious expression, Su Luoluo sat up.
What is it?
There are rewards. From the palace, and from the prince.
What?
Su Luoluo's brows furrowed slightly. Miss. A reward has arrived from the palace. You must go out to receive the decree, Chunhua said nonchalantly as she stepped inside. Very well. Upon reaching the front hall, they spotted a eunuch holding a golden decree. Su Chongxiang and several other members of the Su family were already waiting before the eunuch. Su Xiazhu remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Sister, you are indeed formidable. Even the decree requires everyone to wait.
Su Changxian hurriedly explained.
Shooting a glare at Su Xiazhu. He would not concern himself with the disturbances within the household, but he would not allow Su Xiazhu to create a scene here, especially not in front of others. It would be a considerable embarrassment. Su Xiazhu merely pouted and remained silent. The eunuch glanced at the assembly without speaking, waiting for everyone to kneel and perform their proper respects before unfurling the decree. He read aloud in a piercing voice. Chapter 40. A perfect banquet of ambush. The decree contained a plethora of formalities, essentially stating that the emperor, having heard of Su Luoluo's actions at the marketplace, believed that a woman could indeed be so capable. Therefore, he generously bestowed upon her several fine medicines, hoping that she would swiftly recover her health and, in due time, enter the palace to express her gratitude. Although the words were grandiose, Su Luoluo could not shake the feeling that the emperor's intentions hinted at something more nefarious once she was in the palace. Should she enter the palace, she would undoubtedly find herself ensnared. Various thoughts flashed through her mind. Your servant thanks the emperor for his grace. Su Luoluo echoed the others. Though her thoughts drifted far away, the decree has been proclaimed. Miss Su can be considered among the most favored in the imperial city, the eunuch declared with a smile. This is truly unprecedented. Su Luoluo responded quietly, feeling the weight of the decree almost too heavy to bear. If it were not for the customs of the time, she would have inquired whether it was permissible to refuse the decree. This decree was undoubtedly a banquet of ambush. Once the decree reached the Su residence, the previously suppressed rumors began to circulate once more throughout the capital. On the same day, Su Luoluo was taken to the study by Su Chongxiang. Upon entering, it seemed that those who had been anxious before were now as steady as a mountain, perhaps due to the decree's acceptance. What transpired between you and the emperor? Nothing of significance. Observing Su Luoluo's demeanor, Su Chongxiang nearly lost his composure. Yet, given the circumstances, he could not afford to be angry and pressed on. Think carefully. How could the emperor suddenly take an interest in you for no reason? Su Luoluo sipped tea from a cup at her side. Father, I was lured into the palace by my sister, primarily to meet the Prince of Su. How could anything have happened with the emperor? Su Chongxiang recalled the information he had previously gathered, which seemed to align with Su Luoluo's account. He frowned, clearly torn. Father, would I deceive you?
Su Luoluo insisted.
This matter truly does not concern me. As for why the emperor issued this decree, there is no need for you to be alarmed. After all, I carry the title of the prince's consort. Perhaps the emperor seeks to appease his heart. Wasn't there a recent uproar involving the Tongtian sect? Su Chongxiang pondered Su Luoluo's words and began to see some sense in them. It indeed appeared to be the case. Perhaps he had overreacted. If it were not for you, the prime minister's residence would not be in such disarray. Su Luoluo nearly laughed at the absurdity of that statement. If the speaker were anyone other than the prime minister, she would have doubted her hearing. The troubles of the prime minister's residence were now somehow linked to her? What a farcical notion. Yes, indeed. You are right, Su Luoluo replied dismissively. An idea struck her mind. Do you not find it curious why His Majesty has suddenly taken an interest in me? After all, I rarely leave the confines of my home. I doubt my beauty could have reached his ears from within my chamber. Perhaps someone with a grudge against you specifically relayed this matter to the emperor. Her seemingly casual remarks piqued Su Chongxiang's interest. However, outwardly, he maintained an air of nonchalance, revealing nothing. Enough of this. These matters do not require your concern. Focus on yourself. Do not blame your father for not warning you. If you cannot secure the favor of the Prince of Su, no one will be able to protect you. Understood, Su Luoluo replied, lowering her head. As she prepared to leave, Su Chongxiang's keen eye caught sight of an ominous object on the table, and he quickly exclaimed, "Take that thing away. It must be properly revered."
Yes, Su Luoluo replied.
Taking the decree as she exited the study, Su Chongxiang's gaze lingered on her for some time, reluctant to look away. His daughter, who usually followed his every command, now seemed to possess her own opinions. Who informed the emperor? He had not even considered that possibility, yet she had. No, perhaps it was merely a stroke of luck. For 3 cobblers could indeed rival Zhuge. There was no need for him to overthink it. If his daughter proved capable, he would not need to contemplate abandoning her. Su Qianan glanced at the decree in Su Luoluo's hands and, without a second thought, remarked, "Mother, some people are simply unfortunate. No matter how much protection they have, they still end up sent to the palace. It truly is as if they have choked on cold water." Zhou Shi, fanning herself to conceal her lower face, wore a broad smile. Indeed, some individuals are fortunate enough to experience such things. Enough, daughter. Do not say more, or others may accuse us of taking advantage of their misfortune. What of it? I take delight in watching some people stumble. Su Luoluo raised an eyebrow, intrigued. She could discern the intentions of the mother and daughter simply from the way they intercepted her. As they finished speaking, Su Luoluo, rather than feeling anger, smiled and inquired, "Oh, so you believe that receiving an imperial decree brings no good fortune? Indeed, considering your status, it is likely you will never receive such a decree in your lifetime." You. Su Luoluo's smile made Su Qianwan's eyes widen in disbelief. No one anticipated Su Luoluo would suddenly utter such words. Zhou, holding Su Qianwan, retreated a couple of steps. "Enough, you need not engage in pointless disputes with her. It is unnecessary. We should focus on living our own lives." Su Qianwan shot a fierce glare at Su Luoluo, huffing in indignation.
Luoluo mir l'Ismail, fast.
Just as Su Qianwan stormed off in anger, Su Luoluo subtly extended her foot. "Watch me trip you." The next moment, Su Qianwan fell to the ground, and if not for the maid beside her supporting her, she would have landed in a most ignoble manner. You. Su Luoluo. When Su Qianwan was helped to her feet, she was seething with rage, ready to charge at Su Luoluo. At that moment, Chunhua, who was with Su Luoluo, stepped forward. "Third miss, what are you planning to do?" Chunhua asked. Su Qianwan pointed accusingly at Su Luoluo, exclaiming, "She stuck her leg out to trip me." Her gritted teeth did not earn her any sympathy from Chunhua, who instead laughed. "Third miss, you fell while walking. Do not place the blame on my young lady. She is well known for her timidity and weakness. Why don't you ask around who would believe my young lady would trip someone?" "Well done, Chunhua. Truly, you are my excellent maid." In terms of verbal sparring, Su Xiaozhu and her maid could never compete with Su Luoluo and Chunhua. The two of them exchanged quips as if performing a comedic routine. "Indeed, if I could trip you, I would not have been bullied by you in the first place." You. Su Xiaozhu was infuriated, but could not find words to retort. She merely pointed at Su Luoluo, struggling to articulate her thoughts.
Luoluo está ahí fell down.
"What else wrong? Are you now blaming me for your clumsiness? If so, perhaps we should consult Mother and see who is truly at fault. What do you think?" I refuse to stoop to your level. To escalate such a trivial matter to Mother would only be a source of ridicule. "Indeed, you are right," Su Luoluo feigned agreement. Su Xiaozhu, after all, was merely trying to play both the victim and the martyr.
Ha!
Su Xiaozhu rolled her eyes. "Unlike you, my legs are perfectly fine. You, on the other hand, seem to have a husband with a disability." I shouldn't have said that." She covered her eyes, blinking innocently. "I shouldn't have spoken so. Such acting could surely win a Golden Broom Award. How atrocious. How many flaws must the original owner have had in her mind to believe such poor acting?" Pei Zhaoxue raised an eyebrow. "A Golden Broom Award? What is that?" Zhao Qing observed the prince, who appeared unaffected by the disparaging remarks directed at him. Had the prince undergone a change of heart? In the past, Su Xiaozhu would have surely met a dire fate for such insolence. The prince, known for his stern demeanor, seemed surprisingly unperturbed. It was indeed unexpected. However, the prince had never been one to eavesdrop on others' conversations so frequently. Truly, emotions can blind one's judgment. Zhao Qing shook his head. "Enough. You need not speak further, lest I relay your words to the emperor or to the king of Su. Have you forgotten? The king of Su is a hero who quelled the chaos, and the injuries he bears are a testament to his valor. The peace we enjoy in the capital is largely due to his efforts. To mock him in such a manner is laughable. Truly, it would have been better to have left you in peril." Su Luoluo spoke with conviction. Although she did not particularly favor Pei Zhaoxue, she held respect for all soldiers. After all, Pei Zhaoxue was a man who dedicated himself to the protection of his homeland. He deserved respect, not ridicule. Do you still believe your words carry weight and merit?
Luoluo regarded Su Xiaozhu coldly.
"I find you profoundly pitiable. The only view you have is that of the sky above your own residence, while you are blind to everything else. Would you not agree?" With that, Su Luoluo swept away, leaving Su Xiaozhu speechless, unsure of how to respond. She turned to her maid, who was equally stunned into silence. "Why, young lady?" The maid stammered. "Useless wretch." Su Xiaozhu vented her frustration on her maid, turning to leave. The previously noisy garden fell silent once more. Zhao Qing glanced at Pei Zhaoxue, whose dark eyes held profound thoughts. Yet, within those deep eyes, there was only one figure. Su Luoluo lay back on her bed, a slight smile gracing her lips.
"Indeed. Confronting Su Xiaozhu felt utterly invigorating."
"My lady, you were truly remarkable. You rendered the second miss speechless. Chunhua could not help but gaze at Su Luoluo in admiration. You used to be bullied by her, but now you have truly grown strong. Su Luoluo raised an eyebrow. No, it is simply that her words were too excessive. My lady, do you have feelings for the king of Su? Is that why you defended him? Su Luoluo thought to herself. What is Chunhua even suggesting? How could I possibly harbor feelings for that brute? If not for my own safety, I would prefer to have as little to do with him as possible. Her expression shifted dramatically. Chunhua, observing her, could not help but ask, my lady, are you feeling unwell? No, I'm fine. Su Luoluo sat up, taking Chunhua's hands and gazing earnestly into her eyes. Chunhua, there is one thing I must tell you. Seeing su Luoluo seriousnis, Chunhua adaptida grave diminer. You may speak. First, I indeed have a betrothal to His Royal Highness. Second, he is undoubtedly a hero, at least in the eyes of this court. Third, and most importantly, Chunhua's expression grew more serious. I have no relationship with him. Our betrothal is merely a contract, understood? Chunhua blinked. But you are to marry His Royal Highness soon. Su Luoluo replied, I am aware. But that does not mean I have any connection with him. Oh, Chunhua pouted, mumbling softly, but it seems you have quite a significant connection with His Royal Highness. Su Luoluo thought, this child simply does not heed advice. There is no connection whatsoever. There is absolutely no connection between myself and that detestable man. Just remember, do not falsely claim that I have a close relationship with him. My defense of him earlier was not due to any fondness. Rather, it stemmed from my disdain for Su Xiaozhu. In the first volume, Chapter 42, Making a Mountain Out of a Molehill, Chunhua nodded earnestly, her gaze fixed on the ceiling as she contemplated her future path. The imperial edict in her possession felt akin to a hot potato. Was it possible that, even after such a day, the emperor still harbored ill intentions? Could she still rely on the Duke of Su to extricate herself from this predicament? Although Pei Zhaoxue seemed unreliable, he appeared to be the only suitable option. What a hassle! Su Luoluo mumbled softly, exasperated by the trouble. This remark, however, was clearly heard by Pei Zhaoxue, who was perched above her like a hawk. The edict. What more did the emperor wish to extract from her? Was he intent on turning her into a laughingstock in the capital? She was caught in a dilemma. The emperor had played his cards well. Zhao Qing nodded in agreement. Yes. In the study of the Duke of Su, Pei Zhaoxue wore a dark expression, silent for a long while. Zhao Qing, standing nearby, dared not make a sound. After all, the eldest daughter of the Su family had spoken up for their lord. Wasn't he supposed to be pleased? Did he not wish for her support? Thoughts swirled in Zhao Qing's mind, each more absurd than the last. Enough, I am fine, Pei Zhaoxue declared. Zhao Qing privately doubted this did not seem fine at all. I am heading to the palace, Pei Zhaoxue announced. Ah? Zhao Qing was momentarily taken aback. Hadn't their lord refrained from entering the palace for quite some time? Why now? Suddenly, the words of the eldest daughter of the Su family flashed in Zhao Qing's mind. Could it be that their lord was acting for her sake? At this thought, Zhao Qing's perception of his lord transformed, casting him in a heroic light. Pei Zhaoxue shot him a glance. What? Must I remind you again? No, no. Zhao Qing hastily shook his head. I will prepare at once. Good. The Duke of Su's carriage could enter and exit the palace without the need for an edict. Upon arriving at Taiji Square, Zhao Qing guided Pei Zhaoxue toward the imperial study. The emperor was effortlessly wielding his brush on the white paper. Undeterred by the minor situation at hand, Your Highness, the Duke of Su, he instructed, let him in. I wish to have a thorough discussion with him. Yes. As Pei Zhaoxue approached the study door, a eunuch greeted him with a smile, ushering him inside. Zhao Qing, aware of the decorum, stood obediently outside. Inside the imperial study, a faint fragrance lingered, the scent of dragons, saliva, incense. Pei Zhaoxue raised his eyes to see the emperor practicing his calligraphy. I pay my respects to your majesty, Pei Zhaoxue said. The emperor smiled. My dear minister, why so formal? Come, see how my writing fares. I recall that the Grand Tutor previously praised my calligraphy. Your Majesty jests, Pei Zhaoxue replied, remaining stationary in his wheelchair. That was merely a childhood event and should not be taken seriously. Is that so? The emperor's smile gradually faded. What business do you have with me? Your Majesty. My future wife is unwell and may not be able to enter the palace to express her gratitude. Thus, I have come to thank you on her behalf. The emperor's smile vanished entirely, his expression darkening. What did you say? I am here to express gratitude on behalf of Miss Su, Pei Zhaoxue stated calmly. The emperor narrowed his eyes. Do you know what you are saying to me? I am perfectly aware, Pei Zhaoxue replied. Think carefully and consider if this is how you should phrase your words. Pei Zhaoxue repeated his earlier statement verbatim. Suddenly, the emperor, who had been seated behind the desk, rose and approached Pei Zhaoxue, regarding him with a condescending glare, his demeanor defiant. Duke, is this how you speak to me? I have fallen for Miss Su at first sight, and hope your majesty will grant me this opportunity, Pei Zhaoxue declared. At first sight. It seems that Miss Su is as beautiful as the legends suggest, the emperor replied slowly. Now I am even more intrigued. Pei Zhaoxue countered, "Your Majesty is jesting. You have encountered countless beauties. Her appearance pales in comparison.
Oh?
What is it that the Duke finds appealing about her?" The Emperor laughed heartily, seemingly mollified. "It is curious. The world is enamored with beauty, yet the Duke diverges from the norm. If she is not as lovely, would it not be delightful for the Duke to bring her into the palace, so I may behold her?" Pei Zhaoxue's hands clenched tightly around the wheels of his chair, concealing his intent. "Your Majesty speaks truly. She is timid and fears appearing inept before you. I have already informed the Empress Dowager of the marriage proposal and hope that your Majesty will attend." The Emperor's smile vanished, and he slammed his hand on the desk, causing the items atop it to tremble. "What? Does the Duke now dare to threaten me?" "Your Majesty jests," Pei Zhaoxue replied, lowering his gaze to avoid meeting the Emperor's eyes. Furthermore, he added, "I am still a disabled individual. If Miss Su is willing to overlook my condition and marry me, it would indeed be a blessing. I implore your Majesty to grant this." It seemed that Pei Zhaoxue's words amused the Emperor, who erupted into laughter. "Since the Duke has gone so far, if I were to remain ungrateful, it would be inappropriate. Very well, I shall acquiesce to the Duke's request this time. Thank you, your Majesty." The tension that had previously enveloped them dissipated in an instant. The Emperor, as if forgetting their earlier conversation, pushed Pei Zhaoxue toward the desk. "Since the Duke is here, let us have him assist in writing a character. Your Majesty, please proceed. Peace and prosperity." Pei Zhaoxue hesitated slightly as he grasped the brush, but soon, with a flourish, inscribed the 4 characters onto the white paper. Yet, it was not executed in one stroke. The slight quiver in his hand rendered the otherwise elegant characters rather unsightly. This, however, delighted the Emperor immensely. "It is indeed my fault. This was merely a concern for the Duke and his future princess, with no other intentions. It appears the Duke has made a fuss over nothing." In the first volume, Chapter 43, Poisoned, Pei Zhaoxue bowed his head. "Your Majesty speaks the truth. It is I who have been remiss. I beg for your forgiveness. We are brothers. Why must we be so formal? Enough, let this matter rest. If you are not busy, go pay a visit to the Empress Dowager. She has been missing you greatly."
Yes. Dismissed. Yes.
Pei Zhaoxue turned his wheelchair toward the door. The eunuch opened it, and Zhao Qing entered, pushing Pei Zhaoxue away. The master and servant remained unusually silent. Inside the imperial study, the Emperor narrowed his eyes at the calligraphy, a cold smile curling at his lips. "Someone, take the Duke's calligraphy and present it to others. Such fine writing should not be reserved for my eyes alone." The eunuch, while tidying up the calligraphy, wore a humble demeanor, yet upon glimpsing the content of the artwork, he felt a sharp sting in his eyes. If this painting were to circulate, it would likely be said that the Prince of Su could not rise from his bed by tomorrow. "Your Highness, why must you do this?" Zhao Qing inquired, perplexed. "With your leg, the eldest Miss Su has made no progress in her treatment. Why would you expose yourself to such peril? One misstep could lead to total ruin." "You speak too much," Pei Zhaoxue responded coolly. Zhao Qing could not help but urge, "Your Highness, it would be better to invest your time in seeking a divine physician. After all, Miss Su might just be leading you astray." In Zhao Qing's eyes, Su Luoluo was merely a young girl, a mere child of 10 or so. How remarkable could her medical skills truly be? She might just be fabricating tales to evade punishment and secure her own survival. Pei Zhaoxue cast a sidelong glance. "Do you think this prince is so easily deceived?" However, Zhao Qing hesitated to voice her thoughts upon seeing Pei Zhaoxue and swallowed her words. "What is it? Do you have something to say?" Pei Zhaoxue inquired. "I merely feel that your Highness seems to trust Miss Su quite a bit. You have never shown such trust in anyone else. If it were someone else claiming they could heal you, you would likely have them undergo several rounds of scrutiny. This prince has his own plans. There is no need for you to meddle. Just assist me with a task," Pei Zhaoxue instructed. Zhao Qing bowed her head. "Your Highness,
Please speak."
find me 2 unparalleled beauties. I shall require them in a few days." "Understood. You may withdraw."
Oh.
"And remember to remind Miss Su to come tomorrow to assist me with my ailment," Pei Zhaoxue added, waving Zhao Qing away. The next day, Su Luoluo was sent in a carriage to the Prince of Su's residence early in the morning. If outsiders were unaware, they might assume the Su family was desperately seeking a suitor for their daughter. The carriage came to a slow halt at the entrance of the prince's residence. With assistance, Su Luoluo entered the estate, her emotions quite complex. "I heard he even went to the palace for me and had a falling out with the Emperor. Our relationship is merely one of collaboration. Even without my assistance, he could likely find someone else to help. I do remember this favor he has done for me." Su Luoluo mused, and upon entering the study and seeing Pei Zhaoxue, she could not help but mutter, "He looks quite presentable." "What did you say?" Pei Zhaoxue's voice was cold. Su Luoluo shook her head. "I am here to treat your Highness. How long will it take for you to restore my health?" Pei Zhaoxue pressed. Su Luoluo retrieved her medical kit, and as she set it down, her brow furrowed. "Your Highness, I cannot provide an exact time frame for your treatment. Are you jesting with me? Do you intend for me to suffer for a lifetime?" His low voice carried an air of authority. Anyone else would likely have been silenced by his presence. Yet Su Luoluo felt a pressure in her chest. It is not thus. I implore your highness to let me finish. What I mean is, I truly cannot guarantee an exact time. However, if your highness wishes for effective treatment, I assure you that within a month, you shall be able to stand unaided.
Yet.
Your highness has been poisoned for quite some time, as you are well aware. To eliminate all toxins may not be so simple. Pei Zhaoxue did not press her further, responding coldly, as long as you can heal me, I can certainly grant you your life. But if you cannot, you must understand. He paused momentarily. Your life rests in my hands. Su Luoluo touched her neck. For some reason, his few words sent a chill down her spine, as if a blade were poised at her throat. Yes, I understand. She nodded repeatedly, appearing obedient. Pei Zhaoxue glanced down. She seemed obedient on the surface, but who knows what she might be cursing me with internally. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he heard her inner murmurs. Forget it. I shouldn't hold a grudge against this despicable man. After all, he's in such a dire situation, confined to a wheelchair, and who knows if he will ever find a wife. This time, I suppose I've helped him. It would be unkind to scold him further. I must show some leniency. Pei Zhaoxue gripped the armrests of his wheelchair tightly. Excellent. Indeed, she is cursing me in her heart. Prince, extend your hand. I will examine your condition and see how your healing has progressed, Su Luoluo offered. Pei Zhaoxue cast a cold glance and placed his hand before her. Su Luoluo took his pulse. Your highness, have you been eating well these past few days? Your highness, one cannot lie about such matters. Su Luoluo couldn't help but say. You must understand that concealing an illness is not wise. Moreover, your health is not as robust as you believe. What exactly are you trying to convey? Speak plainly. There is no need for circumlocution, Pei Zhaoxue replied coldly. Su Luoluo hesitated. Your condition has not improved. In fact, it has worsened. Additionally, there are other hidden issues. When she treated Pei Zhaoxue previously, there had been no strange pulse signs. Now, however, the former pulse was mixed with an unusual erratic rhythm. This was indeed troubling. Your highness, have you visited any other places recently? Or consumed anything you shouldn't have?
Luoluo inquired.
Pei Zhaoxue fell silent for a moment. Are you implying that I've been poisoned? Zhao Qing, standing nearby, widened her eyes. No, that is impossible. I have been with the prince day and night. How could that be? Zhao Qing, extend your hand and let her check, Pei Zhaoxue said calmly. Zhao Qing frowned, extending her hand while muttering, impossible. How could that be? Su Luoluo placed her hand on Zhao Qing's wrist to take her pulse. Zhao Qing furrowed her brow. Ever since Pei Zhaoxue's poisoning incident, both she and Pei Zhaoxue had shared meals and quarters, hardly parting ways. If poisoning had occurred, how could it only affect Pei Zhaoxue? This was decidedly strange. Pei Zhaoxue's dark eyes fixed intently on Su Luoluo. After a long moment, he finally spoke. Are you certain? Am I the only one poisoned? I am certain, Su Luoluo replied with conviction. She had confidence in her medical skills. The signs were unmistakable. This despicable man clearly has many enemies. He does not even know who has poisoned him. I must hurry to cure him and escape. If I am not careful, I might be wrongly killed as well. There is only one place I did not enter with Zhao Qing, Pei Zhaoxue said slowly. Su Luoluo, unaware of any unusualness, followed his lead. Please, your highness. Pei Zhaoxue's gaze bore into her, his lips parting to utter 3 words, the imperial study. Su Luoluo thought. Heavens! Could it be that the emperor has poisoned him? In the depths of her heart, Su Luoluo felt as though a groundhog was screaming, yet her face remained utterly impassive, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. She nodded slightly, contemplating that perhaps this matter was a personal affair for the prince. It was best for him to investigate it himself, after all. She was uncertain. Yet she could assist him in dispelling this poison. The toxin was not deeply rooted. Is there such a poison that can be contracted solely through breathing? Pei Zhaoxue countered. Su Luoluo hesitated but nodded affirmatively. Indeed, and there is quite a bit of it. Then help me concoct an antidote and leave the prescription behind. It might prove useful. The prince instructed. Su Luoluo's mind raced as she began to grasp Pei Zhaoxue's intentions. This was not an entirely prudent approach. Although detoxification would eliminate the poison, the prince should understand that any toxin that had once lingered within the body would inevitably be harmful. Do you have a good solution? Pei Zhaoxue inquired. Su Luoluo did not provide a direct answer. Instead, her face was a tapestry of conflict. To give or not to give. This wretched man seems to have poisoned himself to aid me. If I refuse, will it not come across as heartless? She thought. However, if I comply, will I not then be embroiled in this matter when it is investigated? Never mind, he is quite handsome, and he has helped me once. If he were to perish, I would feel remiss. Pei Zhaoxue raised an eyebrow, unconsciously stroking his chin. He had never anticipated that one day he might rely on his looks for sustenance. Yes, Su Luoluo affirmed, if you give me a jade pendant, I can prepare a potion to infuse it. After a month, the medicine on the pendant will help you counteract numerous toxins. No. Su Luoluo corrected herself. What I meant was that by wearing the pendant, those chaotic toxins will be kept at bay. For instance, it will deter poisonous insects and will also assist in alleviating most of the toxins inhaled through breathing. Pei Zhaoxue nodded in agreement. Very well. I will have Zhao Qing deliver the pendant to you tomorrow. Thank you for your assistance. Su Luoluo froze momentarily. Thank you? Was he truly expressing gratitude towards her? Goodness, is the sun rising in the west? Pei Zhaoxue remained silent. No, it's nothing, Su Luoluo stammered, her voice quivering. The medication I provide this time is to be taken after the previous dosage has been consumed. After 3 days, you may continue with the detoxification process. However, Su Luoluo paused, contemplating whether she should voice her thoughts. Ultimately, she decided it was best to clarify. The toxin you have contracted this time could exacerbate the previous one, suggesting that your adversary may be aware of the poison you suffered earlier. I speak only in passing. You need not take my words to heart, she added hastily. Pei Zhaoxue regarded her with a meaningful glance, while Su Luoluo lowered her head, focused on her task. I should not have spoken so freely. Yet, it seems he ought not to perish so soon. Perhaps I shall lend him a hand. With a gentle sigh, she commenced acupuncture on the soles of his feet before allowing him to soak them in a foot bath. The steam enveloped her visage, obscuring her features. I have only read about imperial struggles in books, never imagining I would find myself amidst such complexities. She shook her head lightly. While Pei Zhaoxue may appear difficult to engage with, he is not entirely a villain. If anything, she found herself hoping for his survival. Pei Zhaoxue closed his eyes, allowing time to pass, yet he heard her words with clarity. Hoping for my survival. Had she not previously wished for her own demise? Pei Zhaoxue shook his head. Indeed, the thoughts of young ladies were often eccentric. Your Highness, Su Luoluo called. Pei Zhaoxue did not lift his gaze, merely grunted in response. Your Highness. You may now raise your foot. I will prepare the herbs. Very well. Su Luoluo rose to fetch the herbs from the nearby pharmacy. Inside the room, only Zhao Qing remained, attending to Pei Zhaoxue's feet. Zhao Qing glanced at Pei Zhaoxue, hesitating to voice her thoughts. What is on your mind? Speak freely. There is no need for such hesitation, Pei Zhaoxue prompted. Your Highness, Zhao Qing began, do you not feel that Miss Su seems to know too much? Could she possibly be? Are you suggesting she is someone sent to arouse my curiosity? Pei Zhaoxue inquired, his expression contemplative. Zhao Qing nodded cautiously. Pei Zhaoxue chuckled softly. Do you believe her intellect is sufficient for such machinations? I have previously stated, trust those who serve you. Do not harbor suspicion. I place my faith in her. Unbeknownst to them, Su Luoluo had overheard their conversation, initially intending to present her own medicinal pouch to him. But fate had led her to eavesdrop on their exchange. How infuriating. This foolish man, this dog of a man. You're the one who is foolish. Your entire family is foolish. Though he had expressed trust in her, she felt a surge of anger. Nevertheless, upon preparing the herbs, Su Luoluo entered the room with a smile plastered on her face. Pei Zhaoxue cast a sidelong glance, sensing an odd undertone in her smile. Your Highness, I have come to apply the medicine, Su Luoluo announced cheerfully. I must warn you, Pei Zhaoxue stated clearly, should you attempt any treachery, I will hold you accountable. Su Luoluo feigned innocence. Oh, how could I? I desire nothing more than for you to recover swiftly. Pei Zhaoxue felt an increasing sense of unease. Yet, he could not discern her true thoughts, which was decidedly peculiar. Was he truly overthinking? Just as Pei Zhaoxue pondered this, Su Luoluo lifted his leg and placed it upon her knee. You are finished, Pei Zhaoxue. He thought, sensing something amiss, but it was too late. The medicinal residue was smeared upon the soles of his feet, and the initial prickling pain transformed into a searing agony, as though countless silver needles were piercing his feet, yearning to puncture them completely. In the midst of the battlefield, Pei Zhaoxue experienced pain like never before. He gasped sharply, gripping the armrest of the chair tightly, the veins on his hands bulging. I merely thought that since the prince wishes to recover quickly, I ought to increase the dosage. After all, the effects are cumulative, albeit at the cost of some discomfort. Does the prince fear pain? Su Luoluo's expression radiated innocence. Humph, I shall make you suffer for vexing me. I intend to ensure you feel every ounce of it. Oh dear, what a do. This is quite delightful. Given another chance, I would relish in causing you further distress. Seeing someone who despises you utterly at your mercy is truly gratifying. Pei Zhaoxue inhaled deeply. The pain in his feet gradually became bearable. This young lady had indeed proven herself to be quite insightful. How ironic that beneath her charming appearance lay such a clever mind. Had he remained unaware of her thoughts, he might have genuinely fallen victim to her schemes. Indeed, the depths of a woman's heart are as unfathomable as the sea. Your Highness, are you all right? If the pain becomes unbearable, please inform me, and I shall administer a few needles to alleviate your discomfort. These needles can indeed reduce your suffering. Pei Zhaoxue, despite her refined demeanor, could not help but point a finger at him. Your Highness, what troubles you? Su Luoluo blinked innocently at him. Pei Zhaoxue, striving to calm her tumultuous emotions, shook her head and declared it unnecessary. The pain you feel pales in comparison to what I have endured on the battlefield.
Oh.
Since it is your highness who says so, then do not accuse me later of intentionally causing you pain without taking responsibility. Very well. You may read the medical texts over there. Once I have applied the medicine, you may return.
Right.
Luoluo clapped her hands and cheerfully walked aside. Perusing the medical books on the wall, her head bowed, she gently brushed her fingers against the pages, a contemplative expression gracing her features. These medical texts seemed to be the ones that were lost during that time. Could it be that this world shares a history with the one I previously inhabited? If so, could the knowledge I acquired then be applicable here? Thoughts surged forth. Pei Zhaoshua's brow furrowed deeper. The previous world? Where exactly is she from? How did she come to inhabit this body? These questions lingered in Pei Zhaoshua's mind. He turned to look at her, his thin lips forming a straight line. Zhao Qing followed Pei Zhaoshua's gaze and was startled to discover that Pei Zhaoshua was fixated on Luoluo. This realization shocked Zhao Qing, causing him to rub his eyes. Afraid he might be mistaken. Upon confirming the truth, he felt profoundly astonished. He had accompanied Pei Zhaoshua for many years, yet he had never witnessed him gaze at anyone in such a manner. It was indeed a first for Luoluo, and it was somewhat alarming. Your Highness? Zhao Qing could not help but exclaim. How could Luoluo resemble a seductress, effortlessly capturing the attention of the prince? Your Highness. Zhao Qing found himself at a loss for words. He could hardly question Pei Zhaoshua about why he was staring so intently at her. Such a notion seemed utterly bizarre. What is it? Pei Zhaoshua asked, sensing Zhao Qing's hesitation, and grew curious. He raised his gaze and inquired, what is it you wish to say? Your Highness. Do you truly have feelings for Miss Su? Zhao Qing could not restrain himself from asking. Pei Zhaoshua's movements momentarily paused. Since when did I need to report my affections to you?
No.
Zhao Qing swallowed hard. I merely wish to remind your highness. Do not forget the emperor's stance. Pei Zhaoshua's expression darkened instantly. Have you forgotten? She is my consort. This statement was delivered with weight, causing Zhao Qing to kneel hurriedly. Pushing his sword forward with both hands. Yes, it was my fault. I acknowledge my mistake. Initially, he believed Pei Zhaoshua's intention to marry Luoluo was solely for her assistance. If she were to save him, it would necessitate the dissolution of their engagement. However, it now appeared that this was far from the case. Zhao Qing suddenly felt that Luoluo was gradually leading Pei Zhaoshua astray from the norm. The very thought of this shifted Zhao Qing's gaze toward Luoluo, his perception altering. Could it be that she truly is the future mistress of the household? Another master? Pei Zhaoshua glanced at Zhao Qing, recognizing the rapid changes in his expression and knowing he was indulging in fanciful thoughts. He pinched the bridge of his nose. You need not overthink this. Regardless, what she is currently fixated upon is the title of consort. Are you implying that I cannot keep her by my side? No, that is not my intention. Please do not misinterpret my words. I understand your meaning and appreciate your loyalty, but your thoughts. You ought to refine them in the future. Being chastised in front of others, Zhao Qing dared not utter a word. Instead, he obediently accepted the reprimand. Luoluo could hear the commotion ahead but was too apathetic to discern its nature. Her curiosity was piqued more by the contents of the ancient medical texts. When Luoluo finally lifted her head, she realized that dusk had fallen. So, you have finally emerged from your studies? A melodious voice resonated. What a beautiful sound. Yet, upon discovering that it was Pei Zhaoshua who spoke, that thought dissipated instantly. Perhaps another voice would be more pleasing. Pei Zhaoshua's lips twitched slightly. Volume 1. Chapter 46. Into the Tiger's Denver. I apologize, your highness. Why did you not call for me? Your collection of texts is indeed comprehensive. I feared you were so engrossed that you would not hear me even if I called. Luoluo touched her nose, and regarding the medicine on your leg. Zhao Qing has already tended to it. Pei Zhaoshua stated, since night has fallen, it would be prudent for you to remain in the residence, allowing you to assist me with my leg tomorrow.
Oh.
Just as Luoluo was about to agree, she suddenly recalled that she was in ancient times. Not in the modern era. In ancient times, such behavior would lead to dire consequences.
No.
Although they were engaged, it was still inappropriate to stay out overnight. What is it? Do you dare disregard my words? Pei Zhaoshua inquired softly. No, it is not that. Then what? Pei Zhaoshua replied nonchalantly, you are already my future consort. Is it so outrageous for you to remain by my side? Luoluo responded, I am indeed your consort. But do not forget that I am not yet wed. I am merely your future one. Have you ever seen a bride who is not yet married reside in another's household, aside from a child bride? Your highness, do not worry about what others may say. After all, your status is such that they would not dare to speak out in your presence. But what of me? Your highness, the reasons for our engagement need not be elaborated upon. You are well aware, are you not? Indeed, Luoluo affirmed. Her relationship with Pei Zhaoshua is merely one of cooperation. This much she must comprehend. Yet, why has Pei Zhaoshua suddenly wished to keep her here? What scheme does this man have in mind? Meeting his suspicious gaze, Pei Zhaoxue chose not to elaborate further or insist on her staying. Instead, he waved his hand dismissively. Very well, if that is the case, then do not regret it. Regret? Su Luoluo's brow furrowed involuntarily. For some reason, an inexplicable sense of foreboding surged within her. Perhaps it is today that I should heed Pei Zhaoxue's invitation to stay. However, Su Luoluo glanced up at the man before her. Just as Pei Zhaoxue believed Su Luoluo would remain, she shook her head. Zhao Qing, see her out. Pei Zhaoxue turned his wheelchair and retreated. Su Luoluo was not humiliated by the dismissal. Instead, she readily followed Zhao Qing out of the study. As they approached the door, Zhao Qing could not help but lament, Miss Su, are you not walking into a tiger's den? Su Luoluo halted, looking at him quizzically, uncertain of why Zhao Qing would say such a thing. Alas. Zhao Qing sighed helplessly, shaking his head. Although the prince's demeanor is cold, he possesses a kind heart. If it were not for his concern for your safety on the road, he would not have insisted on keeping you here. Moreover, he has already spoken to the Su family on your behalf, with only the Prime Minister and Madame Su being privy to this knowledge. This matter shall undoubtedly remain confidential. Why would Miss Su take such a risk? Su Luoluo furrowed her brow.
Risk? What do you mean by that?
Zhao Qing regarded Su Luoluo with an expression akin to observing an oddity. Could it be that Miss Su is unaware? Unaware of what?
Ah, no wonder. Miss Su.
You might as well stay. The prince has already made arrangements for you, and others cannot speak out against it. Su Luoluo did not decline. Zhao Qing was not a person who acted on his own accord. It would be more accurate to say that Pei Zhaoxue had sent him. To casually refuse would only reveal a lack of understanding of the situation. She smiled and nodded to him. Very well, then I shall trouble you, Zhao Qing. Not at all, it's no trouble. Jinju closely followed Su Luoluo's side, not daring to utter a word until they boarded the carriage. Only then could Jinju no longer restrain herself and asked, Miss, is it truly safe? It is safe. Just stay by my side, Su Luoluo replied calmly. Since it is the people of the Su Wangfu who are escorting us, those who practice nefarious deeds would surely not dare to create trouble. Even if the Su Wangfu had its own challenges, its guards are undoubtedly skilled. Furthermore, years ago, Pei Zhaoxue's reputation was well known. Even now, though she is confined to a wheelchair, those individuals should be aware of this. Unless those from the Tongtian sect have a death wish, it appears that I must cling tightly to Pei Zhaoxue's powerful support. Given the recent events, the once bustling capital city was now eerily quiet, with every household shuttered. As no one wished to invite disaster upon themselves, Su Luoluo lifted the carriage curtain to gaze outside, where an unsettling silence prevailed, broken only by the sound of the wheels rolling over the ground and the rhythmic pounding of hooves. Just as she lowered the curtain, a sharp arrow whistled through the air, striking the carriage wall with ferocity. Jinju quickly pulled Su Luoluo to safety. The master and servant tumbled within the carriage, with Jinju shielding Su Luoluo beneath her. Outside, Zhao Qing raised his sword. Protect the prince. The prince? T. Pei Zhaoxue inside the carriage?
No.
Zhao Qing would not make such a rudimentary mistake. Since he shouted it, he intended to make those outside believe Pei Zhaoxue was inside. Within the carriage were only Su Luoluo and Pei Zhaoxue, thus adding just one more individual. The black-clad assailants, initially intent on attacking the carriage, exchanged glances. After a sharp whistle, they began to retreat, although several were captured. Following a fierce struggle, calm gradually returned to the outside. Jinju, you may let me rise. All is well outside, Su Luoluo said. Perhaps, miss, you should remain where you are. I shall go and see what occurred. It is nothing.
Su Luoluo susuret genti patting herchest.
Jinju was understandably shaken. Chapter 47. Your princess, when others bully you, you must retaliate. Even as Su Luoluo prepared to exit the carriage, Jinju wished to go ahead. For her, if anyone sought to assassinate Su Luoluo, standing in front could help shield her mistress. Su Luoluo discerned Jinju's intentions and felt a swell of gratitude. As the duo stepped out of the carriage, they were met with a gruesome sight, bodies strewn across the ground, with only one individual captured alive by Zhao Qing. Upon seeing them, Zhao Qing could not help but frown. However, Su Luoluo sensed something amiss. The captured man did not appear to be the type willing to be taken easily. Just like in those television dramas where a captive bites their tongue or conceals poison to end their life. Su Luoluo quickly shouted, break his jaw. He might attempt to take his own life. Before Zhao Qing could react, the man's head lolled to the side, black blood oozing from his mouth as he immediately breathed his last. This occurrence was so coincidental that even Zhao Qing began to harbor doubts. Making his way towards Su Luoluo.
Zhao Qing, halt.
Pei Zhaoxue's voice rang out from the side. Reluctantly, Zhao Qing ceased his actions, his brow furrowed tightly. Your Highness. Miss Su may indeed be connected to the Tongtian sect. Oh no. Why did I say that? Now, I fear I cannot clear my name even if I jumped into the Yellow River. Su Luoluo felt exasperated. Pei Zhaoxue, maintaining her composure, cast a glance at Zhao Qing. asserting it is not her. Your Highness, do not be deceived by Miss Su. If she were not involved with the Tongtian sect, how would she know? That is rather suspicious. Pei Zhaoxue countered lightly. If she were related to the Tongtian sect, why would she confide in you? Would she not be exposing herself? Zhao Qing stammered, unable to articulate a coherent response. Yet he could not shake the feeling that something was amiss with Su Luoluo, especially since her appearance had altered the demeanor of his prince. In the past, his master would have preferred to kill 1,000 innocents than let a single guilty person escape. How could he now be so lenient in offering explanations? This realization made Zhao Qing regard Su Luoluo as if he were facing the legendary Daji. This woman is indeed a harbinger of calamity. I apologize. I merely recalled from a book that there used to be a type of guard called the Death Warrior. They would rather die than reveal the truth when captured. Moreover, once they are apprehended, the only way to die would be by biting their tongue. That is why I suggested you break his jaw. I meant no ill will. Do you understand? Pei Zhaoxue turned to look at Zhao Qing, saying, I told you to read more, yet you did not listen. Now that someone has explained things clearly, do you comprehend? Zhao Qing's brow furrowed as if he could crush a multitude of flies. The argument made some sense. He could only clasp his fists and admit, it is my failure for not thinking of this sooner. I ask for your Highness's punishment. No need for punishment, Pei Zhaoxue replied, her gaze meeting Su Luoluo's. Though her attire was slightly disheveled, she exhibited not a trace of panic. This woman harbored many secrets. What is this television drama? Pei Zhaoxue narrowed her eyes, pondering when she might hear a single truthful word from this woman. Miss Su, Pei Zhaoxue stated, you must understand that this matter cannot be disclosed. Tonight, nothing has transpired, correct? Her softly spoken words took on a somewhat sinister tone. Su Luoluo could not help but swallow hard. She raised her gaze to meet Pei Zhaoxue's. What does your Highness say? Her words encapsulated the events of the day while conveniently concealing the secrets Pei Zhaoxue wished to keep hidden. This woman is indeed clever. Pei Zhaoxue preferred collaborating with intelligent individuals, for at least he would not have to worry about them slowing him down. Should she prove wise once he marries her? This thought barely surfaced in his mind before Pei Zhaoxue frowned and dismissed it. What was he thinking? This woman is unworthy of him. She simply possesses a bit of cunning. Once he uncovers her secrets and heals her leg, he has no intention of further involvement. Indeed. By the time Su Luoluo returned home, it was already deep into the night of ancient times. Su Luoluo expressed her gratitude to Zhao Qing. She forced a smile, aware of the situation, yet grateful for his willingness to assist. Miss Su, you are too kind. Due to Zhao Qing's earlier remarks, Su Luoluo's status within the Su residence has subtly risen. The Prince of Su, after all, is favored by His Majesty the Emperor. Should she become the future Princess of Su, she would undoubtedly ascend to a position of great authority.
Yin accompanied Luoluo,
assisting her with her evening routine and preparing for rest. Miss, today was rather alarming. If it weren't for the Prince's guards, we might have faced a repeat of last time, she remarked. Indeed, Su Luoluo replied coolly, her mind racing. If Zhao Qing and the guards of the prince hadn't been present, the situation could have escalated far beyond the previous incident. Last time, they merely tampered with the carriage. This time, they intended to take her life. Moreover, her lack of favor within the Su household meant that even with protection, she would remain vulnerable to the black-clad assailants. They clearly sought her demise. However, miss, it seems the prince treats you rather well, Jinju inquired. Su Luoluo furrowed her brow. Well enough. After all, we are to be husband and wife in the future. If I were to perish, he would bear the reputation of a husband who brings misfortune to his wife. Jinju nodded, adding, I feel that Zhao Qing, the guard, seems rather displeased with you. He has caused you trouble on several occasions. Volume 1, Chapter 48. This woman is unsuitable for the Prince Su Luoluo mused. He is merely Pei Zhaoxue's personal guard. He must think of himself as a bewitching femme fatale. Why are you so talkative today? If I didn't know better, I might assume it was Chunhua speaking, she teased. Jinju replied softly, I was a bit frightened tonight, so I spoke more than usual. You don't mind, do you? Seeing the innocent look in Jinju's eyes, Su Luoluo couldn't help but smile. She understood that the situation was indeed frightening. If you are scared, why not come to bed with me? You need not fear while I am by your side. Jinju shook her head, miss, you are too kind. I cannot impose on your bed. I must not forget our respective places. Come here, Su Luoluo insisted. Pretend I am afraid, and stay with me. Very well, Jinju conceded. You and I are like sisters, there is no need to be so formal. Su Luoluo took Jinju's hand and led her to bed. You should know that if you marry in the future, I shall certainly return your servitude to you. When that time comes, I will find you a good match. If you prefer not to marry, I shall give you some funds so you may start a business and carve out your own path. Jinju quickly shook her head. I wish to remain by your side for a lifetime, serving you. All right then, Su Luoluo smiled. Should you choose to stay, you may be like Zhang Mama, remaining by my side. In time, you can help me oversee the other maids. Jinju nodded slightly. As long as you wish, I will fulfill all your requests. Su Luoluo felt a surge of emotion. She held Jinju's hand, a gentle smile gracing her lips. You should consider your own future.
Jinju softly winked.
Do you remember when we first met? Su Luoluo pondered for a moment, recalling a memory. It dawned on her why Jinju spoke as she did. Jinju had been sold into the household by her own father, a mere maid who was bullied by others, yet only Su Luoluo had cared for her. The original owner had rescued her from darkness. While life in the Su residence was not easy, there was no deprivation of basic needs, and the original owner had never mistreated the maids. This loyalty from Jinju and Chunhua was a testament to their bond. Your status in this household is well known. On that day, you truly resembled a beacon of light to me. From that moment on, I resolved to serve you for a lifetime, Jinju confessed, tears brimming in her eyes. Su Luoluo embraced her, gently patting her back. I understand. Now, will you heed my words? Jinju nodded through her tears, miss. Even if it means facing fire and water, I would not hesitate. What are you thinking? I do not require such extremes. Just sleep with me tonight. And we can chat. Jinju hesitated, for it seemed improper for a mistress and servant to share a bed. What is this? You just said you would listen to me, yet now you hesitate? Not at all. I will do as you wish. Jinju insisted, shaking her head. Su Luoluo patted the bed, prompting Jinju to cautiously climb in, lying still and obediently. This sight amused Su Luoluo. You make me feel like a bully. Not at all. Miss, you are not a bully, Jinju replied. Relax. There is no need to worry, Su Luoluo reassured her.
Yes.
Su Luoluo gazed at the ceiling. Tell me about your family. If I recall correctly, you come from the countryside. Although she had been sold by her father, Jinju retained fond memories of her origins. Meanwhile, at the Prince of Su's residence, Pei Zhaoxue glanced at Zhao Qing and asked, Are you curious why I treat her so well? Indeed. Zhao Qing replied. I have located the renowned physician. He may indeed be able to assist you. Miss Su is favored by the emperor. If you oppose him for her, it could jeopardize your previous achievements, which would be unwise. Then tell me, what do you believe is the right course for me? Zhao Ting felt a shiver at the low tone of Pei Zhaoxue's voice. He sensed this was not a question to be taken lightly, for a wrong answer could spell dire consequences. After a moment's hesitation, he shook his head. Regardless, I maintain my position. I fail to see how Miss Su can benefit you. She has only brought you trouble. I implore you to reconsider. She has provided me with excellent treatment. That is why I contemplate keeping her. I have never engaged in a losing endeavor. Have you not understood this after so many years by my side? Zhao Qing furrowed his brow. I have been short-sighted. I know you are loyal, and I understand the intent behind your words. Your concern for me is appreciated. Thank you for your understanding, Your Highness. Pei Zhaoxue waved his hand. Consider matters more thoughtfully. Just as this time. You should discern why that person met their end in your presence. She sought something that you could not foresee. Understood. Pei Zhaoxue dismissed Zhao Qing, who withdrew. Alone. He maneuvered his wheelchair to the table and picked up the medical tome that Su Luoluo had previously examined. It was indeed a rare edition. Ah. This woman is quite clever. Yet, I wonder if her intellect will be applied appropriately. Achoo. I apologize, miss. This is my fault. Jinju bent low and said, My lady, it was not my intention. What are you afraid of? Su Luoluo chuckled and shook her head. I won't hold you accountable. Besides, it was I who kicked off the blanket while sleeping, leading to my cold. It has nothing to do with you. But this is on me. Enough, go prepare some ginger soup and bring it to me. Yes. Jinju felt particularly guilty as she obediently took the items downstairs. Meanwhile, Su Luoluo sat on the bed, rubbing her itchy nose. She could hardly have anticipated that a mere nap would result in her catching a cold. She pondered whether she could ask Pei Zhaoxue for a leave of absence. Was this considered sick leave? Yet, upon reflecting on Pei Zhaoxue's temperament, she dismissed the thought. She feared that if she didn't request it properly, that man would surely be infuriated. With that in mind, Su Luoluo resolutely cast aside her previous thoughts. Perhaps I should refrain from contemplating such matters, she mused. Madame Su had received word and struggled to rise to see her daughter, but Jean Mama managed to restrain her. However, a mother's concern for her daughter cannot be easily thwarted. As Madame Su arrived, she caught sight of Su Luoluo drinking the ginger soup, finishing it in one go. A gentle smile graced her face, while Jean Mama remarked, Madam, look at this young lady. She resembles you greatly. The way she drinks her medicine is identical to yours. This girl is just like me, afraid of medicine. The taste of the medicine is intolerable. Just as she cannot bear the flavor of ginger, otherwise, she wouldn't drink it so hastily. Madame Su shook her head with a smile, surprised that after so many years, her daughter still drank in such a manner. Jean Mama sighed. Indeed, after all, the young lady has been raised by you. She continued. Besides, haven't you mentioned that the sachet prepared by the young lady has improved your health significantly? Jean Mama said with a laugh, In my opinion, it must be the young lady's filial piety that has touched the heavens, allowing you to recover. Such words were exceedingly pleasant to hear. Madame Su felt a wave of relief wash over her. You are so fond of her, always speaking well of her, she teased. Isn't that what you wish to hear? Jean Mama replied. Old servant, you are indeed like a worm in the madam's stomach. Then I shall have to take deworming medicine tomorrow to replace you, she joked. After years of mutual support, their banter only deepened their bond. Jean Mama guided Madame Su into the room. Su Luoluo had just finished the ginger soup and was fanning her mouth vigorously. This flavor, I suspect, may soon lead to my demise. It's far too pungent. Miss, here are some candy. Please have one. Jinju offered a prepared piece of candy to Su Luoluo. Jinju, you are too kind. Su Luoluo, with candy in her mouth, spoke with a hint of mumbling. Just as Jinju was about to exit, she spotted Madame Su and Jean Mama entering the room. She respectfully bowed. I greet you, Madame, Jean Mama. No need for formality. You may leave now. Yes. Uponseng Madame Su. Su Luoluo felt an overwhelming urge to leap from her bed to enhance her favorability. However, recalling her current illness, she instead lay back down, adopting a feigned weakness. Mother. Su Luoluo called out in a coquettish tone. Madame Su smiled as she approached the bedside, gently poking Su Luoluo's forehead. You little lazy cat. Why haven't you gotten up yet? Mother, I was hoping you would come and keep me company, Su Luoluo replied, reclining fully on her bed. Jean Mama assisted her in sitting up, placing a soft pillow behind her. Thank you, Jean Mama. I knew you must care for me. Su Luoluo beamed. Madame Su feigned seriousness. Oh, so you think I don't care for you? Not at all. You care for me the most. Su Luoluo snuggled against her mother's shoulder. Mother, why did you come so suddenly? I thought you would be busy. I am busy, but since you are ill, it is only natural for me to come check on you. How could I leave you alone to suffer? That simply cannot happen. I could never bear it. Su Luoluo pouted, but I think it's better if you don't come. I fear I might pass this illness to you. I want you to be well. By the way, has your health improved these past few days? Yes, it has improved significantly. That sachet of yours is quite effective. Madame Su inquired. By the way, the physician at home wishes to take a look. I wanted to ask your opinion. If Su Luoluo agreed, Madame Su would show the sachet. If she declined, Madame Su would certainly refuse. In such matters, she would naturally respect Su Luoluo's wishes. That sounds fine, Su Luoluo said. Let him take a look. If there is anything lacking in my sachet, he can assist. Regarding matters that would benefit her mother's health, Su Luoluo was wholeheartedly supportive. This response greatly pleased Madame Su. Your words flow as sweetly as honey these days, speaking only what pleases me, she remarked. Not at all. You are mistaken, mother. I am merely expressing what is in my heart.
Madame Su liked the pocket hair for the hat.
It is rare that you show such thoughtfulness.
Madame Su took Su Luoluo's hand.
Gently stroking the back of her hand, your thoughts are not unfounded. However, His Highness the Prince has already made prior arrangements. It would suffice to keep this matter discreet. Su Luoluo nodded. I understand, mother. On the surface, Su Luoluo agreed, but in her heart, she had no intention of doing so. There was no need to doubt Madame Su and Minister Su, but if this matter were to reach Su Xiaoju's ears, it would undoubtedly be proclaimed widely. Su Luoluo did not wish to become Su Xiaoju's pawn once more. Therefore, all she could do was take control of her own fate. You have indeed grown quite a bit, Madame Su remarked. You seem to be thinking through many matters more thoroughly than before. I am very pleased. Mother, I must grow up. Only then can I help you bear responsibilities and care for you. Madame Su sighed, gently stroking her daughter's hair. Indeed, you are right. The mother and daughter shared many heartfelt conversations, strengthening their bond significantly. Once Madame Su departed, Su Luoluo let out a sigh of relief. She had taken the opportunity to check her mother's pulse while they were chatting. Madame Su's pulse was steady, confirming that her cold-induced asthma had not recurred in recent days. Su Luoluo could see that her feelings for Madame Su had risen sharply. A few more days of positive interactions would suffice. However, she pondered system. Su Luoluo called out in her mind. Host, what is your request? Check the progress of Madame Su's treatment. Yes. The progress of the second task objective is at 20%. The host needs to continue working diligently. 20%? That is considerably more than before. It seems the sachet I provided has had some effect. Warning, warning. The alert sounded painfully in her mind. What is it? Warning. The host must increase the second task objective's healing rate to 30% within 3 days. Otherwise, the strategy will fail. 30%? Why is there suddenly this new task? If the mission fails, what consequences will there be? Su Luoluo could not help but inquire. If the mission fails, the target will perish. Su Luoluo was immediately taken aback. The target will die? Is this some sort of joke? After all my efforts to gain their favor, they would just be gone? No. How can I complete the task? Are there any hints? There are no hints. No, that can't be right. Madame Su cannot just die without reason. Even if the mission fails, in this world, her death must surely have causes and consequences. I must think carefully about what to do.
Su Luoluo forrøvet her brov tightly.
Mr. Su's illness had not caused her such distress. Who would dare to harm Madame Su? Su Xiaoju? No, That can't be. Su Xiaozhu is not a fool. She may see that Madame Su favors her, but she should also understand that if Madame Su were to die, it would bring her no good. After all, if Madame Su were to pass away. No, if Madame Su were to die, then the head of the family would be Su Chancellery and the old matriarch. Neither of them would bode well for me. The thought jolted Su Luoluo upright. No, I have worked so hard to gain their favor. If it were to disappear just like that, I would suffer a great loss. With that thought, Su Luoluo found it impossible to remain still. Favorability? What is that? Pei Zhaoxue furrowed his brow slightly. He watched as Su Luoluo paced restlessly around the room, his curiosity piqued. What could she possibly be thinking? Pei Zhaoxue observed Su Luoluo thoughtfully. Moreover, how did this woman know that Madame Su would pass away in a few days? Could it be that she truly possesses the ability to foresee the future? If that were the case, wouldn't she be akin to a seer? Pei Zhaoxue's brow knitted in concern. Little did Su Luoluo know what Pei Zhaoxue was contemplating outside the door. She was entirely preoccupied with a singular thought. How could she save Madame Su? And how could she convince Madame Su to trust her? At present, her agreement was merely because she believed Su Luoluo to be her daughter, and she would not deceive her. However, when it came to medical treatment, that was another matter altogether. The thought made Su Luoluo's forehead throb. The headache was truly unbearable. At that moment, a voice called from the door. Miss, Dr. Chun has come to see you. Yes, please let him in, Su Luoluo replied casually. The family doctor regularly attended to the Su household. He entered with a medical bag in hand. Miss, Dr. Chun gently placed the bag down and respectfully bowed. Hello, Dr. Chun. Su Luoluo naturally placed her hand on the small chair beside the bed. After all, he was there to treat her, so that was how it would be. Dr. Chen's hand lightly rested on Su Luoluo's wrist. He appeared to be quite elderly, likely in his 50s, with a kind and gentle demeanor, and spoke in a soft and soothing voice. I heard from Madam that you possess some medical knowledge? It seemed Madame Su had indeed mentioned this to Dr. Chen. Su Luoluo did not hide it and nodded in acknowledgement. Yes, I indeed have some understanding of traditional medicine. Then, why don't you tell me about your pulse? What ailment do you have? Su Luoluo had checked her pulse earlier in the morning. It was merely due to a restless night and catching a chill that she had fallen ill. It was nothing serious. It's just a cold, and the symptoms have not fully manifested. Dr. Chen nodded, stroking his white beard. It seems the young lady does indeed have some knowledge. Was that sachet you gave to Madam? Upon hearing this, Su Luoluo sat up straight, responding earnestly. Yes, I gifted it to her. However, my medical skills are not exceptionally advanced, so I am unsure if there are any shortcomings or improvements that could be made. Dr. Chen shook his head. In my humble opinion, the sachet is very well made. It contains all the essentials, and there are several elements that others might not easily think of. This clearly reflects your innate talent in this matter. You flatter me, Dr. Chun. Su Luoluo hesitated. In truth, I know what illness my mother has. I wish to treat her, but I worry she might not heed my advice. After all, I am just a child in her eyes, and what I say might seem like mere jest to her. Dr. Chen frowned. Isn't this a perfect opportunity presenting itself?
Su Luoluo presset her ekcitement.
Putting on a facade of innocence and helplessness. I genuinely wish for my mother's well-being. But if the young lady has any thoughts, please share them with me. Dr. Chen encouraged. Su Luoluo's heart soared with joy. Excellent. It seems the fish has taken the bait. Yet, she revealed none of this on her face, merely dabbing at the corners of her eyes. Well, perhaps we could try using the Gamma Wang decoction. What do you think? However, she could not confidently declare that she could guarantee its efficacy. If it did not work, not only would it diminish Madame Su's favor toward her, but she might also be unjustly accused. Such a thing was not something she would ever do. Dr. Chen furrowed his brow. Gamma Wang decoction? What is that? Where did the young lady come across this? Perhaps it would be best to write down the prescription so I can ponder it over, he suggested. After all, I cannot be certain based solely on your words. That is certainly feasible. Su Luoluo felt a surge of excitement and attempted to sit up, but, remembering her illness, she settled back down. Why don't I explain it while you write, Dr. Chen? Right now, I am unwell, and it would be inconvenient for me to rise. Very well, Dr. Chen nodded in agreement. Volume 1, Chapter 51. A bad omen. As he gathered the writing materials, he casually inquired, but, where did you come across this prescription, young lady? Should you not inform me? Su Luoluo thought, oh no. Surely I cannot say I came from the modern world? It was quite a coincidence. Because she had seen it, she wished to give it a try. Yet, she dared not speak of it openly, as many in the Chancellor's residence had noticed her discomfort. Dr. Chun regarded Su Luoluo with a meaningful glance. He nodded slowly. That is normal. The Duke of Su has been in battle for years. He was once the Emperor's most favored prince. So it is likely he has encountered many things that others have not. If this decoction proves effective, it would indeed be a stroke of good fortune for Madam. My mother is blessed. Good people are always favored by fate.
Su Luoluo smiled radiantly.
Dr. Chen chuckled and nodded, not refuting her. He examined the names of the herbs Su Luoluo had mentioned, his brow slightly furrowing. What you have mentioned certainly has merit and should prove useful.
So,
Do you believe it is feasible?
Luoluo inquired eagerly.
Dr. Chen pondered for a moment before nodding. It is worth a try. As Su Luoluo's eyes gleamed with excitement, she suggested, why not give it a try? The old man, after careful consideration, inquired if he might share the prescription with others. Although Dr. Chen was renowned for his medical expertise in the capital, he was uncertain about certain components of the formula. After all, it was for the lady of the Prime Minister's residence, and he dared not handle it recklessly. Should any complications arise, he would be the one in trouble. Of course, but I have one request, said Pei Zhaoxue. Dr. Chen stroked his beard and asked, do you wish for me to remember not to reveal your identity? Su Luoluo nodded in agreement, pleased that the doctor understood her intent. Dr. Chen shook his head, assuring her, I comprehend. I promise you this. But if the prescription proves effective, we shall discuss it further then. In truth, Su Luoluo did not desire to reveal her healing abilities too soon. If others were to learn of her skills, it would undoubtedly draw attention. The mere thought of this caused her to shake her head in denial. Let us leave it for another time. The eldest lady's filial piety will be recognized by the lady, she remarked. She is my mother. And I care for her more than anyone else, Su Luoluo declared. Indeed, Dr. Chen agreed, and Jinju escorted him out. Su Luoluo felt a weight lift from her heart. At this point, there was only one matter she needed to address, how to explain to Pei Zhaoxue that she would not be attending the Su Wang residence for the next 3 days. If she claimed to be ill, would that man agree to let her rest? Yet, if she remained silent, she would have no grounds for her absence. These 3 days were of utmost importance. Currently, her ability to stay at home was largely due to Madame Su's assistance. If anything were to happen to her, Su Luoluo feared her situation would become even more precarious. Pei Zhaoxue, lost in thought, cast a glance at Su Luoluo. He was curious whether she truly possessed the gift of foresight. If so, keeping her by his side might be a wise decision. Pei Zhaoxue departed. And just as Su Luoluo lay pondering her next steps, Chunhua rushed into the room, brimming with excitement. Miss. News from the Su Wang residence. It seems the Wang is business these days, and you need not go. Su Luoluo sat upright in astonishment.
What?
Is it truly this fortuitous? Could it be that fate itself was aiding her? Miss, now you can rest well, Chunhua exclaimed, adding that she had previously worried alongside Jinju about whether Su Luoluo would have to drag her ailing body to the Su Wang residence. Thank goodness. Hearing such candid words, Su Luoluo felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. You, my dear, she said, poking Chunhua's forehead, you must learn to be cautious in your speech. If others were to hear such remarks, they might take them to the Wang and create trouble for us. Chunhua quickly covered her mouth, her eyes wide with realization. I understand. Su Luoluo found her friend's expression amusing. You must learn from Jinju. Some things can be said, while others should remain unspoken. Do you understand? Yes. Chunhua nodded vigorously, her face brightening with a smile. I'm truly happy for you, miss. You can finally rest well.
Inde, Luoluo replied.
Feeling a surge of joy at her companion's delight, she playfully pinched Chunhua's cheek. Chunhua, with her big, round eyes, gazed at Su Luoluo with curiosity. Now get some rest. Do not let your mind wander too far, Su Luoluo advised. Chunhua nodded eagerly. All right. With matters concerning Pei Zhaoxue resolved and Dr. Chen's prescription dispatched, Su Luoluo realized she needed to check on Madame Su's condition. With that thought, she called out, Chunhua, please fetch Jinju.
Yes.
When Jinju entered, she held something freshly crafted in her hands. Miss, Jinju, I need your assistance with something. Please visit my mother often in the coming days and inquire about her well-being. If anything unusual occurs, come to me immediately. If you notice anyone acting suspiciously or untrustworthy, report it to me as well. Jinju looked on, her sharp mind processing the request. Miss, are you worried something might happen to Madam? Yes, Su Luoluo confirmed with a nod. I have an unsettling feeling, as though something significant is about to transpire, and it may not bode well. You know my bond with my mother is the strongest. Naturally, I worry for her. Jinju nodded. I understand. Mississippi, rest assured, I will do as you have instructed, no matter the cost. Strangely, after issuing these instructions, Su Luoluo felt an inexplicable sense of relief. Chapter 52. Keep him at bay, be cautious, and remember to keep this matter secret. Yes. After conveying the message to Zhaoqing for the Su residence, Pei Zhaoxue entered the palace with 2 lovely companions. The morning court session had long passed, and within the imperial study, the emperor was cradling a beautiful woman in his arms. The woman, playfully swaying, attempted to entice the emperor. Your Majesty, does this taste delightful? She cooed. The emperor laughed heartily. Of course, my beloved. Anything you feed me is exquisite. No one can compare to your culinary skills. Your Majesty, His Highness the Su Wang seeks an audience, announced a servant at the door. The emperor, previously jovial, instantly became stern. Tell him to get lost. I have no desire to see him. He brings nothing but annoyance and ill fortune. The servant hesitated, fearful to relay such a message. After a lengthy pause, the emperor huffed, "Fine. I shall show mercy this once. Let him in." "Yes, your majesty." The emperor did not push the woman away, but rather pretended to tear at her clothing, as if a gust of wind could reveal more than intended. Pei Zhaoxue had Zhao Qing escort him to the door, whereupon the two beautiful women previously sent to the palace ushered him into the imperial study. The lingering scent of intimacy filled the air, and the appearance of the women suggested what had transpired moments before. Upon seeing the two veiled beauties behind Pei Zhaoxue, the emperor immediately rose. The woman he had been holding tumbled to the ground, her protests ignored as the emperor's attention fixated on the new arrivals. The fallen concubine, displeased, rose and leaned against the emperor, her ample bosom pressing against him as she pouted in a sultry voice. "Your Majesty, do you no longer love me? How is it that upon seeing two sisters, you forget about me? I am truly aggrieved." Her words were laced with deep disdain and contempt. This concubine had been favored since entering the palace, and now, a month later, the emperor's affection had not waned. Yet, the concubine still hoped to struggle for his favor. The emperor, however, suddenly grew cold, seizing her long hair and dragging her to the door. The concubine could not have anticipated such an event. She screamed, instinctively reaching out to claw at his hand until her efforts drew blood from the emperor's wrist. At which point she realized the gravity of her actions. The emperor opened the door to the study and, with a swift motion, struck her down to the ground. "Wretched woman! Guards, take her away and execute her by slow slicing." Upon hearing this, the concubine trembled and scrambled to her knees. Your Majesty, did you not once favor me the most?" she pleaded. "Your Majesty, please calm down. I know I was wrong. Your Majesty." Her cries echoed in the courtyard before the study. The emperor abruptly slammed the door shut. Once back in his study, he turned and donned a smile. He approached Pei Zhaoxue, personally guiding her to his desk. "TSK, you, my dear, always call me brother. Indeed, only you know what I truly desire." Pei Zhaoxue lowered her gaze to mask her emotions. "Your Majesty jokes. The prior incident was my fault, and I have come to apologize." "Ha ha ha." The emperor laughed heartily.
"So,
"These two beauties are your gifts to me? They are the most renowned slender beauties from Jiangnan this year. I can only assume you anticipated I would love them. Hence you made arrangements early. I intended to surprise you, but it seems they will serve as a gift of atonement instead." "Atonement?" The emperor raised an eyebrow, laughing heartily. "Prince Su indeed knows how to please me. Very well, I shall accept these two beauties. Let us consider the previous matter as if it never occurred." "Thank you, Your Majesty," Pei Zhaoxue replied with a bow.
you may leave now," she said.
The two beauties approached the emperor with graceful steps, leaning against him with playful tones. "Your Majesty, these beauties are twins. I trust you will savor their charms." "I shall not disturb you further," Pei Zhaoxue added. The emperor, now engrossed in the allure of the beauties, disregarded Pei Zhaoxue entirely, waving her away as he continued to indulge in their company. Upon exiting the study, Pei Zhaoxue was met by Zhao Qing. The attending eunuch looked into the study, whispering, "The prince is most favored by the emperor. Only he knows what the emperor desires and can bring him joy." Pei Zhaoxue glanced at him, replying with a nonchalant "Should the emperor feel any discomfort, please inform me," she instructed. Yes, I understand. It is kind of you to be concerned for His Majesty. I must thank you on his behalf." "Very well. Let us go," Zhao Qing urged, guiding Pei Zhaoxue away. The attending eunuch watched from a distance, his neck craned, wishing to see her leave the imperial city. Along the way, Pei Zhaoxue caught sight of a trail of crimson blood on the ground, evidently dragged along. Nearby, heart-wrenching screams pierced the air.
Pei Zhaoxue,
with an impassive expression, glanced in that direction before quickly averting her gaze. Indeed, Zhao Qing, despite having been in the palace for some time, could not grow accustomed to such occurrences. Luoluo found herself unable to nap as she tossed and turned in bed. Finally, she decided to rise. The sunlight outside was bright, and the air carried a gentle fragrance. She picked up a medical book, reclining in a chair by the window, slowly turning its pages while pondering the contents, her fingers tracing the lines of text. Miss. Chunhua rushed in, breathless. Luoluo looked up. "What is it?"
"Miss."
"Dr. Chen seeks you out."
Luoluo replied, "Pasel."
"Please invite Dr. Chen in." "Yes." Luoluo sat up straight, tidying her somewhat disheveled hair. Dr. Chen approached her with a joyful demeanor.
"Miss Su,"
he exclaimed. "Yes," she acknowledged. "Miss Su, the method you provided is truly effective," Dr. Chen exclaimed, excitement evident in his voice. "I consulted many elder physicians, and they all praised your method highly. In fact, several have inquired about your whereabouts." Luoluo was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled awkwardly. "Let us not overstate it. My knowledge is limited. It's merely a fortunate coincidence. If this method proves effective, why not use it to treat my mother?" Dr. Chen clapped his hands together, stating earnestly, "That is exactly what I was thinking, which is why I came to ask you a question." He spoke plainly. "Do you wish for me to tell your mother the truth? Or should I keep it a secret?" In affluent households, there are often troubling matters, and Dr. Chen was uncertain of Su Luoluo's intentions, hence his inquiry. Su Luoluo paused briefly, then replied, "Either option is fine with me. If you feel you cannot keep it from her, then do so. However, let us hold off on mentioning it to my father. After all, he does not seem particularly concerned about my mother's illness." Thank you, Dr. Chen. Su Luoluo said, standing to bow respectfully. "I appreciate your willingness to trust me." Although Dr. Chen may have initially considered her a mere child, he was now engaging earnestly in a collaborative effort, seeking genuine feedback from others. This realization deepened Su Luoluo's gratitude towards him. Dr. Chen waved his hand. "Miss Su, you jest. This is not my achievement. Rather, it is your credit." The two exchanged pleasantries for some time before settling down. Su Luoluo personally escorted him to the door. And before entering, she caught sight of a familiar figure in the distance.
"Oh,
Su Xian? Xian! Su Luoluo called out. The figure clad in blue, with a scholar's hairstyle, approached her upon hearing her voice. He respectfully clasped his hands. "Sister, have you just finished school?" Recalling that the Su family attended the Guozijian. This institution is the national school, accessible only to the affluent. Even a few commoners struggle to remain there for long. "Yes." Su Xian nodded, his expression filled with concern. "Sister, are you alright? I heard you were unwell. If there is anything troubling you, please speak openly. Do not hide it." "I understand," Su Luoluo replied with a smile. "Why do you sound so much like a little adult?" Su Xian shook his head. "Sister,
please do not jest.
Come to my courtyard. I have something to discuss with you, or rather, I wish to see if you have similar thoughts." This statement left Su Xian somewhat perplexed, as he did not fully grasp Su Luoluo's meaning. Thoughts? What kind of thoughts? Why did he fail to comprehend? Nevertheless, Su Xian lifted his leg and approached Su Luoluo, and the two entered the courtyard together. "Chunhua, you may go ahead and keep watch," she instructed.
"Yes."
"Jinjun, bring forth the finest tea from our courtyard," she commanded. "Understood." Observing the situation, Su Xian felt a twinge of anxiety. His hand instinctively grasped the fabric of his trousers.
"Sister, what is this about?"
"You need not worry. I would never harm you," she reassured him. "I am well aware that you would not." Su Xian replied. "Do you aspire to the position of heir of the Su family?" Su Luoluo asked directly. The question nearly caused Su Xian to choke on his drink. He coughed violently, striking his chest with one hand. "Sister, what I speak is the truth. You need not think I am testing you. Ponder it carefully, and consider whether you harbor such ambitions." Su Luoluo sipped her tea, not pressuring him. Being alone in the household, she recalled that the original owner had once saved Su Xian, leading him to have a certain fondness for her. Thus, it would be prudent to draw him to her side. Though the Su family is not as treacherous as a royal court, the incident of the switch of heirs has shown that the Su household is not entirely peaceful. If she desires to survive, she must establish her own influence. Madame Su is one aspect, and Su Xian is another. As for the next step, she decided to contemplate it further. As long as she could assist Su Xian in securing that position, his future endeavors would undoubtedly be more stable. With such thoughts,
a slight smile graced Su Luoluo's lips.
She was confident that Su Xian would acquiesce. Perched upon a tree, Pei Zhaoxue raised an eyebrow. While he acknowledged that Su Luoluo possessed a degree of intelligence, he had not anticipated her to be this astute. Even in trivial matters, she could perceive so clearly. If it were a man, perhaps they could engage in discussion. Unfortunately, she was merely a woman. His gaze fell upon the 3 inches of ground in the backyard. Pei Zhaoxue regarded Su Luoluo with a hint of pity. Su Luoluo instinctively glanced in his direction, feeling as though someone was observing her. Yet when she looked, all she could see were the tall, dense trees, with nothing above them. Could it be that she was merely imagining things? "Sister," Su Xian said, his hand still lingering on the rim of the teacup, showing no intention of bringing it to his lips. "Why did you suddenly inquire about this?" Su Luoluo looked up at him, a smile gracing her lips as she spoke. "What do you think?" "It is simply because within this residence, you and I are the most suitable companions. While it is true that your father has only you must also recognize that the second and third branches still have their own members. Should your father adopt someone, it may not be a favorable situation for you, correct? Moreover, the illegitimate son of the second branch is renowned for his talents. Your father has praised him before. I am sure you are aware of this."
Su Luoluo spoke slowly, akin to a painting gradually unfolding, inviting deeper contemplation.
Su Xian, being youthful and impetuous, could not help but press his lips tightly together upon hearing her mention that individual. "That person is no good. Sister, if you encounter him, it would be best to avoid him." Volume 1, Chapter 54. What secrets lie hidden? I am aware. I know the dispositions of the young ladies and young masters within the Su household. Su Luoluo had long enlisted Jinjuan's help to discern their characters. This is why she chose Su Xian. The younger brother, who preferred to remain in the shadows, was someone who remembered others' kindness. Furthermore, he had aided her on that occasion. So Su Luoluo held a certain fondness for him. Su Xian was inherently taciturn and rarely conversed with girls. Now, sitting face to face with Su Luoluo, he felt a sense of unease. Sister, what did you summon me for? Su Xian inquired softly. Su Luoluo pushed the teacup closer to him. It is nothing of great importance. I merely thought that as siblings, we should maintain a good relationship. Additionally, as I mentioned earlier, you are already aware of the circumstances at home. Although I am entangled in a matter regarding the switch of heirs, I am still the legitimate eldest daughter of the Su family. Furthermore, I am betrothed to the Prince of Su, and I trust you comprehend the weight of these two identities. Su Xian nodded slightly, acknowledging his understanding. Then, I shall be so bold as to ask you this. Are you willing to collaborate with me? I can assist you in attaining the position of heir of the Su family, a position no one else can usurp. Of course, I do not expect you to help me without recompense. Our cooperation must be mutually beneficial. If there is anything you require, do not hesitate to inform me. If I am able to assist, I will certainly do my utmost. Su Xian gently shook his head. I do not require anything from sister. The kindness you showed me back then has yet to be repaid. If you have any tasks for me, simply let me know. Was this a subtle rejection? Although he said this, Su Luoluo was not one to seek assistance without a reason. After a moment's hesitation, she shook her head. If you are unwilling, then let it be. That kindness was hardly significant. After all, your mother was a life, and I could not bear to see anyone's life treated lightly. Rather than saying this, it is more accurate to state that the original owner could not bear to witness suffering, having endured it herself. Yet she possessed a compassionate heart that could not tolerate others in pain. It is both amusing and exasperating. If she could successfully win over Su Xian, it would indeed lighten her burden.
Luoluo pondered deeply.
What Su Xian said is not that I am unwilling to work with my sister. Rather, I fear that I might be a hindrance to her, and in turn, she may need to assist me more. Su Xian shook his head. The old matriarch favors that one over me. If I were to become involved with you, it might only serve to aggravate her displeasure. After all, Su Luoluo's situation in the household was already precarious. There was no need for her to involve herself with him. This was Su Xian's consideration for her. You need not overthink it. I have made my decision by coming here. What I require now is to know how you intend to proceed. The question emerged slowly. Su Xian hesitated for a moment. If sister does not mind my potential shortcomings, then I am certainly willing. What nonsense are you speaking? How could I mind? Su Luoluo replied with a smile. Brother, have you encountered any confusions lately? In truth, Su Luoluo had merely posed the question casually, but Su Xian took it seriously. He believed she was genuinely inquiring and earnestly replied, Indeed, there is one matter that has left me somewhat perplexed. Sister, are you aware of the perennial flooding in Jiangnan over these years?
Luoluo.
Goodness, why is this child so familiar? How could he think that a lady of the household would know about such matters? Help. Hidden in the shadows. Pei Zhaoxue had initially thought Su Luoluo had some clever scheme, but hearing such thoughts made him struggle to contain his laughter. He seldom saw this side of Su Luoluo. Yes, I am aware, Su Luoluo replied earnestly, as if she were not surprised at all. Then tell me, what are your thoughts?
Luoluo prompted.
As Su Xian pondered softly, countless fragments of knowledge and information raced through Su Luoluo's mind. No, I cannot possibly embarrass myself at this moment. After all, I must collaborate with others. I must demonstrate the strengths that make me a worthy partner. Flood control. Do you use flood control? No, that was ages ago. Could it be that I need to create a Dujianjian? But Dujianjian is in Sichuan. The location is all wrong. Isn't Sichuan still a land plagued by Miao poison? Jiangnan. Throughout history, most people have resorted to blocking the floods, either with their own bodies or with sandbags. Yet it seems the effectiveness has been minimal. Su Xian sighed softly, realizing that she was indeed at a loss for a solution. Sister, no one here seems to have a proper idea. I merely mentioned it casually. Please do not overthink it. Su Luoluo, who had been silent, lightly tapped her forehead. I might have an idea, do listen. Of course. She was merely expressing a woman's perspective. She did not expect anyone to take her seriously. She was acutely aware of her lack of practical experience. These were merely conjectures based on historical events. Thus, whether her idea could truly succeed remained uncertain. However, as she spoke, she felt the weight of Su Xian's keen gaze upon her, making her slightly uneasy. You must be asking out of curiosity, right? Yes. Su Luoluo exhaled slowly. Well, I'm not sure if it will work.
Just listen to it as a suggestion.
As long as it comes from you, I will consider it. Suddenly, Su Luoluo felt a bit of pressure. She licked her dry lips and explained to her companion, first, mere blockage will not yield the best results. As she spoke, she couldn't help but lift her teacup to her lips, taking a sip to ease her nerves. Therefore, we might try to divert the water, not upstream, but rather by establishing more channels downstream. Jiangnan is predominantly rice paddies, so if we can create sufficient rice fields or channels, it could help alleviate some of the burden. This is the wisdom passed down from to use flood control. Perhaps I could also apply some of the strategies from Dujianjian to assist. Pei Zhaoxue furrowed her brows.
Do you?
Dujianjian? Miao poison? What are these things? With this thought, Pei Zhaoxue's gaze towards Su Luoluo deepened with intrigue. How many secrets does this woman conceal that I am unaware of? Volume 1, Chapter 55. Climbing corners every day. Not caring for reputation, it must be said that her suggestions were not without merit. It appeared that the insights she offered could not only benefit her own physical state, but also assist in achieving grand ambitions. It seems I have found another reason to keep her around. Su Luoluo was oblivious to the fact that her words were overheard by a third party. If she had known, she would likely have chosen her words more carefully. Su Xian was young and easily swayed, but Pei Zhaoxue was different. This man was astute, and were he to realize the truth, Su Luoluo would certainly refrain from further discussion. Yet, she was unaware of this and thinking she could assist Su Xian. She candidly shared her understanding of Dujianjian. Su Xian listened, his mouth slightly agape, his face a mask of astonishment. Though young, he was well-read. Yet today, what Su Luoluo shared elevated his understanding to an entirely new level. His eyes brimmed with admiration for her. Sister, you are truly impressive. This single remark made Su Luoluo feel a wave of relief wash over her, a slight smile gracing her lips.
Truly.
My earlier efforts to study were not in vain. Hee. The feeling of being admired by a child is delightful. Su Luoluo feigned calmness, saying, I merely spoke offhandedly. You can consider it a passing thought. If you find it useful, feel free to discuss it with the teacher in class. I am but a simple woman. Many ideas surely pale in comparison to those of the great scholars. Su Xian cradled his face and replied, No, sister. You are more remarkable than anyone I have ever met. Previously, he had thought his sister was seldom seen outside and rarely engaged with others. But he never imagined she was truly exceptional. You can say this to me, but do not share it with others. It might lead to ridicule. Su Luoluo understood that her words were merely a source of joy for her and, if spread, could invite significant trouble. Pei Zhaoxue raised an eyebrow, observing Su Luoluo, who now appeared to have a little tail wagging behind her. However, she was clever and not foolish. If her words were to leak out, it could indeed cause complications. At least for her, it would not be a good thing. This gave Pei Zhaoxue a slightly elevated view of Su Luoluo. In that case, if the teacher inquires, you may say it was your own idea, unrelated to anyone else, Su Luoluo advised. You may describe it as fanciful or nonsensical, but remember, do not mention me. Su Xian frowned. I do not wish to overshadow my sister. Su Luoluo replied earnestly. This is not about overshadowing. You are preserving my life. You know I am already under the Emperor's watchful eye, and if he discovers this, I fear it will bring too much attention. But, sister, the Prince of Su is no virtuous man, Su Xian cautioned. He may be a good prince and a fine general, but he is not a good person. His marriage to you is likely driven more by self-interest. You have your own calculations in choosing him, and while I do not wish to say much, I urge you to think carefully. Su Luoluo had not expected him to consider her welfare. Initially, she had thought merely to collaborate with Su Xian, but now she felt even more assured of their partnership. This individual was indeed suitable as a collaborator. Pei Zhaoxue narrowed her eyes slightly. I understand your meaning, but this matter is my choice. Besides, he is not a bad person. At least he does not force me. As for whether he is virtuous or not, what matters most to me is survival. The Prince of Su is the only one in the realm who can protect me before the Emperor. You know all the fate that awaits those who enter the imperial harem. Moreover, my relationship with the Prince of Su is also a partnership. Once I am of no further use, I can leave and live freely. Her words exuded an air of freedom and ease, hinting at deeper meanings. Though he could not fully comprehend, he grasped enough to understand. Over the years, many had been sent to the harem, meeting tragic ends, with their remains often untraceable. No one wishes to send their daughter into the harem to be tormented and abused. Sister, since you have made up your mind, that is good. If you ever need anything in the future, just come to my courtyard. Su Luoluo nodded. I understand. Sister, may I take my leave now? You should rest early, since you are unwell.
All right.
She sat by the window, holding the medical book she had received from Pei Zhaoxue. A book that usually piqued her interest now held none. As Su Luoluo lifted her gaze, she caught sight of the sky and the courtyard beyond the window. The courtyard appeared as a square box, much like the heavens above. Living within this box, she felt a lack of autonomy. How many daughters of noble families in ancient times could truly live freely and according to their desires? She needed to contemplate how to navigate her existence within the residence of the Prime Minister. As for Pei Zhaoxue, she ought to possess some value. Otherwise, the other party might soon consider seeking a different collaborator. With this thought, Su Luoluo instinctively frowned. She pinched the flesh between her brows and exhaled slowly. Concealed in the shadows, Pei Zhaoxue cast a contemplative glance at Su Luoluo. Outside, Zhao Qing, who had been waiting for Pei Zhaoxue, finally breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing his lord. He found it difficult to comprehend his master's intentions, having never witnessed such concern from him for anyone before, let alone eavesdropping repeatedly on others. If word got out, it could tarnish the reputation of Prince Su. Who would have imagined that the esteemed Prince Su would be caught listening through a wall? Upon returning to the prince's residence, Zhao Qing promptly relayed the news he had gathered. My lord, the two beauties sent to the palace have already won the emperor's favor and have been granted the rank of a 4th-grade beauty. 4th grade? Pei Zhaoxue raised his long eyebrows, appearing thoughtful. He had considered the emperor's lack of wisdom but had not anticipated such folly. It is worth noting that a 4th-grade position is no small feat. Typically, a beauty entering the palace would be fortunate to attain a 7th-grade rank, especially those from impoverished backgrounds or the daughters of condemned officials. To achieve a 4th-grade rank, the emperor must truly be out of his mind. There was another matter. Zhao Qing hesitated, glancing at Pei Zhaoxue, and instead of directly stating it, he licked his dry lips and finally said, The moon concubine requests your presence in the palace. She mentioned wanting to discuss something with you. Isn't the moon concubine already 7 months pregnant? Pei Zhaoxue inquired. Although Zhao Qing did not understand his master's question, he nodded obediently. Pei Zhaoxue toyed with the teacup in his hand, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. He could arrange for the empress to inadvertently dispose of her child. Zhao Qing was taken aback by Pei Zhaoxue's suggestion. He truly did not expect such thoughts from his lord and couldn't help but repeat. Are you suggesting that we devise a plan for the empress to eliminate the moon concubine's child? Yes, Pei Zhaoxue shot him a sidelong glance. Do you need me to repeat myself for you to understand my intention? Zhao Qing swallowed hard and quickly shook his head. I understand, my lord. Please do not be angry. I was merely contemplating that if you become useless, I could easily replace you. Zhao Qing trembled. He could discern that Pei Zhaoxue's words were not jest, but a sincere sentiment. Aside from him, many attendants had already been replaced around Pei Zhaoxue. My lord, I will serve you well, Zhao Qing hurriedly declared. I shall go at once. Pei Zhaoxue cast him a cold glance. Very well, go. Zhao Qing swallowed hard and quickly responded, yes. Once Zhao Qing departed, Pei Zhaoxue gently stroked an object beside him, a contemplative expression crossing his face. The moon concubine had indeed grown bolder. Did she truly believe this child could bind the emperor? The emperor's harem was stained with the blood of many infants. While others might refrain from taking action against children, the emperor himself would not hesitate. How could he possibly allow those bastards to remain? Pei Zhaoxue lightly shook his head, placing the brush on the stand beside him. At the prime minister's residence, Luoluo rested her chin on one hand while the other reached out to catch falling petals. The petals floated delicately down, landing in her palm. Before long, a chime echoed, announcing that 50% of the second task's objectives had been achieved. Congratulations, host. You are to receive an unlimited supply of cold medicine. Cold medicine? An unlimited supply? Not to mention that in this day and age, there are other remedies for colds. Aside from the rapid effect of modern cold medicine, what other purpose could it serve? Was this some sort of jest? Does the host not require the reward? The cold voice echoed once more in her mind. Luoluo's eyes brightened. If I do not require it, can the reward be exchanged? No, the reward will be cancelled. And no further rewards will be given to the host in the future. Well, it seems this reward is compulsory. Luoluo pulled a wry smile. No need. Please give it to me. Understood. As Luoluo observed the cold medicine that had materialized in her hands, the kind that acts swiftly, she twitched her lips and casually placed it in the nearby cabinet. Perhaps, since it was provided by the system, it might have other uses. Just as she set it in the cabinet, Chunhua entered, pushing the door open. Miss. Luoluo was startled by the sudden call, failing to close the cabinet door properly, which pinched her hand, causing her to cry out in pain. Miss, are you all right? Chunhua hurried forward with concern. Do not come closer, Luoluo shouted. Chunhua froze in place, momentarily stunned. You. Don't come closer, Luoluo waved her hand, inhaling sharply as she placed her finger in her mouth. It's nothing. You startled me just now, and I accidentally got my hand caught in the cabinet. Chunhua scratched her head apologetically. Miss, I did not mean to. Wait outside for me. I will handle my wound. Yes. Luoluo glanced at her slightly reddened and swollen finger, pressing her lips into a straight line. She had to admit, that pinch had indeed hurt. After ensuring everything was fine, she sighed in relief and rose to head outside. Upon exiting, Luoluo closed the door, glancing at Chunhua, who occasionally looked her way with concern and shook her head helplessly. You really? Luoluo sighed softly. Chunhua lowered her head and immediately admitted her fault. Miss, it was my mistake this time. I won't do it again. Luoluo poked her forehead. You must be more careful in the future. Do not let such incidents occur again. Chunhua nodded earnestly. Miss, I understand. Lady instructed you to come over. Luoluo was not surprised. Since the system had succeeded here, it must have yielded results on her mother's side as well. With results in hand, Dr. Chen would surely report accurately. Madame Su would know it concerned her, thus she would want Luoluo to go over, whether for questioning or other matters. Luoluo lowered her head to adjust her clothing, and then walked over. Let us go. Yes. The two made their way through the corridor, the sound of laughter echoing from within the room. How is it that she arrived before me with the news? Was this mere coincidence or? Su Luoluo discreetly surveyed the individuals in Madame Su's courtyard, her expression thoughtful. Madame Zhang hurried over upon seeing Su Luoluo. Miss, you have finally arrived. Madame Zhang.
Luoluo greeted warmly. Ah.
Madame Zhang responded with a nod, gently patting Su Luoluo's hand. However, her gaze drifted into the room as she whispered into Su Luoluo's ear. This second young lady seems to have received some information from an unknown source. The lady just sent someone to find you, and she came here on her own. And now she refuses to leave. Miss, be cautious in your words. Do not fall into her trap. Su Luoluo nodded in acknowledgement, replying, I understand. You need not worry.
Ah.
The eldest young lady has grown up. Madame Zhang looked at Su Luoluo with a hint of pride in her eyes. Su Luoluo smiled slightly, you jest. Before they could step into the room, they heard Su Xiaozhu's voice. Mother, you are indeed favored by the heavens. Earlier, I went to the temple to pray for you, and offered several incense sticks. The fortune tellers told me that you will surely have good fortune ahead. Truly, it is the blessing of Guanyin. The maidservant Lan He, standing beside Su Xiaozhu, chimed in, yes, the young lady specially rushed to be the first to offer incense. I heard that the first incense is remarkably effective, but the young lady was reluctant to tell Madame, fearing she would worry. This was clearly an attempt by Su Xiaozhu to claim all the credit for Madame Su's recovery. Madame Zhang, not yet inside, spat, shameless creature. Su Luoluo's eyes sparkled with amusement, and her lips involuntarily curled into a smile. She interjected before Su Xiaozhu could speak. Oh, I did not expect my sister to be so sincere. But in the capital, it's common knowledge who manages to offer the first incense daily. How curious. I did not recall hearing of my sister ever being the first. Su Luoluo inquired with a smile as she walked into the room. This statement instantly froze Su Xiaozhu's smile. Madame Zhang, catching on, added, indeed. The first incense is always a topic of gossip in the city. Has the second young lady been deceived by others? Or did she make a special trip to offer it elsewhere? That should be clarified. Lan He glanced at Su Xiaozhu, initially wanting to defend her, but hesitated, unable to articulate her thoughts. She wondered if the eldest young lady was doubting the second young lady. After all, they were sisters. Was this how the eldest should behave? Su Luoluo raised an eyebrow and turned to Lan He. Oh, what do you think an elder sister should do? Before Lan He could respond, Su Xiaozhu abruptly seized her wrist and slapped her face hard, causing Lan He's cheek to swell. She stared in disbelief, her eyes wide. Su Xiaozhu seized the opportunity to say, you little wretch, how dare you deceive me? Miss, before Lan He could explain, Su Xiaozhu continued, I paid a high price for you to help me get the first incense. You took my money and did nothing? I was unwell those days. Which is why I gave you the chance. How could you deceive me? Lan He, now aware of Su Xiaozhu's intentions, felt a rush of indignation but could only lower her head and bite her lip. Yes, it was my fault. I hope the young lady can forgive me. Su Xiaozhu scoffed, if not for my kind heart, I would have someone beat you to death right now. Enough, Madame Su interjected. She may have been deceived by someone else. Do not let such trivial matters anger you. Su Xiaozhu leaned against Madame Su, pouting. But that was the first incense I specially bought for you, and now it has been taken from me. I was hoping to show off to you. I understand your intentions, Madame Su said gently, patting Su Xiaozhu's head. Seizing the moment, she discreetly cast a brazen glance at Su Luoluo, thinking that her earlier lie was inconsequential as long as Madame Su believed her. Luoluo, come here, Madame Su called. Su Luoluo complied and approached, sitting beside her. What brings you here today? Madame Su asked with a smile. Su Luoluo hesitated slightly, realizing she was summoned by Madame Su. She looked up at her mother, who bore no signs of distress, leaving Su Luoluo somewhat puzzled. Could it be Madame Zhang? Or was Madame Su deliberately saying this in front of Su Xiaozhu? This thought fleetingly crossed Su Luoluo's mind. She offered a faint smile and said, Mother, I heard from others that your health has improved, which is why I came to see you. You are so thoughtful. Madame Su gently stroked Su Luoluo's hand. Stay for meal with me later. Of course. Su Luoluo replied with a smile. Su Xiaozhu, witnessing the tender interaction between mother and daughter, felt a pang of jealousy. Mother, I want to join too. Are you only allowing sister to accompany you? This is favoritism. Her words effectively interrupted Madame Su. Madame Su shook her head with a smile. What are you thinking? I am not favoring anyone. I was just planning to speak with you now. All right. Su Xiaozhu clapped and laughed. I love dining with you the most. The three of them enjoyed lunch together. Su Luoluo noticed that Su Xiaozhu had no intention of leaving. However, she had something to discuss with Madame Su, so she subtly squinted her eyes and, while serving tea to Su Xiaozhu, discreetly added a drug to it. Su Xiaozhu could never have imagined that Su Luoluo would be so audacious. She dared to act while in Madame Su's presence. Shortly after drinking, Su Xiaozhu felt a tumultuous churn in her abdomen. Su Luoluo continued to chat amiably with Madame Su while secretly observing Su Xiaozhu from the corner of her eye. Su Xiaozhu's complexion grew pallid as she pressed her hand against her abdomen in silence. Sister, you look pale, are you alright? Su Luoluo inquired with concern. This sounded like a sinister remark. She clenched her teeth and managed to stammer, I am fine. Thank you for your concern. Oh, sister, why do you seem distant? If you are unwell, you should call for a doctor. Do not hesitate to seek treatment. Madame Su displayed a worried expression. Is Xiaozhu alright? Should we call a doctor? Before Madame Su could say anything further, Su Xiaozhu hastily nodded and turned to leave. Su Luoluo stifled a laugh but maintained a facade of concern. If sister truly feels unwell, you should see a doctor. Do not ignore any discomfort. Yes, thank you, sister. Su Xiaozhu replied, her face flushed as she hurriedly departed, acutely aware of the turmoil in her stomach. Once she left, Madame Su spoke up, You little rascal, did you cause this commotion? Her tone was certain. Su Luoluo's heart sank. She could not fathom where she had revealed herself. Anxious, she instinctively licked her dry lips. Mother, your mother has eaten more than you. Madame Su interjected, Next time you administer medicine, remember to swirl it and be steadier with your hands. Some powder spilled onto the table. If Xiaozhu had been more observant, she might have noticed. Madame Su gently shook her head, extending her hand to poke her child's forehead. Moreover, do refrain from targeting your siblings within the household. Regardless of the circumstances, you all share the same father. Even if bones are broken, the bloodline remains connected. Su Luoluo, realizing there was no way to deny her actions, entwined her arm with Madame Su's, giving it a slight shake. Mother, I only acted because I saw you needed me, and my sister was unwilling to leave. I merely exerted a tiny bit of influence. She emphasized with a gesture, just a little. Surely it won't harm my sister's health. You need not worry.
Madame Sussard, I am aware.
Given your nature, it seems you are merely playful, which is why I did not intervene. However, I did come here to discuss certain matters with you. She appeared somewhat hesitant. The physician in the household mentioned that the medicine was provided by you? Su Luoluo had no intention of concealing the truth from her mother and nodded in affirmation. Yes, indeed. I merely retrieved it from a medical book I acquired from the Su Wangfu. I see. Madame Su responded, her complexion appearing healthier than before. A hint of color returning to her cheeks, and her voice free from coughing, which relieved Su Luoluo. I never imagined you would one day take a liking to medicine and excel in it. Madame Su smiled warmly, gently patting the back of Su Luoluo's hand. Knowing you are well brings me solace. My health has significantly improved, and the doctor has confirmed that I shall not relapse in the near future. So you may rest easy. Su Luoluo nodded, I understand. However, there is one matter I wish to discuss with you, Madame Su continued. Su Luoluo looked at her in confusion. Madame Su spoke earnestly. You and Xiaozhu are sisters after all. While she may be somewhat immature in her actions, as an elder sister, it would be wise for you to show her some leniency. Why should I, as the elder sister, indulge her? That foolish sister. It would be a blessing if she didn't end up harming herself. Madame Su gently stroked Su Luoluo's hand. Oh, my child. Jean Mama could not help but interject. Madam, this does seem a bit biased. When the second young lady bullied the eldest, you said nothing. Yet now, when the eldest has done nothing, and the second young lady lies to you, you still defend her. Is this not disheartening for the eldest? Her words struck a chord with Madame Su, revealing a hint of guilt. She understood the implications behind them. Do not worry, mother. I realize you feel I ought to give way to my sister, because I am the elder. I truly wish to get along with her. But I believe she should not deceive you. That is why I spoke rather harshly. Madame Su paused, taken aback. Su Luoluo had encountered such parents before her transmigration, though those events had not unfolded in her own life. If parental favoritism is not severe, it may not cause significant issues. However, when it becomes pronounced, it can lead to discord within the family. Fortunately, Madame Su had not reached that extreme. Mother, Su Luoluo continued, I will indeed strive to get along with my sister. However, should she err, I cannot simply overlook it. I hope you can understand this.
Madame Su nodded slowly.
I understand. If she is in the wrong,
you may point it out.
Su Luoluo smiled. But did she not err today? Madame Su was rendered speechless. Lying in front of family is undoubtedly a mistake. Even as the matriarch, she could not distort the truth. However, mother, you know that if wrongdoings are not addressed, they will only perpetuate. As an elder sister, how could I stand by and watch my sister make repeated mistakes? Her words left Madame Su with no room to argue. After a moment of hesitation, she sighed and nodded, conceding you have a point. Perhaps I have overthought this. Mother, as the elder sister, if I could give everything to my sister, I would. But there are certain things I cannot allow her to learn wrongly. Wouldn't you agree? Jean Mama chimed in. Madam, the eldest young lady has indeed grown quite sensible. Madame Su nodded in agreement. Indeed, Luoluo has matured significantly in her demeanor and actions. Were it not for witnessing it myself, I would hardly dare to believe. Leaning against Madame Su, Su Luoluo smiled. Mother, my only wish is for you to be well. As long as you are well, I can be at ease. You are my sole ally in this household. If anything were to happen to you, I would be in dire straits. Pei Zhaoxue raised an eyebrow. Observing Su Luoluo's murmured thoughts with a cold smile. Initially, he believed her to be a dutiful daughter, only to discover she harbored such sentiments. Su Luoluo felt a chill run down her spine, as if someone were watching her. She swallowed hard, unable to suppress her unease. Madame Su, noticing her daughter's demeanor, inquired, "What is the matter?" Su Luoluo shook her head lightly. "Oh, it's nothing. I merely felt a slight itch on my back and wished to scratch it, but realized I couldn't reach it." Madame Su reached out and gently poked Su Luoluo's forehead, smiling. "You silly girl, I was worried about you. And it turns out it's just a trivial matter. Come here, let me help you." Su Luoluo leaned closer, though her mind was preoccupied with other thoughts. Why do I always feel as though someone is watching me? Who could it be? Could it be Pei Zhaoxue? No, that would be too trivial for him. After all, he is a prince and cannot possibly spend his days lurking behind me. Su Luoluo furrowed her brow. Such thoughts startled Pei Zhaoxue, causing him to sweat lightly. Could she truly see him? Who is this woman? Mother, do you know Su Xian? Unable to locate him, Su Luoluo decided to dismiss the unsettling feeling, reasoning that even if she knew, she could not directly confront him. It would be better to focus on her own affairs first. Yes, Madame Su nodded slightly. That child is quite studious and diligent. I think he is a good match, though it seems he hasn't made much of an impression on grandmother. She seems to favor the second uncle more. Before she could finish, Madame Su understood the implications. The first branch had only this one son, a concubine's child. Yet he was raised as a legitimate heir. The prime minister was often occupied with state affairs and could not attend to family matters, while the inner household was largely managed by Madame Su herself. Given her declining health, she had not been able to oversee things effectively. In contrast, the second branch frequently brought their children before the matriarch. This resulted in a significant disparity in attention. Are you suggesting that I take Xia and to visit grandmother more often?
Madame Su inquired. Su Luoluo nodded. Yes.
After all, you know the future position of the prime minister's residence will depend on either the first or second branch.
Madame Su sighed deeply.
Her gaze towards Su Luoluo filled with appreciation. These matters have escaped my notice due to my health issues over the years. You have truly grown up. I agree to this. In a few days, I will take him to visit grandmother more frequently. Su Luoluo felt a wave of relief wash over her. With a smile, she linked her arm with Madame Su's and gently shook it. Mother, you are the best. I adore you. Madame Su reached out and playfully tapped the tip of the other's nose.
You.
Volume 1, Chapter 59. Afraid of unintentionally crossing the line. If I could, I would wish to remain by Mother's side for the entirety of my life, reluctant to part from her even for a moment. Marriage? I have no desire for such a thing. Madame Su chuckled, tapping her nose again. You little girl, just the other day you praised your maturity. Yet here you are, speaking in such a childish manner. Su Luoluo leaned against Madame Su's shoulder, acting coy. Mother, I speak nothing but the truth. This is hardly childish. Oh, you. Madame Su's smile deepened. Though the Prince of Su now resides in a wheelchair, he remains a hero. Marrying him is not a misfortune, moreover, it elevates your status. In Madame Su's eyes, the prospect of Su Luoluo marrying Pei Zhaoxue was indeed a commendable match. Furthermore, it was an arrangement made by the elders on both sides. Pei Zhaoxue was the only one amidst the rumors who could genuinely assist Su Luoluo. However, for Su Luoluo, marrying anyone was a troublesome affair. After all, it was not a matter of free love with Pei Zhaoxue. Moreover, even if it were free love, the original owner is no longer present. I am but a counterfeit, a mere shadow. And with Pei Zhaoxue, my survival is fraught with hardship. I fear that a mere misstep could lead to my demise. Ugh, that vile man is undeniably a capricious scoundrel. Pei Zhaoxue, inwardly branded as a scoundrel, narrowed his eyes, as if his gaze could pierce through to kill. Meanwhile, Su Luoluo, lost in her musings, felt a chill creep down her spine. Turning around, she found nothing behind her, just emptiness. Was it merely a figment of her imagination? Child, what are you looking at? Madame Su inquired, casting a suspicious glance behind her. Yet seeing nothing amiss. Mother, I wish to venture out tomorrow.
Su Luoluo declared.
After all, I still have a day to rest. It would be the perfect opportunity for a stroll. Who knows, I might even encounter my true love. Pei Zhaoxue thought to himself, as long as I am alive, this woman contemplates infidelity. Were it not for the current circumstances, he would have seized her by the throat. Humph. A woman contemplating infidelity is indeed a rarity. Very well, Madame Su replied, if you lack funds, do not hesitate to inform me. However, as the imperial examination approaches, many have come to the capital. It would be safer for you to take guards along. Agreed. Though Su Luoluo was reluctant to bring company, she acquiesced to Madame Su's suggestion. After all, she merely wished to go out for a look. In truth, since her arrival in this world, the instances she had ventured out were few, and most of those were to the prince's residence. In the future, Should my collaboration with Pei Zhaoxue conclude, I must find a means to escape. The outside world is hardly a place where one can simply exist. Madame Su turned to the guards. Jean Mama, please arrange for the guards to accompany Luoluo. Ensure they are skilled. She encountered an assassin recently, and we must take this seriously. Understood, madam. I know you cherish Miss Luoluo dearly.
Madame Shushmail.
You have a sweet tongue. Indeed, I only speak the truth. Yes. Yes, yes. Su Luoluo chuckled at the interaction between the two. Eventually, plans were finalized. The following day, Su Luoluo dressed early. She intentionally donned male attire and entered the carriage through the back door, rather than the front. After all, Madame Su's words from the previous day held merit. Her luck had been rather unfortunate lately. Moreover, whether it was the original owner's misfortune or simply bad luck, she found herself increasingly entangled with the so-called Tongtian sect, which seemed convinced she was their target for assassination. Jean Ju, glancing down at her male garb, absently touched her chest. Miss, will others truly not recognize us? Su Luoluo shot her a glance and lightly tapped her fan against her forehead. What are you thinking? If you call me Miss, wouldn't that immediately give me away? Jean Ju rubbed the spot where she had been tapped, pouting. You've spent too much time with Chunhua. Your wits seem to have dulled. It's just that I didn't react immediately, young master. Where are we headed today? To a tea house, to sip some tea and listen to stories, Su Luoluo replied, fanning herself with a leisurely motion. Remember, I am a distant relative of the Su family, here merely to make a visit. Yes, I remember. Su Luoluo smiled faintly. The carriage halted before the grandest tea house in the capital. Su Luoluo allowed Jean Ju to assist her as she alighted, maintaining an air of familiarity as she entered. The attendant guided them to a private room on the second floor. Initially, Su Luoluo had wished to sit in the hall below. Oh, young master, the second floor is quieter. Which private room would you prefer? The question left Su Luoluo little room for refusal. She casually pointed to a spot at the back. Very well. Seated within the room, a stoic guard stood behind them. Su Luoluo ordered a pot of tea and 3 plates of snacks. This location muffled the chatter from downstairs, allowing her to hear the storyteller's voice with clarity. She pulled up the window facing the hall, and there, in her line of sight, stood a screen with a table and chairs before it. The robed storyteller held a wooden stick and a cup of tea, passionately recounting the circumstances surrounding the imperial examinations. His fervent speech could easily mislead one into thinking several scholars were plotting a rebellion. This year, 5 scholars stand out as exceptionally talented. 3 hail from the capital, 1 from Yangzhou in the south, and another from Qingzhou, adjacent to the capital, Su Luoluo mused thoughtfully, resting her chin on her hand. The ancient imperial examination is somewhat akin to the modern college entrance examination, but it is solely available to men. Volume 1, Chapter 60, Who Wouldn't Wish to Marry a Prince? Talent is but one aspect. A larger part hinges on luck and alignment with the emperor's whims. Moreover, many talented individuals fail the examinations. The imperial examination, in essence, offers a semblance of fairness. Ultimately, however, the flaws are far too numerous. In the adjacent room, Pei Zhaoxue held his teacup, his gaze downcast. What is a college entrance examination? He was acutely aware of the imperial examination's shortcomings. Being a prince of the court, yet, he had not anticipated that a mere woman from the neighboring Su family could perceive it so clearly. Where did she come from? Zhao Qing observed Pei Zhaoxue, who was lost in thought, with a sense of confusion. Ever since his master decided to marry the girl from the Su family, he had been secretly eavesdropping on their household. Now, he held a teacup, seemingly adrift in contemplation. Zhao Qing wondered if that Su girl had bewitched the prince in some manner. Could it be that the medicine administered that day within the palace truly held efficacy? Zhao Qing observed with concern. Meanwhile, downstairs, the conversation shifted from the candidates from Yangzhou to those in the capital. Historically, the scholars from the capital have always been regarded as the finest. This year, the 3 candidates are particularly notable figures in our city. It is worth noting that many daughters from prestigious families aspire to marry them. These 3 could indeed be considered the most sought-after suitors in the hearts of many. The first among them is the son of the old prince. This old prince traversed the land for many years, commanding countless troops, before ultimately retiring from a life of military exploits. This revelation elicited loud gasps from the crowd below. Clearly, the son of the old prince enjoys considerable support. This is entirely understandable, as he is a second-generation official, or even a royal, and certainly not an ordinary talent, but rather a remarkable one. If it were me, perhaps if he were even slightly more handsome, I might be swayed as well. Su Luoluo propped her chin on her hands. Her ears perked up as she continued to listen to the storyteller speak of the second candidate. Unbeknownst to her, there was merely a wall separating her from the unfolding drama. Pei Zhaoxue's teacup shattered into pieces as the thought flitted through her mind. Zhao Qing was startled. Go fetch the wound medicine quietly, he instructed. Yes, yes. Pei Zhaoxue opened her hands, permitting Zhao Qing to tend to her injury. The shards posed a risk of embedding themselves if not handled with care. Zhao Qing proceeded with utmost caution, fearful of making a mistake. However, Pei Zhaoxue suddenly inquired, "Who is a better match for me, Pei Yanxuan or myself?" Zhao Qing was taken aback by the question, inadvertently applying more pressure in his actions. "Your servant is not aware of what the prince means by better." Zhao Qing hesitated. Pei Zhaoxue clarified, "Who would be more suitable as a husband? Who among them in the capital would be more inclined to marry?" Zhao Qing. He discreetly cast a glance upward. His master seemed somewhat unhinged. Normally, she would not pose such peculiar inquiries. That glance caught Pei Zhaoxue's attention. Even without reading her thoughts, he could discern the meaning in her eyes.
No.
I was merely considering that, in the past, it would undoubtedly have been the prince. After all, the prince was famed throughout the capital. Who wouldn't want to marry him?
But now.
Zhao Qing's words trailed off. Pei Zhaoxue understood the implication. Currently, with her legs incapacitated, many viewed her as a mere joke. Far inferior to Pei Yanxuan. Yet, the prince's accomplishments are unparalleled. They only see the surface. "Do not fret, your highness." Pei Zhaoxue felt an inexplicable sense of annoyance. What if it were about looks? Zhao Qing was even more conflicted. The two were inherently different in appearance. Pei Yanxuan appeared youthful and handsome, whereas Pei Zhaoxue exuded maturity and gravitas, her features sculpted to perfection. However, this imposing presence was not easily tolerated by the average person. The prince's appearance could certainly be ranked among the best in the capital, Zhao Qing asserted. Naturally, the prince is superior. Pei Zhaoxue nodded, a hint of satisfaction blooming within her. Meanwhile, in the adjacent room, Luoluo was taken aback by the second candidate. This second individual is none other than the son of Chancellor Su, the capital's former top scholar. Who could be unaware that Chancellor Su has only this one son? Although a concubine's child, his education rivals that of legitimate sons from the capital, having been personally tutored by Chancellor Su himself. Besides the Duke of Su, who among the capital's elite understands the emperor's intentions better than Chancellor Su. Furthermore, this young man is exceptionally talented. His mother, a celebrated beauty from Yangzhou, married into the Su family out of love. Though she has been less visible in recent years, her past brilliance is still remembered. Thus, Su Xian ranked second. Su Luoluo never anticipated that her rather unremarkable brother would be a contender for the top scholar. Moreover, it seems he possesses considerable merit. If I collaborate with Su Xian, would that not be beneficial? Even if he does not become the top scholar, achieving a third place would grant him considerable standing within the Su family, especially as the sons from the second branch are rather lackluster. It appears I must keep a close watch. I cannot allow Su Xiaozhu to sabotage my efforts. Su Luoluo noted that Su Xiaozhu had a good rapport with the second branch. If Su Xian had already spoken up for her, she feared he might have drawn Su Xiaozhu's ire, leading to potential sabotage that would be detrimental. As for the third candidate, he is the son of the Grand Academy's head. This young man was once bestowed the title of child prodigy by the late emperor. He has spent many years traveling, immersing himself in diverse cultures, yet he has never neglected the study of poetry, literature, and etiquette. Coupled with his widely acknowledged literary talent, it is no surprise that he ranks third. This individual sounds rather intriguing. Traveling while learning, is he not akin to the poets I have often read about? Fascinating. Pei Zhaoxue gently set down her freshly bandaged hand. How fickle these women are, feasting upon one dish, while coveting another. Moreover, it is not merely one. Were it not for the second candidate being her own brother, Pei Zhaoxue might have suspected that Su Luoluo would find the second candidate appealing as well. Zhao Qing observed Pei Zhaoxue's silence, yet she emanated an aura of palpable intimidation. He took 2 steps back, utterly perplexed as to why his master had suddenly grown enraged. "Your Highness?" Zhao Qing called softly. Pei Zhaoxue shot him a cold glance. Zhao Qing swallowed hard, suddenly too frightened to speak. Volume 1, Chapter 61. Will I find her appealing? Surely, this is a fanciful notion. Su Luoluo listened intently. Though these individuals had little direct connection to her, gaining insight into them was certainly beneficial. The storyteller appeared seasoned, and while his words might not be entirely verifiable, they could be trusted to a significant extent. These 5 have all secured their places in this year's imperial examination. As for who will ultimately claim the top spot, that will only be revealed in half a month's time. It remains uncertain which of you esteemed guests holds a preference for any of these candidates. The crowd buzzed with discussion. Su Luoluo realized that the window was open, allowing her to hear many voices from below. It must be said, the old prince is loyal to the emperor, who surely grants him some favor in return. Yet Chancellor Su has served as chancellor for many years. It is likely he understands the emperor's thoughts better than anyone else. No one can say for certain. Indeed. The crowd continued to chatter. However, the son of the Grand Academy is exceptionally well known. Yes. Had the late emperor lived a few more years, the current chancellor might well have been his father. After listening to the discourse, Su Luoluo made a realization. These discussions center around individuals from the capital, while it seems Yangzhou and Qingzhou are scarcely mentioned. I wonder how the candidates from Yangzhou and Qingzhou are faring. Pei Zhaoxue replaced her teacup, thoughtfully taking a sip. Investigate the circumstances surrounding the candidates from Yangzhou and Qingzhou. Zhao Qing hesitated, Your Highness. Are we not going? Pei Zhao Shui interrupted Zhao Qing's words, speaking coldly. Although Zhao Qing did not understand the reason, he obediently nodded, yes. Pei Zhao Shui's gaze fell upon the teacup in her hand, where the finely fragmented tea leaves swirled in the jade-green liquid. Are not the inhabitants of this world like that, resigned to being swept away by the current? Perhaps. Could the other two locations reveal a flaw? Your Highness, do you have feelings for Miss Su? Zhao Qing hesitated for a long while before he could not help but ask. In the past, he would never have dared to voice such a question. Yet now, his curiosity was overwhelming. Pei Zhao Shui shot him a sidelong glance. Since when did you become so talkative? Her casual remark made Zhao Qing swallow hard. Your Highness, I was merely wondering. Ha! Do I have feelings for her? Is it she who is dreaming, or you? A thin layer of sweat trickled down Zhao Qing's forehead. Please forgive me, Your Highness. He immediately knelt on one knee, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect. No harm done. Pei Zhao Shui raised a hand. It is natural for you to have such doubts. However, my interest in her is solely due to the benefits she can offer me. I can gather quite a bit of useful information from her. As for anything else. Pei Zhao Shui paused, adding, I have not forgotten one thing. She is to become the future Princess of Su. Should she do anything detrimental to the Su royal house, I would not hesitate to eliminate her. Zhao Qing swallowed nervously, hastily lowering his head in agreement. Yes, Your Highness, you are wise. Pei Zhao Shui glanced at Zhao Qing. Well then, do you have any further questions? Zhao Qing shook his head, no. I remember, Pei Zhao Shui remarked lightly. I have stated before that I do not favor loquacious individuals, even among my closest guards. Do not transgress again. Understood. Your Highness, Zhao Qing replied hastily, his back drenched in the cold sweat of fear. It seemed he had worried unnecessarily. The prince remained unchanged. How could he be swayed by others? In the adjacent room, Jinju spoke softly. Miss, I've heard that there are people outside betting on who can achieve the top rank in the imperial examination. Did I not remind you earlier of how you should address me?
Luoluo shot you a sidelong glance.
Jinju quickly corrected herself. Young master. Luoluo smiled slightly, nodding in approval. That is more like it. Gambling in this case is merely a form of entertainment. It is quite normal. Should we place some bets for you as well? Luoluo was momentarily taken aback, finally grasping Jinju's words. Very well. Do you know where to place the bets? Jinju shook her head, her face a picture of confusion. I do not know, she murmured. But I overheard the people downstairs discussing it. You wish to place a bet? Luoluo inquired. Jinju shook her head then nodded, expressing curiosity. Observing the expression on Jinju's face, Luoluo understood. After all, the Yun family had strict rules, and given the original owner's character, the few servants who attended her likely had never ventured out, let alone to a gambling house. All right, Luoluo replied with a smile. I'll inquire when we go down later. Great. Jinju's eyes brightened, her face aglow with joy. Seeing her companions so pleased, Luoluo felt the lift in her spirits. She gently patted Jinju's head. All right, we shall go soon, but let us wait until there are fewer people. Yes. Zhao Qing glanced at Pei Zhao Shui, curiosity bubbling within him, yet he dared not speak. Let us proceed, Pei Zhao Shui said calmly. Yes. As Luoluo listened to the lively discussions from downstairs, they had shifted from the candidates for the imperial examination to discussions about court officials. By the way, the Duke of Su was a renowned general in the court, feared in the northwest. Unfortunately, due to a battle long ago, he is now disabled and confined to the capital. What a pity, someone lamented. In those days, the Duke of Su was famous for his prowess. The storyteller deliberately lowered his voice, recounting how one man defeated 10,000 troops. This is no mere joke. If the Duke of Su were still able-bodied, how could the barbarian horses dare to cause chaos here? The storyteller dramatically struck the wooden block, proclaiming, Today, we shall primarily discuss how His Highness the Duke of Su defeated 10,000 troops with only 1,000 of his own. 1,000 defeating 10,000? I never expected Pei Zhao Shui to have such a tale. Indeed, one should not judge by appearances. The depths of the sea cannot be measured by a bucket. Luoluo clicked her tongue in admiration, resting her chin on her hands. She was eager to learn how formidable Pei Zhao Shui truly was. However, after listening for a while, she began to feel drowsy. She stifled a yawn. Young master, are you tired? Jinju asked. Luoluo nodded, rubbing her sleepy eyes. Feeling somewhat fatigued. These stories are mostly similar and lack novelty. Who knows how much of it is true? Yet is this not how legends are born? His Highness's heroic deeds are numerous. Luoluo nodded. Indeed, many. Chapter 62. This woman is too popular. However, while there are many stories, how many are fabricated? Who can say? Her voice was not soft, and since both Zhao Qing and Pei Zhao Shui were martial artists, their hearing was naturally keen, allowing them to catch every word clearly. Pei Zhao Shui raised an eyebrow thoughtfully. Zhao Qing, however, felt compelled to defend Pei Zhao Shui. Your Highness, Miss Su, is not speaking nonsense. Shall I teach her a lesson on your behalf? Pei Zhao Shui shot him a sideways glance. What? Have you now stooped to bullying young ladies? Zhao Qing hurriedly shook his head. No, I merely wish to rectify the injustice on your behalf.
Ha!
I would not stoop to be bothered by such trifles. Besides, the storyteller's words are indeed somewhat exaggerated. At that time, I had an ambush of 40,000 troops waiting outside. Truth be told, I won that battle with 50,000 against their 100,000. Who knows where their 40,000 soldiers went? Zhao Qing fell silent. Following Pei Zhao Shui, he was well aware that the battle was not as simple as portrayed. Enough. She is not entirely wrong. It is indeed exaggerated. Pei Zhao Shui waved his hand. No need to take it to heart. Yes, Zhao Qing replied obediently. Luoluo shook her head. Never mind. Let us head to the gambling house. I am curious to see what the gambling houses in the capital are like. Originally, Luoluo intended to gather information from the tea house so that when the time came to accomplish her tasks, she could retreat with dignity. At least being familiar with her surroundings rather than being completely blind. It seems I should change my attire next time and blend in with the crowd. Dress so elegantly. There are no spots left for me among the commoners. Instead, I can only sit in a prominent position. Maintaining a graceful and fitting smile on her face. She tossed some coins to the waiter and leisurely strolled out with Jinju. As she opened her folding fan, it conveniently shielded most of her face, leaving only her pair of expressive eyes visible. Many young women passing by turned their heads to look. What girl does not yearn for love? Moreover, this young master appeared both wealthy and handsome, who would not dream of marrying into a rich family. When the first handkerchief fell into Luoluo's arms, she was momentarily taken aback. Subsequently, she twirled around, holding the handkerchief. Oh, this young master. That is a lady's handkerchief. It seems it was dropped inadvertently. Would you be so kind as to return it? The affected voice sent shivers down Luoluo's spine. She felt as if her goosebumps had multiplied, a rather frightening sensation. What was this person doing? Well, Luoluo set the cloth aside and said, You can come down and take it yourself. I have matters to attend to. Hey, young master. The beauty upstairs seemed eager to leap down. By the time she reached the ground floor, Luoluo had already made her escape with Jinju. The women of this capital city resembled tigers. Without doing anything, they feared being devoured whole. Luoluo couldn't help but swallow hard. She and Jinju hid at the mouth of a narrow alley. In their flight, the guards who had been following them lost track of the two. Peeking outside, Luoluo finally relaxed upon seeing no one pursuing them. Luoluo thought, I never understood how those handsome men met their demise from fruits before. Are the young ladies of this city so daring? It's quite alarming. Gently patting her chest, she glanced outside once more, confirming the coast was clear before striding confidently out with Jinju. Pei Zhaoxue responded lightly, casting a glance that revealed his surprise at the popularity of this little one. He and Zhao Qing followed Luoluo all the way to the gambling den. Zhao Qing couldn't help but exclaim, How did Miss Su find this place? And she seems quite familiar with it. He shook his head in disbelief, thinking if he didn't know any better, he would assume she frequented it often. Pei Zhaoxue shot him a sidelong glance but remained silent.
Meanwhile,
Luoluo inquired along the way. She happened upon the largest gambling house, which, in ancient times, was openly acknowledged as long as it didn't veer too far into absurdity. However, those with literary or martial prowess placed their bets discreetly. No one foolish enough to flaunt it publicly. The visible bets were merely for show. Upon entering the gambling den, the atmosphere buzzed with excitement.
Big,
Small. Bets are locked in. Bets are locked in. Different tables offered various wagers, with crowds gathering around. Many had already lost themselves in the thrill of gambling. The once curious Jinju now clung tightly to Luoluo's sleeve, trembling all over. In contrast, Luoluo strolled in unperturbed, observing this and that, deep in thought. The gambling den bore little difference from what she had seen on television. Everyone was making their moves. It wasn't that Luoluo was particularly familiar with it in her previous life. Rather, the system was aiding her in cheating. Host, if you wish to place a bet, you can do so 3 times, though not exceeding a significant amount, the system informed her. So, I can cheat 3 times? Luoluo replied, to which the system confirmed. Yes, 3 times, and each bet cannot exceed 1,000 taels of silver. With 3 chances, that could amount to over 2,000 taels in total. Although the original host was the daughter of the Su family, her actual funds were meager, barely a few taels each month. Her gentle nature made her easy prey for Su Xiaozhu, who would swindle her out of some money each time. Though claiming to need money, she would squander the original host's funds. Had Luoluo not ventured out this time, she would have remained oblivious to the fact that the original host, a young lady of the family, possessed less than 100 taels in savings, an insufficient amount for future needs. After a moment of contemplation, Luoluo approached a table where nearly everyone had placed their bets on big. She took a glance and decisively placed a 100 taels silver note on small. As she set the note down, her sleeve revealed a wrist as pale as snow. Everyone turned to gaze at Luoluo, astonished that such a fair-skinned and beautiful young man would make such a substantial wager. The dealer couldn't help but comment, "Oh, this little brother looks unfamiliar. Is this your first time? If you're betting all at once, be careful not to lose everything. I am here to play, so I naturally understand the rules." "Thank you for your reminder. Please proceed," Luoluo replied politely. The dealer laughed heartily, impressed by her boldness. Onlookers turned their attention towards Luoluo. Jinju appeared anxious, clutching Luoluo's sleeve tightly as she scanned the surroundings. "Don't be afraid," Luoluo reassured, gently patting Jinju's hand. "Let us begin." She looked to the dealer, who called out, lifting the lid of the dice cup, revealing a small result. The crowd gasped in surprise at Luoluo's luck. "Looks like our little brother has good fortune," the dealer chuckled, as others helped push the winnings towards Luoluo. She had turned her 100-tael note into 500. "Are you planning to continue, little brother?" the dealer inquired. Luoluo nodded, indicating her intent to proceed. The dealer shook the dice in his hand and let them fall heavily onto the table. Without a second thought, Luoluo placed all her money on small again. "Are you still betting on small?" "Yes," she affirmed, her calm demeanor drawing the attention of many. Only a few dared to follow her lead, while the majority placed their bets on big, hoping to profit from her substantial wager. "Bets are locked in, bets are locked in," the staff shouted. Moments later, the dealer pressed down on the dice cup. Jinju anxiously clutched Luoluo's sleeve, while Luoluo casually played with her folding fan, unfazed by the situation. Not far away, Pei Zhaoxue and Zhao Qing occupied a VIP box on the second floor, their eyes fixed intently on Luoluo below. In an instant, the dealer lifted the lid, revealing 3 ones inside, provoking gasps of astonishment from the crowd. Those around the table turned to Luoluo in disbelief. Who would have thought that such a seemingly delicate young man could achieve such prowess? 100 taels had swiftly transformed into 1,000. A rare opportunity to multiply one's earnings tenfold in a single day. Who wouldn't desire that? "Haha, little brother, your luck is exceptional today. Do you wish to continue?" the dealer jovially asked. Luoluo, however, waved her hand dismissively. "No, that will suffice. If I exhaust my luck all at once, it would be unwise." "Oh, you really want to continue? I see your fortune is on your side. Few possess your audacity and luck," the dealer remarked. Luoluo raised her chin slightly, requesting, "Please assist me in exchanging these winnings. If possible, I would prefer them in whole silver notes and scattered coins. As for your fee, collect whatever is customary." Of course, of course." The attendant beside her nodded eagerly. "Right this way, young master." Luoluo, accompanied by Jinjun, stepped forward. With a graceful flick of her fan, she chose not to focus on the accountant and the staff. In such a grand casino, there was no need to resort to trickery over trifles. Moreover, she would inevitably require funds in the future. Having earned a considerable sum, it would be unwise not to contribute something to the casino. Safety was paramount, even in departure. "Young master, there is a total of 1,150 taels, the accountant said with a smile. "We will take 10 taels as our fee. And the remaining 1,100 taels will be in banknotes. The 40 taels will be exchanged for 3 10-tael pieces and a string of copper coins. Please, count them." The accountant was indeed astute. Luoluo merely glanced at the sum before tucking it away. There was no need to count. In such a vast establishment, she trusted them. "Farewell," she said, offering a slight bow before turning to leave. As they walked a bit farther, Jinjun finally relaxed. "Young master, how did you manage to gamble? You were incredible just now." Jinjun gazed at Luoluo with admiration, her eyes sparkling like stars. "Ah?" Yunya lightly tapped her forehead with the fan, seemingly recalling something she had nearly forgotten. "Right, I almost overlooked that." Jinjun looked on in confusion. "Yes." Jinjun eagerly followed Luoluo. Luoluo smiled and said, "This young man, I have a particular interest in the imperial examination in the capital. Would you kindly guide me?" Though her words were vague, anyone of wit could discern her meaning. The staff exchanged knowing glances, and the one who had previously assisted Luoluo in exchanging money took the lead. They proceeded along the wall and ascended to a private room on the second floor. Luoluo curiously surveyed her surroundings. What is this for? Based on her previous experiences watching television, wasn't betting on exam candidates supposed to take place underground? Or perhaps here one must consider the individuals involved. Or is there some other reason? Luoluo lightly tapped her fingers on the table. Unbeknownst to her, just a wall away, Pei Zhaoxue and Zhao Qing were present. Pei Zhaoxue raised an eyebrow. "Go, have someone bring up this year's examination odds for me to review." "Yes." Before long, a staff member brought a plate of snacks to Luoluo's table, which also contained a small booklet. "Young master, this must be your first visit. And you may be unfamiliar with our casino's rules. If you wish to place a bet on the examination, you can mark your choices in the booklet, indicating the amount, and then hand the money to me. I will assist you in placing the bet, and will provide a receipt. After the examination concludes, once the top scholar is determined, you can return with the receipt to redeem your winnings." Luoluo raised an eyebrow. She hadn't anticipated it would be so complicated. "All right, thank you for your assistance." You flatter me, Luoluo replied, opening the booklet to peruse its contents. It was quite thoughtful, as it provided a brief introduction for each candidate, along with their current betting status. The son of the old prince was evidently in the lead. Surprisingly, it was not Su Xian who fared the worst, but rather a scholar from Qingzhou, as Qingzhou had never produced a top scholar in previous years. This time, however, they had gained notoriety and others were indifferent. Chapter 64. If others discover this, it would truly be disastrous. Luoluo glanced over the names, surprised to see Su Xian placed after the scholar from Yangzhou. Young master, do you require my assistance with any inquiries? The attending staff member asked. Luoluo acknowledged with a sound, curious to see how others perceived the matter. Among the 5 candidates, the most likely to succeed appeared to be the young prince. You must understand, the old prince had meritorious service in the past, the staff member explained. Moreover, the old prince has always maintained an excellent relationship with the emperor, making him a leading candidate. Luoluo pondered thoughtfully while rubbing the cup before her. As for the remaining 3, the son of the minister of the Imperial Academy is naturally gifted, though he has not been fortunate in his timing. However, if he can participate in the palace examination, he may have a chance. In recent years, the prince has shown intent to promote the Jiangnan school of thought. Thus, many will place their bets on that Jiangnan scholar. As for the other 2, while Minister Su has held his position for many years without wavering, the staff member hesitated, glancing around before leaning closer to whisper, it has been too long, and he is not of royal blood. The court has long emphasized the distinction between legitimate and illegitimate offspring, which could create disparities. Luoluo nodded in contemplation. As for the last candidate, they were previously quite obscure, but their performance in this examination has drawn considerable attention. If you seek to take a risk, you might consider betting on the latter 2. There are fewer bets on them, and if they happen to gain favor, you would reap substantial rewards. However, if you prefer to play it safe, the top 3 are also viable options. Let me think it over. You may leave for now. Luoluo waved her hand dismissively. Yes. The attendant retreated, leaving only Luoluo and Jinjun in the room. Luoluo contemplated the booklet before her, while next door, Zhao Qing had already delivered the latest odds sheet to Pei Zhaoxue. Your Highness. With his slender fingers resting on the sheet, he took it and began to flip through, noting that the contents were quite similar to what Luoluo held. Though the top 3 had garnered considerably more bets. Who do you think will emerge as the top scholar this time? Pei Zhaoxue inquired. Zhao Qing bowed respectfully. I am uncertain, Your Highness. What? Do you enjoy being evasive even over trivial matters? Zhao Qing replied, I am not well versed in this matter. However, Your Highness, were you not previously interested in the Jiangnan scholar? Indeed. His fingers lightly glided over the names of the 5 candidates. Su Xian. As the legitimate daughter, how could she focus on an illegitimate child? Even if he had assisted her once, could she genuinely believe that he was motivated by anything other than her status? Initially, she thought he was astute, but now he appeared somewhat muddled. With this thought, Pei Zhaoxue lost interest. He waved his hand for Zhao Qing to take the booklet away, resting his chin on his hand as he speculated whom she might choose to bet on. Luoluo, meanwhile, wrote down 300 taels next to Su Xian's name and 100 taels next to the top candidate. The others were marked with 30 taels each. In total, it amounted to 490 taels. Jinjuan's eyes widened. Miss, weren't you going to place a bet on the young master? Why did you also bet on someone else? Foolish girl, Luoluo chided lightly, poking her forehead. One cannot place all their eggs in one basket. If that basket were to break, we would be left with nothing. Jinjuan's head buzzed as she absorbed Luoluo's wisdom. She had never anticipated her mistress could be so sharp. Go and summon that attendant. Yes. When the attendant entered and beheld the paper, he seemed unfazed. This totals 490 taels. Young master, how do you intend to settle the payment? Su Luoluo presented the 1,000 taels in silver notes and requested to exchange them for 500 taels in notes and 10 taels in small silver coins. Certainly. She tucked the items into her bosom. These are offerings. You may take a seat and observe the situation below. Should you find yourself intrigued, you may venture down to indulge in a game or 2. She did not rush to depart but instead settled into a chair by the window, peering down. The bustling scene below revealed that there were indeed many gamblers in the capital. There must be considerable power backing this place. To establish such a large casino in the capital, and in plain sight, suggests that someone influential is involved. Who else could afford such leniency? Today as entertainment is only missing a visit to a brothel. Should I not seek out a flower house to broaden my horizons? By the way, weren't there once courtesan houses in ancient times? I wonder if they're still in operation today. Su Luoluo's eyes sparkled with excitement. Just as she was about to make a decision, a crash from the adjacent room interrupted her, the sound of a teacup shattering into pieces. Curiously, she glanced towards a neighboring room. What was happening? Inside, Zhao Qing dared not even breathe, watching his master, the displeased prince. Unsure of what he had done to provoke such ire. Your Highness? Zhao Qing softly called. Pei Zhaoxue cast a cold glance. Where is the courtesan house in the capital? That woman clearly disregards all decorum. Who would be so brazen? Zhao Qing scratched his head. This. I am unaware. However, I have heard others mention it. The flicker of anger in Pei Zhao Shue's heart extinguished almost immediately, and he regained his composure. Your Highness. Do you require me to investigate? Pei Zhao Shue replied nonchalantly, no need. I merely asked out of curiosity. Zhao Qing nodded in agreement, yes. He did not believe his master was merely asking out of curiosity. The earlier expression could easily be interpreted as one that would devour a person whole. My lord. You mustn't go there. Jin Ju clutched Luoluo's sleeve, shaking her head vigorously. If you do, my life will be forfeit. My lord. You can go anywhere you wish, but that place is truly forbidden. Jin Ju was near tears. Though her mistress had grown exceedingly clever, she had also become audacious. It was well understood that this was something her mistress would never have considered before, yet now, she appeared eager to try. If others were to discover this, it would truly be disastrous. With that thought, Jin Ju clung tightly to her mistress. You mustn't. This is absolutely out of the question. Initially, Luoluo had been inclined to explore, but upon witnessing Jin Ju's distressed demeanor, her enthusiasm waned. My lord, you may go wherever you wish. But that place is off limits. If anyone were to learn of your identity and see where you've gone, it would truly be the end. Jin Ju was acutely aware that given Luoluo's personality, she was not one to simply comply when told not to go. She was likely still contemplating it. The very thought sent a chill down Jin Ju's spine. My lord, you can go anywhere, but that place is indeed out of the question. It is not a respectable establishment. You are to marry the prince, and if your reputation is tarnished, the consequences would be dire. Listening to Jin Ju's rapid-fire warnings, Luoluo understood her concern. She gently patted Jin Ju's head in a soothing manner. All right, I want to go. Do not worry. Jin Ju sighed in relief, but did not forget to reiterate her warning. You promised me. You mustn't deceive me. Yes, Luoluo nodded in agreement. The two made their way outside. Zhao Qing observed his master remaining still and leaned out to look. Your Highness, Miss Su has reached the ground floor. Zhao Qing hesitated. Your Highness, aren't you going to accompany Miss Su? Pei Zhao Shui raised his gaze and glanced over. Why should I follow her? Does this prince require trailing after her? Miss Su just mentioned wanting to. Zhao Qing was cut off. I have noticed that you have become quite chatty of late. Zhao Qing quickly bowed his head, acknowledging his fault. It is my error. Please forgive me, Your Highness. Pei Zhao Shui chuckled coldly. If she possesses such courage, it is as if she disregards the lives of everyone in the Su household. He stood, flicking his sleeve, and turned to leave. Zhao Qing hastily followed. Luoluo and Jin Ju wandered outside, finding little to purchase. As they strolled towards the Prime Minister's residence, they soon heard a familiar voice. Indeed, Miss Li, your beauty allows you to look good in anything. Is this garment truly beautiful? Li Yiren held up a light green dress, trying it against herself. While standing beside her was someone Luoluo recognized well, Su Xiazhu. Observing the closeness between Su Xiazhu and Li Yiren, Luoluo pondered thoughtfully. These two seemed to have a good relationship. However, whether by design or accident, Su Xiazhu had chosen an exceedingly unattractive outfit for Li Yiren, making her appear rather stout despite her previously delicate features. The green dress was better suited for petite figures, and combined with Li Yiren's darker complexion, it only served to accentuate her bulkiness. With a clever glint in her eye, Luoluo approached. Let us take a look. I also wish to purchase a dress for my younger sister. Jin Ju's heart raced. Wasn't he this courting disaster? That was the second miss. If she were to be discovered, it would surely lead to trouble. Anxiously, Jin Ju followed Luoluo, head bowed. Su Xiazhu and Li Yiren instinctively turned their attention towards them. Dressed as a man, with commendable makeup skills, Luoluo appeared strikingly different from a woman, exuding a certain charm. This young lady is beautiful, but her choice of clothing is rather inappropriate. Luoluo lowered her voice, adopting the favored deep tone of contemporary society. Undeniably, what modern individuals admired, those in ancient times did as well. Upon hearing the handsome young man compliment her, Li Yiren's cheeks flushed, and she appeared somewhat flustered. She glanced at the young man, stammering, What? Do you have any wise suggestions? Wise suggestions are too grand a term, but I do have a humble opinion. Luoluo waved her folding fan, embodying an air of charm. Li Yiren's cheeks turned pinker, eager to hear more. Please do elaborate. For a lady with a darker complexion, this skin tone is akin to a sun-kissed hue, which conveys a sense of health. Generally, if someone were to comment on Li Yiren's darker skin, she would surely be displeased. Yet for some reason, when this young man spoke, she merely blushed, unsure of how to respond. Perhaps you could choose deeper colors. Red tends to favor fairer complexions, while yellow is less suitable. A deep blue could also be a commendable choice. As she spoke, Luoluo lifted a dress to show Li Yiren. It was a deep green gown, simple in design, yet elegantly highlighting the waistline.
This one you might consider trying.
Yiren, do not listen to her. He is just a man. What does he understand about a girl's heart? Li Yiren, however, cast a glance at Su Xiaozhu and remained silent. A woman adorns herself for the one she admires. Su Luoluo, concealing the lower half of her face with a folding fan, smiled faintly. Except for me, Miss Li. You could also inquire among those around us. There are plenty of witnesses here. Li Yiren raised her gaze towards Su Luoluo, biting her delicate lip, and nodded. All right. Go. Let others take a look. In a moment of urgency, Su Xiaozhu thought to intervene, but her efforts were in vain. Subsequently, nearly everyone chose the garment that Su Luoluo had set her sights on. Upon hearing the response and observing Su Xiaozhu's expression, Li Yiren felt displeased. Yet she maintained her composure in front of the handsome gentleman. Yiren this. Before Su Xiaozhu could finish her sentence, Li Yiren shot her a sidelong glance, effectively interrupting her. Su Xiaozhu could only bite her lip in frustration, her face reflecting her displeasure. Miss Li, this attire is quite suitable for you. You should give it a try. As for the other set, that is evident to any discerning eye. I find that lady's taste in clothing rather commendable. As for why I chose this for you, Li Yiren, not being foolish, could naturally discern the underlying reason. Her hands clenched tightly at her sides as she bit her lip. Thank you, young sir. I heard you wanted to buy new clothes for your sister? Why not let you choose, and I will handle the payment. Consider it your reward. No need, Su Luoluo lightly waved her hand. It is merely a small favor. I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. Before Li Yiren could finish her question, Su Luoluo departed, taking the golden tangerine with her. When her gaze fell upon Su Xiaozhu waiting nearby, it instantly turned piercing. Volume 1, Chapter 66. I have a plan, huh? The golden tangerine scampered alongside Su Luoluo, whispering, Miss, why did you suddenly say that? Su Luoluo shot her a sidelong glance. What's the matter? Well, you startled me when you went over there all of a sudden. The second young lady is still present. Su Luoluo raised an eyebrow. In our current attire, who would recognize us? Besides, Su Xiaozhu has played tricks on me so many times. What harm is there in me making a move first? The golden tangerine watched her mistress exude confidence, her eyes sparkling with admiration. She obediently shook her head. No, nothing at all. Because of her disguise as a man, Su Luoluo did not wish for Su Xiaozhu to recognize her right away, so she opted for a discreet entrance through a side door. However, not long after she had changed clothes, she was met with a voice from outside. Miss, the master requests your presence. Su Luoluo's forehead twitched. What could the Prime Minister want with her now? She bit her lip, still contemplating how to decline. The voice outside called again, Miss. The Prime Minister said if you do not come, he will come to find you. Su Luoluo. She slapped her face, forcing a smile as she stepped out. You jest. I shall come with you at once. Let us go, miss. Su Luoluo followed the steward to the study. The study was quiet. Along the way, Su Luoluo silently cursed under her breath. Father, why so many demands? Father. Su Luoluo entered the study, a smile instantly brightening her face. However, upon noticing the guard standing beside Prime Minister Su, her smile gradually faded. Oh no, how could I forget about the guard? What a disaster. There were too many people earlier, and I lost track of him. Is he here to report me? Father, I. Before Su Luoluo could finish her sentence, the inkstone in Prime Minister Su's hand came crashing down onto the floor with a dull thud. Su Luoluo instinctively swallowed hard. Father? Ha. Who is your father? You are quite bold, aren't you? Not afraid of anything at all? The capital is already chaotic. And you let someone follow you and then lost them? Did you go to a gambling house? Prime Minister Su lowered his voice. Su Luoluo trembled all over. This is a disaster. At that time, I was discussing going to the gambling house with the golden tangerine and forgot to mention it to him. This is definitely a report. Father, I didn't mean to. Su Luoluo's eyes darted around. I just haven't been out in a long time. Father, it was not intentional. In the future, you need not go out anymore, Prime Minister Su said coldly. His tone frightened Su Luoluo into swallowing hard. Father, what? Do I need to remind you of anything else? Prime Minister Su said coldly. In the future, aside from the king, you are not to venture out alone. Father. No. I still need to go out to gather information. If I do not go out, how am I to manage my separation from Pei Zhaoxue in the future? No, I must come up with a plan. Before Su Luoluo could speak, the steward at the door interjected. Prime Minister, the Minister of Revenue says he needs to see you. Let him in. Prime Minister Su replied, glancing at Su Luoluo and frowning, a displeased expression evident on his face. You go hide behind the screen. Do not speak. Yes. Su Luoluo realized it was too late to leave. So she had no choice but to conceal herself behind the screen. She paid no attention to the matters at hand, her mind solely occupied with how she could venture out each day. Hidden in the shadows, Zhao Qing glanced at the prince. They had returned to the Prime Minister's residence after all this time. Zhao Qing truly felt that his lord seemed entirely different when it came to Miss Su. Meanwhile, Pei Zhaoxue was contemplating how to keep Su Luoluo, a woman who could foresee future events, by his side. He could not allow her to escape. Prime Minister, The Minister of Revenue adjusted the hat on his head, bowing slightly with his hands clasped together. Prime Minister, we have a troubling matter. What is it? Prime Minister Su gestured for him to sit. While Su Luoluo had been pondering how to negotiate with Prime Minister Su, her curiosity had her leaning against the screen. For the Minister of Revenue to be so anxious, it must be a significant issue. The Minister of Revenue sighed heavily. This year's locust disaster in Qingzhou has been reported. It is to be delivered to the palace tomorrow, and I truly do not know how to handle it, which is why I came to consult you. Prime Minister Su furrowed his brow. What is the damage this time? Alas, there is not a single grain of food left in Qingzhou. It has all been devoured by the locusts. Moreover, we currently have no idea how to address the situation. The Minister of Revenue lamented, hands raised in helplessness. This locust disaster has always been particularly thorny. We still need your assistance, Prime Minister. Prime Minister Su pinched the bridge of his nose. Having served as Prime Minister for many years, he had encountered locust disasters before, but had never found a remedy. Whether through fire or flood, the damage to the people was profound. Given more time, the situation at the border would worsen, and a significant portion of military provisions would need to be taken, which would be catastrophic for the Treasury, especially considering the reserves. The Minister of Revenue stamped his foot repeatedly. If His Majesty finds out, it will be disastrous. Please show us the way. Prime Minister Su reassured him, do not panic. This matter cannot be resolved overnight. The Minister of Revenue pursed his lips, remaining silent. Allow me some time to think. Right now, it is urgent. Do not wait until tomorrow. In a moment, I shall depart for the palace to inform His Majesty. What shall I do if His Majesty requests a strategy from me? The Minister of Revenue appeared pale as a ghost. Prime Minister Su remarked that it was unlikely. At this hour, His Majesty is likely with the Empress. Simply present the memorial, and at most, he may inquire tomorrow. Perhaps by then, an answer will emerge. Go now. If you delay until tomorrow, it will indeed be troublesome. The Minister of Revenue, though reluctant, bowed respectfully and nodded in agreement. Hidden behind the screen, Su Luoluo's eyes sparkled. Truly, it was as if someone had sent a pillow to a slumbering person. The management of locusts was something she had observed before. If her memory served her well, during the Tang dynasty, there had indeed been locust plagues. She recalled precisely how they were dealt with. If she could claim credit for this, it would surely lead to fruitful discussions with Prime Minister Su. Father.
Luoluo suddenly interjected, startling Prime Minister Su.
Had she not spoken up, he might have forgotten she was still present. His voice dropped to a threatening tone. Su Luoluo nodded in acknowledgement. Father, I am aware. But what if I possess a better solution? What solution? Prime Minister Su waved his hand dismissively. He had always regarded his eldest daughter as weak and incompetent, entirely oblivious to many matters, only capable of creating trouble rather than assisting herself. He had no desire to engage with her further, as her presence only irritated him. Yet, there was something about her that seemed slightly different, which only added to his annoyance. I can offer you a strategy to manage the locusts, one that is guaranteed to be effective. Her bold statement momentarily caught Prime Minister Su off guard. He nearly believed her. However, upon recalling her previous absurdities, any trace of trust evaporated completely. Enough, do not bring it up again. Leave now. Prime Minister Su's face hardened. If you do not exit, we shall have to discuss the foolish things you have done previously. Father. Su Luoluo was not the original timid girl, and she would not be cowed by mere words. I truly have a method. If you do not listen, you will regret it later.
Luoluo spoke earnestly.
Locusts are not an ordinary disaster. If they are not managed properly, they will only escalate into a greater problem. You must understand, the court requires grain. The people depend on food. For a year or two, it may be manageable, but if the situation prolongs, who can endure it? The common folk cannot withstand it, and neither can those above. If you and the Minister of Revenue fail to address this, the blame will surely fall upon your shoulders. Prime Minister Su furrowed his brow, hesitating to look at her. What is your method? Speak, I shall listen. Su Luoluo breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he was willing to listen, she was confident she could convey her ideas effectively. She recalled that during the Han Dynasty, methods for managing locusts were still in practice. Father, you typically drive the locusts into the ditches and then set them ablaze, correct? Prime Minister Su affirmed yes. But what does that have to do with your suggestion? Su Luoluo replied, it is indeed related. You must know this method is effective, yet it does not eradicate the problem. The results are not particularly favorable. Would you not agree? Prime Minister Su remained silent, his expression steadfast, clearly indicating his agreement. After all, locusts reproduce at an astonishing rate. If the weaker ones are driven away, the stronger ones will not comply. Before long, the locust plague would return with vengeance. Enough with the pleasantries. Prime Minister Su said irritably. Your suggestion is one I have already proposed, and it yielded poor results. I have been reprimanded by the Emperor for this. Now, to have my least regarded daughter bring it up, how could I possibly maintain a pleasant demeanor? Indeed, Su Luoluo said with a flattering smile. Your method has proven ineffective. But I possess several excellent alternatives. Allow me to share them. First, we can consume the locusts. In many regions, famine prevails. And people are already struggling to find enough to eat. If they were to consume locusts, at least they would have a source of meat, which would be beneficial to their health. Prime Minister Su's elegant brows knitted together tightly. What kind of idea is this? Absurd. They are insects. Su Luoluo was undeterred and spoke confidently. What of insects? If prepared well, they can be a delicacy. Moreover, for the common folk, they are already starving. Would they really care if it was an insect? Furthermore, many medical texts utilize locusts as medicine, so they must be harmless. As people consume them, the locusts will surely be depleted. Absurd.
Prime Minister Su exclaimed, displeased.
There are far too many locusts and too few people. We cannot expect them to eat locusts for every meal. If this causes unrest among the populace, it will only lead to more trouble. Su Luoluo shook her head. Father, you truly underestimate the culinary prowess of the vast and glorious land of Huaxia. In modern times, crayfish have nearly been consumed to extinction. How much more so for a mere locust? Besides, roasted or fried locusts are particularly flavorful. At this thought, Su Luoluo could not help but swallow hard. However, He Zhaoshue's expression shifted. He looked at her, astonished that she had ever consumed such things. Although he had eaten insects during military campaigns in the capital, most women of noble birth would scream in horror or flee upon encountering insects. Who would have thought to eat them? She was indeed different from others. Very well. If this is the extent of your absurd suggestions, you may leave. I shall pretend you never spoke. Prime Minister Su said with irritation. Su Luoluo quickly interjected. Not so. First, we can capture them with nets. Second, we can use your method of exterminating them in the ditches. Third, of course, we can consume them. Even if people do not eat them, chickens and ducks can. Fourth, we can use bonfires to lure and kill them. You must realize that locusts are attracted to light. Prime Minister Su's expression softened slightly. I did not expect you to have thought this through.
Luoluo smiled brightly. Of course.
I have considered all of this. These are excellent strategies that you can report to the court. Surely, His Majesty will reward you handsomely. And what do you wish for?
Prime Minister Su inquired.
Su Luoluo quickly waved her hand. I desire nothing, father. You jest. Prime Minister Su lowered his gaze, deep in thought. You desire nothing? You must understand. If these strategies are presented to His Majesty and prove effective in managing the locusts, you could certainly gain some merit. It would not be out of the question for you to attain the title of County Princess. No, I do not wish for that. Help. Who would want to be seen by that frail emperor? After struggling to escape, why would I place myself before him for such a trivial reward? I certainly do not wish to suffer the same fate as Li Yiren. Thinking of this, Su Luoluo shivered uncontrollably. She hastily added, Father, you are wise. These ideas are entirely yours and have nothing to do with me. As a daughter of the fairer sex, there is no need for her to seek such accolades. Instead, she could assist her father in achieving great things. Observing her understanding demeanor, Prime Minister Su's expression became somewhat complex. If memory serves him correctly, when did his daughter become so perceptive? The points she made were logical and reasonable, leaving even the Prime Minister at a loss for words. Are you truly willing to forego this credit? He inquired. Indeed, Su Luoluo nodded calmly. Father is the pillar of our family. It is only right that he receives due recognition. Moreover, whether this endeavor succeeds ultimately depends on you, Father. Your wisdom will surely illuminate the path. A few words of flattery set the Prime Minister's spirit soaring. He cleared his throat, adopting a serious facade. Very well. Since this is your desire, let it be as you wish. Thank you, Father, Su Luoluo said with a graceful bow, a gentle smile gracing her lips as she turned to leave. Prime Minister Su shook his head, his white beard swaying slightly, as he pondered the transformation in his daughter. She seemed entirely different from the girl he once knew. When had she begun to change? Su Luoluo hummed a cheerful tune, her mood buoyant as she made her way home. Miss, did the master scold you? Jinju asked anxiously. Su Luoluo turned her head towards the voice, a slight smile lifting the corners of her mouth. No, why would he scold me? I have done nothing wrong. Indeed, Su Xiaozhu bit her lip, her expression resembling that of someone who had been wronged. However, considering the earlier incident, Su Luoluo could understand. Perhaps she had aimed to curry favor but had failed miserably, and it seemed she had not only failed but was also scolded in the process. Get away. The two were walking down the same path, and Su Luoluo, not wishing to give way, stood her ground firmly. With a slight smile, she replied, I shall not move. What can you do about it? You. Su Xiaozhu trembled with anger. When did our household forget the distinction between legitimate and illegitimate children? Dear sister, you are but a concubine's daughter. Do you expect me, a legitimate daughter, to give way to you? Su Luoluo crossed her arms, smiling as she said, That seems rather unjust, does it not? Su Xiaozhu gritted her teeth and spat out, What makes you a legitimate daughter? How shameless you are. Oh, am I not the legitimate daughter? Then are you? What are you arguing about? Though the distance from the study was considerable, Prime Minister Su happened to step out just as the two were embroiled in their dispute. Upon seeing him approach, Su Xiaozhu's spirits lifted. She knew all too well where the Prime Minister's loyalties lay. No longer the imposing figure she had been moments ago, Su Xiaozhu bit her lip, adopting a pitiful demeanor. "Father," she called softly, "sister is bullying me. I asked her to let me pass, but she refused and was fierce with me."
As she spoke,
tears welled up in her eyes. Su Luoluo cast a glance at the sobbing Su Xiaozhu. How pathetic. The original owner failed because she couldn't cry. Children who do not cry do not receive sweets. I ought to slap Su Xiaozhu, making her repay the original owner for her grievances. Father. Su Luoluo bowed elegantly to Prime Minister Su, exuding an air of grace. She explained, "It is nothing serious. My sister insisted I step aside for her. Of course, there is no need for us sisters to be concerned over such matters." Yet, she spoke harshly, which I found unacceptable, hence our argument. Though it is not wrong for an elder sister to yield to a younger one, I still hope my sister understands the distinction between legitimate and illegitimate children. Su Luoluo articulated with clarity. Prime Minister Su's furrowed brow slightly relaxed. However, before he could finish his thought, Su Luoluo continued. "But my sister does not seem to share this understanding. She appears to wish to bully me, completely forgetting that I am her elder sister. In her eyes, the distinction of being the legitimate daughter likely does not exist." Prime Minister Su's brow furrowed once more. Su Xiaozhu, already incensed, failed to grasp any fault in Su Luoluo's words. She retorted, "What do you count as a legitimate daughter? Perhaps your status is stolen from me. I am the legitimate daughter of this household. Father." Su Xiaozhu turned to Prime Minister Su, intending to play the victim. However, the Prime Minister was taken aback by her words. "What did you just say?" "Father." Su Xiaozhu was stunned into silence, her eyes brimming with tears. "Father, be quiet." Prime Minister Su felt a headache coming on. "How can you speak such nonsense? She is your legitimate sister. What are you talking about?" But Su Xiaozhu refused to believe Prime Minister Su was unaware of the rumors circulating. "What? Should I remind you once more?" the Prime Minister asked sternly. Su Xiaozhu bit her lip, feigning innocence.
Luoluo internally rejoiced.
"Little wretch, do you truly believe your manipulations will succeed?" The original owner was at a loss for words. "Do you think your innocent act will provoke me?" I shall see how you respond." "Father, I realize my mistakes. What do you need to apologize to me for? You should apologize to your sister. You have no sense of propriety." Prime Minister Su waved his sleeve, his hand resting behind his back. Su Xiaozhu bit her lip,
clearly reluctant to speak.
"Father, it is all right. My sister is still young. It is no matter if she does not wish to apologize. I only hope she will come to understand in time." "Apologize." Prime Minister Su's voice turned cold. Su Xiaozhu's voice was barely audible. "I'm sorry. It is nothing. It is just a minor matter. As long as we clarify things between us, it will suffice. Look at how gentle and virtuous your sister is. You ought to learn from her." After imparting this advice, Prime Minister Su hurried away. Su Xiaozhu stood frozen in place, feeling as if she had been doused with icy water, trembling uncontrollably. "Su Luoluo, you shall pay for this." She glared fiercely at Su Luoluo before hastily rushing past, deliberately bumping into her. The path was narrow, flanked by a lake on one side and an artificial mountain on the other. Su Luoluo was positioned near the artificial mountain, and when she was jostled, she stumbled toward it. Jinju, startled, had yet to react, and Su Luoluo's hand instinctively braced against the rocky surface, causing her palm to be cut and eliciting a sharp intake of breath. A fleeting glimmer of rage flickered in her eyes. "That hurts." As she steadied herself, she swayed towards Su Xiaozhu, who had not anticipated the collision and was thrown into the lake with a splash. Su Luoluo fell to the ground, clutching her injured hand, blood seeping from the wound. Initially concerned for Su Luoluo, Jinju soon noticed the gash on her palm and disregarded everything else. She hurriedly knelt beside Su Luoluo, grasping her hand. "Miss, are you all right?" Su Luoluo gently shook her head and helped me up. Beside her, Lan He, who was attending to Su Xiaozhu, hurriedly tugged at Su Luoluo's sleeve, insisting, "Miss, you push the second young lady down. You must call someone to rescue her. The second young lady cannot swim. What if she drowns?" Su Luoluo shrugged off Lan He's grip, retorting, "It was your second young lady who initiated the conflict. What does it have to do with me? Is my wound not bleeding enough for you? Do you wish for me to bleed to death?" Lan He, intending to argue, found herself at a loss for words upon seeing Su Luoluo's pale lips. However, Jinju, gritting her teeth, pulled Lan He aside, asserting, "Your second young lady brought this upon herself. It has nothing to do with our miss. If she hadn't been foolish enough to lean on the artificial hill, she wouldn't be in this predicament. Our miss is the esteemed princess consort, favored by the emperor. If anything happens, can your young lady bear the consequences? Miss, we must leave."
Yinyu rigid, supporting Su Luoluo away.
Meanwhile, in the lake, Su Xiaozhu, who was unable to swim, floundered helplessly. "Help! Help!" she cried out. Lan He wasted no time, shouting for assistance. "Someone, please, come quickly and save the young lady." After a while, a patrolling servant finally rescued Su Xiezhu. When Lan He sent someone to find a doctor, the physician was already tending to Su Luoluo's palm wound, leaving no one available for Su Xiezhu. Remembering Su Luoluo's earlier demeanor, Lan He dared not confront her and instead instructed, "Go find a doctor outside." Yes. In Su Luoluo's chamber. She opened her hand towards the physician. He sighed, "Ah, young lady, this wound is quite severe. If not treated properly, it may leave a scar. It's of no consequence." Su Luoluo replied, her expression unchanged, even as the doctor stitched her palm without her flinching. Initially, the physician intended to offer her a pain-relieving concoction, but Su Luoluo declined. Reluctantly, he proceeded to stitch her up. The doctor hesitated, finally saying, "You, being in the healing profession yourself, should know what to eat and what to avoid in the coming days. I shall take my leave. By the way," he paused, "the asthma remedy is effective. Would you wish to spread the word?" Su Luoluo glanced up, sweat beading on her forehead, the pain overwhelming her, causing her to gasp. "Yes," she replied, feigning composure. "But do not mention it's from me. Say it was obtained inadvertently from a renowned healer. After all, it is the duty of a physician to assist others." "Doctor." Chun bowed slightly as he exited, remarking, "You are the true almond healer." "You're jesting," Su Luoluo replied. "If it weren't for healing, I wouldn't have chosen this path." She recalled vividly why she had embarked on this journey, and why she continued on it. Indeed, Dr. Chun departed, allowing Su Luoluo to exhale in relief as she slumped against the bed. "Jinju," she called out. Jinju hurried in with a bowl of warm water. "Miss, what is it?" "Nothing. Please help me wipe my sweat." "I wish to rest," Su Luoluo said, her teeth chattering as she spoke. Damn, how can it hurt this much? In this wretched world without anesthesia, she wished for only a local anesthetic. It hurts so much. Su Luoluo lay back on the bed, staring at the ceiling, her mind swirling with thoughts of despair. Behind her, Pei Zhaoxue glanced into the room, his keen eyes catching sight of her outstretched palm and the marks upon it. He furrowed his brow slightly, his lips pressed into a thin line. "Let us go," Pei Zhaoxue said coolly. Zhao Qing, confused, followed him out. Once outside the estate, Pei Zhaoxue remarked, "What do you think is the reason she refused the pain relief?" "Ah." Zhao Qing scratched his head, uncertain. As a man, unless on a mission requiring heightened vigilance, he too would have considered using the remedy. But as for Su Luoluo, he truly could not comprehend her reasoning. It was akin to his inability to fathom why his lord was so intrigued by Miss Su. "Never mind," Pei Zhaoxue mused. "Asking you will yield no answers. You are but a simpleton." "Did you see the murderous intent in her eyes earlier?" Pei Zhaoxue inquired. After a moment's hesitation, Zhao Qing nodded. "Yes, I noticed." After all, he doubted such a fierce look could emanate from a young lady of good family. The intensity of her gaze was terrifying, more so than anything he had witnessed on the battlefield. Indeed, Zhao Qing accepted, no longer surprised, as he nodded in agreement. Regardless, his lord had always treated Miss Su differently from others. Moments later, news spread throughout the Su residence that the Prince of Su had specially sent items for Su Luoluo. The matriarch, currently in Su Xiezhu's room, furrowed her brow at the news. Turning to the unconscious Su Xiezhu, she instructed, "Take good care of your young lady. When she awakens, we shall talk." "Yes, Lan," he replied. With her cane, the matriarch exited the courtyard, her face a mask of displeasure. What does the prince intend? Can he truly rescue Luoluo from the emperor's grasp? That girl has likely grown arrogant with her newfound favor. I must see her. The matriarch's cane struck the ground with force. Su Luoluo, who had been resting, was awakened by Chunhua's voice. "Miss, the matriarch has come," Chunhua said, tremulously. "It seems she has come to settle accounts with you." "Settle accounts?"
Luoluo frowned.
She had had no interaction with the matriarch in recent days, even being excused from greetings due to her illness. Why would she be seeking her out now? Oh, Su Luoluo slapped her forehead. How could she have forgotten? She had indeed bullied the matriarch's favorite granddaughter. This was clearly a matter of seeking justice for Su Xiezhu. Due to the recent locust incident, the chancellor would not be in conflict with her for a while. The only one left was the matriarch. Recalling previous events, Su Luoluo couldn't help but furrow her brow. She had to admit that the matriarch was the toughest nut to crack. Has Luoluo forgotten the order of seniority? The matriarch chastised. Her tone made it clear that she was here to provoke. After a moment of silence, Su Luoluo sighed softly. She propped herself up with her elbow, lifting her chin slightly. "Let us go. Support me outside, but speak little, do you understand?" Chunhua, innocent as she was, worried most about being exploited by others. Given the matriarch's apparent intention to instigate trouble, it would be troublesome if she wasn't cautious. Grandmother, Su Luoluo stepped outside and bowed respectfully. Her palm bore a significant wound, making her entire hand conspicuously visible as it was bandaged. "What happened to your injury?" Lady Su inquired, her brows furrowed. Such an obvious injury warranted concern from a grandmother, both emotionally and logically. Su Luoluo lowered her gaze and offered a faint smile. "It's nothing. I merely cut myself accidentally on the rockery." Miss, why won't you speak the truth? It was clearly the second young lady who pushed you deliberately, causing her injury. Chunhua could not contain herself. Enough. Su Luoluo promptly reprimanded. The masters are conversing. It is not your place to interject. Be silent and step aside. Chunhua bit her lip, seething with indignation. Lady Su exchanged glances with the matron by her side. Grandmother seemed amused. Su Luoluo bit her lip. It was simply a careless cut. Is my sister unharmed? I inadvertently pushed her when I cut myself, and she fell into the lake. The path was narrow, and she wanted me to step back a bit more. My foot slipped, and I unintentionally harmed my sister. Your father witnessed it as well, Su Luoluo continued. Her head bowed. I thought my sister was fine, which is why I left first. Lady Su asked, does your father know about this?
Luoluo nodded.
Father saw it, and took the opportunity to lecture my sister about the distinctions between legitimate and illegitimate children. Such simple words carried profound implications, which Lady Su understood. She exchanged another glance with the matron. Since you acknowledge your error, once you have recovered, do not forget to properly explain things to your sister. Yes. Su Luoluo replied obediently. Thank you for your concern, grandmother. The matron assisted Lady Su as they made their way out. What does the chancellor mean by this? Lady Su mused. Wasn't the matter of exchanging children already settled? It was reasonable for the daughter-in-law to be reluctant to admit to it after raising Luoluo for so many years. The matron remarked, you must consider, the eldest young lady has a very good relationship with Prince Su. Even for the sake of courtesy, the chancellor would not dare to break this facade. Lady Su nodded thoughtfully. I see. Alas, it seems the household will not be peaceful. Indeed, the grandmother is not as simple as she appears. Just a few words, and she comprehends the underlying meaning. However, those who survive in such a grand estate cannot be simple-minded. Enough pondering. It is better to contemplate how to explain my injured hand to that living king of hell tomorrow. Pei Xiaoxue felt a jolt of surprise. The living king of hell? This was the first time she had heard such a title directed at herself. His gaze darkened as it fell upon her, as if he wished to pierce through her very being. The pain in Su Luoluo's hand slowly lulled her into slumber, entirely unaware that a pair of eyes were fixated on her in the darkness. The following day, regardless of her reluctance, Su Luoluo found herself aboard the carriage heading to the prince's residence. This time, however, things were different. Chancellor Su happened to be leaving as well, appearing unusually cheerful. Upon seeing Su Luoluo, his brow furrowed with rare paternal concern. If your hand is still uncomfortable, make sure to explain it to the prince properly. Do not overexert yourself. Understand? Yes, Su Luoluo replied, taken aback by his kindness. According to her memories of the original owner, Chancellor Su had never spoken to her in such a gentle manner before. This was indeed remarkable. Well then, go on. Chancellor Su waved his hand. With Jinju's assistance, Su Luoluo climbed into the carriage. Upon arriving at the prince's residence, however, they were met with the tightly shut gates of the estate.
Oh.
Remember to leave the medicine for the prince, Su Luoluo remarked, slightly puzzled. What is the living king of hell up to now? Is he being lenient because he feels sorry for my injury, or is it merely a coincidence? Never mind, I want to dwell on it. After all, I don't have to serve him. I find that quite pleasing. With this thought, Su Luoluo smiled faintly. All right. The medicine is here. The red is for external application, the green is for soaking, and the blue is for decoction. Surely, Guard Zhao is well aware.
Yes.
Zhao Qing nodded in acknowledgement. The prince has one more message for you. Mississippi's Su Luoluo maintained her smile. Please convey it directly. The prince wishes for the young lady to take good care of herself. He does not want to see you bullied by others again. Your future belongs to the prince. And even the loss of a single hair strand requires his approval. Should you sustain another serious injury, the prince will send you a divorce decree. Su Luoluo's smile gradually stiffened. What is this living king of hell up to? It's not like I intentionally got hurt. Stupid man is just a stupid man. Yes, I understand, Su Luoluo replied, lowering her head. Externally, she appeared compliant and docile, yet internally, she was rife with grievances. In the Su residence, within Su Xiaoju's chamber, she finally awoke after a full day and night. She coughed softly. Someone, bring me a glass of water. Lan He hurried in from outside, pouring warm water and handing it to her. Miss, you are finally awake. Coughing, Su Xiaoju waved her hand. What are you doing here? By the way, where is that little wretch, Su Luoluo? I must have a word with her. How dare she push me? Is she courting death? Lan He helped Su Xiaoju sit up. Miss, please don't rush. Rest well first. We can discuss the eldest young lady's matters later. Later? If we wait until later, she will be riding on my head, acting tyrannically. Su Xiaoju was consumed with thoughts, wondering how that once timid and ineffectual Su Luoluo dared to act in such a manner. This thought made Su Xiaoju grit her teeth, wishing she could bite into her. Miss, the old lady has already visited, but she specifically instructed the matron to tell you to rest at home and not to provoke the eldest young lady. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoju was even more enraged, pushing things away in frustration. Provoke? Who is provoking whom here? Miss, think carefully. The old lady has always been on your side. If she has said this, There must be a reason. Perhaps you should consider it? Despite her displeasure, Su Xiaozhu ultimately grudgingly nodded. Fine. I shall see what sort of trouble that little wretch Su Luoluo can stir up. Achoo. Su Luoluo rubbed her sore nose. Someone is thinking of you, Miss, Jinju teased. Su Luoluo rolled her eyes. I bet someone is cursing me. In a few days, Pei Xiaoxue's first course of treatment for her leg would conclude, and she would begin the second course. However, the second phase promised more intense effects, so she planned to take these 2 days to experiment with the new medicines. However, she never anticipated that as soon as she disembarked from the carriage, she would encounter an adversary.
Luoluo.
The furious voice came from the side. Just as Su Luoluo turned her head, a hand nearly struck her face. Jinju swiftly shielded Su Luoluo, resulting in her own cheek bearing a vivid mark. Li Yiren stood before her, exuding an air of intimidation. What a good dog you are. Li Yiren spat disdainfully on the ground. Su Luoluo, you little wretch. It's time for you to show yourself. Su Luoluo examined the scar on Jinju's face closely. The imprint of the slap was particularly conspicuous, and her cheek was swollen, evoking sympathy. Su Luoluo grasped Jinju's hand, bringing her to her side. What are you doing? Li Yiren sneered. I should be asking you. Have you even looked at yourself? Do you think you deserve to be with His Highness, the Prince of Su? Don't blame me for being ungracious. If you do not annul this engagement, I shall strike you every time I see you henceforth. His Highness can only be mine. With that, Li Yiren turned to leave. However, no one expected Su Luoluo to seize her wrist with her injured hand. Li Yiren was nearly pulled off balance. What are you doing? Li Yiren turned back in displeasure, only to receive a resounding slap across her face. Li Yiren stood momentarily stunned before shrieking, You, Su Luoluo, how dare you hit me? You seek death. Seize her. Surrounding Li Yiren were the guards of the general's mansion, while Su Luoluo had come to the prince's residence unaccompanied. Nevertheless, she had discreetly prepared poison within her sleeve. Su Luoluo, you shall pay for this. Su Luoluo cast a cold glance at her. A woman driven mad for a man. If it weren't for Pei Xiaoxue's flirtations, she would not need to stir up trouble with such a shrew. What are you waiting for? You struck first and spoke rudely. Under the emperor's gaze, everyone here has witnessed this. In broad daylight, do you intend to kidnap me?
Luoluo declared loudly.
Li Yiren frowned. You hit me. It is only natural for me to take you away. And spare me your absurd rhetoric, just like your father, always reading those insipid Confucian texts. Take her away, Li Yiren commanded, and the guards surrounded Su Luoluo and Jinju. Just as Su Luoluo prepared to release the poison, a large hand enveloped hers. She glanced over and realized that Pei Xiaoxue had appeared at her side. Today, Pei Xiaoxue wore a long robe of lake blue, draped in a dark cloak. His face as noble as jade, his eyes like the starry river. Good day, Miss Li, pray tell, what has my wife done to provoke your displeasure? Even seated in a wheelchair, his inherent nobility could not be concealed. Upon seeing him, Li Yiren's cheeks flushed. The earlier bravado had vanished, replaced by a coy demeanor. Your Highness, it was your wife who struck me first. I am innocent. I do not wish to be angry. There she was, shifting all the blame onto herself. Su Luoluo smirked. Just as she was about to speak, Pei Xiaoxue grasped her hand, pulling her back. Su Luoluo looked at him in confusion. Pei Xiaoxue met her gaze, his eyes clearly warning her. Your Highness. Li Yiren called out, please wait. What further business does Miss Li have? Li Yiren awkwardly retrieved a fragrant pouch from her bosom and offered it. The fabric was exquisite, though the stitching was rather lackluster. This is a special gift for you, Your Highness. Regardless of what others say, you are extraordinary in my eyes. Li Yiren looked eagerly at Pei Xiaoxue. His hand hesitated momentarily before he gently pushed it away. I am already betrothed. I cannot accept this. His casual rejection brought tears to Li Yiren's eyes, filled with profound reluctance. Your Highness. Su Luoluo had been observing the scene but was momentarily taken aback. She couldn't help but roll her eyes. He speaks sweetly to her, but is a tempest with me. Indeed, this man must harbor feelings for Li Yiren. They are not a match made in heaven, but rather a wolf and a tiger. Pei Xiaoxue's expression darkened further as he sensed Su Luoluo's chaotic thoughts. What was this woman thinking? Su Luoluo. Pei Xiaoxue called sharply. Yes, Su Luoluo elongated her tone, pushing the wheelchair toward the prince's residence. Initially unaware, she soon felt a subtle pain in her palm. The previous injury was not suited for exertion. Any pressure caused it to reopen. Thus, she could only rely on the base of her hand. Ouch, that hurts. Damn Su Xiaozhu, if it weren't for her slap, I wouldn't have injured my palm. Su Luoluo's mind was a whirlwind of thoughts. Pei Xiaoxue glanced sideways. Enough. If you cannot even push a wheelchair properly, I wonder what use you are to me. Stay by my side. Zhao Qing, come and push.
Yes.
Su Luoluo relished the newfound leisure, eagerly moving aside to follow. In the streets of the capital, everyone recognized Pei Xiaoxue. Many gazed at the man who had not appeared in public for quite some time, once a guardian spirit. Upon seeing Su Luoluo, people began speculating about her identity. Some inquired, while others provided answers. By the end of the morning, the entire street was abuzz with the news. The prince had taken his future princess out for a stroll. Although Pei Zhaoshue's stern demeanor revealed no hint of joy, onlookers exchanged glances, sensing a strong bond between the two. Your Highness, wait. I need to stop by the apothecary to buy some things. Very well, Pei Zhaoshue replied coldly, casting a fleeting glance at her without lingering. Su Luoluo dashed into the apothecary. She skillfully requested the herb she needed, and once they were neatly packaged, she hurriedly made her way out. Running briskly, sweat beaded on her forehead. Pei Zhaoshue glanced casually. The slight upturn of her lips, along with the fine beads of sweat on her rosy cheeks, caught his eye. Suddenly reprimanded, Su Luoluo's smile faded. This daunting prince is truly unpredictable and difficult to please. If not for the need to cling to him for survival, I would prefer to pretend I don't know him. Alright, let us go. Pei Zhaoshue turned the wheelchair and moved ahead. Su Luoluo quickly lifted her leg to catch up. Yes, your highness. Where do you wish to go?
Oh, you are to accompany me.
I have matters to discuss with you. Su Luoluo, who initially sought an excuse to flee, felt a twitch at the corner of her mouth. It seemed she had no opportunity to escape. She could only obediently follow by the side of her companion as they entered the manor together. Just as they sat down, Pei Zhaoshue instructed Zhao Qing, go to the palace and fetch the imperial physician. Upon hearing this, Su Luoluo could no longer remain seated. She stood up and asked, Your Highness, do you not trust me? Is that why you intend to summon the physician? Sit down, Pei Zhaoshue replied coolly. Su Luoluo bit her lip, her face revealing a hint of displeasure. Your Highness. Pei Zhaoshue shot her a cold glance, causing Su Luoluo to swallow her words. Mother, save me. This man is terrifying. If it weren't for my desire to cling to someone powerful, I would have been the first to run away. Pei Zhaoshue frowned. Why was this woman so talkative? Just as she was being distracted by Su Luoluo's inner turmoil, Zhao Qing returned with the physician. Had Zhao Qing not arrived, Pei Zhaoshue might have resorted to more drastic measures with Su Luoluo. Your Highness, the physician bowed respectfully. Pei Zhaoshue slightly raised his chin, saying, Examine her hand and change the dressing. Yes. Su Luoluo paused, looking at Pei Zhaoshue in surprise. Is this insufferable man really calling for the physician for me? It seems he isn't so detestable after all. Pei Zhaoshue's eyelids twitched. Had it not been for his currently benevolent demeanor, he would have already had her by the throat. Examine her.
Yes.
The physician slowly approached Su Luoluo. Miss Su, please lay your hand flat on the table.
All right.
Su Luoluo opened her hand. The physician observed the expertly bandaged palm, slowly unraveling the bandage. As he delved deeper, the previously well-stitched wound had indeed reopened. Blood gradually seeped out, staining the bandage red and evoking a sharp pain. However, the physician's attention was drawn to the stitching technique on Su Luoluo's palm. Did the doctor from your residence stitch this wound? He casually inquired. Just as Su Luoluo was about to respond dismissively, Pei Zhaoshue's cold voice interrupted. Since when does a minor physician have so much to say? The wound was stitched by someone I hired. It reopened due to a dispute on the way here. I summoned you to treat it, so keep your comments to yourself. The chilling tone made the physician shiver involuntarily. He understood the implications of her words. Yes. I apologize for my chatter. Please forgive me, Your Highness. The physician quickly knelt, seeking mercy. Pei Zhaoshue cast a cold glance. Enough with the nonsense. Just your job.
Yes.
The physician nodded vigorously. He carefully tended to the wound. Su Luoluo felt a slight sting, but she maintained a stoic expression. She softly hummed. The pain was intense, causing beads of sweat to form on her forehead. Although the physician attempted to be gentle and slow, the pain still compelled her to gasp quietly. Pei Zhaoshue's gaze fell upon the physician. The already tense physician became even more anxious, his movements hesitating as he inadvertently applied more pressure while cleaning the wound. Su Luoluo winced again. What? Does this physician not know how to treat a wound? The low voice emerged, pressed with frustration. The physician swallowed hard, trembling. I beg your pardon, Your Highness. Su Luoluo was acutely aware that if she continued to frighten him, her injury would not be treated properly. She took the cloth from the physician. It's just a minor wound. There's no need for Your Highness to be so harsh on the physician. I can handle it myself. Enough, leave, Pei Zhaoshue commanded coldly. Yes. The physician, relieved, retreated. The room was left with only Pei Zhaoshue and Su Luoluo. Su Luoluo delicately wiped her wound with a cloth, as Pei Zhaoshue coldly remarked, I hope it hurts. Su Luoluo paused. Insufferable man. How can a dog's mouth produce ivory? The blood continued to seep from her wound, and soon the cloth turned crimson. She tossed it aside, retrieving a vial of medicine from her pocket, opening it to sprinkle the powder directly onto her wound. The white powder stung painfully, as if someone were digging into her injury with a knife. Su Luoluo's face contorted in agony. It hurts, it truly hurts. Now you know pain? Pei Zhaoxue said indifferently. Su Luoluo rolled her eyes. Next time, I'll make sure to prick him a few extra times. Pei Zhaoxue sipped his tea, initially considering sending Zhao Qing to fetch better medicine for Miss Su. Observing her current state, he felt there was no need for it. Looking at Miss Su in this manner, he thought it prudent to be cautious. Would she seek revenge? Having her intentions laid bare, Su Luoluo's complexion paled. She could not help but swallow. Darn it, how can this insufferable man read my mind? How does he know what I'm thinking? If I treat this properly, will he think I'm treating him haphazardly? Your Highness, you jest, Su Luoluo replied with a smile. As a healer, my duty is to ensure your Highness's health. How could I ever harm you? Oh! Pei Zhaoxue raised an eyebrow. Does that mean that, to assure my health, it would be acceptable for you to inflict additional pain?
Su Luoluo's smile froze instantly.
Her lively eyes fixed on Pei Zhaoxue, without blinking. Could this insufferable man truly possess mind-reading abilities? Miss Su, I am not a fool. Keep your malicious thoughts to yourself. Should I notice anything amiss, do not blame me for being unkind. Pei Zhaoxue maneuvered his wheelchair closer to Su Luoluo, grasping her injured hand and compelling her to open her palm. The wound was long and deep, stitched with fine thread, meticulously done, making it nearly indistinguishable. Yet, blood occasionally oozed from it. Pei Zhaoxue withdrew a vial and directly sprinkled the powder over her wound. Su Luoluo anticipated the excruciating pain, but to her surprise, a soothing coolness spread from the wound instead. Accompanied by a familiar herbal fragrance, she could discern the quality of the medicine. These are all excellent herbs, remarkably beneficial for the wound. I never expected this insufferable man to be generous with his care. Pei Zhaoxue withdrew his hand. I have laced it with poison. Should you act recklessly, you shall surely meet your demise. Su Luoluo, I am not a fool. There is not a hint of poison scent. It is clearly just ordinary medicine. What does this man think of my medical skills to dismiss me with such words? I see that Miss Su is quite capable. Surely you can bandage your own wound? Indeed. Su Luo lowered her gaze to the wound that had stopped bleeding after the medicinal powder was sprinkled upon it. Indeed, Pei Zhaoxue's wheelchair was stationed at the entrance. And as he turned his head to look, he felt a sense of satisfaction. At least you have not tarnished my reputation. Consider this a reward from me.
Su Luo's lips twitched.
As expected of a prince, his generosity was remarkable. Pei Zhaoxue pushed the wheelchair away. With one hand, Su Luo skillfully rebandaged her wound. By the time she finished, Zhao Qing had been waiting at the door for quite some time, accompanied by the recently dismissed Jin Ju. As Su Luo stepped outside, Jin Ju sighed in relief upon seeing that Su Luo was unharmed. Zhao Qing, with an impassive expression, led them out of the royal residence.
Miss Su,
please get into the carriage, he said coldly while standing beside the vehicle. Su Luo cast a glance at him, thinking, indeed, one's master reflects one's servant. Pei Zhaoxue wore a stern face, and now even his dog bears the same expression. Pei Zhaoxue mused, this woman truly needs to be taught a lesson. After Su Luo settled into the carriage, Zhao Qing gave a reminder before cracking the whip and setting off. In no time, the carriage came to a steady halt at the gates of the Su residence. As the chancellor returned from court, he had already heard of the incident involving Su Luo and Li Yiren in the bustling market. In the past, he would have been visibly displeased, but now his expression was rather complex. As a father, he did not wish for his daughter to be bullied, yet as chancellor, he understood that he could not rival General Li's influence in the court. This was the source of his inner turmoil. Not only was he unable to seek vengeance for his daughter, but he also felt compelled to reprimand Su Luo for matters concerning the court. Would Su Luo, however, allow herself to be scolded as she had in the past? Reflecting on the recent events, the chancellor realized the situation might not be so simple. Especially when he saw the carriage from the Su Wangfu delivering Su Luo to their doorstep, his emotions grew even more complicated. The prince also instructed me to convey a message to you, Zhao Qing announced as Su Luo disembarked from the carriage. She paused, turning her gaze towards him with a faint smile. Please go ahead. Zhao Qing's expression remained unchanged, even neglecting to spare a glance at the chancellor beside him. Volume 1. Chapter 74. She is not so foolish. The sensation of being protected by another feels quite different. Su Luo was well aware that his words stemmed from their connection. Yet she appreciated the sentiment behind them. Yes, I understand. Please inform the prince that this was his promise to me. If I were to cause a significant blunder, I hope he would not cast me aside. A smile danced in her eyes. Zhao Qing found himself at a loss for words. Just inform the prince. He surely understands the implication of this statement. Su Luo did not wish to make things difficult for him and spoke casually. Zhao Qing nodded in acquiescence. As Su Luo departed in the carriage, Pei Zhaoxue waved his hand dismissively. Understood, he replied. Your Highness, will Miss Su truly stir up trouble? Zhao Qing casually inquired while guiding Pei Zhaoxue back into the Wangfu. She will not, Pei Zhaoxue replied nonchalantly. She is an astute individual and would not engage in such foolishness. Puzzled by the unexpected scolding, Zhao Qing could only nod obediently. The carriage gradually came to a stop at the Su residence. Mother. A simple utterance brought a beaming smile to Madame Su's face. It seems that what I heard earlier was indeed true. This statement caught Su Luo slightly off guard. What are you referring to? Everyone outside is saying that the Su Wang saved the beauty. I was wondering what all the fuss was about, and it turns out to be such a tale. Saved the beauty? Su Luo couldn't help but admire the imagination of the common folk. His Highness the Su Wang is indeed a remarkable man. Madame Su linked her arm with Su Luo's, gently patting her hand to soothe her emotions. They say that a mother-in-law grows fonder of her son-in-law the more she sees him. Hearing this, I cannot help but agree. You must treat His Highness well in the future. If he truly cares for you, he can ensure your safety. Mother, I understand. The two of them chatted and laughed as they made their way to Madame Su's chamber. Upon entering the main hall, they were soon joined by the Chancellor, who paused momentarily at the sight of Su Luo, his brow furrowed. Father, Su Luo greeted, slightly nodding her head. The Chancellor frowned, opening his mouth as if to speak, but hesitated and ultimately remained silent, taking a seat instead. Madame Su smiled and said, My dear, you are unaware of how much His Highness the Su Wang cares for our Luoer. What happened? Madame Su proceeded to embellish the tales she had overheard outside. The subject of these rumors felt as though her toes were about to dig into the floor in embarrassment. She could only imagine how terrifying the spread of such gossip could be. Had she not known better, she might have thought that Li Yiren intended to forcibly claim a woman. In the future, Luoer will be marrying His Highness the Su Wang. I was once concerned, but it seems my worries were unfounded. The Chancellor acknowledged this with a grunt. That seems acceptable. Madame Su continued to speak animatedly until fatigue set in, prompting her to retreat to her room for rest. Su Luo and the Chancellor rose to leave together. Once outside, Su Luo glanced at the Chancellor's visage, noting his pale complexion, speckled with small blemishes. After a moment's hesitation, she spoke. Father, it seems you have been burning the midnight oil, sleeping poorly. Or perhaps not at all these past few days. The Chancellor blinked in surprise. You must take care of your health. Although the locust disaster in Qingzhou is exceedingly daunting, if you cannot maintain your well-being, how can you assist the common folk? The Chancellor nodded sternly. Tomorrow, I will have Chunhua bring you the prepared medicinal herbs. If you have the time, brew them as tea. It will be beneficial for your health. Of course, if you still refuse to take care of yourself, there is little I can do. Your well-being is of utmost importance. The Chancellor nodded again, his expression serious. Su Luo smiled but chose not to press further. They parted ways at the crossroads, each heading in their respective directions. Miss, how did you know? Jean Ju asked curiously. You are quite impressive. Her face radiated admiration. Su Luo lightly patted Jean Ju's head. If you are interested, you may learn some medical skills. It is always a good thing to acquire knowledge. All right. Jean Ju replied with a smile. The two of them chatted and laughed as they made their way into the courtyard. As Su Luo stepped through the door, she immediately noticed Chunhua's unusual demeanor. Mississippi Chunhua spoke in a somewhat muffled tone, her head lowered as if avoiding something. Su Luo frowned. What is the matter? And nothing. Lift your head, Su Luo commanded coldly. After a moment's hesitation, Chunhua timidly raised her head, revealing a glaring red handprint on her cheek, strikingly obvious. Su Luo's brow furrowed deeply. Jean Ju could not suppress a gasp, covering her mouth in shock. Who did this? Su Luo's expression darkened. And nothing happened. Chunhua quickly averted her gaze, insisting, I merely bumped into something. Ha! Only a fool would believe that. Who would dare to strike their own face against another's hand? As the saying goes, one must consider the owner even when hitting a dog. Is this not akin to slapping oneself? Speak, Su Luoluo said coldly. Chunhua swallowed nervously. And this? Su Luoluo's gaze, filled with iciness, bore down on her. Startled, Chunhua hastily explained, I was just the maid beside the second Mississippi. I was fetching medicine for you, and happened to cross paths with the second Mrs. Maid. She accidentally dropped the medicine and insisted that I pushed her. Chunhua bit her lip, her voice trembling. I truly did not touch her. She stumbled over the threshold by herself. Did she strike you? Su Luoluo suppressed the fury rising within her, her displeasure evident on her face. The second miss claims it was my fault, and that she is punishing me on your behalf. As Chunhua spoke, she felt increasingly aggrieved, wiping her tears with the back of her hand. Jean Ju could not help but interject. This is clearly bullying Chunhua for her honesty. Miss, you should take Chunhua away and let her use this medicine. A girl must not bear scars on her face. Yes. Su Luoluo sat in her chair. The night was deep, and the room remained unlit, shrouding her features in darkness. Her displeasure also concealed itself within the shadows. What a cunning Su Xiaozhu. Is this deliberate? I shall see how many times she can be so brazen. Miss, do you not think the eldest miss will be displeased with your actions? Lanhe inquired hesitantly. Su Xiaozhu lowered her head, idly toying with her freshly painted nails, seemingly dismissive of the question. And what of it? Lanhe recalled the stark contrast between the Su Luoluo of recent days and the one from before, her worry evident. But now she is the princess consort of the Su Wang, with a close relationship with him. Wouldn't this provoke his displeasure? This remark caused Su Xiaozhu to chuckle softly. covering her mouth with her hand. Her smile was radiant. What a jest. Would the Su Wang stir trouble over such an inconsequential woman at home? Your thoughts are utterly amusing. After a moment's hesitation, Lanhe fell silent. Instead, Su Xiaozhu continued with a smile. You need not worry, moreover, within the Su residence. Su Luoluo will not be able to stir much. I intend to show her who the true legitimate daughter is in this household. Does she think winning Su Madam's favor is of any use? Su Xiaozhu rolled her eyes. What a joke. She dares to push me. This time, I shall remember. Lanhe glanced at Su Xiaozhu, bowing her head in agreement, yes. The following day, the two maintained a good rapport. The imperial physician took Su Changxiang aside. It seems I must congratulate you in advance, sir. Su Changxiang, perplexed, asked, what has happened? The Su Wang seems to be quite infatuated with your eldest daughter. Ah? The physician recounted the events of the previous day in detail. Only then did Su Changxiang understand the situation. Rubbing his forehead, he could only acquiesce. The two families were already betrothed, so this congratulations was indeed warranted. However, there is one matter. The physician continued. Your family's doctor seems to possess considerable skill. Where did you find him? Recently, he has provided excellent remedies for asthma and has skillfully stitched your daughter's wounds. His medical prowess must be unrivaled in the imperial hospital. Ah? Su Changxiang frowned. While the doctor was indeed somewhat renowned, it hardly seemed to reach such heights. After pondering, Su Changxiang dismissed the idea, believing the physician was exaggerating. Instead, he recalled the prescription Su Luoluo had sent him and her words. Take a look at this prescription, Su Changxiang said, pulling it from his sleeve and handing it over. The physician examined it briefly, then looked at Su Changxiang. Did you get this from your doctor? Su Changxiang, not wishing to divulge Su Luoluo's medical knowledge, responded vaguely. This prescription is indeed commendable. It nourishes the body, and the herbs listed are quite common, making it suitable for you. You have been burning the midnight oil for years. This will help replenish your vitality. If I have time, I shall visit your home. I would like to meet this physician. Very well. Su Changxiang departed hastily. At that moment, the Su residence was particularly quiet. Jinju watched as Su Luoluo leisurely sipped her medicinal brew. She contemplated speaking but was pulled back by Chunhua, who shook her head. What's wrong? Su Luoluo glanced at them. Jinju said, Miss, did Chunhua endorse slap for nothing? Chunhua hurriedly pulled Jinju away. Miss, Jinju did not mean it. Please forgive her. Jinju, I thought you were composed. Yet I did not expect you to have such a passionate side. Chunhua and her maid were like sisters. She would rather take the blow herself than let Jinju suffer. Jinju knelt, her forehead striking the ground with a thud. Su Luoluo, exasperated, reached out to help her up. What are you doing? Are you trying to coerce my assistance? No. Jinju shook her head vigorously, tears brimming in her eyes, Mississippi. Upon hearing this, Jinju's eyes sparkled. Oh dear. Su Luoluo shook her head helplessly, bewildered by her thoughts. Do you think I would stand idly by while others bully her? Jinju lowered her head in shame. Miss, I was just too anxious. I was just saying how you are more composed and adaptable than Chunhua. How did you become so reckless? Chunhua bit her lip, her head bowed. I have disappointed you. Mississippi. It's not that serious. Disappointment is too harsh a word. Su Luoluo gently patted her head. If you wish to remain by my side, you must understand what kind of person I am and whether I deserve your kindness. Jinju nodded vigorously. Yes, I understand. Su Luoluo set down her bowl. Chunhua, lead the way. I wish to see. Yes. Chunhua led the way ahead. Not every courtyard in the chancellor's residence had a small kitchen. Only the old lady's courtyard did, while others had to rely on the busy main kitchen. From afar, she could already smell the fragrant aroma wafting towards her. Miss, we prepare medicine or cook here. Chunhua introduced. It was a separate small room filled with various jars. A small stove was still bubbling away. This is what the second miss specially prepared, Chunhua said. It is said to be a soup for the old lady, who has not been feeling well these past few days. Su Luoluo glanced around. Where were you that day? Chunhua pointed to a spot deeper inside. I was over there. Su Luoluo looked from that position, and noted how far away it was. Su Xiaozhu truly has no shame. I truly did not touch her, Chunhua, seemingly fearing Su Luoluo would not believe her, gestured to illustrate the distance. It was quite far. If I had touched her, may I suffer a terrible fate. Su Luoluo extended her hand to clasp the other's, gently squeezing it. What are you pondering? Chunhua's eyes glistened with unshed tears, their redness suggesting she had been grievously wronged. I fear the master may not believe me. Are you foolish? You are mine, and thus, I will certainly trust you. Do not fret. I merely came to observe and see what transpires here. With that, Su Luoluo circled around. The number of young ladies and gentlemen in the Prime Minister's residence was few, and others seldom frequented this place. Therefore, the only sight to behold was the medicinal concoction simmering gently. Just as she deemed there was nothing of note, her hand brushed against a powdery substance on the stove. Instinctively, Su Luoluo brought her fingers to her nose, inhaling the faint aroma, her brows knitting together slightly. This scent, peculiar. She glanced up. It seemed to originate not far from the location of the medicinal soup. However, the two types of herbs appeared to possess conflicting properties. If combined, the results could be concerning. Luoluo hesitated before inhaling again. Miss? Yes, all is well. Luoluo pursed her lips. You go ahead and keep watch. I wish to investigate further.
Ah?
Chanhua was momentarily taken aback, but obediently proceeded ahead. Luoluo lifted the lid, leaning down to savor the gentle fragrance within. The aroma was intoxicating, yet it bore a faint medicinal undertone. It was indeed suitable for bodily nourishment, yet the added herbs were distinctly different from those meant for such purposes. Luoluo frowned. This scent is amiss. While consuming a small amount may not be harmful, prolonged use could lead to dire consequences for one's health. Miss, someone approaches, Chanhua whispered, having just encountered the approaching Luoluo. Luoluo greeted them with a bow. Luoluo lowered her gaze, allowing her to remain kneeling.
Rise.
Luoluo, without any intention of teasing, lifted her chin slightly. Thank you. Mississippi Luoluo breathed a sigh of relief as she stood. Luoluo cast a glance at her. Chanhua, let us depart. Yes. Chanhua followed closely behind Luoluo, while Luoluo lowered her head, only raising it to glance after them once they had distanced themselves. Miss, thank you, Chanhua murmured. Luoluo paused in surprise. What is it that you thank me for? Earlier, you insisted she kneel longer on my behalf, did you not? After a moment's hesitation, Luoluo replied, It is of no consequence. However, this is merely the beginning. Let us proceed to the Prince of Su's residence.
Ah?
Is it truly appropriate to trouble His Highness over such a trivial matter? Luoluo's expression expressed her disbelief at Chuanhua's line of thought. What is going through your mind? I have business with the prince, Luoluo stated. Oh. Chanhua obediently followed Luoluo as they made their way to the prince's residence. Pei Zhaoxue was frowning as he observed the people around him. It was puzzling. The treatments were the same, soaking the feet, acupuncture, and applying medicine. While Luoluo appeared comfortable during her treatment, the individual before him could not help but frown in displeasure. This medicine is indeed impressive, but it would be even better with a few additional ingredients, the doctor suggested. Pei Zhaoxue replied coolly, Focus on your duties. Do not overstep your bounds. Yes. The doctor nodded vigorously in agreement. Miss Luoluo has come to see you, Your Highness, Zhao Qing announced. Pei Zhaoxue raised an eyebrow in surprise, not having anticipated her visit. Allow her to enter.
Yes.
The doctor hurriedly excused himself. As Luoluo entered, Pei Zhaoxue's bandaged foot, which had been neatly wrapped, now appeared haphazardly done, resembling the work of someone unskilled in medicine. Zhao Qing noticed the disarray of the bandages, his brows furrowing. He distinctly remembered that they had not been so carelessly bound when he left. Your Highness, Luoluo respectfully greeted him. Pei Zhaoxue leaned back against the wheelchair, tilting his chin slightly. What brings you here? His gaze shifted downwards. Luoluo's hands were still tightly wrapped. Your hand has yet to heal. You are not wishing to serve me prematurely, are you? Your Highness, you jest, Luoluo replied, fully aware of his implication. Noticing the disarray of the bandages on his foot, she bent forward, placing his leg upon her knee, skillfully unwrapping and rewrapping it. Pei Zhaoxue narrowed his eyes, his angle allowing him to see Luoluo's long lashes casting shadows upon her face. Who wrapped these bandages so poorly? Does a prince truly lack a capable confidant skilled in medicine? If it weren't for needing his assistance, I wouldn't be wading through this mess. How to broach the subject? Will he refuse me outright? What a bother. Thoughts raced through Luoluo's mind, while Pei Zhaoxue observed her contemplative expression with keen interest. Do you wish to express something to me? He inquired mildly. His indifferent tone caused Luoluo to be momentarily taken aback. Could it be that he has truly discerned something? No, that cannot be. I have said nothing to give him a clue. Volume 1, Chapter 77. Seeking his assistance instinctively, Luoluo raised her gaze to meet his, only to find herself ensnared by his dark, swirling eyes. Shaking her head, she stammered, No, nothing. How has your health been these past few days?
Fortunately.
I have managed to redirect the conversation. Yet if he does not assist me, I cannot rely solely on Jin Jiao and Chanhua to resolve this matter. What can I offer in exchange? Luoluo's mind was consumed with this dilemma. So much, so that Pei Zhaoxue observed her for a while without her realizing the unusualness of the situation. I find my health has improved significantly, thanks to your medicine. Miss Luoluo, what reward do you seek? His straightforward inquiry left no room for ambiguity. He wishes to grant me a reward? Luoluo felt a twinge of anxiety as she hesitantly raised her head. Your Highness, may I speak of any reward? Pei Zhaoxue raised an eyebrow, indicating that it was indeed permissible. I have a rather humble request and hope that your Highness could assist me, Luoluo stated. Surely this insufferable man would lend a hand, wouldn't he? This minor matter shouldn't warrant a refusal, Pei Zhaoxue squinted. Your Highness, before Luoluo could finish, Pei Zhaoxue interjected. Whether I assist you depends on your conduct and the feasibility of the task. The sudden remark left Luoluo momentarily stunned. Does this imply you have no intention of helping? She licked her dry lips. Nevertheless, do share your thoughts. Your Highness, it is not a significant issue. Recently, it seems some mice have infiltrated the residence, and I have no one to investigate. I thought, given your Highness's remarkable abilities, you would surely have capable subordinates to assist. Pei Zhaoxue lowered his gaze. He remained silent, his downcast eyelids concealing his dark pupils. Luoluo waited, her heart racing. Alas, this wretched man must be deliberately withholding his agreement. It seems, for the time being, I am unable to be of assistance. In terms of healing, the other party has already aided me, and it would be improper to seek further help. If the prince finds this request inappropriate, then it is as it should be.
I have already overstepped.
Pei Zhaoxue lightly tapped the armrest of his chair with his finger, the jade ring on his finger creating a sound. When did I ever say I would not assist you? Luoluo's eyes sparkled with hope. Could it be that the prince had acquiesced? Surely, someone as wise and powerful as him would not begrudge helping with such a trivial matter. Pei Zhaoxue smirked softly, a hint of amusement gracing his features.
Ah, you flatter me.
However, I speak only the truth. He raised his hand dismissively. Now, tell me how you wish for me to assist you. Luoluo promptly informed Pei Zhaoxue of her discovery. She understood that clarity was essential, as she was dealing with a cunning fox. If she did not articulate her concerns clearly, he might not extend his assistance. Furthermore, the matter held no personal benefit for Pei Zhaoxue. So she realized that her words bore little weight unless she was forthright. Pei Zhaoxue, after listening, stroked his jade ring thoughtfully. Are you suggesting that you suspect someone intends to harm your grandmother? Indeed. It is highly likely to be Su Xiaozhu, although I cannot be certain. Regardless, if we can apprehend the perpetrator, we can ensure Su Xiaozhu has no opportunity for reprieve. Who do you believe that individual might be? Pei Zhaoxue inquired, his gaze fixed intently on her. Luoluo's heart skipped a beat. After a moment's hesitation, she replied, I am not entirely certain. However, the medicinal soup was prepared by my sister for grandmother. If it were poisoned, she would be implicated. Oh, is that so? Luoluo met his gaze, their eyes colliding in the air. Yes, she nodded. But I cannot be sure, which is why I hope your Highness can help me identify the true culprit. If it is indeed my sister, she should apologize to grandmother. If not, we must ensure the real offender is brought to justice for grandmother's health. Her words were earnest, reflecting her concern for family. However, Pei Zhaoxue could discern her underlying intentions. He chuckled coldly within. This was but a fade of tranquility, hiding the squalor beneath. Yet, it suited him that Luoluo would not be victimized. But, do you understand? If we capture that person and they deny it, you still cannot ascertain whether it was your sister. Luoluo bowed her head, feeling an inexplicable sense that he could see right through her. Yes, I seek my grandmother's well-being. If I can clear my sister's name, that would be even better. She clenched her teeth, uttering words that contradicted her heart. Pei Zhaoxue smirked slightly. You should know that I was raised under the care of the Dowager Empress. Oh, why bring that up? Luoluo was puzzled, but nodded in acknowledgement. The Dowager Empress mentioned wanting to meet you. What? Meet me? Am I to be introduced to my future mother-in-law? Is he proposing to use this to barter with me? Luoluo furrowed her brow slightly. I am already betrothed to your Highness. Should you require my presence, it would have been courteous to inform me in advance. I shall certainly accompany you. Once this matter is resolved, you will accompany me to the ancestral temple to meet the Dowager Empress. Yes. As for this person, I will have Zhao Qing make the arrangements. Once we apprehend them, Zhao Qing will inform you. Thank you, your Highness. Luoluo let out a sigh of relief. As she rose, Pei Zhaoxue unexpectedly remarked, the Dowager Empress has been residing in the ancestral temple and is not in the best of health. If possible, do assist her in recuperating when the time comes. How did I end up agreeing to that? Upon returning to the manor, Luoluo encountered Su Xiaozhu, who hurried past, leaving everyone unaware of her urgency. Volume 1, Chapter 78. Terms of exchange. Had she not bumped into someone, she likely would not have noticed her own absent-mindedness. What are you doing? The voice of Su Chancellor echoed from above.
Luoluo frowned. Father.
She respectfully bowed her head. Why are you so flustered while walking? No sense of decorum. She paid little heed to his reprimand, her mind preoccupied with another matter. Father, I have a question for you. Come, follow me to the study. Su Chancellor frowned as he walked ahead, and Luoluo obediently trailed behind him into the study. In the past, Su Chancellor would not have regarded her with even a glance. It could be said that the previous locust plague had served as a wake-up call. His daughter appeared entirely different from the person he was accustomed to. Speak. What is it you wish to discuss with your father? He inquired.
Luoluo asked.
Do you recall the mother of His Royal Highness, the Prince of Su? The Prince of Su? Su Chancellor's brow furrowed once more, and after a moment's silence, he replied. I do have some recollection. However, I believe His Royal Highness was raised by Imperial concubine Zhaoi. Which consort are you referring to? Imperial concubine Zhaoi. The one currently at the ancestral temple, Luoluo hastily clarified. After all, she had no recollection of such matters. The only one who could provide assistance was Su Chancellor. She hoped to glean the information she sought from him. Why do you suddenly bring her up? Su Luoluo briefly recounted her relationship with Pei Zhaoxue, though she chose not to divulge every detail. She merely mentioned their intention to visit the Empress Dowager together, concealing everything else. Does the prince intend to take you to meet the Empress Dowager? Su Qingxiang asked, somewhat astonished. It is known that the Empress Dowager has not been seen by anyone for many years. Even the emperor might not gain an audience. Since Pei Zhaoxue was raised by the Empress Dowager, she could occasionally meet her. But this was the first time Su Qingxiang had heard of anyone being taken to meet her. Yes, Su Luoluo nodded in affirmation. I wonder if father is aware of the Empress Dowager's preferences. I wouldn't want to inadvertently offend her. She continued, since this is our first meeting, I believe it would be prudent to bring some gifts. What are your thoughts, father? Su Qingxiang stroked his beard and nodded. What you say is indeed correct. The Empress Dowager holds great significance for His Highness the Prince. You must exercise utmost caution. If you are sincere, a hand-copied Buddhist scripture would serve as a fine gift for her. Su Luoluo pondered this suggestion. It was a thoughtful idea, particularly if the Empress Dowager is devout. However, the greatest challenge was that she was not the original owner of this body. She could not guarantee that her calligraphy would match the elegance of the original. And if her handwriting turned out to be unsightly, it would be better not to present anything at all. On the other hand, you could consider embroidery, Su Qingxiang suggested.
Luoluo fell silent.
Embroidery was a daunting task for her. Surely you can manage at least one of the two? Su Qingxiang asked, furrowing his brow. After a brief pause, Su Luoluo nodded honestly. I could manage the scripture, but my hands are injured. Completing either task in a short time seems unlikely. Noticing the tightly bandaged hand of Su Luoluo, Su Qingxiang sighed. Perhaps you should enlist some assistance? What? She replied. Don't you have two maids? Let them help you transcribe the scripture. That would fulfill your intention. Besides, most people wouldn't scrutinize it too closely. It is merely a token of goodwill. Isn't that akin to presenting a false gift? I cannot agree to that. Su Luoluo shook her head. Have you considered the potential consequences if it were discovered? Su Qingxiang had intended to argue that such a discovery was unlikely, but he hesitated. What do you plan to do instead? He asked, frowning. Your handwriting may not be presentable enough for a gift, and it could be met with disdain. Su Luoluo acknowledged this truth. Thus she had no intention of proceeding in that manner. Father, do you know of any other suitable options? Su Qingxiang remained silent. There were few suitable gifts for someone devoted to Buddhism. After contemplating, Su Luoluo suddenly recalled an idea.
Oh.
Earlier, my sister deceived mother into believing she had burned incense for her. Is there any significance to this incense? Incense? Su Qingxiang mused for a moment. These days are not sacred. There aren't many competing for incense. If you wish to use it, it wouldn't be inappropriate. Just ensure it is well publicized. After all, what good things haven't they seen in the palace? The prince has sent numerous gifts over the years. Su Luoluo nodded in agreement. She felt that the Empress Dowager had likely seen many fine offerings, and if she did not put thought into her gift, it might not be well received. Although her relationship with Pei Zhaoxue was merely one of cooperation, she felt it essential to maintain the proper demeanor when meeting her family. By the way, Su Qingxiang called to her as she turned to leave. There is something else I wish to discuss with you. Your earlier suggestion was indeed commendable. I have reported it to the court, and a reward will be issued soon. Father, are you certain you do not wish to mention my name?
Luoluo inquired.
A reward would be beneficial for Su Luoluo, as it would elevate her status should she marry into the royal family. Having merit to her name would enhance her standing at royal banquets, earning her respect from others, particularly in light of Pei Zhaoxue's unfortunate circumstances.
No need for that.
It was agreed that it would be for your father, so it rightfully belongs to you. Besides, we are family. If you fare well, then so shall we. Su Qingxiang replied, feeling deeply moved. He nodded repeatedly, stroking his beard. I did not anticipate you possessing such insight. It is beyond my expectations. You know well that I cannot write both characters of Su in one stroke, he continued. Furthermore, did you not assist me as well? Su Luoluo bowed respectfully. Now that I have my answer, I shall not trouble you further. Wait, Su Qingxiang hesitated. There is one more matter. What else is there, father? Regarding the locust disaster. While your chosen policy is correct, I wish to ask your opinion on one thing. In the past, Su Qingxiang might have thought himself mad for such inquiries. However, since that incident, he felt his daughter had transformed. He wanted to hear her thoughts. Please speak openly, father, Su Luoluo encouraged, intrigued by what he might say. After all the methods provided, do you not know how to prepare locusts for consumption? Other recipes were straightforward, but a few had proven challenging for the emperor to find suitable candidates. Who do you believe would be most suitable? Su Luoluo was still contemplating the culinary possibilities when Su Qingxiang's words left her utterly stunned. Selecting individuals? If I could assist in that, what need would there be for the court officials and the emperor? Surely the emperor is aware, yet reluctant to speak.
Luoluo glanced at Su Qingxiang,
pondering whether he was fishing for information or genuinely uncertain. Father, do you have anyone in mind? She asked hesitantly. Su Qingxiang nodded. There are indeed a few candidates, though not yet confirmed. Would you like to see the list? Su Luoluo nodded eagerly. Yes, I would like to see it and understand your thoughts. Come closer, he beckoned. Su Luoluo followed him to the side, where he unfurled a sheet of white paper, pointing to it. This is the list, though it is not yet finalized. I am still contemplating whether to add more names. Su Luoluo scanned the document. It appeared that Su Qingxiang had included the officials' ranks for her understanding. Most were military officials, indicating that this matter was not intended for civil officials. Could you share your rationale for this selection? She inquired. Are you seeking those who are industrious? Or is this a matter that requires force? Naturally, we wish to find a military official, but over the years, the court has seen a decline in suitable candidates. These options may not be ideal, yet there seem to be no alternatives. Su Luoluo contemplated the names, recognizing several military officials from the list. It is only natural for Su Luoluo, as the legitimate eldest daughter of the Su family, to have a clear recollection of her connections with them. However, if she is not mistaken, most of those individuals are quite aged. It would be a grave concern if the elderly were to take on the task of dealing with the locust plague, which is indeed a significant matter. Furrowing her brows, Su Luoluo suddenly heard the voice of the system in her mind. Host, should you require assistance, I can provide you with information free of charge. Do you wish to proceed? Raising an eyebrow, Su Luoluo replied, yes, I need you to provide me with those lists. Understood. Shortly thereafter, a comprehensive list of names appeared in her mind, detailing their families, wives, and affiliations with remarkable clarity. Truly, this system is akin to a treasure trove. As she glanced through the names, she noted that most individuals were over 50. Is it not concerning to assign individuals in their 50s to manage the locust crisis? If the pests are not eradicated, these individuals may not survive. Su Luoluo pressed her fingers against her temples. These few are not suitable. Host, would you like me to provide information on other individuals? Yes, please select those with higher ranks who have a good rapport with the Emperor. Understood. Thank goodness for the system, otherwise, how would I select suitable candidates? While Su Luoluo rejoiced at the system's assistance, Pei Zhaoxue, lurking in the shadows, narrowed his eyes. This was yet another occasion on which he had heard the term system from her mind. What exactly is this so-called system? Pei Zhaoxue's expression turned contemplative. Here are the filtered candidates. Please make your selection. The list of candidates presented in Su Luoluo's mind was intriguing. She pondered thoughtfully as she examined each name. When Su Changxiang observed her gaze lingering on by Xian, he assumed she was contemplating the matter at hand and, concerned that he might be placing too much pressure on her, encouraged, do not be anxious. Take your time to examine it thoroughly. Her thoughts consumed by the task of selecting names. There was no denying that the court's list was extensive, and even with the system's help, it was still considerable. No. This one won't do. This one either. They appear too aged. Without merits, it is difficult to command respect. After some time, her gaze finally settled on the Marquis' residence. Marquis ending, such a familiar name. Su Changyuan. The words elder brother Changyuan incessantly echoed in Su Luoluo's mind, yet she could not recall from whence this memory stemmed. Shaking her head to dispel the headache, she focused on the information presented, noting he was 24. And she quickly scanned his accomplishments and family background. Yes, this person is suitable. Su Changyuan? Pei Zhaoxue's narrowed eyes shimmered with ripples of thought. It was rare for Su Changyuan to be in the capital. After all, as the emperor's confidant, he had long been stationed at the frontier. Following his disability, he had garnered considerable support among the military, and now, stationed in Qingzhou, he had amassed a small but formidable force. However, how did Su Luoluo come to know of him? Is this related to the system? Could she be someone sent by Su Changyuan to be by his side? Pei Zhaoxue's expression darkened, revealing a growing unease. If that were the case, he would have to act more decisively. Standing beside Pei Zhaoxue, Zhao Qing was intimidated into silence by the chilling aura emanating from him. Once Su Luoluo confirmed her choice, she promptly tapped her forehead. I have made my decision, she declared. Su Changxiang elongated his voice. What do you think? Shall we send for Marquis Anding? Su Luoluo affirmed confidently. Su Changxiang paused in surprise. Marquis Anding? He glanced down at the list of names, noting that this individual was absent. Moreover, recalling the person, Su Changxiang instinctively furrowed his brow. In the past, this individual had been acquainted with Su Luoluo, albeit during their childhood, and given Su Luoluo's past experiences, he presumed she would have forgotten. Contemplating this, Su Changxiang couldn't help but cast a sidelong glance at Su Luoluo. Marquis Anding? He is not listed here. How did you suddenly think of him? The probing dialogue left Su Luoluo feeling somewhat perplexed. Could it be that the original host truly knew this so-called Marquis Anding? Or perhaps, due to his absence from the list, Su Changxiang suspects her of having ulterior motives? Indeed, this matter is rather peculiar. As she pondered, Su Luoluo spoke. Father, I have always kept abreast of the court's dynamics. After all, you are aware that I am to marry His Highness the Prince of Su. Su Changxiang frowned. Su Luoluo continued. Among these individuals, they are indeed beneficial to our Su family. However, They are rather aged and lack any notable achievements. If their families have suitable younger generations, I am certain you would not be fixated on these elders. Su Changxiang remained silent, contemplating her words. As for the others, generally, I trust you would not recommend him. His impulsiveness could jeopardize the mission.
Su Changxiang regarded Su Luoluo thoughtfully.
Marquis Anding is already in Qingzhou, where he has gained a certain reputation. You are aware of this. Furthermore, being younger, he is naturally more suitable for this task. Su Changxiang nodded slightly, acknowledging her reasoning. Yet I must ask you one thing. Please, father, she urged. Do you remember Marquis Anding?
Su Chanyuan.
Elder brother Chanyuan, such a familiar name. Yet I possess no clear recollection. I'm afraid I have little memory of him, though I believe I have heard of him. Perhaps it is because he alone has gained considerable merit in battle since His Highness the Prince of Su. Su Changxiang stroked his white beard, shaking his head. He was the son of a traitor. Before his family faced punishment, he lived next to our Su residence. However, that brief period of prosperity did not last long. After that incident, he was imprisoned by the late emperor. Though he was ultimately spared, he has since walked a path he never would have chosen. Su Changxiang's tone was filled with nostalgia. Su Luoluo then realized the connection between the two. No wonder those 4 words kept surfacing in her mind during her selection. Moreover, Su Luoluo turned to Su Changxiang. You must understand that Marquis Anding is a man of the emperor. He and His Highness the Prince of Su are at odds. Should I recommend him, the prince may hold you accountable later.
Oh, dear.
How did I overlook this point? Yet among those individuals, he is indeed the most suitable. If I were to make a random recommendation and fail to meet the emperor's expectations, it would not end well.
No.
I cannot let this effort go to waste. Su Luoluo resolved silently.
You jest, father.
I am merely the future princess of Su, not the current one. I am still your daughter, and naturally, I must consider your well-being. Your Majesty surely wishes to send Lord Anding, though perhaps no one has yet spoken of it. Should you act as the understanding flower in this matter, you will undoubtedly ascend the ranks. He seemed to perceive in the composed woman before him the echoes of his once babbling daughter, Su Luoluo, his firstborn. To claim he felt no affection would be a falsehood. The esteemed Chancellor Su recalled the day Su Luoluo was born, a mere handful in size. Gradually growing into a taciturn figure. Once a delicate child, she had transformed into a reticent soul, often silent, occasionally engaging in antics that brought both laughter and embarrassment to the Su household, leaving the Chancellor with little fondness for her. However, now that interests were aligned, he thought, since you desire this so earnestly, I shall not worry. The Chancellor replied thoughtfully, yet I must deliberate further on this matter. You may withdraw for now.
Yes.
I wish my father success in this endeavor. This will surely establish his reputation. A flicker of amusement crossed the Chancellor's face. Very well. How is it that I was unaware of your skill in flattery until now? I am merely speaking the truth, dear father. I shall take my leave now. Go ahead. Su Luoluo exhaled slowly as she exited the study. Just as she reached the courtyard, Chunhua hurried towards her, visibly distressed. Miss, something terrible has happened. Chunhua exclaimed. What is it? Speak slowly. I am not in distress yet. It is not you who is unwell, but the old lady.
Oh.
Chunhua licked her dry lips, saying that someone had gone to fetch a doctor, for the old lady had suddenly fainted. We do not yet know what to do. Su Luoluo had barely settled into her seat before she was compelled to rise and head outside. Let us go. The 3 of them made their way to the old lady's quarters. Upon entering the courtyard, Su Luoluo heard Su Chunan's voice, thick with tears. Grandmother, grandmother, Su Chunan cried out.
Su Luoluo furoret herbrov.
Were outsiders to overhear, they might think the old lady had passed away. Chunhua, you stay outside. Jinju, you come in with me.
Yes.
They replied in unison. Chunhua's straightforward nature could lead to complications if she were to divulge too much. Jinju, being clever, would ensure they maintain discretion. Elder sister, you have finally arrived. Su Chunan, seeing Su Luoluo, could not help but speak harshly. You still remember? I thought you had forgotten. Grandmother has been lying here for quite some time, and you seem utterly unconcerned. It is truly absurd to cast such accusations without basis. Su Chunan's remarks were ludicrous. How have I become the unfilial one in your eyes? Does my sister keep constant watch over grandmother? Is that why she could rush here so swiftly? 2 sentences left Su Chunan momentarily speechless. Chapter 1, Part 81, Poisoned. She stammered, unsure of what to say. It seemed that anything she uttered would be a mistake. Su Chunan bit her lip. You.
Me?
Su Luoluo replied, gazing at her. What is it? Speak plainly. Are you here to express concern for grandmother, or to quarrel with me? I have barely taken a few steps when you confront me with your arrogance. Whose fault is it really? Zhou, the matriarch, tugged at Su Chunan. Clearly, she recognized that Su Luoluo was no longer the easy target she once was. Luoluo, why don't you go inside? Chunan is just overly worried, so she spoke thoughtlessly. Do not take it to heart. Su Luoluo glanced at the reluctant Su Chunan, chuckling softly, understood. She stepped into the room, where Madame Su was tending to the old lady. Mama Zhang informed Madame Su of Su Luoluo's arrival, and she took Su Luoluo aside. The room was modest, yet the sounds from outside were distinctly audible. What is happening? Why has there been a dispute? Madame Su inquired with concern. Su Luoluo took her mother's arm, giving it a gentle pat. It is nothing. My sister is simply not thinking straight and has taken to accusing me. Naturally, I could not tolerate such provocation, which led to our disagreement.
Madame Su nodded.
Xiaonan is such a spirited child. Your grandmother is unwell. Would you mind taking a look? Since the last incident, Madame Su had gained some faith in Su Luoluo's medical skills and thought it prudent to let her examine the situation. Initially, Su Luoluo intended to refuse. But meeting her mother's gaze, she swallowed her objections. Very well. She sat at the bedside and extended her hand to take the old lady's pulse. The pulse was faint, with occasional signs of irregularity. Coupled with the old lady's condition, Su Luoluo surmised that she had been poisoned. The toxin bore a striking resemblance to the one that afflicted Su Xiaozhu previously. However, she lacked concrete evidence. If she were to assert that the old lady had been poisoned, Su Xiaozhu might face dire consequences. It would be a long time before she could gather enough evidence against her. Su Luoluo hesitated. The old lady's pulse appears somewhat peculiar, yet it remains steady. She should be fine. Is there nothing that can be done? Madame Su asked. After all, the old lady had always treated her kindly, never using her position as mother-in-law to berate Madame Su, which was why she held her in such high regard. I may need to investigate further. I cannot be certain, Su Luoluo replied. Madame Su nodded swiftly. Then do try. This will take time. Additionally, mother, I do not wish for others to know of my medical knowledge at this moment. Do not worry, focus on your examination. When you find a solution, have the household physician bring it to me, and I shall arrange for it. Your grandmother truly cares for you. She has simply been blinded by rumors.
So, do not be upset.
Su Luoluo agreed. Mother, do not fret. This matter is trivial enough not to disturb my peace.
Sigh.
Just as Su Luoluo was about to speak, a commotion arose outside. Grandmother, I have brought the doctor to see you. Su Xiaozhu rushed into the room, her hairpins askew, her cheeks flushed, and beads of sweat dripping from her forehead. The renowned doctor from the capital followed closely behind her, clearly having been hurried there. His forehead glistening with perspiration. This young lady, who seeks medical attention. My grandmother. Please attend to her quickly. The doctor, carrying his medical bag, stepped forward slowly. Su Luoluo raised an eyebrow. Curious. How dare Su Xiaozhu summon a doctor? Is this person an ally of Su Xiaozhu? Or is it possible that the poison was not inflicted by her but rather a scheme by another? How could she be so bold? Something is amiss. Su Luoluo turned her head to glance at Su Xiaozhu, who stood with her hands trembling slightly at her sides. The doctor's hand rested on the wrist of the old matriarch. He pondered deeply. It seems the old lady has indeed been poisoned. The toxicity is quite formidable.
What?
Doctor, Su Madam inquired anxiously. Do you have any remedies? Can you save my mother? The doctor, stroking his grizzled beard, shook his head slowly. This toxin is no trifling matter. If it could be easily resolved, you would not have sought my assistance. Moreover, the poison has accumulated over time. Someone intends to harm the old lady. You should investigate thoroughly. Do not let it be that I assist in detoxification only for her to be poisoned again in a few days. You must understand, despite her robust constitution, her age cannot withstand such repeated turmoil. Su Madam, wringing her handkerchief, nodded anxiously. Yes, yes. Please examine her and determine the appropriate medication. If necessary, we can procure the ingredients ourselves. I can only provide some alleviating prescriptions. As for a complete cure, I can only attempt, the doctor replied. Yes, yes. Zhang Mama. Su Madam said, please escort the doctor to the adjoining room and attend to him. Remember to prepare the medicine promptly. Understood, Zhang Mama responded before leaving. Inside the room, only Su Xiaozhu, leaning against the bedside, Su Luoluo, and Su Madam remained, enveloped in a heavy silence. Su Xiaozhu held the old lady's hand tightly, her eyes fixed intently on her. Grandmother, you must recover. Your granddaughter will do everything to help you. Oh, grandmother, you still need to see me married.
You cannot leave me.
Watching Su Xiaozhu, Su Luoluo's mind was abuzz with thoughts. How strange. Could it be that Su Xiaozhu administered the poison? Who could be behind this? What would they gain from harming the old matriarch? Perhaps I should wait and see. Maybe Pei Xiaoxue can assist in uncovering the truth. At that moment, a mechanical voice resonated in Su Luoluo's mind. Greetings, host. The second side mission has been activated. Currently, the target has been compromised by toxins at 50%, with the remaining 50% set to increase cumulatively. You must complete the treatment and detoxification before the toxins fully invade. Observing Su Xiaozhu's protective demeanor, coupled with the old lady's habitual frailty, she was reluctant to embark on this task. What if Su Xiaozhu thinks I am trying to claim credit? No, better to wait and see. In the first volume, Chapter 82, Indifference, the doctor had written the prescription and administered acupuncture. The once unconscious old matriarch stirred slightly, her eyelids fluttering before she slowly opened her eyes. Grandmother, thank goodness you are all right. If anything happened to you, I wouldn't know how to live, she lamented. The poison was most likely your doing. Why pretend nothing happened now? Su Xiaozhu certainly is a character. The old matriarch's trembling hand caressed Su Xiaozhu's head. The doctor, putting away his silver needles, remarked, if it weren't for your second Mrs. Urgency, it may not have resolved so swiftly. The poison is perilous. Your granddaughter is commendable. A hint of smile brightened the old matriarch's face as she took Su Xiaozhu's hand and gently patted it. I must thank the doctor. Please see him out. She gestured to a nearby maid, who nodded and escorted the doctor out, discreetly presenting him with a red envelope. Though not a grand affair, the old matriarch wished to keep it from prying eyes. You see, grandmother, your affection for me was not in vain, she said with a smile. Of course. I care for you, grandmother. You are my beloved grandmother, Su Xiaozhu replied, affectionately leaning against her. Just then, the old matriarch noticed Su Luoluo in her peripheral vision. Remembering past grievances, she furrowed her brow. Luoluo is here too, she acknowledged with feigned indifference. Oh, how nice. I didn't realize she cared for an old woman like me. Her words dripped with awkwardness, making Su Luoluo hesitant to approach. At that moment, Su Chunan and Zhou Shi entered, having lingered outside. Grandmother, Su Chunan exclaimed, rushing to the bedside and grasping the old matriarch's hand, weeping profusely. Oh, grandmother. I was so worried about you. Huh, is she still trying to stir trouble? How much does Su Chunan despise herself? The old matriarch's expression soured instantly, and Su Madam frowned in response. Zhou Shi gently tugged at Su Chunan. However, having just lost face, Su Chunan was not inclined to miss this golden opportunity. She knew well that the old matriarch harbored disdain for Su Luoluo and seized the moment to slander her, eager to cast all blame upon her. Grandmother, the eldest sister, must not care about you at all, Su Chunan declared, relishing in the drama.
Who knows what she thinks of you now?
The old matriarch, recently awakened from illness, felt her anger flare at these words. In her mind, Su Luoluo was already neglected and had a poor relationship with her. She did not question the authenticity of the claims, instead attributing them with conviction. Su Luoluo, do you intend to drive me to my grave? The old matriarch pointed a trembling finger at her. Su Luoluo frowned. Has the old matriarch lost her senses? I have done nothing. How have I become the villain? How can she believe such transparent lies from Su Chunan? The thought left Su Luoluo with a bitter smile. Su Madam stepped protectively in front of Su Luoluo. It wasn't her who poisoned the old matriarch. Does she possess the foresight to know such things? I fail to comprehend. You claim she arrived late? If she had come early, would you not accuse her of premeditation? Su Madam's words left Su Chunan speechless, unable to retort. Her head hung low, filled with resentment and indignation. She clearly did not agree with Su Madam's reasoning and felt it was a deliberate affront. Mother, while Luoluo may not be articulate, she is still your granddaughter and my daughter. I cannot bear to see her mistreated, Su Madam insisted, frowning. If you do not wish for Luoluo to be here, she can leave. The old matriarch furrowed her brow. After a prolonged silence, she finally nodded.
Fine.
I concede. Let her stay. Su Madam's face brightened with a hint of relief. She led Su Luoluo forward, who wore an expression clearly indicating her reluctance to approach, yet could not resist Su Madam's insistence. She could only be compelled to step forward gradually, casually leaning against the side of the other, her head bowed, exuding a sense of restraint and shyness. Grandmother. The old lady Su furrowed her brow and observed her. She held the utmost disdain for this young lady. Where was there even a hint of the demeanor befitting a young lady? Timid and apprehensive, she dared not act or speak. Was she not perhaps being bullied, swallowing her own grievances in silence? Enough. I am aware of your concern for me. You all may leave now. Let Zhuer attend to me alone, the old lady Su declared. Su Luoluo was quite pleased. She truly wished to avoid serving this elderly woman. After all, the old lady Su did not regard her as her own granddaughter. She had no desire to engage in meaningful communication with her. The old lady also believed that ignorance was bliss and preferred to keep a distance from her. Grandmother, it is too arduous for this sister to serve you alone. Why not allow me to assist as well? Su Chunan said in a charming manner. Ordinarily, the old lady Su might have indulged her request, but after the earlier incident, she regarded Su Chunan with suspicion, feeling that she was deliberately stirring discord. The last thing she wished to see was someone inciting family strife. Su Chunan bit her lip in indignation and withdrew. Su Luoluo, meanwhile, bowed in respect to the old lady before slowly retreating. In comparison, Su Luoluo left a greater impression on the old lady's mind. Once everyone had exited, Su Xiaozhu displayed a worried expression. Grandmother, I am truly worried for my granddaughter, Su Xiaozhu said, wiping her tears with a handkerchief, looking pitiful. My dear Zhuer, what are you afraid of? The old lady Su gently comforted her. Su Xiaozhu leaned against the old lady's embrace, softly sobbing. Zhuer fears that if you were to leave, there would be no one left to care for her in this household. Zhuer is like the wild grass by the roadside, subject to others' disdain and bullying. Woe is me. How fortunate that you are still here, grandmother. Only then does Zhuer feel she can survive. Nowadays, both mother and father seem to favor elder sister quite a bit. Perhaps they still regard elder sister as the legitimate daughter, while I am merely the illegitimate one. Though, I do not mind the distinction between legitimate and illegitimate. Su Xiaozhu wiped her tears and whispered, I fear that when elder sister realizes this, it may cost me my life. This lamentation left her feeling utterly pitiful, deftly casting all the blame and wrongdoing onto Su Luoluo. If Su Luoluo had heard this, she would likely have applauded in agreement. Ah, how truly ironic. It shall not be so. With grandmother around, no one would dare to bully Zhuer. Woe is me, indeed. How fortunate that you're still here. The two embraced, providing warmth to one another. Meanwhile, Su Luoluo and Madame Su were exiting when they encountered Su Qunan again. Su Qunan turned and shot a fierce glare at Su Luoluo before stamping her foot and departing.
Madame Choufronet.
After apologizing, Zhou Shi turned to pursue Su Qunan. Mama Zhang spat on the ground, exclaiming, Bah! How does this third young lady behave like a ruffian? She can do anything. That act of distorting the truth. Does she not wish to tarnish our young lady's reputation for loyalty and filial piety? It is truly shameless. Indeed.
Luoluo followed closely behind Madame Su.
The two entered the room. Madame Su gave Mama Zhang a meaningful glance, and the surrounding people were dismissed, leaving only Mama Zhang and Jin Ju at the door to attend to them. Speak honestly. How confident are you in your grandmother's condition?
Madame Su inquired.
For some reason, she felt that her seemingly unremarkable daughter might be the one to save the old lady Su.
Su Luoluo was taken aback.
She glanced at the data on her screen. The earlier physician's acupuncture and prescription had indeed proven effective. What had initially been a 50% toxicity had swiftly diminished to 30%. If normal metabolism continued without further exposure to toxins, it should eventually clear completely. This was the least harmful method for her health. Moreover, she hoped that Su Xiaozhu would have achieved her purpose and would no longer intend to poison her. However, just as Su Luoluo was about to speak, the previously reduced toxin level surged back up to 50%. Su Luoluo's eyes widened. It then changed to 40%, ultimately stabilizing at that figure. This. Su Luoluo calculated. It was time for the old lady to take her medicine. Could it be that Su Xiaozhu was still secretly poisoning her grandmother's medicine? Was she seeking her own demise? If further poisoning occurred, how could the elderly lady's frail body withstand it? If she were to succumb, what then? This would not do. She needed to find a solution. Concealed in the shadows, Pei Zhaoxue beckoned to Zhao Qing, instructing him to investigate whether that maid had secretly added poison during the preparation of the medicine. Furthermore, send Zhao Qi to look into whether anyone had poisoned the old lady Su.
Ah?
Zhao Qing was nearly unsteady on his feet from fright. Zhao Qi? Zhao Qi is a valuable pawn under the prince. This individual typically gathers intelligence from various royal residences, and he is also my brother, albeit one in the light and the other in the dark. Zhao Qing fell silent. Was the prince perhaps overly concerned about Miss Su? In recent days, aside from attending court and being busy, he had been clandestinely tracking and following Su Luoluo, displaying varying moods of displeasure and joy. This was indeed peculiar. What is it? Pei Zhaoxue cast a sidelong glance. The sudden gaze startled Zhao Qing into standing upright. Yes. I shall find out at once. The movements in the shadows were not insignificant, and both Madame Su and Su Luoluo sensed a hint of something amiss. They glanced around, unable to discern any irregularities. Perhaps a wild cat had passed outside. Madame Su gently shook her head, dismissing it. Spring is approaching, and the revival of all things is quite natural. Can you resolve your grandmother's poison? Mother, I just mentioned to you that if I had sufficient experience, I could certainly resolve it. However, I am uncertain. Moreover, grandmother is unwilling to let me approach her. I cannot even check her pulse or see if she has taken her medicine.
Besides,
did not my sister go to the capital to seek help? That person may indeed assist grandmother. They are professionals, while I am merely an amateur. Madame Su furrowed her brow. Every word Su Luoluo spoke was true, and without fault. Yet, she felt that something was not quite right. Mother, please consider. After all, this matter should not be too troublesome, should it?
Luoluo spoke slowly.
Madame Su acknowledged, saying they would see how it unfolds. It is you, however, who has suffered grievances. Your grandmother has looked down upon you for some time due to certain matters. Do not take it to heart. She harbors no ill will. Su Luoluo smiled gently, saying, Mother, I understand. Do not worry. I am not so easily upset by such trifles. Ah, you. Madame Su extended her hand to gently tap her finger on the tip of her daughter's nose, saying, If you have any matters to discuss, do tell me later. She continued, By the way, your father has recently praised your understanding. Su Luoluo raised an eyebrow, realizing that her tactic of using locusts to win over Prime Minister Su had indeed worked. She understood that the Prime Minister, being a man eager for fame and fortune, would naturally respond positively to such gestures. In the future, this could very well enhance his affection and familial bond toward her. You need not worry. No matter what. You are my child and your father's. We will neither forget you nor abandon you. Madame Su's gentle words soothed Su Luoluo's heart. In the days to come, I shall protect you. Su Luoluo nestled into her mother's embrace, exclaiming, All right, mother, I knew you would be the best to me. Ah, you. Madame Su smiled and playfully tapped her daughter's nose once more. Su Luoluo giggled and playfully nudged her mother's finger, calling out mother. The bond between the mother and daughter was deeply affectionate. Meanwhile, on another side, Su Xiaozhu had finally managed to help the old matriarch fall asleep and turned to stroll towards the garden. As she approached a courtyard closer to the inside, she instinctively peered in, hearing the rhythmic sound of a wooden fish and inhaling the rich aroma that wafted through the air. Su Xiaozhu frowned. What she could not obtain, no one else should aspire to possess. She turned and walked away. Had she perhaps seen incorrectly? Who are you? The man clasped his hands and bowed his head, saying, Miss, I am a subordinate sent by the prince to assist you. Oh, the prince? She mused, realizing it must be Prince Su. She had not anticipated his swift response. She had merely mentioned it casually, and now he had sent someone to her side. The man bore a slight resemblance to Zhao Qing. Miss, please command me with your needs. What is your name? How should I address you? My name is Zhao Qi. Oh, has the prince informed you of what you are to do?
Luoluo inquired.
Zhao Qi shook his head. No. I was reassigned from other duties to assist Miss Su. Su Luoluo elongated her tone slightly. I have a matter to discuss. Let me first explain the situation before telling you what to do. I suspect that someone in our household has drugged my grandmother. The drug was administered in the small kitchen. I will have Jinju take you there. Understood. After pondering for a moment, Su Luoluo continued. Your task is simple. Keep watch and see if anyone is administering the drug. If they are, it would be prudent to ascertain the identity of this hidden mastermind. Yes, I understand. Su Luoluo hesitated. Do you need my assistance in any way? Zhao Qi shook his head. No need. This small matter, I shall handle promptly for you, Mississippi. Seeing his earnestness, Su Luoluo felt reassured. She said no more and waved him off to attend to his duties. In the blink of an eye, Zhao Qi vanished from sight. Su Luoluo, who had meant to offer further instructions, now found herself staring at the empty space in surprise. She rubbed her forehead and sighed. She had truly not expected Zhao Qi to be so swift. What surprised her even more was that the next day, before she had even awoken from her midday nap, Jinju had shaken her awake. Jinju's face was filled with alarm. Miss, please wake up quickly. There is a matter outside that requires your attention. We must determine how to handle it. What is it? Su Luoluo asked casually, lifting her hand to cover a yawn, her face still drowsy. That guard. Jinju hesitated, uncertain of how to express herself. Su Luoluo prompted. What is it? Jinju shook her head. I cannot explain it clearly. You should go see for yourself. All right. Su Luoluo nodded slightly. At that moment, she did not sense anything amiss until she saw Zhao Qi standing in her receiving area and the figure sprawled on the floor. Dizziness washed over Su Luoluo. Jinju swiftly offered her support. Miss, are you all right? It's nothing, Su Luoluo murmured, clutching her aching forehead while steadied by the table as she slowly sat down. Her gaze remained fixed on the figure lying on the ground. After a moment of silence, she finally spoke. Zhao Qi, who is this person? Reporting to the young lady, this is the individual you were searching for, the one who administered the drugs. This is the substance she used, Zhao Qi declared, stepping forward and placing the package of drugs on the table. Su Luoluo leaned down to sniff the powder inside the package. It was indeed the same substance she had seen in the small kitchen days prior. However, she had not anticipated Zhao Qi's efficiency in bringing the culprit before her so swiftly. Please, miss, consider how you wish to proceed, Zhao Qi inquired. Shall I resort to interrogation? Upon hearing this, Su Luoluo felt increasingly dizzy. She did not wish to alert anyone at this moment. If Su Xiaozhu learned that she was aware, she could easily dismiss it, leaving Su Luoluo with nothing but material evidence, potentially tarnishing her own reputation. No. This matter must remain discreet for now. After careful deliberation, Su Luoluo made her decision. Very well. Zhao Qi approached the maid lying on the ground. The maid stirred awake, instinctively opening her mouth to scream, but Zhao Qi quickly silenced her. The maid's eyes widened in terror as she locked her gaze on Su Luoluo, especially when she caught sight of the drug package on the table, her face turning pale. The maid seemed to want to say something but was unable to articulate her thoughts. Su Luoluo raised her hand and firmly struck the table. Be quiet. The maid trembled in fear. Jinju whispered, Miss, this is the maid of the second young lady. Her name is Hong He. Very well. Hong He. I must ask you, did your mistress give you this package of drugs? Su Luoluo said, You may nod or shake your head. However, should you utter even a half-truth, your life, along with your family's, will be in jeopardy. You must understand, you are poisoning the family. Su Luoluo's words were meant to intimidate. Hong He nearly fainted from fright. She nodded repeatedly. Did your mistress instruct you to place this in the old matriarch's medicinal dish? After a moment's hesitation, Hong He nodded. Su Luoluo toyed with a package of drugs. Do you know what is inside? Zhao Qing, release her pressure point. I doubt she will dare to shout. She added, my courtyard is rather isolated. No one can hear her. But if she raises her voice, my men might inadvertently end her life. Hong He swallowed hard, shaking her head vigorously. Enough, release her. Su Luoluo gestured dismissively. Once her pressure point was released, Hong He hurriedly bowed and said, the second young lady did not specify. She only said that this medicine would be beneficial for the old matriarch's health and instructed us to administer it. She also mentioned that the medicine was extremely precious, fearing it might be snatched away by others. Hence, she specifically instructed us not to speak of it. Is that so? Su Luoluo gazed at Hong He with a smile that was not quite a smile. Hong He dared not meet her eyes. It seemed that some individuals were still not being truthful. If this were indeed a miraculous remedy, why did Hong He appear so frightened upon seeing herself with it? There could only be one reason. Either she was fully aware of its implications, or Su Shizhu had previously stated something of the sort. Regardless of the reason, it was clear that she had not been honest with herself. Suddenly, Su Luoluo slammed her hand on the table. Since you are unwilling to speak the truth, it would be better to take you out and dispose of you to the dogs. After all, your young lady has Lan He by her side. She hardly remembers you. Please, my lady, spare me. Hong He pleaded, bowing repeatedly to the ground. I swear to speak the truth. I dare not fabricate anything. The second young lady truly said this to me. However, I once eavesdropped on the second young lady saying she intended to poison the old matriarch, wishing to make the old matriarch dependent on her so that in the future, she could usurp your position. Hong He begged for mercy. I was unaware. I truly did not know. I only overheard. Ah, indeed, Su Luoluo mused. Su Shizhu, how ruthless you are. The old matriarch has treated you the best among the Su family, yet you wish to use her life to elevate your own status. That is truly cruel. My lady, you have a kind heart. Please spare me. I might still have something that could assist you. In a desperate bid for survival, Hong He did not hesitate. Su Luoluo feigned calmness. Speak. Your status as the legitimate eldest daughter may indeed be related to the second young lady. If you seek out the wet nurse from back then, you will discover the answer. Beyond that, I know nothing else. Please, my lady, spare my life. I have divulged all that could ensure my survival. Su Luoluo raised an eyebrow, lost in thought. The wet nurse? She had merely speculated, but did not expect this matter to potentially yield solid evidence. After a moment of silence, Su Luoluo responded, very well, I understand. She waved her hand dismissively. Thank you, thank you. Before Hong He could finish her sentence, Zhao Qi delivered a swift blow to render her unconscious. The area was already deserted, and with Zhao Qi's remarkable agility, he moved about effortlessly. Su Luoluo sat at the table, silent, her expression inscrutable, leaving no one aware of her thoughts. In the shadows, Pei Zhaoxue signaled, and Zhao Qing accompanied him as they departed. Outside the Prime Minister's residence, in their carriage, Pei Zhaoxue squinted slightly. The other parties certainly displayed some intelligence. Zhao Qi was a significant figure under Pei Zhaoxue's command, and he was often involved in various matters. Naturally, he wished for assistance. However, Pei Zhaoxue clearly had different intentions. What? Are you so lost without Zhao Qi that you do not know what to do? Pei Zhaoxue's cold gaze swept over Zhao Qing. Zhao Qing felt a chill run down his spine. He quickly knelt, his head bowed low. No, that is not it. I merely wish to assist the prince in refining matters. Oh. Pei Zhaoxue raised an eyebrow. Very well. I do not intend to trouble you. Let us set this matter aside for now. He continued, for the time being, Zhao Qi shall remain by Miss Su's side to observe how this matter unfolds. Yes, yes. The dark carriage swayed through the night, gradually making its way to the royal residence. The bells on the carriage and the embroidered patterns surrounding it were clearly visible, prompting passers-by to step aside. Inside the small kitchen of the royal residence, Hong He gradually regained consciousness, the air thick with the acrid smell of something burnt. Startled, she sat upright but quickly felt her body weaken, her neck throbbing painfully. The pain was unbearable. Supporting her neck with one hand, she hurriedly looked at the medicinal concoction. Upon seeing that the medicine had boiled dry, she sank to the floor, disbelief flooding her eyes. How could she have fallen asleep while brewing medicine? This is bad. Very bad. The second young lady would surely hold her accountable. Hong He felt her legs weaken, her entire body trembling, unable to fathom how she could escape this predicament. Hong He, why haven't you delivered the medicine? The young lady is waiting. Blue He appeared at the kitchen door. Upon seeing her, Hong He grasped her arm, desperation in her gaze. Blue He, Blue He caught the faint burnt smell in the air and wore a helpless smile. Did you burn the medicine? It was an accident. Please, help me plead with the young lady. I truly did not mean to. You, Blue He shook her head. This is meant for the old matriarch. You're not just embarrassing the young lady. I beg you, Blue He, seeing the younger girl's distress, could not bear to be harsh, and eventually nodded. Fine. Do not worry, you can start brewing it again. Thank you, Blue He. Blue He patted her hand gently and turned to leave. As Hong He got up to prepare the medicine, she suddenly realized something. Oh no, the medicinal powder is missing. At the same time, Luoluo, seated at the table, glanced at the untouched medicinal powder, her heart sinking. Rising, she clutched the powder and headed outside when Zhao Qi appeared behind her.
Misu.
Zhao Qi did not take the powder, but surveyed the area with a blank expression. It's too late. I must find a solution. No need, Zhao Qi replied. She didn't realize. She just pretended to use it.
What? Luoluo was taken aback.
She opened her mouth, pondering what to say, but the words eluded her. Good fortune? Forget it. It doesn't matter. I still have to fulfill my task, and eating less will at least delay poisoning. As her thoughts swirled, Luoluo glanced again, confirming that the old matriarch's toxin levels had not risen, likely validating Zhao Qi's words. Thank you for today, Luoluo said earnestly. Zhao Qi, however, cast her a cold glance. I am doing this for the prince. Luoluo forced a smile, not wishing to further embarrass herself. Yes, for your prince. This matter has already taken shape. Su Shiju's poison aimed at the old matriarch. However, she always felt the purpose was not simply to gain the old matriarch's trust. For some reason, she sensed a deeper motive that remained unspoken. With this thought, Luoluo furrowed her brow. Zhao Qi, she called out twice. The man appeared silently behind her. At your service. Indeed. You might as well stay close to Su Shiju and discover her true intentions behind administering poison. What is her aim? Understood. I shall take my leave. In an instant, Zhao Qi vanished from sight. Luoluo rested her chin on her hands, deep in contemplation. One must grasp the situation regarding Su Xiaozhu to ascertain one's course of action. Moreover, Luoluo's eyes sparkled with cleverness as alternative strategies began to form in her mind. She gestured towards a figure in the distance. Jinju, come here.
Miss, Yin responded.
Let me ask you, what do you think prompted the second young lady to poison the old lady? After all, she could save the old lady, which would naturally increase the old lady's trust in her. This aligns closely with my initial thoughts. However, Luoluo believed that Su Xiaozhu must have deeper motives. Do you think there could be other reasons? Luoluo inquired. Jinju pondered for a moment and shook her head. Luoluo dipped her fingers in some tea, lightly sketching a stone with two birds on the table. What if this is a case of killing two birds with one stone?
Ah!
Jinju exclaimed, her face a picture of shock. Luoluo merely smiled in silence. This was but her conjecture, and she could not be certain. If it were her, she might consider a scenario where the act of poisoning is attributed to someone she despises. In doing so, she could garner favor from others while simultaneously increasing disdain for the perpetrator. This duality could be seen as a complete victory. Luoluo's musings did not escape Pei Zhaoshua's notice. Pei Zhaoshua's gaze fell upon Luoluo. Initially, he had assumed her to possess only a modicum of cleverness, but it now appeared she was far from foolish. Intriguing. She had transformed this mundane affair into something far more captivating. Unbeknownst to Luoluo, she had piqued Pei Zhaoshua's interest as she contemplated how best to leverage this opportunity to address the matter at hand. Jinju, do you know anyone within the Wangfu who is discreet or capable of relaying messages? Jinju appeared puzzled. What do you mean, miss? Luoluo leaned close to Jinju's ear, whispering her thoughts in detail. Jinju's face lit up with astonishment. Miss, this idea is indeed brilliant, she exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. However, I'm unsure how feasible this is. After a moment of reflection, Jinju added, if you entrust this task to me, I will certainly do my utmost to handle it well. Good. I have faith in you, Luoluo replied. Jinju's expression brightened. Then I shall set this in motion. We can implement it in the coming days, correct? Yes. Luoluo observed Jinju's retreating figure, a glimmer of thought crossing her eyes. The trap had been set. Whether the other party would take the bait remained to be seen. Hey, have you heard?
What?
The old lady was poisoned because someone administered poison. No way. I swear. I'm not joking. I heard it directly from the second young lady's quarters. It was the second young lady who did it.
What?
My goodness. The old lady cared so much for the second young lady, yet she would do this. How could she betray her like that? The gossiping maid glanced at Su Chunan, who was approaching from the nearby rockery, and continued, oh, but this isn't the only reason. The eldest young lady has recently gained favor. The lady prefers the eldest young lady, and the second young lady fears losing the old lady's affection, so she resorted to such underhanded tactics. A chorus of gasps erupted from the crowd. Hidden behind the rockery, Su Chunan covered her mouth in shock. The maid continued to weave a mix of truths and fabrications, leading the onlookers to disperse. Once the crowd had cleared, Su Chunan pressed her back against the rockery before cautiously stepping out. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she hurried back to her room. After she had distanced herself, the gossiping maid emerged from behind the rockery, nodding at her retreating form. Shortly thereafter, Luoluo received news. Jinju relayed everything the maid had said with great detail. Luoluo was practicing her calligraphy with a brush on the white paper. Satisfied, she set her brush down, resting it upon the brush holder. It seemed that I have already cast my net. Whether the fish choose to enter is entirely their affair. Su Qianan's impulsive and ambitious nature made her the perfect candidate for this task. Volume 1, Chapter 87. Leaving early you. In recent days, Luoluo had either been admiring flowers or engrossed in books, living quite contentedly. She lay back against her bed, eyelids fluttering shut in restful repose. Before long, she was disturbed by the sounds of others. Jinju shook her head at Luoluo and leaned closer to whisper. This matter may not come to fruition. Given Su Qianan's character, it was inconceivable that she would let such an opportunity pass. After scare, the third young lady would surely be too intimidated to speak up. Zhou Luoluo's fingers lightly tapped the bamboo-framed chaise longue, her mind slowly pondering her next move. She had not anticipated that Zhou would disrupt her carefully laid plans. With Su Qianan rendered ineffective, it appeared she would need to seek out another suitable pawn. Just as she pondered this, Chunhua rushed in. Miss, the Lord of Su Wang is here to see you, Chunhua announced. Pei Zhaoxue? What could he want? Hadn't he previously stated that she could rest at home for the next few days? Luoluo glanced down at her hand, which, although still bandaged, had sustained little injury. Delaying for a while longer is advisable. After all, the other party must be recovering from the medicine. If she were to attend to him, wouldn't that invite trouble? As Pei Zhaoxue approached the entrance, he raised an eyebrow in surprise. He had not expected that after assisting her for so long, she would still harbor grievances against him. It was the first time that the esteemed prince had been treated with such disdain. Zhao Qing turned to glance at Pei Zhaoxue, sensing a dark aura emanating from him. Your Highness? Let us go. I shall see what my future princess is up to, Pei Zhaoxue declared, as Zhao Qing hurriedly urged him toward the courtyard. Luoluo noticed him rise and bow. This subject, Luoluo, pays her respects to his highness. Pei Zhaoxue, contemplating her earlier thoughts, narrowed his eyes, fixating on her without allowing her to rise. Oh dear, is this insufferable man deliberately here to torment me? Why won't he let me get up? Have I offended him in some way recently? Luoluo's mind raced with questions, but none seemed to fit. Pei Zhaoxue remained silent, seated in his wheelchair, gazing down. It was not until Luoluo began to falter that he finally relented. All right, you may rise. Thank you. Your Highness, she said, her voice tinged with a hint of resentment. Pei Zhaoxue smiled at her. What? Is my princess contemplating taking a bite out of me? Your Highness jest, Luoluo replied. Pei Zhaoxue waved his hand dismissively. Is that so? I see no hesitation in my princess. Perhaps she dares to try anything. Your Highness jest, she retorted. Dare what? If I had the audacity, I would be the first to dispose of Pei Zhaoxue and rise in rebellion. Becoming a female emperor. Damn this feudal society. Pei Zhaoxue squinted, lightly caressing the ring on his thumb. Luoluo felt a chilling breeze caress her neck, prompting her to instinctively touch it. What have you been up to these days? Asked Pei Zhaoxue, perfectly aware of the unspoken thoughts lingering in Luoluo's mind. Of course, it would be even more impeccable if Pei Zhaoxue remained oblivious to Luoluo's inner musings. Sooner or later, I will have you serving me. By the way, how has the prince been these days? Thanks to the princess's concern, his health has improved significantly, came the reply. Is that so? That's wonderful. I truly hope the prince recovers swiftly. Luoluo's eyes sparkled with hope. The sooner you recover, the sooner I can leave you. I can't bear to stay in this wretched place for another moment. I shall do my best, replied the prince. Will the princess not invite me inside for a while? How could I forget? Luoluo quickly stood aside and gestured for the prince to enter. Pei Zhaoxue maneuvered his wheelchair into the room, and Luoluo took it upon herself to brew tea, cautiously probing, Your Highness, you are not here to collect Zhaoqi today, are you? A genuine smile finally graced Luoluo's face. The prince is truly kind. Pei Zhaoxue shot her a sidelong glance. What does the prince enjoy eating? I can have someone prepare it for you. There's no need, Pei Zhaoxue replied. I am here to discuss some matters with you. Luoluo's smile gradually faded. As expected, no one visits without purpose. Please go ahead. Using Zhaoqi is not an issue, but I do not engage in unprofitable exchanges. What do you offer in return? Luoluo's heart sank. Oh no. He's here to demand payment. Zhaoqi, such a formidable guard, can't be that costly, can he? Surely. Wouldn't he resort to asking for money himself? Wait, could he be after my beauty? This thought flashed through Luoluo's mind, enough to make Pei Zhaoxue clench his jaw. After a moment of wild speculation, Luoluo noticed the prince's expression darkening. Tentatively, she asked, Your Highness, what do you think would be suitable to offer in return? 2 matters, Pei Zhaoxue raised a finger. This left Luoluo perplexed. What 2 matters? You shall promise me two things in the future, Pei Zhaoxue stated. Rest assured, these will not be unfavorable to you. Luoluo hesitated but nodded in agreement a moment later. The prince had already helped her, and it would be ungrateful to voice further objections. I accept this matter. Splendid. Pei Zhaoxue nodded. I enjoy collaborating with straightforward individuals. Luoluo breathed a sigh of relief. Then, Your Highness, I shall allow you to remain here a bit longer. To elevate your standing within the estate, lest you find yourself bullied in the future. Luoluo couldn't help but grimace. You're the one who will be crying. Initially, Luoluo felt somewhat uneasy with Pei Zhaoxue in her room. However, as she became engrossed in her reading, she momentarily forgot about him until he approached her side. Pei Zhaoxue glanced at the booklet she was perusing. I assumed you were studying medical texts, but it appears you are indulging in these trivial stories. This hardly classifies as trivial, she retorted. It merely provides some amusement. But what have you been planning while sitting here for so long? Luoluo closed the booklet and placed it aside. What do you intend to do? Why should I report my actions to you? Pei Zhaoxue replied coolly. Were it not for the concern that others might bully you in the estate, I would have no need to assist you in gaining respect. Luoluo forced a smile. Then I must express my gratitude to Your Highness. Yes, thank you, Your Highness, she said, bowing slightly. She rose to escort him to the estate's entrance, watching as he departed in a carriage, allowing herself to exhale with relief. He was agreeable in many respects, yet he was undeniably a challenge to accommodate. If Su Xiaozhu would at least put on a facade of politeness. Su Qianan was notorious for her blatant disregard for appearances. Moreover, with the latter constantly opposing her, Luoluo truly wished to avoid encounters with her. Yet, the more she wished to evade, the more unavoidable it became. Su Qianan stood as Luoluo approached, immediately greeting her. Hey, big sister. Su Qianan called out in a tone that was almost coy. The address nearly caused Luoluo to stumble. Was she calling herself big sister? The intention was anything but friendly. Luoluo took a few steps back, smiling as she nodded. What is it? Big sister, we are good sisters. Why the formality? Su Qianan feigned innocence. It was my fault before. Please do not be angry with me. I do have something to ask you. Luoluo hesitated, studying her. Just say it directly. No need for pretense. Regarding grandmother's poisoning, do you not find it rather coincidental? Su Qianan whispered, glancing around as if fearful of eavesdroppers. However, Luoluo discerned the underlying meaning of her words. How intriguing. She had not ensnared her. Instead, it seemed Su Qianan aimed to ensnare her. Considering Su Qianan's character, Luoluo merely feigned surprise, covering her mouth.
What do you mean by that?
Could it be that grandmother's poisoning has another explanation? A glimmer of amusement flickered in Su Qianan's eyes. Indeed, someone must have poisoned her, or she would not have fallen ill. Moreover, I noticed that second sister seemed a bit off that day. Luoluo silently scoffed, maintaining an expression of shock. Off? In what way? What do you actually know?
Su Yunan clutched Luoluo's sleeve tightly.
Do you not know? Second sister sought out a doctor in advance that day, and she has always been closest to grandmother, often preparing medicinal concoctions for her. Perhaps she added something to them. Third sister, we must speak with evidence. Luoluo gently patted Su Qianan's hand. Moreover, you have always had a good relationship with second sister. Why not inquire with her?
Su Yunan's smile instantly faltered.
She had not anticipated that her words would be turned back on her.
Big sister, you jest.
Second sister and I are hardly close. My mother has always said I should maintain a better relationship with you. I was young then, and second sister often spoke ill of you in my ear. So, I took it to heart and did something foolish.
You are not upset, are you?
Su Qianan looked at her earnestly. Luoluo forced a smile. So it was Zhou Shi. Initially, she had thought Zhou Shi merely enjoyed being sharp-tongued and disparaging others, but it seemed she was quite adept at playing the field. Clearly, Zhou Shi was no fool. Not at all, Luoluo replied with a smile.
Sister, you jest.
How could I ever resent you? Besides, recognizing one's mistakes and striving to amend them is truly commendable. Su Qianan's eyes brightened. Then, you might as well discuss this matter with the lady or grandmother. I am but a lowly voice and dare not. This was clearly an attempt to push her into the fire. Had it been the original owner, she might have believed this nonsense. Luoluo suddenly embraced her role, gently dabbing at her eyes with a handkerchief. I cannot dare either. Sister San, you are not unaware of my predicament.
Alas.
You are familiar with the rumors surrounding me. If I were to go now, others would certainly perceive me as being envious of second sister. A pitiable, innocent faade. Su Qianan's lips twitched. Were it not for the thought that Su Luoluo is rather easy to deceive, I would not have considered stirring up trouble before her. Sister San, why don't I take you to grandmother? You could speak with her. She has always had a soft spot for you. She might just believe you, Su Luoluo encouraged. You know I am the least favored in the family. Su Qianan's eyes darted around. This statement held some truth. If I could indeed bring down Su Xiaozhu, then Su Luoluo, this foolish girl, could easily be dealt with. With this thought, Su Chunan instantly devised a plan. Yes, elder sister, you are right. I shall contemplate this further. Thank you, elder sister. Su Luoluo waved her hand with a smile. Watching Su Chunan turn to leave, she was certain that her words had been duly noted. If this endeavor succeeds, it would be a fortunate outcome. She could utilize Su Chunan as hand to strike at Su Xiaozhu. This is a classic case of the clam and the snipe fighting, while the fisherman profits. All she needed to do was to reap the rewards. However, after 2 days of waiting, Su Chunan made no move, presumably thwarted once more by the Zhou family. She felt no sense of regret. After all, she had anticipated this outcome. Leaning back in her chair, Su Luoluo relaxed as Zhao Qi appeared.
Misu.
Su Xiaozhu has been calculating the time these past few days. It seems she is preparing to take action. Su Luoluo remained composed, showing no sign of surprise. After all, the system had warned her that old Madame Su's poisoning had reached 80%. For days, the system had been alerting her to be cautious and to avoid failure in her task. However, given the dosage Su Xiaozhu had administered, old Madame Su should be safe from immediate danger. Moreover, it was indeed time for her to act. Have you heard her mention why she is poisoning the old madam?
Luoluo inquired.
Zhao Qi hesitated slightly, shaking his head. I have not heard anything. How strange. Chapter 89. The Unrepentant Man. Was Su Xiaozhu truly attempting to vie for favor and secure her position by poisoning the old madam? If that were the case, it seemed rather illogical. After all, the old madam was not particularly fond of her now. The only one in the household who favored Su Xiaozhu was the old madam herself. If the old madam were to discover this act of poisoning, or if the dosage was too high and inadvertently harmed her life, it would be a grave miscalculation. Such a course of action was far too reckless. Su Luoluo felt as though she was forgetting something important, yet the thought eluded her. In the Wang residence, Zhao Qing was once again defeated by Pei Zhaoxue without a single piece left standing. He placed his chess piece down and clasped his hands. Your Highness, your chess skills are indeed remarkable. I cannot hope to win against you. Yes, I know, Pei Zhaoxue replied coolly. For some reason, he found himself feeling somewhat bored. Instead, the image of Su Xiaozhu flickered in his mind, her clever and mischievous demeanor. Come, let us see what Su Luoluo is up to. Yes. Zhao Qing breathed a sigh of relief. At last, his lord had ceased to pursue the game. Just when Su Luoluo was deep in thought, she noticed a maid peeking sneakily from outside her courtyard. Jinju, Su Luoluo called out. Jinju hurriedly bent closer. Miss, what is it? Su Luoluo gestured towards the distance. Who is that maid? I do not recognize her. Jinju followed Su Luoluo's gaze. Oh, that is a low-ranking maid from our courtyard. Mainly working in the outer courtyard, rarely coming in. She only occasionally helps with cleaning. Miss, do you want me to chase her away? Jinju asked. Su Luoluo narrowed her eyes. This low-ranking maid cannot be unaware of the rules. She must be snooping for ulterior motives.
Maid.
The maid from my own courtyard. Indeed. Could it be that Su Xiaozhu is attempting to kill 2 birds with 1 stone? Su Luoluo suddenly clapped her hands. Realizing the revelation should be a cause for joy, she inadvertently touched her wound, causing her to wince in pain. Ouch, that hurts. Thankfully the wound has scabbed. Otherwise, if I were to injure it again, would the prince not suspect I am doing this on purpose? Hidden in the shadows and overhearing everything, Pei Zhaoxue raised an eyebrow, a hint of amusement flickering in her eyes. Go, and bring that maid in.
Huh?
Even Jinju, who is usually perceptive, failed to comprehend Su Luoluo's intentions. However, a command from her mistress was absolute. Jinju nodded and turned to summon the maid. The low-ranking maid was named Hexiang, dressed in simple attire, though not tattered. She nervously approached until she stood before Su Luoluo, visibly anxious. Miss, Hexiang stammered. Su Luoluo scrutinized her. What were you looking at over there? I was just curious about what the inner courtyard looks like, so I thought I would come and take a look, Hexiang replied. Su Luoluo raised an eyebrow. Is that so? But do you know that this is against the rules? All right, I will let this go this time, considering it is your first offense. Should there be a next time, you may consider what punishment you will accept. With that, Su Luoluo waved her hand, dismissing her.
Yet.
Hexiang suddenly fell to her knees with a thud.
No.
Hexiang lowered her head, wiping her tears, appearing utterly pitiful. Miss, I have my reasons.
She sobbed.
This truly caught Su Luoluo off guard. She had not anticipated such a display. What do you mean? Su Luoluo frowned and asked. Hexiang quietly wept. Miss, my mother is gravely ill, but the meager wages of a low-ranking maid are insufficient. I was hoping to ask if the miss could promote me to serve in your inner courtyard. I won't compete for favor with Jinju and the others. I would be content to be a servant. I can assist Jinju and the others. This sounded exceedingly humble. Had the original owner been here, she might have felt pity and heeded these words. Yet to Su Luoluo, it was absurd. So, I hear others say that you are kind-hearted, and that is why I found myself here, pleading for your mercy, for my mother.
Ha!
Why should her mother's illness concern me? Is she attempting to morally bind me? If I do not comply, will her mother's eventual death be my fault? With this line of thought, Su Luoluo felt both amused and scornful. She had never expected the other party would resort to such tactics to threaten her. "Oh, miss, have you agreed?" He Xiong asked. "Miss, if you like me, it is quite acceptable." He Xiong hastily spoke, seeing that the other young ladies' courtyards could be so. "I kindly ask you, miss, to assist me with this small favor." "What a pity," Su Luoluo smiled slightly at her. "I do not harbor any fondness for you. I have no intention of helping you. Since you have seen the other young ladies' courtyards, you may as well ask them for assistance. Jinju, from now on, do not allow unrelated individuals to enter. Do you understand?" Su Luoluo commanded as she rose. Jinju promptly nodded in acknowledgement. "Yes, I understand." He Xiong wished to approach and tug at Su Luoluo's skirt to plead, but was brushed away instead. She fell to the ground in a rather embarrassing manner. Su Luoluo cast her a sidelong glance and directly entered the room. Jinju summoned 2 lower-ranking maidservants to take He Xiong away. Jinju intended to report back inside, but upon seeing the unexpected guests, Su Luoluo spoke. "Jinju, stay outside. I am feeling unwell and wish to rest." Jinju quickly nodded in agreement, obediently guarding the door. "Your Highness, it is rather inappropriate to intrude upon the young lady's chamber without prior notice," Su Luoluo remarked. Pei Zhaoxue caressed the jade ring in his hand. "You are to be my future consort, thus you are different from others." Su Luoluo thought, "This shameless man truly has no sense of propriety. Their relationship is merely a pure partnership. His words might lead others to think otherwise." "What brings you to seek me today, Your Highness?" Su Luoluo inquired with a smile. "I have come to you for an important matter. Surely, I would not seek you without cause." If it were not for the person standing before her, Su Luoluo would have rolled her eyes to the back of her head. Maintaining a placid smile, she slightly nodded. "Indeed. However, Your Highness, you seem yet to have informed me of your purpose. This insufferable man. One day I shall ensure he becomes impotent." Pei Zhaoxue's forehead twitched with frustration. Unbeknownst to Su Luoluo, Pei Zhaoxue was mulling over his thoughts. But as he remained silent, she too chose to keep her peace, curious to see who could withstand the test of patience longer. Pei Zhaoxue cast her a sidelong glance. "I have important matters to discuss with you. You seem to have been entertaining yourself in this state these past few days. Have you forgotten my injury entirely? You just... Your Highness, you have yet to finish the medicine sent to you. How could I have forgotten you? Is that so? It appears you are quite lost in your own world," Pei Zhaoxue replied. "I am merely at home. How could this be considered neglect?" Su Luoluo was indeed quite adept at banter. Pei Zhaoxue remarked, and she could counter with several retorts. Were it not for Pei Zhaoxue's good temper, he might have long since silenced her. "Your Highness, your visit today cannot be merely for such trivial matters. If you have something to say, please do so directly." Pei Zhaoxue retorted, "Someone intends to do you harm. I have come to see how you will respond." "Ah?" Su Luoluo was left bewildered. "Harm me? Is it Su Xiaozhu or Su Qinan? I have not stepped outside these past few days. How could they bring harm to me?" Thoughts raced through her mind, and she furrowed her brows, momentarily at a loss for words. On the other side, Pei Zhaoxue was left speechless by her sudden musings. While their thoughts were not far apart, her mental leaps were indeed perplexing. "What, do you truly not know who seeks to harm you?" Pei Zhaoxue mocked. "I do not have many enemies, and besides, I am quite well behaved on ordinary days. How would I know who wishes to take action against me?" Pei Zhaoxue raised an eyebrow. "Is that so? I recall there are 2 within your household and numerous others outside. How can you still claim ignorance?" "Your Highness, Li Yiren is undoubtedly your troublesome admirer. Why should that reflect poorly on me? Had it not been for you, she would not have pursued me so relentlessly." This was the first time anyone dared to speak to Pei Zhaoxue in such a manner. Those who had done so in the past had met untimely ends. However, this time Pei Zhaoxue merely laughed. "What, are you jealous?" Su Luoluo rolled her eyes dramatically. "Your Highness, perhaps you should consult a physician. Your reasoning appears quite unwell." Before Pei Zhaoxue could respond, Jinju's frantic voice rang out. Miss, the old lady has been poisoned again, and this time, she has coughed up blood. The lady requests you come quickly. Last time, the delay led to trouble, and if we do not act swiftly again, we may face more complications. Your Highness, it is not that I do not wish to entertain you. I genuinely have matters to attend to." Su Luoluo finished speaking and hastily made her way outside. Pei Zhaoxue watched her depart. Zhao Qing appeared beside Pei Zhaoxue. "Your Highness, were you not intending to remind Miss Su? I wish to see how she handles this. If she cannot manage such a small matter, then there is no need for me to continue collaborating with her." Zhao Qing nodded in understanding.
Unbeknownst to Su Luoluo,
Pei Zhaoxue had intentionally concealed the matter from her, and she assumed he had simply chosen not to speak further, paying it no mind. By the time she reached the door, she glanced at the system. The icons had increased significantly. The poison had reached 95%. If it escalated any further, the old lady would be carried away for burial today. It appeared Su Shizhu had managed the poison quite effectively. However, does Su Shizhu possess medical knowledge? Su Luoluo cast a contemplative glance at Su Xiezhu, who was waiting nearby. Their eyes met, and a hint of provocation flickered within Su Xiezhu's gaze. Did she seem to feel assured of victory? What was she so pleased about?
Luoluo furoret herbrov.
Could it be that Su Xiezhu believed she could cultivate a bond with the old lady during this opportunity, prompting her to act irrationally? If that were her intention, Su Luoluo could only conclude that she was indeed deranged. Of course, Su Xiezhu was unlikely to be a fool. After a prolonged wait, as Su Luoluo observed the system's values, she noted that the toxin had stabilized at 80%, indicating that the doctor summoned had once again managed to control the poison. The physician was the one previously engaged by Su Xiezhu. He shook his head. Why has the old lady's poison not been cleared, yet she has been poisoned again? Should your household not be properly cleaned?
What?
Su Xiezhu stepped forward, nearly stumbling without Lan He's support. Grandmother, has someone poisoned her again? I have been following your instructions, administering only what you prescribed, and we have not consumed anything else. If there were any discrepancies, we all partook together. Su Xiezhu's eyes brimmed with tears, pleading, how could grandmother be poisoned again? Who is responsible for this? Lan He gently tugged at Su Xiezhu, speaking softly, yet loud enough for those around to hear. But did not the young lady send nourishing supplements? Those were consumed solely by the old lady. Everyone was momentarily taken aback, turning their gazes towards Su Luoluo. Su Xiezhu, unfazed, tugged at Lan He's sleeve. What nonsense are you spouting? Although grandmother is not particularly kind to the eldest sister, it is inconceivable that the eldest sister would stoop to such actions. Sister, do you not agree? She has never brought any supplements for the old lady. Ever since Su Luoluo discovered that this incident was orchestrated by Su Xiezhu, her sole focus has been on how to expose the perpetrator or to catch them in a trap. Now, it seems that a scheme was laid out for her. How clever. I have never sent anything here, dear sister. What nonsense are you speaking? Su Luoluo stated. However, as soon as she finished speaking, Mama Zhang, who had been attending to the old lady, interjected. Miss, you have had someone deliver supplements daily. Are you denying it? Wanting to keep your hands clean? I will drag you down with me. Chapter 91. The truth. Su Qianan, who had been watching the spectacle, was momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated that Su Luoluo would suddenly utter such a statement.
What do you mean? Su Qianan stammered, biting her lip.
You're talking nonsense. I never said that. Eldest sister, you have made a mistake, and yet you are trying to drag others down with you. Is that so? Su Luoluo smirked slightly, realizing that the third sister truly has a poor memory. Back then, she had believed that the second sister would never engage in such an act. Hence her reluctance to join the third sister. Who would have guessed that this incident would surface? The third sister has completely forgotten the past. This. Su Qianan's eyes darted around, contemplating how to wriggle out of this predicament. Oh right. Didn't the third sister claim to have seen the second sister in the small kitchen? Could it be that this matter is indeed true? Doesn't the third sister know better than anyone? Su Luoluo planned to bring someone down. Su Xiezhu was certainly keenly aware of this. Yet, she truly did not expect that the person in question would be Su Qianan. Equally surprising was the fact that Su Qianan was aware of these details. She turned to face Su Qianan, who was now so frightened that she could hardly articulate a response, stammering in silence. Standing beside her, Mrs. Zhou sighed inwardly, though her expression remained unfazed. She bowed slightly and spoke with a smile. Miss, you jest. This girl is the kindest of all. With her intellect, how could she investigate anything? Surely, you must be mistaken.
Su Yunan insisted.
Su Luoluo glanced at Mrs. Zhou. This person had repeatedly thwarted her plans, yet she was cunning enough. Since there was no significant conflict of interest between them, Su Luoluo preferred not to make an enemy. She remained silent, redirecting her focus onto her intended target. After all, I shall not admit to something I did not do. Since the second sister claims I did it, we might as well find the person responsible. I am curious to know who dares impersonate me. Very well. Su Xiezhu clapped her hands. Lan He brought in He Xiang, who had been hesitantly lingering at the door. He Xiang was shoved into the room, collapsing to the ground, her forehead pressed firmly against the floor. Spare me, my lord. I am just a servant, I know nothing. I was merely following the orders of the young lady. I didn't understand anything. I had no idea that it was poison. Please spare me. The pleas for mercy echoed through the room. Su Luoluo observed coldly. As expected, she had been contemplating how to dispose of this person, yet here she was, presenting herself. How convenient. Su Luoluo smirked. Spare you? Why should I? Furthermore, you just claimed that I was responsible for that incident? Su Luoluo's tone turned icy. Do tell me? How did I make you do it? When did I instruct you? The unspoken words carried a chilling undertone. He Xiang trembled in fear. Su Xiezhu quickly interjected. Sister, what are you doing? This maid was merely being manipulated into wrongdoing. Are you attempting to intimidate her to prevent her from revealing the truth? Truly, this was a hefty accusation to level against oneself. Su Xiezhu had indeed epitomized shamelessness.
You jest, sister.
I am merely indignant on behalf of my jewelry company. Grandmother has been harmed, and yet this person insists on placing the blame squarely on my shoulders. If this were to happen to you, sister, would you not be even more outraged? Moreover, even if she was being manipulated, she was the one who delivered the harmful item straight to grandmother's lips. It seems you are more concerned about whether I will be criticized than about the actual wrongdoing. Su Xiaoju's expression darkened instantly. She had not anticipated Su Luoluo's eloquence. Sister, you jest. That was not my intention at all. You are the one truly wishing to obfuscate the truth. Is that so? Su Luoluo smiled lightly, her meaning unmistakable. Realizing that speaking further would only lead to more trouble, Su Xiaoju chose to remain silent.
Satisfied.
Su Xiaoju raised an eyebrow and turned to the trembling Hexiang on the floor. Su Luoluo said gently, enough. I do not wish to intimidate you. Since you claim I was behind your actions, you must recount every detail of what I instructed you to do. If you can truthfully state that it was my doing, then so be it. However, if you cannot, you would do well to reveal the true mastermind behind this, lest you suffer the consequences. I don't know. Hexiang mumbled, her lips quivering. Being a lowly maid, she had neither education nor the courage to stand firm. Miss, you are not making this difficult for me. Are you? You told me to carry out the tasks, and I did not dare to question or speak out. Moreover, you expressed your filial piety. And I dared not say anything more. I merely did what a maid ought to do. How did it come to be that I have committed so many wrongs in your eyes?
Oh.
Is this an attempt to evade responsibility? A cold smile gracing her lips. Indeed, you have a point. Perhaps I have overthought this. Let me rephrase my inquiry. You and Chenhua, Jinju, are both my maids. Why was it that I did not send them, but instead chose you? When you delivered the items, you stated clearly that you were my maid. Did you think that the old lady would consume what you brought without question? Hexiang bit her lip. That is not it. You said both of your sisters were occupied, so you instructed me to do it. You even promised that if I did well, I would be rewarded. Miss, have you forgotten? As she spoke, Hexiang lifted her head, her eyes brimming with tears, appearing quite pitiable. Minister Su furrowed his brows. Su Xiaoju commented. Ah, this maid is indeed loyal, albeit misplaced. Who could have known that my sister would turn out to be such a person? What? Is this loyalty? She undertook tasks I did not assign her, and wishes to blame everything on me. Is this how you demonstrate loyalty to your sister? Sister, what you say raises questions. Is this truly something you directed her to do? We remain in the dark. Volume 1, Chapter 92, continuing this performance. Su Xiaoju sighed. After all, this maidservant is connected to her sister. Would her sister claim that it was someone else's influence? Does Su Xiaoju intend to forcibly place this accusation upon herself? The Prime Minister, Su Qingxiang, furrowed his brow and turned to Su Luoluo. What do you intend to say? Is this matter in any way related to you? His tone bore a hint of interrogation. Su Luoluo bit her lower lip. Indeed, in the eyes of Su Qingxiang, I am forever overshadowed by Su Xiaoju. He cannot even spare me this modicum of trust. How laughable. At that moment, Madame Su spoke up. One cannot condemn a young lady based solely on a maidservant's word. Moreover, Yaoer has been quite occupied lately and has injured herself. That maidservant is merely a lowly servant, stationed in the outer courtyard. Even if there were a task, Yaoer would dispatch Jinju and Chenhua, both of whom are truly loyal maidservants. Would she be foolish enough to send an unfamiliar maid who might betray her? Madame Su's every word defended Su Luoluo, providing her with immense comfort. She pressed her lips together, casting a glance at the speaker while lowering her gaze to conceal her emotions. She would certainly remember the kindness shown to her. Su Qingxiang began to feel a twinge of regret. Perhaps he had acted too hastily. Had he taken a moment to reflect, he might have discerned the inconsistencies. After a moment of silence, he glanced at Su Luoluo, who was nestled in Madame Su's embrace, her eyes brimming with tears. Just as Su Qingxiang intended to deliberate further, Su Xiaoju interjected. Mother, what do you mean by that? Have you forgotten? I am your daughter. She is clearly an impostor. Why do you protect a counterfeit? Allowing me to be scorned by others? This is unjust. Su Luoluo narrowed her eyes. Was she attempting to seize this opportunity to once again raise the issue of their true relationship? As she opened her mouth to speak, Madame Su squeezed Su Luoluo's hand, gently shaking her head. I have said that I will no longer take the past to heart. Furthermore, who can truly discern the authenticity of this matter? Since Yaoer is raised by me, she is undoubtedly my daughter, and I do not wish to question her, lest I hurt her feelings. Such simple words rendered Su Xiaoju utterly incredulous. Her countenance darkened as she bit her lip and shot a fierce glare at Su Luoluo. It seemed the timing of the prince's arrival was less than fortuitous. Pei Zhaoshua's voice rang from the entrance. The door, which had been shut, swung open as Zhao Qing pushed Pei Zhaoshua into the room. The Su family members were taken aback. Su Luoluo, quick to react, immediately crouched to pay her respects. Only then did Su Qingxiang lead the others in greeting Pei Zhaoshua. Come here, Pei Zhaoshua beckoned to Su Luoluo. In front of everyone, Su Luoluo approached her. Pei Zhaoshua grasped her chin, scrutinizing her face. It seems you have not been foolish enough to be struck. Why does this insufferable man choose to appear now? No matter, presently, he is my only ally. With this thought, Luoluo offered a slight smile. Of course not. I remember the prince once said he would not allow others to bully me. If I were to be bullied, the prince would surely be displeased. Her simple words caused Pei Zhaoxue to raise an eyebrow. Were it not for her ability to perceive the thoughts of others, she might have been led to believe Su Luoluo's words were mere fabrications. You do heed my words. So, have you been bullied? Pei Zhaoxue surveyed the room. The Su family members felt as though they were being suffocated under an oppressive gaze. Your Highness, you jest, Su Qingxiong began to explain. Pei Zhaoxue shot him a cold glance, causing him to swallow hard and fall silent.
Speak.
I wish to hear it from your own lips, Pei Zhaoxue said coolly.
Luoluo smiled.
This insufferable man is clever. Otherwise, I would not dare to speak so freely. I shall remember this favor. It is nothing much. I merely sought the prince's assistance regarding a matter. Fortunately, the prince has arrived. Otherwise, I would find myself in an inextricable situation. Pei Zhaoxue raised an eyebrow, easily guessing her forthcoming words.
Speak.
If it pertains to me, I shall certainly inform you. Your Highness, do you recall that I once asked you to find a skilled individual for me to investigate a matter? I remember. Su Luoluo sighed in relief. Thank goodness this insufferable man did not retract his promise on the spot. Otherwise, I would be doomed. After all, Su Luoluo had not initially articulated her request in that manner. Both she and Pei Zhaoxue were well aware of it. Pei Zhaoxue's willingness to speak this way indicated his intention to assist her this time, and Su Luoluo would certainly remember his kindness. Well then, Pei Zhaoxue cast a sideways glance at Su Xiezhu, who stood nearby. Su Xiezhu bit her lip. The matter of the old lady's poisoning left me somewhat puzzled. Since I possess some medical knowledge, I took it upon myself to investigate, and indeed, I discovered something strange about her condition. Originally, I did not wish for my medical skills to be known by others. Now that it cannot be concealed, I shall speak the truth. As for how the old lady was poisoned and why, I believe my sister is more knowledgeable than I, is she not? Su Luoluo's words caused Su Xiezhu to flounder. Su Xiezhu's eyes widened in shock, clearly unprepared for Su Luoluo's revelation. Sister, what are you saying? I cannot comprehend your words. Regardless, she would not be foolish enough to admit her involvement in this matter. This maidservant is yours. How can you suggest I am implicated? If it were true, then I would surely meet a terrible fate. Is that so? Su Luoluo's lips curled into a sardonic smile, devoid of warmth.
hastily interjected.
Grandmother has treated me so well. How could I possibly harm her? Sister, your words have left me somewhat chilled. Indeed. Su Luoluo's gaze remained fixed on her, as if she were observing a corpse. Su Xiezhu trembled, swallowing hard as her eyes darted in search of words. Were it someone else? Perhaps Su Xiezhu might have attempted to argue. Yet now, the normally timid Su Luoluo's unwavering gaze rendered her speechless, reducing her to a state of frantic searching for words. Sister, if you speak the truth, I shall assist you once. But if you choose to continue with your lies, then I see no reason to carry on this discussion. Do you? Such straightforward words sent a shiver through Su Xiezhu. She hesitated. Miss, how could you threaten the second young lady? He Xiong suddenly spoke up. Su Luoluo cast a half-smile glance at He Xiong. Gathering her courage, He Xiong continued. Eldest miss, the second young lady has been so kind to the old lady. How could you doubt her? Besides, you have a poor relationship with the old lady, which is why you sent me to deliver medicine. Isn't it? Su Xiaozhu felt a sudden jolt in her heart, sensing trouble. This He Xiong seemed to reveal everything, as if she intended to hand over incriminating evidence directly to Su Luoluo. Su Xiaozhu felt dizzy and nearly lost her footing. If it weren't for the support beside her, she feared she might have collapsed to the ground in a faint. Su Luoluo raised an eyebrow. Are you certain it was I who gave you the medicine to poison? He Xiong nodded. Yes, miss, you called me into the room, intending to instruct me. Are you now denying it? As she spoke, He Xiong looked at Su Luoluo with tear-filled eyes. Miss, you mustn't do this. I only informed the second young lady to prevent you from making further mistakes. To prevent me from making mistakes? This statement was indeed grandiose. If she hadn't witnessed the situation clearly, one might have believed it. Su Luoluo smirked slightly. Your words are rather intriguing. Allow me to pose a few questions, and I hope you can provide me with answers. He Xiong cautiously glanced at Su Xiaozhu, biting her lip as she nodded. Miss, please ask your questions. When did I give you the medicine? How much did I give you? And what did I instruct you to do? Speak plainly. He Xiong was taken aback, not expecting Su Luoluo to inquire about these matters. She instinctively looked towards Su Xiaozhu. Could it be that the answers were inscribed on the second young lady's face? No. He Xiong quickly shook her head, lowering her gaze. I just don't know if I should say this. Wouldn't it be inappropriate to speak of it in front of everyone? Interesting. What sort of image are you trying to uphold? For some reason, Su Luoluo found the situation increasingly mocking. So, what are your thoughts? I wouldn't mind if you spoke in front of everyone. I hope you remember who your true master is. If there are uncertainties, you ought to be looking to me, not others. He Xiong trembled, unsure of how to respond. Su Luoluo regarded her with a smile laced with icy disdain. Lowering her head, he stammered, Miss, I cannot recall. Cannot recall, or never knew. Miss, Enough, there is no point in continuing this. Su Luoluo said coolly, Lord, please summon the person I asked you to find. Alternatively, you could relay his findings and observations. Though my relationship with the old lady is indeed strained, I have no intention of harming my grandmother. After all, she is my grandmother. I do not wish to be hastily burdened with such matters. What does father say? Prime Minister Su gazed at Pei Zhaoxue, knowing that without a thorough investigation, matters would not resolve simply. After a moment of silence, he nodded. He didn't even need to hear to know the answer. Given Su Luoluo's audacity and calculations, it was likely that she had already confirmed the situation. Since it was father who mentioned it, I shall speak plainly. Su Luoluo cast a glance. The supplement was not prepared by me, but by the maid Hong He, who is beside Su Xiaozhu. Many in the kitchen witnessed this. As for whether they dare to speak, well, father could inquire. If any still possess a conscience, they might just tell the truth. Prime Minister Su furrowed his brows. The old lady's attendant, Chen Mama, looked incredulous. Second young lady, you. Su Xiaozhu immediately pushed the still-dazed Hong He to the ground. You. I never expected you to be so malicious. Su Xiaozhu cried, tears streaming down her face, making it seem as though she were exceptionally innocent to any observer. Hong He lay on the ground, biting her lip, trembling as if unsure of what to do. Miss, Before Hong He could finish, Su Xiaozhu kicked her. Hong He fell backward, hitting the ground hard, her face a mask of sorrow. Miss, What more do you have to say? Su Xiaozhu trembled with rage, pointing at Hong He. I never imagined you would turn out to be such a servant. I have always treated you well. Don't you understand how important my grandmother is to me? Interesting. Is this an attempt to pin everything on one maid? I am curious to see what Su Xiaozhu plans to say next. How much longer will this woman continue her charade? Miss, I know I was wrong. Hong He was not foolish, and could discern Su Xiaozhu's intention. At this moment, saying anything further would be futile. Better to endure and seek future favor. You. Su Xiaozhu sighed. Hong He quickly added, Miss, I was only standing up for you. Clearly, you are the true legitimate daughter of the Su family. Why should you be suppressed by another? This is why I thought of poisoning the old lady, to frame the eldest young lady and paint her as malicious. I know I was wrong. Volume 1, Chapter 93. Are you trying to fool a child? Hong He was indeed a loyal servant, attempting to take the blame for everything while claiming all actions were her own. However, for Su Luoluo, she had no intention of letting this opportunity slip by, as it was a chance to strike a decisive blow against Su Xiaozhu. Su Luoluo chuckled coldly. What sort of jest is this? Very well, tell me, what kind of poison was it and what ingredients were included? Hong He fell silent, unable to utter a word, stammering instead. Hong He, it is commendable to aspire to be a loyal servant, but you cannot absolve your master of her misdeeds while bearing the burden alone. You cannot even name the poison yet claim responsibility for it. That is utterly absurd. Hong He clenched her teeth. It was I who did it. I had the apothecary prepare the medicine. How was I to know what it was? Eldest miss, you have already usurped the second young lady's identity. Now you leave her with nothing. The pleading did not sway Su Luoluo. On the contrary, it solidified her resolve that Su Xiaozhu must not be spared. Is that so? Su Luoluo curled her lips. I have taken something from her, haven't I? Did he also inform you that she is the legitimate daughter of the household while I am nothing? I have usurped her identity as the legitimate daughter. Hence her anger and desire to settle the score with me? Such straightforward words made Hong He swallow hard. In the past, she would have readily nodded in agreement. But after the recent events, Hong He dared not respond so casually. Though a servant, she was astute enough to discern the current situation in the household. No one wished to expose the truth of Su Luoluo not being the legitimate daughter, and many hoped this matter would remain unspoken. Hong He's eyes darted around, and after a moment's contemplation, she gritted her teeth and said, Miss, are you not trying to drive me to my death? You are so cruel that I may have no choice but to perish tomorrow for your sake. Second miss, you have treated me well, and I can never repay you in this lifetime. I can only repay you in the next. So she intends to cast this burden upon herself even in death. This master-servant pair is truly insufferable. Before Su Luoluo could call for someone to restrain her, Hong He hurled herself against the pillar. Just as Su Xiaozhu sighed in relief, believing that with Hong He's demise, this matter could be resolved, she was unaware that things were not so simple. Hong He did not succeed in her attempt, as Zhao Qing caught her and halted her. Pei Zhaoxue clapped with amusement. How intriguing. I have never witnessed such an entertaining drama in the palace. It is delightful to see it unfold in your household. Minister Su, are your maid and young lady not born to love the stage? Though not particularly sharp, his words nonetheless displeased those who heard. Su Xiaozhu wanted to retort but hesitated, daunted by his status. This was Pei Zhaoxue, the Duke of Su, who, despite his lameness, remained a figure of great power, second only to the emperor. She dared not speak out of turn. Your Highness is jesting, Minister Su said, struggling to maintain his composure with a forced smile. Indeed, he continued, attempting to intervene. But lacking a strong reason to do so, Zhao Qing recounted the events as she had heard them from Zhao Qi. This maid was captured by us while preparing medicine. The young lady was concerned and requested to question her. She recounted everything clearly. She stated that it was the second miss who ordered this, and that she overheard the second miss saying that the medicine was intentionally meant for the old lady, so that she could seize the opportunity to save her and gain her gratitude. Her words were devoid of emotion, leaving the listeners in stunned silence. They exchanged glances, each unsure of how to respond. Even Minister Su was momentarily speechless. Su Xiaozhu was the first to react, exclaiming, You are spouting nonsense. How could I harm grandmother? She has treated me so well. I can hardly contain my respect for her. Your Highness, even if you have affections for Su Luoluo, you cannot condone her lies. Minister Su was nearly fainting from Su Xiaozhu's accusations. Silence. Minister Su shouted at Su Xiaozhu, who felt wronged and fell silent. Your Highness, this girl has been spoiled by us. Please do not be angry, Minister Su hurriedly explained. She means no harm. We will investigate this matter thoroughly. Pei Zhaoxue replied coolly. Investigate thoroughly? What? Does my information not suffice? Or do you believe your second miss and the maid's words to be the truth? Am I merely fabricating tales for Su Luoluo? This was a question that could not be answered lightly. Minister Su was acutely aware of the implications. If he nodded, he would be finished, but shaking his head would ruin Su Xiaozhu. Caught in a dilemma, he found himself at a loss. Your Highness, please do not trouble my father. Luoluo interjected. Pei Zhaoxue shot her a sidelong glance. If I were not here to assist you, would I wade into this murky water? You ought to assert yourself instead of relying on my help. Luoluo forced a smile. Indeed, I am aware of your Highness's goodwill. However, this matter pertains to my family, and my father needs time to clarify the situation. I understand that your Highness only wishes the best for me. Am I soothing a child? Pei Zhaoxue narrowed his eyes slightly. Are you treating me like a child? Su Luoluo was taken aback, her eyes wide with surprise. She had never imagined that her innermost thoughts could be discerned by him. Your Highness is jesting. I would never perceive you in such a manner. She replied with a smile. Pei Zhaoxue snorted. You had better not. I have already assisted you this time. Should you be bullied again in the future, that will be your own affair. Zhao Qing, we shall depart. Zhao Qing urged Pei Zhaoxue away. In the room, only the Su family remained, exchanging glances in silence. Su Luoluo was acutely aware that Pei Zhaoxue had already shown her utmost benevolence. He had done all he could. Moreover, he had no obligation to become embroiled in this turmoil. Had it not been for her, he would not have needed to intervene. This much Su Luoluo understood well. Once Pei Zhaoxue left, Minister Su rubbed his temples. He had initially intended to maintain harmony, but Pei Zhaoxue's earlier words had changed the dynamics. If he continued to advocate for peace, it would clearly be inappropriate. In that moment, he found himself at a loss for words. In the entirety of the Su household, all eyes were on Minister Su, and with his silence, none dared to speak. The atmosphere was filled with an uneasy stillness. Minister Su surveyed the crowd, and no one uttered a sound, each lost in their own thoughts. No one knew what the others were contemplating. The silence was palpable. Su Luoluo recognized that Minister Su was waiting for her to speak, yet she saw no need to break the silence. After a long pause, Su Furen stepped forward to ease the tension. Luoluo, do you have a clear understanding of this matter? Su Luoluo looked up at her mother, who was tearful and distraught, leaving her momentarily speechless. Mother, I understand your meaning, Su Luoluo said, wiping her tears and softly sobbing. Had it not been for the concrete evidence before me, I would never have known that my sister could speak such words. She sighed heavily. I truly never expected my sister to be this way. Sister, grandmother has treated you well. Why would you do this? How can you face grandmother? Each of Su Luoluo's words landed heavily on Su Xiaozhu's heart. Su Xiaozhu attempted to defend herself, but the words faltered on her lips, leaving her at a loss for what to say. If she claimed that Pei Zhaoxue and Su Luoluo were colluding to slander her, she feared she might not even be able to leave the Su household. However, without articulating it, she was utterly at a loss as to how to cleanse herself. Su Xiaozhu felt an immediate turmoil in her mind. She had managed this situation flawlessly. So how could it have escalated to this? With this thought, Su Xiaozhu glared fiercely at Su Luoluo. If not for her, there would be no need for such elaborate scheming. This was all because of Su Luoluo. She was the one who had caused her predicament. Initially, Su Luoluo intended to feign ignorance, remaining silent. Yet the ferocity of Su Xiaozhu's gaze was so intimidating that she felt if she did not speak, Su Xiaozhu might devour her whole. After a moment of silence, Su Luoluo forced a smile. Father, she began. The Prime Minister and the others turned their attention to Su Luoluo. With a smile, she continued, Father, there is something I feel I must clarify with you. The onlookers exchanged glances, uncertain of Su Luoluo's intentions. Though they were unaware, an ominous premonition lingered in the Prime Minister's heart. This woman, who had never been part of his calculations, now seemed on the verge of escaping his control. This feeling was decidedly unsettling for him. "Go ahead," he replied. At this point, the Prime Minister had no choice but to proceed cautiously, hoping she would reveal the answers they sought. Luoluo smiled at the assembly. "Father, I don't have much to say, merely a question." The Prime Minister looked at her in confusion. "Do you truly believe she is your legitimate daughter?" The room fell into a profound silence. No one dared to breathe. All remained still. Su Xiezhu could hardly endure the successive blows. She stood abruptly. "What do you mean? I am not. Does that make you the imposter?" Luoluo cast a glance at her, and Su Xiezhu felt a shiver run down her spine. Unable to suppress a gulp. "Luoluo, do not speak recklessly. It has been no small feat for you to maintain your position all these years." I have no intention of usurping it from you. Do you wish to take it from me?" Questions erupted from Su Xiezhu's lips, their implications unmistakable. Luoluo replied coolly. "Have I usurped your position? Or was this position always rightfully mine? Can you guarantee that?" This statement sent a wave of panic through Su Xiezhu. "What do you mean?" She could not help but inquire. "Nothing much. In any case, I've been investigating. I will not allow myself to be wrongfully accused." "Oh. And one more thing," Luoluo paused deliberately. "Do not forget that your biological mother is still alive. Why are you now intent on acknowledging another as your mother? I wonder if your stepmother would regret having given you life if she knew." This remark infuriated Su Xiezhu. She pointed an accusing finger at Luoluo, wishing she could pierce her with it. The Prime Minister frowned. "Luoluo, what do you mean by this?" His question made it clear that he leaned towards believing Luoluo. In this matter, the Prime Minister knew he could not afford to dismiss her. He was well aware that Luoluo had the backing of the formidable Prince Pei Zhaoxue. The prince's attitude today unmistakably indicated his intention to protect Luoluo. Thus, the Prime Minister understood precisely what actions he should take or avoid. Su Xiezhu began, but the Prime Minister shot her a cold glance, prompting her to silence herself. "I've been investigating," Luoluo stated calmly. "Not long ago, I had a dream in which a divine being guided me, allowing me to see clearly. I initially believed that not vying for power, even if my sister were to receive this position, would be acceptable. However, it now appears that my sister desires not only my current position, but also my life. Unfortunately, that life is one I cannot relinquish at this time." Luoluo's words caused both Madame Su and the Prime Minister to frown. Su Xiezhu could no longer contain herself and exclaimed, "You speak nonsense. Don't think that just because you have the princess protection, you can say whatever you want." "Oh, why did you not voice this in front of the prince earlier?" Su Xiezhu retorted, unable to restrain herself. She bit her lip, struggling to articulate her thoughts. "I have but one question for my parents. If such a scenario were to arise, and the prince were absent, and I had not uncovered any clues, would the blame for grandmother's demise fall upon me? And if I were indeed responsible for her demise, would you deliberate as you do now? Or would you simply condemn me outright?" These were the gifts Su Xiezhu intended to bestow upon me. "Parents, do you not see the obvious? I cannot believe that my own parents would be unaware." They exchanged glances, silent, yet both acknowledged the truth of the matter. They knew that previously, Luoluo had indeed been a disregarded presence within the Su household. If such an event occurred, the likelihood of immediate judgment was exceedingly high. Therefore, I am grateful for the wisdom imparted by that divine being. Had it not been for that guidance, I fear I might have perished by now. My dear sister, I have tolerated you for long enough. Yet, if you continue to push me, do not blame me for being merciless." Luoluo felt that since the matter was to be laid bare, she would clarify everything unambiguously. He widened her eyes, upon seeing a familiar medicine packet. She could not help but exclaim, "So it was you." This revelation made everything clear. Who could still be unaware of what had transpired? Luoluo smiled slyly. "Parents, do you require further proof?" The Prime Minister and Madame Su regarded Su Xiezhu with a sense of pity. They had not anticipated her to be such a person, nor that she would commit such acts. "Father, mother, I did not mean to." Su Xiezhu knelt on the floor, her head bowing to the ground. "I only wished for your attention. I believed I was the legitimate eldest daughter. Why should all benefits go to my sister? I know I was wrong. I acknowledge my mistakes." Ultimately, Su Xiezhu had been meticulously nurtured by the Prime Minister. Naturally, she held deeper emotional ties than Luoluo, who had grown up by Madame Su's side. In just a few words, the Prime Minister's resolve wavered. Seizing the opportunity, Luoluo remarked, "Is that so? Your jealousy truly runs deep. The one who dotes upon you most is the matriarch. With this medicine, you intended to claim her life. Had the previous dose been administered, today, the matriarch would likely have been carried out in mourning. Madame Zhang, look at this. Grandmother has raised a creature with a heart as cold as a wolf and a disposition as vile as a dog." This has stripped away the last semblance of modesty for Su Xiezhu. The once wavering Prime Minister Su immediately lost any thoughts of hesitation. He comprehended the implications behind Su Luoluo's words, and upon careful reflection, he found them to be undeniably true. Despite the kindness shown by the old lady to Su Xiezhu, she was willing to strike her down. If it were for her own sake in the future, it seemed the entire Su family would be expendable. Contemplating this, the Prime Minister pressed his lips together. Su Xiezhu was seething, wishing to pounce on Su Luoluo and tear her apart. If not for Su Luoluo, why would she endure such hardship? Had Su Luoluo not been in her way, she would have been the legitimate daughter of the Su household. It was all Su Luoluo's fault. With these thoughts swirling, Su Xiezhu lunged toward Su Luoluo. No one anticipated such a reaction from her, not even Su Luoluo herself. Especially when they noticed the dagger clutched in Su Xiezhu's hand, gasps filled the air. Instinctively, Su Luoluo wanted to flee, but her feet felt as though they were nailed to the ground. She found herself paralyzed, unsure of how to respond. As she swallowed hard, a figure suddenly dashed by. The silver dagger clattered to the ground, and Su Xiezhu tumbled down as well, wincing in pain. "Miss Su, are you alright?" Zhao Qi inquired. Su Luoluo quickly shook her head, her gaze falling on Zhao Qi's shoulder, where he had been struck by Su Xiezhu's dagger, the blade having torn through his clothing to reveal deep scars beneath. "It's nothing. I was tasked by the prince to ensure the young lady's safety. As long as she is unharmed, my duty is fulfilled." Su Luoluo pressed her lips together and instructed someone to fetch a doctor. Bending down, she retrieved the glimmering green-tinted dagger. "You are truly heartless," Su Luoluo remarked coldly, advancing towards Su Xiezhu with the dagger in hand.
Startled, Su Xiezhu screamed, instinctively retreating.
"What are you doing?" she cried out. "What are you afraid of?" "It's merely a blade," Su Luoluo scoffed. "You've lost your mind." "Luoluo, enough." Ultimately, the Prime Minister could not bear to see his carefully nurtured daughter in such a state, and he interjected. However, Su Luoluo shot him a cold glance that sent a shiver down his spine. "You must remember, she is your sister," the Prime Minister insisted. "Sister?" Su Luoluo shook the dagger in her hand. "When she aimed this poisoned blade at me, did she remember I was her sister?"
"Poisoned?"
"Indeed." With that, Su Luoluo cast the dagger to the ground and turned to leave. The sound of the dagger hitting the floor startled the Prime Minister, causing him to take 2 steps back. As Su Luoluo departed, she called out, "Yes." The Prime Minister wished to intervene, but found himself at a loss for words. The events of the day had been overwhelmingly shocking for him. The obedient and gentle daughter he thought he knew had transformed into a would-be murderer? Volume 1. Chapter 96. She is unworthy. The previously Na'vi daughter, who knew nothing, was actually fully aware? Suddenly realizing the gravity of her actions, Su Xiezhu crawled to the Prime Minister's feet, grasping his leg tightly, her eyes brimming with tears. "Father, I know I was wrong. I didn't mean to. I was just so provoked by my sister." Swallowing hard, she trembled in fear. "What have I done? It's over, it's over. Father, if the prince is angry, you, please." Su Xiezhu desperately hoped her father could shield her from the consequences. The Prime Minister looked at Su Xiezhu with profound disappointment. He had never imagined his gentle daughter could be so cruel. "Do you even realize what you've done?" he questioned, doubting his own perception of what had just transpired. "That dagger was poisoned." Su Xiezhu trembled. "Yes, it was poisoned. But it's all Su Luoluo's fault. She is not the legitimate daughter. Why should she occupy that position? It should be mine. She doesn't deserve it. She's the one who stole from me. She is a thief." Her eyes, red with anger, betrayed her deep hatred for Su Luoluo. The Prime Minister had always seen Su Xiezhu as obedient and thoughtful. He had never witnessed such madness in her. At that moment, he realized he had been mistaken all these years. He had believed his docile daughter held no ambition, while the one he deemed useless was capable of assisting him and was far more astute than others had suggested. What had deceived him all this time? The Prime Minister was momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. Su Xiezhu seemed to regain her senses, panic etched on her face as she clutched his arm. "No, father, please listen to my explanation."
"I didn't mean it that way."
"I understand the bigger picture. I was just overwhelmed with anger. I didn't mean to say those things. Please don't be angry." Su Xiezhu swallowed hard again. "Regarding the prince, it would be better for you to speak to your sister," the Prime Minister said, shaking off her grip. "You must understand, the prince never listens to me. Only your sister might be able to sway him. So, instead of asking me, you should plead with her." Upon hearing this, Su Xiezhu's face twisted with fury. "You want me to beg Su Luoluo? I'd rather die." "Father, my sister may not listen to me." She bit her lip. "Please, help me just this once. I promise to be obedient from now on. I won't cause any more trouble. I beg you, save me. If you don't help me, I might really be done for." This time, the Prime Minister did not respond but turned and left. Su Xiezhu collapsed onto the ground. "I'm fine. This minor injury is nothing. You're poisoned," Su Luoluo pressed, gripping Zhao Qi's shoulders and forcing him into a chair. "And you still claim you're fine?" The poison she used is not ordinary. In Su Luoluo's mind, the system was flashing red lights. warning her of the poison's severity. She wished to silence it, but found it impossible, left only to endure the incessant beeping echoing in her mind. Frowning, she appeared visibly troubled, causing both Chunhua and Jinjia to remain silent, merely watching. Su Luoluo furrowed her brows in contemplation as she took the pulse. She then produced a dagger that shimmered with a deep green glow. It seemed that the system was somewhat useful after all. This was indeed a poison that could seal one's fate upon contact with blood. Admittedly, the phrase seal one's fate was a bit exaggerated, but the poison was undeniably lethal, making survival a rare outcome even in contemporary times. Perhaps this was precisely why Su Xiaozhu felt such trepidation. After all, it was not Su Luoluo who was harmed by the poison, but a trusted aide of the King of Su. If this were indeed one of the king's most capable subordinates, Su Xiaozhu feared that her own life might not suffice as recompense.
Luoluo fa esta formidable challenge.
It was difficult for her to utilize ancient herbs for assistance. Many remedies were indeed far superior in modern medicine. After all, contemporary medical technology had advanced significantly, enabling her to address many issues with hemostatic agents. Now, however, she felt utterly lost, unsure of how to proceed. Zhao Qi, who had initially appeared somewhat well, now looked even more pallid, his teeth chattering in distress. Jinju and Chunhua watched on with deep concern. Without hemostatic agents or usable chemical medications, unraveling this toxin will not be easy. Although many traditional Chinese medicines are effective, they still pose a challenge to resolve.
No.
I must ensure that the situation does not worsen for him. Thoughts raced through Su Luoluo's mind. Her thin lips pressed tightly together, and the room fell into an eerie silence. Your Highness, Zhao Qing called out, worry lacing his voice. Pei Zhaoxue, lurking in the shadows, nodded grimly, prompting the two to reveal themselves. If you require any herbs, inform this prince, and I shall procure them for you. Pei Zhaoxue assumed that Su Luoluo lacked the necessary herbs. However, she shook her head, indicating that it was not a matter of herbs. What you mentioned about hemostatic agents and chemical medications, what are those? Pei Zhaoxue did not shy away from the truth. For him, Zhao Qi's life was far more valuable than his curiosity about Su Luoluo's origins. Yet, he was unaware that this revelation was particularly unsettling for Su Luoluo. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at the man before her. What did you just say? Su Luoluo questioned, uncertain if she had misheard. Was he truly articulating the very thoughts that had crossed her mind? Or was it possible that he too was a time traveler?
No.
He claimed to have heard her thoughts, implying that he could perceive her inner musings. As this realization dawned on her, Su Luoluo felt a wave of absurdity wash over her. If he could discern her thoughts, then her previous musings would have been laid bare before him, rendering her a mere jest. She opened her mouth to speak but found herself at a loss for words. Volume 1, Chapter 97. Can you hear my thoughts? In light of the pressing situation, Pei Zhaoxue revealed everything without reservation. Once this matter is resolved, I shall share with you what you wish to know. Very well, Su Luoluo replied, pinching the bridge of her nose. Please step outside for a moment. I need to speak with His Highness. She ushered Chunhua and the others out, along with Zhao Qing. What is it that you wish to discuss? Pei Zhaoxue inquired, lifting his gaze. Can you hear my thoughts?
Yes.
Is that truly the case? Su Luoluo was incredulous. Pei Zhaoxue, however, appeared somewhat impatient, furrowing his brow. I can assure you, this is genuine. I have known for quite some time that you intend to exploit me, planning to abscond later on. I have overheard your disparaging remarks on numerous occasions. I shall not pursue those grievances. Zhao Qi is my brother. I hope you can heal him. Should you succeed, I am willing to bestow upon you any reward you desire. That is unnecessary, Su Luoluo replied coolly. He was injured while protecting me. I know what must be done. Pei Zhaoxue regarded her with a furrowed brow. At that moment, the system within Su Luoluo glimmered with a red light. Host, you may exchange all accumulated points for an antidote. Do you wish to proceed? Yes, I shall exchange them. A vial of medicine materialized in her hand, and without hesitation, she thrust it into Zhao Qi's mouth. She rudely pinched his nose, forcing water down his throat. Zhao Qi, lying on the table, drank deeply, swallowing the pill as well. His previously pallid complexion began to regain its color. Su Luoluo's racing heart gradually calmed. Zhao Qi collapsed onto the table, unconscious. After confirming that he was unharmed, she turned to Pei Zhaoxue. Your Highness, now that Zhao Qi is safe, it is time for us to address our matters. What is it you wish to say? Pei Zhaoxue asked, casting a detached glance. Can you truly hear my thoughts? Indeed. Do not inquire further. Even I do not fully understand it. I discovered this ability the moment I laid eyes on you. Oh, wait, Pei Zhaoxue added, I realized it when I saw you in the palace. I could hear your thoughts. Of course, I cannot hear your conversations with that system.
What is this system?
Is it your attendant? Why have I never seen it? With the matter laid bare, Pei Zhaoxue was no longer inclined to conceal his curiosity. This aspect had perplexed him for quite some time. After all, the so-called system appeared remarkably powerful, yet he had never encountered it. How could it detect him? Su Luoluo looked at him, momentarily speechless, unsure how to explain. Did she really have to elucidate to an ancient person that the system was an intangible construct? Pei Zhaoxue lowered his voice. I have revealed the truth to you. Do you intend to keep secrets from me? Your Highness, you jest. I have no intention of concealing anything from you. However, this is a matter I find difficult to explain. The existence of the system is something I do not fully comprehend myself. Su Luoluo bit her lip. It is not a person. It does not exist in this realm, so you cannot find it. To sum it up simply, it might be more accurate to describe it as a deity, something ethereal and elusive. This declaration caused Pei Zhaoxue to frown. Are you deliberately attempting to deceive me? A deity? I have never believed in such things. He turned his wheelchair with displeasure. Su Luoluo remained unfazed, replying calmly, then perhaps you should ponder why you can't hear my thoughts. Oh, and one more thing. Since you can perceive my thoughts, it follows that you must know I am not from here. Pei Zhaoxue pursed his lips. I hail from the future, a future that is far removed from your time. Surely you do not think I am mad?
To him,
It seemed more plausible that Su Luoluo had lost her senses. As for his ability to hear her thoughts, he suspected he might have fallen victim to some sorcery, which explained the peculiarities. Naturally, he did not voice these thoughts, merely regarding Su Luoluo with a cold stare. Su Luoluo sank into a chair. I have explained all that I can. Whether you choose to believe it is beyond my control. Oh, and by the way,
Luoluo spoke softly.
since you already know what I am thinking, let us keep things simple. I wish to assist you in your escape, which conveniently allows me to help myself as well. You are well aware of the state of your legs. Pei Zhaoxue regarded her with cold eyes, curious to hear what she would say next. Perhaps due to her current situation, Su Luoluo spoke without a hint of restraint, saying whatever came to her mind. Your Highness, you have no idea how difficult you are to accommodate. Regardless, I shall provide you with the medicine and attend to your acupuncture sessions. I hope you will use your wits and refrain from causing further trouble. Pei Zhaoxue pressed his lips together. I will do my utmost to heal your legs swiftly. And, at that point, we shall part ways. Pei Zhaoxue replied coolly, is that so? Have you forgotten that? Were it not for me, you would have already entered the palace? Su Luoluo was taken aback. Pei Zhaoxue smirked without mercy, adding, by the way, you are aware of the Emperor's feelings towards you. If it were not for me, do you truly believe you could escape the capital after our engagement is dissolved? Su Luoluo stared at Pei Zhaoxue. You promised me you would let me go. That was merely a promise, not a guarantee. Pei Zhaoxue replied indifferently. Pei Zhaoxue lowered his gaze. You shall remain because I require your services. When I no longer need you, I will allow you to leave. You have no bargaining power here. Su Luoluo gritted her teeth in frustration, feeling utterly powerless. Their gazes clashed in the air. For some reason, this flesh-and-blood Su Luoluo, who was capable of exchanging barbs, appeared far more appealing than her usual submissive demeanor. Pei Zhaoxue raised an eyebrow. If Su Luoluo were to comprehend his thoughts, she might very well be infuriated. However, she was oblivious to his intentions and, feeling utterly constrained, could only nod in agreement. Very well, Your Highness, should you fail to uphold your promise again, you ought to realize that angering a doctor is perilous. Her threat fell flat on Pei Zhaoxue's ears, lacking any semblance of intimidation. If offending a doctor was dangerous, then offending an emperor could certainly lead to countless deaths, not to mention the powers that an emperor possessed. What do you truly desire? Su Luoluo recognized that further words would be futile. If Pei Zhaoxue chose not to believe her, then no amount of eloquence would matter. Pei Zhaoxue regarded her with a detached gaze, his eyes devoid of any emotional turbulence. I seek nothing. This matter holds no significance for either of us. Whether I can hear your thoughts has no bearing on our collaboration. Continue with your treatment. Once you have healed, if I have no further demands, I will naturally see you off. His cold words carried a hint of reliability. Su Luoluo licked her dry lips. For reasons unknown, she felt an inexplicable trust in him. At least in this matter, he had no need to deceive her. Enough. I have no other intentions. I can merely hear your complaints, which I do not intend to pursue. Utterly ridiculous. How could my own thoughts be overheard? The moment this thought crossed her mind, Su Luoluo's eyes widened.
No.
I must not dwell on this. If I do, he will surely discover it. The thought floated through her mind, and she immediately realized that he could indeed hear her. Observing his reaction, combined with his previous thoughts, Pei Zhaoxue found it somewhat amusing. He smirked and chuckled lightly. Interesting. Pei Zhaoxue lowered his eyelids. There is no need for further discussion. Our relationship is merely one of cooperation, and neither of us needs to scrutinize the other.
Su Luoluo nodded. Indeed.
Since your Highness understands, I shall not linger on the matter. It is simple. We are merely collaborators. And there's no need for you to think of anything else. Pei Zhaoxue cast her a strange glance, scoffing lightly. I had no intention of considering anything else. It is you who seems to ponder other matters. Su Luoluo was momentarily at a loss for words. She fell silent, pinching the bridge of her nose. No more jesting. We are both aware of my intentions regarding your treatment. Pei Zhaoxue's smile was devoid of warmth. Indeed, I am aware. Luoluo recalled the past, and the things she had done. Very well. He is aware of it all. He knows of the bullying I inflicted upon him. This is truly the height of embarrassment. With a facade of calmness, Luoluo attempted to explain, I believe I can clarify. No need. I am well aware of your thoughts. I merely hope you understand what you should and should not do. After saying this, Pei Zhaoxue waved his hand and departed. Zhaoqi will remain to assist you due to your injuries and considering the unrest in your household these days.
Understood. Luoluo watched the pain leave.
She pinched her brow and turned to Zhaoqi, Jinju, assist him to the guest room and ensure he is well taken care of.
Yes.
You all may leave. I need some quiet. Understood. Once the maidens had exited, Luoluo cradled her face in her hands, unable to resist rubbing her temples. This is a disaster. A complete disaster. How could he have overheard me? This is a catastrophe. If I encounter someone vindictive, they could easily decide to eliminate me at any moment. What should I do? Luoluo could not help but draw in a sharp breath, her hands still clutching her face as she rubbed vigorously. Enough. I cannot dwell on this. System. Luoluo called out, remembering Pei Zhaoxue's earlier words. If that were the case, then he should not be able to hear her conversations with the system. Thus, she had the opportunity to seek clarity. She was certain that the system would have answers. Host, hello, how may I assist you? The calm response from the system made Luoluo grit her teeth. Shouldn't you provide me with an explanation? Why can that insufferable prince hear my thoughts? Apologies, host, but I do not know. Luoluo took a deep breath. The system's blunt admission was frustrating. Then I demand you grant me the same ability to hear his thoughts. Sorry, host. We do not possess that authority. Luoluo narrowed her eyes into slits. What did you say? She questioned incredulously. The system continued. Host, we do not have the capability to perform that action, so I apologize. Luoluo clenched her fists. With this attitude, I might as well go on strike. Luoluo gritted her teeth in irritation. This insufferable thing. Host, do you have any further inquiries? Is there truly no way? Luoluo pressed. Apologies, but there's none. The system's cold, rigid voice gave Luoluo a headache. This wretched thing is truly unbearable. She pinched her brow. Is there any way you can disable his ability to eavesdrop on my thoughts? Is it to prevent him from hearing my thoughts? If I cannot listen to him, shouldn't he also be silenced? Otherwise, how is this fair? Is the prince not completely in control of me? Apologies, but it cannot be. The cold words and negative answers persist. Luoluo swept the items off the table onto the floor, cursing the useless things that could do nothing for her. Frustrated and gnashing her teeth, she felt utterly helpless. This wretched thing was indeed driving her to despair. Fine, you may leave. Luoluo exited the system's space, sitting at the table, resting her head on one hand. This matter was exceedingly troublesome. Pei Zhaoxue was already a step ahead of her, and now could even hear her innermost thoughts. Was that not an unfair advantage? She could not even scold him in her mind. Not a single stray thought was permissible. Was this not equivalent to being controlled from another angle? Chapter 98. How could the prince hear me? Though she had no intention of taking action against him. It was simply infuriating. No, she must find a way to deal with Pei Zhaoxue. If she were solely at his mercy, it would be utterly uninteresting. She was at a significant disadvantage, and it was far too perilous. However, in the short term, Luoluo could find no suitable method. This only added to her headache. The following morning, Luoluo heard Chunhua's voice. Miss, the guard Zhao has awakened. Without lingering in bed, Luoluo swiftly donned her clothes and hurried downstairs. Zhao Qi, who had been on the brink of death the day before, now appeared pale but otherwise unremarkable. Do you feel unwell? Luoluo inquired, extending her hand to take his pulse. His pulse was steady, not as chaotic as the previous day. Luoluo let out a sigh of relief. No, I'm fine. Zhao Qi managed to say, his voice hoarse. Chunhua, pour a cup of warm water for the guard Zhao. Yes. Chunhua, quick on her feet, poured the water and brought it to Zhao Qi's lips. He took small sips. It's nothing. Thank you, Miss Su, for saving me. Luoluo shook her head. I should be the one thanking you. If it weren't for you, I might have been the one in peril. You saved me. I merely returned the favor. Zhao Qi slowly replied, the prince's order is to protect Miss Su, and I will surely uphold that duty. I dare not forget it. It is my responsibility. Luoluo acknowledged with a nod. Yes, but likewise, your life is precious too, so I am very grateful for your willingness to protect me. Finding her entirely different from the noble ladies he typically encountered. She was truly peculiar. Meanwhile, in the residence, a dispute was brewing. The old matriarch of the Su family slowly regained consciousness after taking her medicine, with Zhang Ma guarding her side. Upon waking, the matriarch immediately began searching for Su Xiaozhu. But after a thorough search, she found no trace of her, nor of those who attended to her. Zhang Ma, where's Xiaozhu? The old matriarch could not help but ask. Zhang Ma, aware of the truth, trembled, and was unable to utter a word. She could only wipe her tears. Contemplating the kindness the old matriarch had shown Su Xiaozhu and the latter's actions, leaving her at a loss for how to explain it. Did she really have to tell the old matriarch that she had nurtured an ungrateful and heartless child? Zhang Ma feared that if she uttered such words, the old matriarch might faint on the spot. Miss is busy with some matters. You should rest. Your health cannot withstand any further strain. The old matriarch sighed, feeling inexplicably that Su Xiaozhu was hiding something from her. But I have treated her so well. What could she possibly conceal? Saying this, the old matriarch frowned and shook her head. Never mind, I shall rest for now. Zhang Ma gazed at the old matriarch, wishing to reveal the truth many times. But each time the words caught in her throat. Meanwhile, Su Qingxiang was feeling somewhat troubled. Both sides of his heart were weighed down by his daughters. And he could hardly believe that Su Xiaozhu would act in such a manner. Was she not the obedient and gentle one? How could she even contemplate harming others? With this thought, Su Qingxiang pressed his lips into a thin line. Both are daughters. The prince has no need to lie about such matters. It is up to you to decide how to handle this. Luoluo is my daughter. I have always cherished her, holding her close to my heart. I will not allow anyone to bully her. As for the rumors, their veracity is uncertain. I do not wish to believe them. After all, Luoluo is the one I raised with my own hands, which holds far more significance than mere rumors. With that, Su Madam turned and walked away. Su Qingxiang sat, his brow furrowing in silence. Alas, both are my daughters. It seems troublesome to forsake either. The influence of Prince Su cannot be underestimated. It cannot be easily ignored. His Highness is not someone to be dealt with lightly, and this matter involving him is likely far more complex than it appears. With this thought, he rose, intending to seek out Su Luoluo for a discussion. Su Luoluo was examining Zhao Qi's injuries. Relieved to find that the toxins had been fully expelled and that the system indicated no significant issues with his body. Miss Su, I am fine. You should rest. I am within the residence and do not currently require your protection. Zhao Qi frowned, but Zhao Qi seemed to want to say something. Su Luoluo, seated in front of him, replied, I understand. You mean to ensure my safety. Therefore, I shall remain here without moving. Is that acceptable? Zhao Qi looked confused. What does Miss Su mean by that? Su Luoluo suddenly recalled that her gesture was not commonly understood in this context. It was natural for him not to comprehend. She scratched her head, saying, I mean that it is acceptable. Oh. Zhao Qi nodded heavily. I will remember that. Please rest assured, Miss Su. All right. You must take your medicine and rest well. Yes. With that, Zhao Qi became particularly obedient and understanding. Su Luoluo sat directly across from him, the world outside quieting around them. In her hands, she clutched the medical texts sent by Pei Zhaoxue, perusing them with a contemplative gaze. Before long, the hurried footsteps of Prime Minister Su approached. Luoer, he called out. Su Luoluo lifted her gaze, curiosity alight in her eyes. It was noteworthy that Prime Minister Su seldom addressed her directly. Father, is there something you need? She asked, rising to face him. The Prime Minister felt a twinge of embarrassment under her scrutiny. As he prepared to voice his thoughts, his embarrassment deepened, leaving him at a loss for words. The thoughts he had harbored began to dissipate. I was just wondering how the guard Zhao was faring. He hastily fabricated an excuse. Oh, Zhao is fine. The poison has been thoroughly expelled, thanks to the Tianshan snow lotus sent by the prince. Otherwise, it would have been troublesome, Su Luoluo casually remarked, reflecting on how the prince's timely provision of the rare herb had quite possibly saved Zhao's life. The Prime Minister was momentarily taken aback. The Tianshan snow lotus? That is quite expensive, he gasped. The fact that the prince could part with such a precious item signified that Zhao's value to him far exceeded that of the herb. If Zhao were to perish, their situation would be dire. Contemplating this, the Prime Minister felt a wave of unease wash over him. However, the very fact that such a guard had been assigned to protect Su Luoluo indicated that she held greater importance in the prince's eyes than Zhao did. This realization sent a jolt through the Prime Minister, causing him to swallow hard. Oh dear, Luoer, I wish to discuss something with you, he said. Su Luoluo glanced at him and replied, Father, if you have something to say, just say it. There's no need to beat around the bush. The Prime Minister fidgeted with his sleeve. Regarding your sister, have you given it some thought? Her silence in response made the Prime Minister acutely aware of her disapproval, darkening his expression. Luoer, no matter what, she is your sister. She acted out of anger, which led her to commit an unwise act. Since you share a good rapport with the prince, perhaps you could speak kindly of her in his presence? Su Luoluo cast her gaze downward, remaining resolutely silent. The Prime Minister felt a pang of shame. Luoer, you must consider our Su family. Do you not realize that if something were to happen to your sister, what would we do then? Furthermore, once she marries, she could support you as well, wouldn't she? Are you intent on driving our Su family to ruin? His words brimmed with righteous indignation, as if her refusal would render her a villain. A cold laugh escaped Su Luoluo's lips. Drive to ruin? Do you truly find that amusing, Prime Minister? Am I to blame for this? Am I the one who held your daughter's hand and committed murder? Or could I persuade her to become a villain? The Prime Minister fell silent. Have you forgotten, or do you regard her as your daughter while dismissing me? What am I to you? A child you can discard at will? Or do you simply believe I am not your offspring? Her confrontational stance was a side of Luoluo he had never witnessed before. Each of her words pierced into the Prime Minister's heart. He pressed his lips together. I hope you can reflect on this clearly. Whose fault is it? What have I done wrong? Let us not forget, I am still your daughter, am I not? Is this how you treat me? All these years, my silence does not equate to ignorance. The Prime Minister took a step back, unable to face her directly, rendered speechless. Prime Minister, I truly feel you do not deserve to be called father by me. When you faced difficulties, I devoted myself to resolving them. Now, you expect me to speak to the prince on your behalf? Do you truly believe he would heed my words? Are you overestimating my influence? Perhaps you should try. The Prime Minister insisted, still unwilling to relent. She is my sister, I know. But does she even remember that she is my sister? Luoluo gazed at him in disappointment. Prime Minister, Zhao Qi, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke up, there's no need for concern. The prince knows precisely who is responsible and how to proceed. Even if Miss Su were to intervene, it would be of no consequence. On the contrary, Zhao Qi continued, if the prince were to learn of your intentions for Miss Su, he would be angered, which could have repercussions for the Su family. The Prime Minister was taken aback. Having always occupied a position of authority, he had never encountered someone who dared to speak to him in such a manner. Yet, the identity of the speaker rendered him hesitant to respond, given that the individual had recently suffered at the hands of his own daughter, narrowly escaping death. Zhao Guard. Might we resolve this matter privately? The Prime Minister was indeed reluctant to abandon Su Xiaozhu, for she was a child he had nurtured for many years. And he genuinely wished for a favorable resolution. Zhao Qi scoffed. Resolve it privately? Prime Minister, do you imply that I should disregard the prince? Shall I inform him of your intentions? Upon hearing this, the Prime Minister's smile faltered. Zhao Qi's words struck a nerve, while Luoluo couldn't help but smirk at her father's predicament, finding it somewhat embarrassing to see him bowing before a mere guard. Displaying a feeble side that he only reserved for her. Luoluo, the Prime Minister began, but was interrupted by Luoluo. I'm sorry, but if you intend to repeat those earlier sentiments, I believe I need not hear them any longer. I do not wish to listen to your nonsensical ramblings. The Prime Minister furrowed his brow tightly. I remember you are my father, and I hope you can also remember who you are to me, she retorted. Su Xiaozhu had the audacity to commit murder in front of everyone, and it was because of you. If it weren't for the boldness you instilled in her, do you think she would dare? With each of Luoluo's pointed questions, the Prime Minister's expression grew increasingly grim. You, reflect on this well. If you cannot come to terms with it, there is no need for further conversation. Sister, please escort our guest out, she coldly instructed. The Prime Minister, wishing to reprimand her, found no opportunity to do so, ultimately resorting to pointing a finger at her before turning to leave. Zhao Qi observed Luoluo before him, recognizing her stark difference from the typical noble ladies he often encountered. Most of them were either gentle or amiable. It was rare to find one like Luoluo, who would confront her father, the Prime Minister, so directly. What is it, Zhao Guard? Do you think my words were unfilial? She asked. In response, Zhao Qi quickly shook his head. Miss Su, youyest. I would never harbor such thoughts. You are quite right. The actions of the second young lady are indeed outrageous. I can understand your sentiments. Luoluo's lips curled into a faint smile, revealing a hint of amusement. Indeed. Angered, Prime Minister Su stormed out, heading straight to Madame Su's chamber. Madame Su was engrossed in her embroidery, but upon noticing her husband's countenance, she raised an eyebrow and inquired, what troubles you? Look at the daughter you have raised. Enraged, the Prime Minister gestured emphatically behind him. Madame Su's expression remained impassive as she scrutinized him, coolly responding. Which daughter do you refer to? Luoluo or Zhuer? At this, the Prime Minister furrowed his brow. Of course, I mean Luoluo. I humiliated myself pleading for her assistance. Not only did she refuse to help, but she also mocked me. After all, she is her sister. Does she not feel any kinship? Madame Su shook her head. You find this amusing, my dear. Perhaps you should consider how you would react if that knife had been plunged into Luoluo instead. Would Zhuer still remember familial bonds then? Or have you conveniently forgotten that you have more than one daughter? Her words echoed those of Luoluo from earlier, inciting further ire in the Prime Minister, whose face twisted in indignation. But Zhuer is the daughter we have painstakingly nurtured. Do you not realize that Luoluo's marriage to the Prince of Su could yield no benefits? Only Zhuer can marry the Emperor or bring prosperity to our family. Disappointment clouded Madame Su's gaze as she regarded her husband, shaking her head. I am at a loss for words. I am correct, he retorted, to which she responded with a nonchalant indeed. You never perceive yourself as wrong, do you? Think carefully. If you intend to plead with the prince, go alone. Do not involve Luoluo. She is to marry His Highness. and any negative impressions left by this incident could be disastrous. Since Su Luoluo had aided her once, Madame Su held her in high regard, recalling the years of her dutiful behavior. Even though Luoluo was not her biological daughter, she cherished her as one. Madame Su was no fool. She understood the complexities of the situation and had no desire to calculate the subtleties further. The Prime Minister, having failed to procure the answers he desired, stormed off in frustration. The following day, Pei Zhaoxue visited in person. The Prime Minister hurriedly welcomed him into the hall. "Your Highness," he greeted with a forced smile. Pei Zhaoxue merely cast a cold glance, his expression unchanging. The Prime Minister felt a pang of uncertainty, but forced a smile. "Your Highness, Luoluo is occupied with matters that delay her arrival. Perhaps Zhuer could attend to you instead. It would also serve as her apology," he suggested. Pei Zhaoxue shot him a frosty look, fully aware of the events that had transpired in the Su residence. Had it not been for his opinion of Su Luoluo's naivety, how easily she could be bullied, he would not have come at all. The repeated visits before marriage were not favorable for Pei Zhaoxue, especially with the Emperor harboring suspicions against him. He replied blandly. The Prime Minister exhaled in relief, thinking Pei Zhaoxue would refuse. Since he agreed, the situation could be managed. After all, Su Xiaozhu was his well-trained daughter. She was clever and sensible, surely capable of resolving this matter amicably. With that thought, the Prime Minister smiled more broadly. He called for Su Xiaozhu, who appeared shortly after. Dressed in a light green gown, she bore a gentle smile and a hint of makeup. "Your Highness," she greeted with a respectful bow. "Please have some tea," she offered, presenting a cup with a pleasing smile. What a fool Su Luoluo was, Zhuer thought, dismissing her as unworthy of her efforts. If she were to act, surely the prince would be hers. She envisioned making Su Luoluo regret her refusal to assist her. Zhuer cast flirtatious glances at Pei Zhaoxue, who nearly fumbled the cup of tea. He remained expressionless, taking a sip and savoring its subtle fragrance. In the next moment, the cup was hurled at Su Xiaozhu's face. She shrieked as Pei Zhaoxue discarded the cup onto the floor. The words she had prepared to unleash in anger evaporated in an instant. "Your Highness, is this tea not to your taste?" she stammered. "Too weak," Pei Zhaoxue replied coldly. Nodding, she said, "Then allow me to prepare another cup for you. Please wait." As she turned to leave, her expression darkened. "Pei Zhaoxue, just wait. Moment latte." She returned with a fresh brew. "Your Highness, this tea has been steeped for quite some time. It is certain to please your palate." Her tone dripped with insincerity. Pei Zhaoxue merely glanced at her, offering no response before casting the cup to the ground once more. "How scalding! Do you intend to burn me?" Su Xiaozhu was incensed, but she quickly stifled her outrage. The words she longed to utter were swallowed back down her throat. The power to decide her fate was in his hands. She could not afford to lose her temper. "Just another cup, and I shall make it for you," she said, her voice trembling with forced sweetness. "That will not be necessary," he replied coldly. "Prime Minister, is this your notion of sincerity? Such an upbringing has evidently led your daughter to commit heinous acts." With that, he rose, brushing off his garments. The Prime Minister broke into a cold sweat. Your Highness, he implored, hastening to follow him. Pei Zhaoxue cast an icy glance. "You jest. How could I dare? If you wish to see Luoluo, I will take you to her at once." Pei Zhaoxue's laughter was laced with mockery. Now I see. I wondered why the princess was absent. It appears the Prime Minister has ulterior motives. It is surprising that someone of your stature cannot comprehend such matters. Had it been anyone else chastising him, the Prime Minister would have been furious. Yet, standing before Pei Zhaoxue, he dared not utter a word, lowering his head in compliance. "Your Highness, I do not understand your meaning. Perhaps you could provide a hint?" A simple statement elicited another cold laugh from Pei Zhaoxue, his face adorned with scorn. "Are you truly ignorant, or merely feigning ignorance?" The Prime Minister licked his dry lips. "I genuinely do not know. Do you truly believe you have raised a good daughter?" With that, Pei Zhaoxue allowed Zhao Qing to escort him to the rear courtyard. The Prime Minister felt a chill run down his spine, drenched in cold sweat. What did this imply? Had he failed to raise a worthy daughter? Yet, Su Xiaozhu was without fault. She was even graceful and refined, surpassing the standards of a legitimate daughter, embodying gentleness and virtue. Upon recalling the sight of Su Xiaozhu at the old lady's residence yesterday, Prime Minister Su abruptly sealed his lips. He silently pinched the space between his brows, exhaling heavily. This matter appeared to be far more intricate than he had initially presumed. Yet, how could the daughter he had nurtured for so long possibly become such a person? This notion was one he dared not easily accept. After a moment of silence, the Prime Minister uttered a soft hum, resolving to address the situation properly before proceeding further. Meanwhile, Pei Zhaoxue arrived at Su Luoluo's courtyard. Observing the position where Su Luoluo sat, her brows furrowing slightly. In her hands, she held medical texts, her legs swinging idly. Leaning against a column with her head pressed against it, seemingly lost in thought or perhaps doing nothing at all. "How foolish," Pei Zhaoxue scoffed. The sudden interruption startled Luoluo, nearly causing her to topple over the railing. Fortunately, she gripped the column tightly, averting a disastrous fall. Once she steadied herself, Luoluo placed a hand on her chest to calm her racing heart and turned her gaze. Your Highness, the Prince. Pei Zhao Shui replied coolly. Did I not previously express my wish for you not to be bullied by others? Have you forgotten? This statement carried a hint of reproach.
Luoluo frowned.
What bullying? When have I been bullied? If I had not arrived, would you not have eventually acquiesced to your father's demands and come to me to plead for forgiveness? The simplicity of the statement rendered Luoluo momentarily speechless, yet she quickly grasped its implications. It appeared that within the confines of the Prime Minister's residence, there were indeed many who could relay information. Pei Zhao Shui must have heard it from this very place. Realizing this, Luoluo furrowed her brow. Since your Highness had heard it, you must also have heard that I have rejected their unreasonable demands. Why then do you place this blame upon me? Pei Zhao Shui snorted derisively. Is that so? How curious, for you did not inflict that injury upon her. Rather, it is I who ought to seek out the true instigator. The image of Su Xiaoju's delicate face, resembling a frail willow swaying in the breeze, filled Pei Zhao Shui with revulsion.
Luoluo was taken aback.
As she watched Pei Zhao Shui maneuver her wheelchair away, she finally realized whom the instigator referred to. The esteemed prince was actually contemplating taking action against a lowly daughter of the family? If this were to spread, it would be disastrous. No, she could not allow that. Luoluo hurriedly approached, grasping the wheel of Pei Zhao Shui's chair. Wait, Your Highness. Pei Zhao Shui shot her a cold glance. What is it? Your Highness, this matter is not so simple. Perhaps we should deliberate on it further? Pei Zhao Shui raised an eyebrow, mocking. Do you truly believe your heart is so magnanimous that you wish to defend her at this moment? Not at all. Luoluo shook her head. You must consider our relationship. Even if she were to perish before me, I would not utter a single word in her defense. I merely wish to discuss a few matters with you. Pei Zhao Shui pursed her lips, her expression inscrutable, leaving Luoluo perplexed. After all, while the other could discern her thoughts, she remained oblivious to Pei Zhao Shui's intentions. It felt grossly unfair. Pei Zhao Shui raised an eyebrow. Do you feel it unjust that you cannot hear my innermost thoughts? Damn, Luoluo could not help but curse, her face displaying signs of distress. The fact that her fleeting thoughts could be perceived by another was mortifying. Your Highness, surely you jest. Regardless, we are in this together, do you not understand? Indeed. I am your princess, and naturally, I desire to share both glory and disgrace with you. Luoluo nearly felt nauseated by her own flattery. Yet she maintained a smiling facade. Pei Zhao Shui cast her a cold glance. Your smile is quite unappealing. Very well, I shall not put you in a difficult position. Speak of your future intentions, and I will consider whether to heed your counsel. Luoluo's grin faltered, nearly slipping away. Your Highness, surely your prior remarks were mere pleasantries meant to placate me? Instantly, she shook her head. No, Your Highness, you jest. I truly intend to discuss a matter with you. Speak then, Pei Zhao Shui replied indifferently. Luoluo's eyes darted around as a plan formed in her mind. Your Highness, I believe you must recall a certain fact. My sister has an insatiable desire to ascend the social ladder, dreaming of marrying someone of great stature. My father similarly wishes to exploit her to align with the powerful and influential. Pei Zhao Shui acknowledged her with a sound, his face betraying no emotion. Luoluo hesitated before tentatively probing. What do you think of my sister's appearance? Do you think she would catch the Emperor's eye if she were to enter the palace? The moment the words left her lips, Luoluo felt a hand grip her throat tightly, lifting her off the ground, making it difficult to breathe. She could not fathom which of her words had provoked such cruelty from him. Struggling, she managed to pry his hand away. Your Highness, please, let me finish. As he released her, Luoluo nearly toppled over, without the support of Pei Zhao Shui's wheelchair. You wretched prince. It suddenly struck her that this man was not merely the ordinary prince she had known. He was not just a noble, but a warrior with blood on his hands. Realizing this, Luoluo felt a wave of regret wash over her. She regretted their alliance and her previous decisions. Handling this matter proved far more complex than she had anticipated. She had thought merely healing his legs would suffice, but now it seemed far more challenging. Sweat beaded on her forehead as she contemplated her next words. Your Highness, I propose a simple solution. Let us use someone else's hand to achieve our ends. After all, my sister is eager to rise above others, is she not? This idea is quite fitting. You know, should she enter the Emperor's harem, her life would be worse than death. Moreover, she would not obstruct our plans. I assure you, I harbor no ulterior motives, and I hope you can understand. Pei Zhao Shui remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on her, icy and unwavering. After a brief pause, he finally blinked. Your words bear some merit. I shall follow your suggestion. However, when do you believe your sister might catch the Emperor's attention? Luoluo leaned closer, whispering into Pei Zhao Shui's ear. Pei Zhao Shui's expression darkened. He was increasingly convinced that he could not allow her to escape. This woman possessed far too many capabilities. Understood. Since we are collaborating, I shall ensure this matter is resolved appropriately. Yes, Luoluo affirmed, her hand instinctively caressing her neck, feeling the lingering pressure. Pei Zhao Shui glanced over. Does it hurt? Try it yourself, and see if it hurts. No one dares to challenge me. Luoluo remarked. Very well, I concede your point. Pei Zhao Shui raised an eyebrow, her displeasure quickly dissipating. I did not intend any offense, and for that, I sincerely apologize. Luoluo glanced east, and then west, questioning the unusual sunrise from the west. This statement was laced with sarcasm, unmistakably audible to all. Pei Zhao Shui's countenance darkened once more.
Luoluo.
I knew it, she muttered under her breath. It's all right, Your Highness. Please carry on. This gives me the perfect opportunity to contemplate how to assist you with your next course of treatment. Pei Zhao Shui turned her wheelchair to leave, and Luoluo exhaled in relief. Accompanying a prince is akin to walking alongside a tiger. But being with the Prince of Su is truly akin to being with a ferocious beast. The unpredictability of the other party was alarming enough. But the fact that even her savior was capable of cruelty was terrifying. A shiver ran down Luoluo's spine at the thought. Thankfully, she had no intention of marrying him. Their relationship was purely professional. However, she had never imagined that one day she would achieve such success with just a few words. Pei Zhao Shui orchestrated an event where Su Xiaozhu and the Chancellor Su would attend the same banquet. At the royal feast, she cunningly arranged for Su Xiaozhu to encounter the emperor in the garden. Regardless of Su Xiaozhu's reluctance, she was taken away by the emperor, losing her purity in the process. The thought that Luoluo could act so boldly was attributed to her connection with the Prince of Su. The more Su Xiaozhu pondered, the more resentful she became, and she resolved to seize the emperor as her backing. She boldly expressed her desire to marry him. The emperor, taken aback for a moment, readily acquiesced. Who could refuse the request of a beauty? The emperor was unconcerned with the implications. Upon learning of this, Chancellor Su nearly fainted with rage. He had envisioned Su Xiaozhu marrying into the higher echelons of society, but certainly not the emperor. Moreover, the emperor would not be grateful to their family for this. The thought left Chancellor Su feeling faint, yet powerless to change the situation. Upon hearing the news, Luoluo raised her eyebrows, a smile gracing her face. How intriguing! She had not anticipated Pei Zhao Shui would resolve matters so swiftly. Initially, she believed Su Xiaozhu would soon be discarded, yet she unexpectedly rose in status, elevating the Su family's position in court. As for Su Xiaozhu seeking to trouble her, that was no simple endeavor. After all, her current ambition was to usurp the position of empress. The Su family had discerned Su Xiaozhu's true nature and were well aware of past events. Luoluo took the initiative to investigate thoroughly, restoring her own reputation. It became known that she was the legitimate daughter, and the identity of the one who had poisoned her was revealed. Furthermore, Luoluo had been assisting the elderly matriarch and Madame Su with their health, garnering her considerable favor within the Su household. Pei Zhao Shui's condition improved with Luoluo's aid. She had thought her connection with Pei Zhao Shui would end there. Yet the latter was reluctant to dissolve their engagement, frequently visiting the Su residence, much to Luoluo's frustration. No one anticipated the emperor would suddenly favor the Prince of Su. Upon hearing this news, Luoluo could hardly remain still in the Su residence. She rose and headed directly to the study. In recent days, she had assisted Chancellor Su with political matters, earning his appreciation. This is the divorce decree the prince has granted you, Chancellor Su stated as Luoluo gazed at the document she had longed for, her lips pressed tightly together. The prince also mentioned that you should depart swiftly. A carriage has been prepared for your journey to Jiangnan, along with other provisions. The shadow guard who attended you will accompany you as well.
Chancellor Su's words darkened Luoluo's expression.
She was not an object to be cast aside at his whim. Gritting her teeth, she forced the words out. I shall remain. You. It's all right, father. I believe he will be fine. She reassured him. Chancellor Su had intended to assure her that everything would be all right, yet the words stuck in his throat. Everyone assumed this incident would not affect the Su residents. However, it soon became apparent that the situation was far more complex than anticipated. Luoluo was taken directly to the emperor's sleeping quarters. Observing the lavish decorations, her brow furrowed tightly. What was the emperor thinking? She simply could not understand. The emperor visited several times, yet his intentions remained unfulfilled. Gradually, his visit ceased. The emperor and the Prince of Su were engaged in battle outside the city. For reasons unbeknownst to her, she found herself eagerly anticipating the moment she would see him again, longing to confess her feelings. After many days, Luoluo heard screams and commotion from outside. The door was forcibly broken down. Rising to her feet, she peered out to see the familiar figure of the man she recognized standing at the entrance.